Lu Sheng awakening successful. Inner small world 30,000 square kilometers terrain primarily plains and low hills with fertile soil. Initial race human. Awakened grade talent fertile homeland. Awakened grade building spring of spirit eye. Evaluation a prosperous primordial land with considerable potential for growth. On the awakening platform in the school plaza the gigantic light curtain blazed with dazzling radiance. The other students of class 3 grade 12 who were still lining up below the platform could not help exclaiming when they heard the broadcast. Luge truly lives up to being the top student in our class. He actually awakened a grade talent. In our regular class, there probably aren't many people with talents above grade, right? It's just a pity that humans are too weak in the early stage. Otherwise, with a grade fertility talent to mass-produce troops, he might not lose even to students from the elite classes. Still, it's already pretty good. Luge's theoretical grades are excellent. In the college entrance examination, he might score 600 points. There's still hope for getting into a top-tier university. On the awakening platform, Lu Sheng was quietly sensing the newly opened small world within his body momentarily lost in thought. Ever since he had crossed over into this world as a child, he had been looking forward to this 18th birthday awakening. For no other reason than that this was a world where everyone could become a god. After reaching adulthood at 18, each person could, with the aid of a deity, attempt to open up a small world within their body and awaken a unique talent entry. If the awakening succeeded, one would soar in a single step, becoming a pseudo-god with a lifespan of 1,000 years. If it failed, one would fall completely into the ranks of mortals, doomed to become the slave and drudge of other gods, facing the risk of perishing body and Tao at any time. A small world of 30,000 square kilometers coupled with a grade talent and upgrade building already qualified him as something of a young genius. But that was not why Lu Sheng was dazed. Within his mind, a brand new panel was emitting a soft, lustrous glow. Deity Lu Sheng. Divinity rank pseudo-god. Small world area 30,000 square kilometers. Environment predominantly plains and low hills. Subjects humans. Number of subjects 578. No ranked life forms. Talents grade fertile homeland. The more stable the living environment, the higher the reproductive success rate of all creatures within the small world. Birth rate increases up to a maximum of 100. Grade Lord of Entries. Insufficient activation energy. Requires consumption of 1 million faith points for secondary activation. Assets grade building spring of spirit eye. An's grade talent. In the 18 years since he had crossed over, Lu Sheng had studied for 12 of them. He only knew that talents were ranked from F up to SSS and had never once heard of any so-called grade. Could this be his golden finger? A talent that surpassed all current known ranks. Lu Sheng's breathing quickened, and even the hand resting on the awakening stone pillar trembled slightly. He understood exactly what this implied. A tremendous joy surged in the depths of his heart, making him almost want to throw back his head and roar at the sky. It was difficult, but Lu Sheng forced himself to hold back. Although the Ministry of Education of Xia had clearly stipulated that no deity was allowed to interfere with a student's divine kingdom, and's grade talent was far too outrageous, there was no guaranteeing that someone would not risk everything for it. He had better go home first, figure out the specific effects of this talent, and then make plans. 1 million faith points was a huge sum, but only for an ordinary family. In this life, both of Lu Sheng's parents were demigods, placing them solidly in the middle class. Producing 1 million was not particularly difficult for them. Student Lu Sheng, I know you're happy about awakening a grade talent, but the awakening time is limited. Hurry on down, others are still waiting to awaken. Hearing the awakening teachers urging, Lu Sheng gave an embarrassed smile and quickly walked down from the platform. Sorry teacher, I was just too happy and lost track for a moment. The teacher nodded and did not say much more, turning to begin the awakening for the next student. Wang Ping awakening successful. Small world, 5,000 square kilometers terrain primarily desert and mountains. Initial race serpent folk. Awakened a grade talent fury. Evaluation of barren land with limited potential for development. Ouyang Na awakening successful. Small world, 300,000 square kilometers terrain primarily deadlands, desert, and wasteland. Initial race goblins. No talent awakened. Evaluation of vast primordial world with an extremely harsh environment. It is recommended to change the race of your subjects, otherwise the potential for development will be extremely low. The students of class 3 grade 12 went up one after another. Most of them successfully awakened, but the majority only obtained a grade or grade talents, with very few surpassing that. After all, this was just a regular class. To awaken successfully and possess any talent at all was already quite good. At the very least, feeding themselves in the future would not be a problem. When Lu Sheng returned to the classes queue, his classmates immediately swarmed around him like stars encircling the moon. Congratulations, Luge. If you get promoted to the elite class in the future, don't forget about your little bro here. We've got to go to heaven on earth and have a proper celebration, right? With a grade talent, an upgrade building Luge should be the strongest in our class, yeah. Faced with the crowd's flattery, Lu Sheng only smiled faintly. If you knew I had his grade talent as well, what kinds of expressions would you be making? Of course he would never say it aloud. Just a stroke of luck, Lu Sheng said modestly, waving his hand. Not everyone in our class has awakened yet. Someone later on might end up with even better talents and resources than mine. These words were likewise merely for show. Judging from past results, if a regular class at Linhai No. 1 high school produced even one student with a talent of grade or above, it was already considered hitting the jackpot. 2 such students appearing in the same class. Almost impossible. Even without this grade talent, Lu Sheng could still rank among the very best in the regular class. His future promotion to demigod was practically guaranteed. Next, Liang. Hearing this name, the chattering crowd fell silent and turned in unison to look toward the awakening platform. Lu Sheng also looked over, his gaze tightening slightly. A boy in a school uniform, so washed out it had turned pale, his whole person exuding a strong air of poverty, was walking up to the awakening platform with his head lowered, expression incomparably tense. This was the ultimate pauper of the school, Liang the orphan. Most crucially, he and Lu Sheng had once had a falling out. Back in their first year of high school, Liang had enrolled at Linhai No. 1 high school together with his childhood sweetheart Lu Rian. But very soon Lu Rian began to despise Li Yang's poverty and lowly background. Even if he awakened a divine kingdom in the future, he would not be able to afford resources. She promptly dumped him and turned instead to pursue the tall, handsome, and well-off Lu Sheng. Although Lu Sheng had no interest in playing the role of the one who stole another's love, that did not stop Li Yang from bearing a grudge against him. Judging from his background and genes, the likelihood of him awakening a high-grade talent shouldn't be very great, Lu Sheng silently judged in his heart. Boom. Just then a burst of blinding light suddenly erupted on the platform, and the broadcast voice followed immediately after. Li Yang awakening successful. Small world, 100,000 square kilometers terrain, primarily basins and river valleys. Initial race Dragonkin. Awakens grade talent, Chi, Sea martial body. A grade building dragon blood pool. Grade spiritual plant water moon immortal. Evaluation an extremely prosperous primordial world. The initial race is highly compatible, the ecosystem is excellent, and it possesses tremendous room for development and immense combat potential. Boom. The entire venue erupted in uproar. How is this possible? Liang is just an orphan, yet he actually awakened in grade talent. This makes no sense at all. This isn't grade talent after all. In our school, aside from Liang, only Nangong Wenxue at the top of the elite class can be compared to him, right? I remember Liang and brother Lu seem to have a grudge, don't they? That with his background, even if he awakened in grade talent, he has no resources to nurture a small world. How could he possibly compare to brother Lu? You know nothing. Once in grade talent awakens, people will be scrambling to invest in him everywhere. How could he possibly lack resources? The students of class 31 grade 3 stared at the huge, brilliantly shining letter S on the light screen, their faces filled with utter bewilderment and shock. Those who had once wished they could stick to Lu Sheng's side and flatter him at every turn now wore embarrassed expressions, quietly putting some distance between themselves and him. In the past, they would have ridiculed Li Yang without hesitation to win a wave of favor from Lu Sheng. But now Li Yang had awakened in grade talent with an initial small world of 100,000 square kilometers and a top-tier draconian race. His potential was boundless. They absolutely could not afford to offend him. The best choice was to stand on neither side. Watching the furtive movements around him, Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged, yet a cold sneer echoed in his heart. In any world, currying favor with the powerful and bullying the weak is part of human nature. Compared to himself, who had only passively stolen Li Yang's childhood sweetheart, these people had taken the initiative to bully him many times in the past, yet now they were pretending to be so lofty. He looked toward the stage. After a brief moment of dazedness, Li Yang suddenly burst into loud laughter. I did it. I succeeded in awakening. Ha 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 ha. I've made it. I've made it. This Taoist has made it. After laughing heartily a few times, Li Yang suddenly snapped his head around, his gaze like a raging flood and ferocious beast sweeping over the students of class 31 grade 3 one by one. At last his eyes fell upon a tall, straight-backed, handsome youth who stood neither humble nor overbearing. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Mock not the youth who is poor. Lu Rian Lu Sheng. Did you ever imagine I would see this day? Li Yang's voice was impassioned, as though he wished to vent all the grievances and dissatisfaction of the past 2 years in a single breath. The awakening instructor on stage narrowed his eyes, looking entirely as though he were settling in to enjoy a good show. Every awakening day brought some melodramatic scene or another. He was long used to it. Meanwhile, the crowd below had focused all their attention on Lu Sheng, eager to see how he would respond. As classmates, they had naturally heard the rumor that Li Yang's childhood sweetheart had run off with Lu Sheng, and they were well aware of the grudge between the two. Lu Sheng's grade talent was considered decent among ordinary people, but compared with Li Yang's grade talent, the gap was enormous. Would he back down or face him heat-in? Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Lu Sheng remained calm. He felt neither fear nor anger. Instead, he said mildly, "Li Yang is your classmate. I am sincerely happy that you awakened in grade talent." The smile on Li Yang's face froze while the students of class 31 grade 3 wore expressions of pure astonishment and disbelief. There was no plea for mercy, no fury, none of the explosive confrontation they had anticipated. It was as if Lu Sheng simply did not care about Li Yang's provocation at all. This did not fit the script. All right, since everyone has completed their awakening, hurry home and take a look at your own small worlds. Discuss with your parents the paths you intend to take in the future. The sooner you settle on a direction, the less resources you will waste. Remember to attend class on time tomorrow. I will offer some suggestions on developing your small worlds and also explain the Ministry of Education's grants and the arrangements for the school's first monthly exam. Just as the atmosphere on site grew exceedingly delicate, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. A young, beautiful woman had at some unknown point appeared at the front of the class lineup. She was Su Wanner, the homeroom teacher of class 31 grade 3, and a genuine demigod. Since the homeroom teacher had spoken, the matter naturally ended without further incident. With the awakening ceremony concluded, the students of class 31 grade 3 dispersed. Lu Sheng also took a maglev flyer to a high-end residential complex in the city center. It was Shangping Shujiao, a place where only demigods and their families were qualified to live. Recalling this grade talent in his heart, Lu Sheng hurriedly got out of the vehicle as soon as it arrived and rushed all the way home. His parents had long been waiting in the living room. The moment they saw Lu Sheng return, they immediately rose to greet him. "Son, how did it go? Did you succeed in awakening? How big is your small world, and what is your talent?" "It's all right. No matter what your old man can afford to..." Seeing the concern in his parents' eyes, Lu Sheng felt a touch of warmth. Smiling, he replied, "I awakened a grade talent fertile homeland. There is also a spirit eye spring in my small world." "Grade talent. As expected of my son. Come, I'll transfer 5 million faith points to you as your starting capital." With a grand wave of his hand, Lu Tianxing's wrist device, an end brain crafted by a technological deity, flickered faintly, and 5 million faith points were transferred into Lu Sheng's account. In this world, the currencies of all nations had been abolished and replaced with faith points, which could only be generated by citizens within a god's divine kingdom. A non-ranked citizen produced 0.01 per day, a first tier being 0.1, a second tier being 1, and so on, increasing step by step. "All right, son, what is your initial race?" "Human," Lu Sheng answered honestly. "Isn't that just perfect?" Lu Tianxing slapped his thigh in excitement and exclaimed, "You start with a grade building spirit eye spring, which can slowly transform the physical constitution of humans. Over time, the probability of spirit roots emerging won't be small. The prospects of walking the path of cultivation are excellent. It just so happens that my own citizens are mainly human. In a bit, I'll directly transfer the basic cultivation techniques for humans from my small world to you, so you don't have to waste money buying them." Lu Sheng's mother Wang Ning added, "Son, your small world has just been opened up and needs many resources to fill out its biosphere and establish a positive cycle. Spend what needs to be spent without hesitation. If you lack anything, just tell us. Strive to get a good score in this monthly exam and bring glory to your parents. One of your father's colleagues has a son who awakened a grade talent and keeps bragging in front of him. It's infuriated your dad. He's waiting for you to avenge him." Lu Tianxing immediately protested, "What are you talking about? My son is amazing. What's wrong with me bragging a little? And old Zhao, his son in the elite class, is supposedly something extraordinary. Just wait until my son is promoted to the elite class, then we'll see what he has to say." "Mom, Dad, I've only just awakened and haven't even looked at my small world yet. I'll go back to my room first." Seeing the topic drifting off, Lu Sheng seized the chance to slip away. Go on, today we celebrate. Later I'll personally cook and show you your old man's culinary skills." Back in his room, Lu Sheng sat on a chair and closed his eyes. His consciousness immediately sank into his small world. An endless plain stretched out before him, with occasional mountains and forests rising here and there. Birds sang and flowers bloomed everywhere, a vibrant scene teeming with life. At the very center of this world lay a spring about 10 meters across, the grade building Spirit Eye Spring. Beside it, a small tribe had taken root. Hundreds of figures in crude animal skin garments moved about, walking and stopping, each busy with their own tasks. All 578 of his citizens were gathered here. Beyond this, most of the small world remained desolate and uninhabited. In the early stages of a small world's development, the greatest shortages are population and food. Lu Sheng nodded to himself. His fertile homeland talent would precisely compensate for the slow reproductive rate of humans, preventing them from dragging down progress in the early phase. After surveying the scenery of his small world for a while, he shifted his consciousness, and a translucent panel once again appeared before his eyes. Talent Grade Fertile Homeland. Grade Lord of Words trips, insufficient activation energy, requires consumption of 1 million faith points for secondary activation. Activate. With 5 million faith points lying in his account, Lu Sheng did not hesitate in the slightest, and chose to activate it directly. A faint ripple spread through space as 1 million faith points vanished. The panel before his eyes flickered and new text appeared. Deity Lu Sheng. Talent Grade Fertile Homeland. Grade Lord of Words trips at midnight each day in the main world. A new talent word trip will automatically be refreshed with completely random grade, and previously obtained talent word trips will not disappear. So this means I can gain a new talent every single day with no restriction on its grade. Staring at the effect description of Lord of Entries on his talent panel, Lu Sheng swallowed hard. In this world where gods walk everywhere, there have been rare cases of individuals awakening twin talents. For instance, 1,000 years ago, there was a god surnamed Tang, whose apparent awakened talent was only in grade plant growth, yet in secret, he possessed a hidden S-grade forging talent. From the founding of the Divine Kingdom to the present, such figures have been exceedingly rare, only a handful in all history. Yet if one were to calculate it seriously now, the number of talents he could possess might well be described as inexhaustible. Even a pseudo-god has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. That is more than 300,000 days, and thus over 300,000 talents. Even if every single one were only F-grade, it would still be enough to utterly crush an SS-grade peerless genius. Who? Lu Sheng drew in a deep breath forcefully, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and tapped open the terminal brain on his wrist. Though the effect of Lord of Entries was terrifying, it required time to mature. In the early stages, if his luck was poor, he would still be no match for those big shots with grade talents. Moreover, in the development of a Divine Kingdom, talent alone is far from sufficient. Our resources and the god's precise micromanagement are the true keys to growth. Simply piling up resources might cause the Divine Kingdom's strength to surge in the short term, but over time, it would inevitably give rise to enormous hidden dangers. What was more, his parents were only demigods. They had a bit of money, but compared to those top-tier great clans who could purchase special wonders for their juniors right at the start, the gap was still enormous. As Lu Sheng tapped, a phantom light screen instantly unfolded from his smart wrist device. Beep. Intelligent life form Little Doe at your service. User detected to be a senior high school student. Tax exemption applies for ordinary purchases. Please input the items you wish to buy or sell. In the early development of a small world, population is of paramount importance. I currently have the grade talent land of fecundity. There is no need to deliberately manufacture predator crises. On the contrary, the more stable and safe the environment, the faster the population will grow. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw that 10 miles beyond the tribe there was a small forest adjoining it. The number and variety of flora and fauna within were limited, making ecological collapse very easy. When that happened, the tribe's people, who relied solely on hunting for food, would immediately fall into a state of hunger. He now needed to provide the tribe's people with several additional sources of grain to enhance their future risk resistance. Search for grain seeds tags human sustainable. Lu Sheng typed on the smart wristwatch. Searching. Search complete. Based on the user's official records, the following types of grain seeds are recommended. Ordinary rice seeds. When cultivated to maturity, the rice has moderate satiety and average taste, harvested once per year with no additional effects. It is the most common food source for ordinary human species. Price 10 faith points per ton. Red rice seeds. Once cultivated to maturity, the red rice is rich in blood and qi. Long-term consumption can slightly increase the tribe's people's vitality and strength, improving their physiques. It has extremely strong satiety. A small bowl can supply an ordinary non-ranked tribesperson with a day's worth of energy, though the taste is coarse. It is harvested once per year, but has a relatively low maturation rate. Price 1000 faith points per ton. Spirit rice seeds. Once matured, the spirit rice is infused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Long-term consumption can very slightly improve the tribe's people's aptitude and increase their cultivation speed. It has average satiety, but an excellent taste. It is harvested once per year, but the maturation rate is extremely low and the environmental requirements are very high. Price 1000 faith points per ton. Lu Sheng naturally wished to follow the path of an immortal cultivation civilization. Aside from the fact that he had cherished a childhood dream of cultivating immortality in his previous life, the path of cultivation only grew more formidable in the later stages, making it especially suited for Lord of Entries to exert its power. Besides, Lu Tianxing's main focus was also on immortal cultivation, enabling him to provide Lu Sheng with the greatest possible assistance and saving a great many faith points for him. However, the immortal path is not something one can tread simply because one wishes to. How does that saying go again? Without spiritual roots, is it truly impossible to cultivate immortality? Lu Sheng's answer was an unequivocal yes. At the very first glance at the tribespeople within his small world, he had noticed that among the 578 individuals, not a single one possessed spiritual roots. Aside from a few talents that could cause tribespeople to be born with spiritual roots, other methods could at most increase the probability of spiritual roots appearing. There was no hope for this generation. He could only pin his expectations on future tribespeople who might possess spiritual roots. But he certainly could not simply wait. Since the immortal path was temporarily blocked, they would first train in martial arts. Purchase 10 tons of red rice seeds and 10 tons of spirit rice seeds. After a brief calculation in his heart, Lu Sheng quickly made his decision. Though 20 tons of seeds sounded like a lot, 500 people could not possibly consume it all immediately. But one must not forget that the flow of time in the main world and the small world was different. One day in the main world equaled 1 year in the small world. In a primitive tribe, there was no awareness of moral constraints. Men and women paired at random. They knew only their mothers, not their fathers, and there were no safety measures. Women were basically pregnant every year. It would not be long before the tribe's population increased geometrically. As he placed the order, one of his 0 faith points were deducted from his account, and in the void before him, 2 gilded cards appeared. On them were images of red rice seeds and spirit rice seeds respectively. All substances in a small world could be condensed into card-like forms through divine power and transmitted by the spatial force built into the wrist device, making it extremely convenient. It was only a pity that delivery couriers were now completely out of work. Lu Sheng projected his consciousness into the small world. With a flick of the 2 cards in his hand, they transformed into streaks of flowing light that descended near the spring of spiritual eyes. At the same time, a voice like the grand resonance of the Tao abruptly resounded in the minds of all tribespeople. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Today, moved by the suffering of all living beings, I bestow upon you seeds of 2 grains red rice and spirit rice. These 2 can strengthen the body and with long-term consumption improve aptitude. You must sow them in fertile soil throughout the land, tend them with care, and toil diligently without ceasing. Then your granaries shall forever be full, and none shall starve. We thank the God for his grace. All the tribespeople knelt respectfully in unison, prostrating themselves with their whole bodies pressed to the ground as they cried out. After receiving Lu Sheng's instructions, the tribespeople swiftly began to mobilize. It was at this moment that the advantage of highly intelligent beings became apparent. With more than 500 people, the division of labor was clear. Aside from the pregnant women, half went to hunt in the nearby forest while the other half took the 2 types of seed and began opening up fields and planting them in the surrounding fertile soil. In reality, only half an hour had passed, but the area around the tribe in the small world was already covered with vast expanses of farmland. Sown around the spring of spiritual eyes, the red rice and spirit rice were growing extremely well, having already reached more than 10 centimeters in height. If the initial race had been goblins, those feeble-minded creatures, they would likely spend all day breeding, and even if given seeds, they would not know how to plant them. Afterward, Lu Sheng opened the mail on his wristwatch and saw that his father Lu Tianxing had sent him a package containing 2 foundational cultivation techniques: the immortal cultivation method, Qi refining art, and the body tempering technique, barbaric ox body refining art. For now, the immortal path could not be pursued, but body refinement required no special conditions. As long as one was willing to endure hardship, anyone could train. Thus, after the tribespeople had just finished sowing, they heard another divine decree half a month later. This is the barbaric ox body refining art it can. After finishing dinner, Lu Sheng's consciousness once again arrived above the small world. In just the time it took for a meal, more than half of the citizens within the small world, regardless of age or gender, had begun practicing the Man-Nyo physical tempering art. Yet most possessed dull aptitude. Even after training for a month, the technique had only slightly increased their strength. They were still a long way from breaking through to the first layer of the body tempering realm and becoming first-tier beings. However, after cultivating the physical tempering art, the tribespeople's appetites had collectively increased, and food was already starting to run short. Lu Sheng searched the net for a while longer, and finally simply chose to purchase an ecological package card based on the current state of the forest. The basic ecological package included 10 million seedlings of a highly adaptable fast-breeding plant called Shiruko, 100,000 ordinary wild rabbits, 10,000 herbivorous wild cattle, 500 common wolves, and 10 tigers, all for a price of 1,000 faith points. It was a very simple food chain system, and because the beasts were all ordinary, the price was extremely cheap. Lu Sheng directly bought 10 sets and dumped them all into the small forests and prairie grasslands. These animals kept one another in check, and as they were all non-tiered creatures, their threat level was not high. Although the human tribe members were mere mortals with their crafted stone tools, they could still deal with these beasts. Once spring arrived in a year's time, and the red rice and spirit rice set seed, the tribe should no longer suffer food shortages. With a stable environment and abundant food, the population would naturally enter a golden boom period. In addition, Lu Sheng searched tags such as architecture, spirit plants, environmental improvement, and aptitude enhancement on his smart wristband, reminding himself that he currently had a little over 4 million faith points. He knew he would gain more talents in the future, so he was in no hurry and decided to solidify his foundations first. A soft chime sounded as the system began searching for suitable goods. The light screen flickered once, then popped up 3 notifications. The first was upgrade building the Spirit Eye, spring capable of continuously radiating spiritual energy into the surroundings. The closer one was to the spring, the greater the increase in spiritual energy. Over long periods, it could raise the ambient spiritual energy within dozens of miles, subtly improving the citizens' physiques, and ever so slightly increasing the probability that their descendants would be born with spiritual roots. Its price was 5 million faith points. The second was a crade building the tempering pool, which required the daily input of 100 caddies of animal blood. After 10 years of persistence, it could refine a single blood-refining pill consumption, of which would greatly enhance a warrior's blood energy strength. A single ordinary blood-refining pill was worth roughly 1,000 faith points. The tempering pool cost 100,000 faith points. The third option was a great spirit plant, the Shira bamboo. After maturation, it could condense a drop of Bell spirit stone milk every 10 years, which could temper the flesh and increase aptitude. However, it demanded extremely harsh environmental conditions, was prone to insect infestations, required professional, meticulous long-term care, and had a very long growth cycle. Its saplings needed 100 years to reach maturity, and transplantation after adulthood was difficult. Mature Shiru bamboo cost 10 million faith points, while the saplings cost 2 million. Lu Sheng did not even need to consider the first item. It was the Spirit Eye, spring his world had come with when he awakened, valued at 5 million faith points. He could grit his teeth and buy another, but there was no need. There would be many places to spend faith points later. If he went all in with 5 million on the very first day, even if his parents were demigods, they could not support it. The second option, however, 10 years for one blood-refining pill mint, it would take about 1,000 days just to break even. Damn, that feels like a loss, Lu Sheng muttered, hesitating, as he then looked at the third option, the great spirit plant Shira bamboo, whereupon an expression of speechless exasperation surfaced on his face. What kind of joke was this? 100 years to mature. In the small world, 100 years amounted to 100 days in the main world. By the time that passed, even side dishes would have gone cold. Moreover, its growth environment was so demanding that it could fail at any time. It was clearly a trap of a spirit plant. No wonder there was such a huge price gap between mature Shiru bamboo and saplings. Lu Sheng sighed. It seemed that enhancing his citizens' aptitude was indeed no easy task. He decided to wait and see what talent he would awaken at midnight before making further plans. Closing the shopping interface, Lu Sheng lay on his bed and opened the class group chat. Have you guys heard? Because Li Yong awakened and great talent, he's caught the eye of the Nangong family, one of the 4 great clans of Linhai City. They say he's already signed a divine contract and moved his entire family into a villa. What? We've only just opened up our small worlds, and he's already signed a divine contract. Isn't that sigh? We poor commoners, even if we awaken good talents and start with strong citizens without resources in the early stages, development is still difficult. Besides, Li Yang's Qi martial body requires enormous resources to cultivate. In the end, he'll just be working for them for a few years or decades, but that's still better than us who don't even have anyone willing to invest. Don't mention it. My initial world is too barren. There's a famine right now, and several citizens in my small world have already starved to death. Another replied, didn't you awaken a forging talent? I've got surplus grain in my small world. Want to trade? In the class group, most people were either complaining or discussing exchanges, trading away resources they did not particularly need. So Li Yong has already secured investment. With his great talent, the backing of a great clan, and a top-tier race like the dragonfolk, his early development will definitely be incredibly fast. Lu Sheng reflected that in the upcoming monthly exam, Li Yang's name would surely resound throughout Linhai No. One high school, drawing countless forces seeking to invest. This thought sparked Lu Sheng's own introspection. If someone came to invest in him in the future, asking him to sign a divine contract on the condition that after becoming a god, he would work for them for 10 or 100 years, would he agree? As he pondered, time slipped by, and the clock on the wall pointed to midnight. Lu Sheng's consciousness sank into his divine kingdom, where this great talent Lord of Entries gleamed upon the light screen. This great talent Lord of Entries activated. The entry refresh succeeded, and a new entry was born, and a great entry, all things grow. All things grow by consuming faith points. It could accelerate the growth of plants and shorten their maturation cycle, with an upper limit of increasing growth speed by a factor of 10. And a great talent. All things grow. Seeing the effect of this entry, a smile surfaced on Lu Sheng's face. He already knew what to purchase to enhance his small world citizen's aptitude. A soft chime sounded as the purchase of the great spirit plant Shiru bamboo sapling succeeded. A card depicting a milky white bamboo appeared in Lu Sheng's hand. A maximum 10-fold increase in growth speed means 1/10 the time. Only 10 years for the Shiru bamboo to reach adulthood, he calculated. Even if I just sell mature Shiru bamboo and subtract the transplantation costs, I can still clear several million in profit. Not only that, crops can be urged to ripen as well. What used to take a full year to harvest will now take only a month. We'll never lack food again. Even without any other talents, with all things grow alone, his future achievements would be anything but small. At the very least, as a trader flipping goods, earning millions a month would not be a dream. Beaming, Lu Sheng placed the Shiru bamboo on fertile soil a mile away from the Spirit Eye Spring and issued a divine decree commanding the tribe's citizens to tend it with utmost care. After finishing all this, he lost the desire to continue shopping. His consciousness returned to reality, and he fell asleep almost as soon as he lay down. He still had an 8 a.m. class the next day and could not afford to stay up late. By the time he woke up the next day, the population of his small world had already reached 691, and the new additions were mostly newborn infants. Thanks to the spring of spiritual eyes, the abundance of food, and the innate talent of the breeding homeland, the mortality rate among newborns was extremely low. Unfortunately, no one yet possessed spiritual roots. There is no need to rush, he thought. Perhaps in a few days a spiritual roots trait will appear, and then everyone will have spiritual roots. After casually glancing over his small world, Lu Sheng finished his breakfast and left home. When he arrived at school, he saw a boy and a girl struggling and tugging at each other at the school gate, surrounded by a sizable crowd. Liang, I was pretending before. In truth, I have always loved you, and you have always loved me too, haven't you? I was wrong. Please forgive me, won't you? Think about our childhood. We played together every day. Now that we've grown up and you have awakened in class talent, why must you be so cruel as to abandon me? Smack. Just as Lu Rian's hoarse accusations reached their peak, Liang finally lost all patience. His hand lashed across her face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Lu Rian, you still have the nerve to bring up the past. It took so much for my heart to be moved once, yet you made me lose so utterly. The former me was beneath your notice. The present me is far beyond your reach. As for everything that happened between us, I cannot even be bothered to speak of it. From this moment on, we sever all ties and will never have anything to do with each other again. Disappointment clouded Li Yang's eyes. After delivering that slap, he said nothing more, turning toward the teaching building and walking away, leaving Lu Rian sitting on the ground sobbing alone. Lu Sheng clicked his tongue in quiet amazement. From the class group chat, he had learned that when Lu Rian awakened, she had only an E-class talent. Though slightly better than those with no talent at all, she was still firmly at the very bottom. Compared to Liang, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Afraid that this woman might cling to him, next Lu Sheng took advantage of the crowd, quietly detouring around and slipping into the teaching building. By the time he reached the classroom, his classmates were clustered around Liang, who sat by the window in the back row discussing animatedly. Brother Li, I heard you signed a divine contract with the Nangong family. Is that true? Just now at the school gate you were too cool. Lu Ruyan, that fickle fence-sitter, deserved to be punished so harshly. Exactly, I've long said Lu Ruyan is like a public bus, not worth your concern at all, Brother Li. In just one day, the way the class addressed Li Yang had completely changed, from the old nickname, Little Lamb, to the respectful Brother Li. Yet clearly Li Yang was indifferent to all this. He merely replied with a faint remark before sitting down and closing his eyes to rest, leaving the others no choice but to disperse in frustration. When Lu Sheng arrived, many people merely glanced at him, which suited his preference for peace and quiet just fine. Before long, Su Weiner entered the classroom, and the noisy room instantly fell silent as everyone lifted their heads toward the podium. Good morning, everyone. Su Weiner's gaze lingered on Li Yang in the back row for a few seconds before shifting to several empty seats in the class, and she let out a sigh. Everyone knew those seats had once been occupied, but since their owners had failed in their awakening, they naturally no longer had the qualification to attend class with them. Perhaps at this very moment, no one knew in which remote corner those students were now mining for others. With such thoughts, some students who had awakened barren small worlds felt faintly relieved that though their worlds were weak, they were at least still gods. Su Weiner took in every expression in the room. I believe you all know that Hu Xiaoyan, Li Minglong, and Su Qingqing failed their awakenings. If their families are wealthy, their situation is somewhat manageable, but without the protection of a god, they can only spend this life as subordinate citizens to others, farming and mining for the rest of their days. However, do not assume that simply succeeding in your awakening means you can live in complacent comfort forever. At this point, her tone abruptly shifted. Some students in our class possess small worlds that are resource poor, whose races are weak, and some even suffered ecological collapse on the very first day, with their citizens dying in large numbers. Do you know what consequences await you if your citizens all perish? Her tone was exceedingly strict, and the atmosphere in the classroom froze. Some students with poor talents turned pale, their expressions growing particularly unsightly. Among them were those whose lands had become too dry to plant crops, whose small worlds had very few animals. Only by purchasing resource cards could they barely make up for the shortages. For poorer families, their citizens could only go hungry. When a divine kingdom is destroyed, the god is destroyed as well. Each word struck like an iron hammer driving into bone. With a sweeping gesture, Sue Weiner projected a high-definition image onto the blackboard, showing a divine kingdom under invasion by an alien god. At the horizon, a vast celestial passage suddenly rose, from which countless demonic beasts poured forth, like a plague of locusts devouring the land and soil. The human defenses crumbled like paper walls easily torn apart. Only when the world was utterly consumed did the god who ruled everything there dissipate, along with it turning into ashes. From the moment your divine kingdom successfully awakened, your life became fused with your kingdom. Its flourishing is your flourishing, its injury is your injury. Therefore, you must remember this: never casually reveal the coordinates of your small world. If someone harboring ill intent and possessing great power learns of them and invades your divine kingdom, then even if the Ministry of Education settles accounts afterward, your losses can never be recovered. Seeing that everyone had been thoroughly cowed, Sue Weiner nodded in satisfaction, then offered a sweet date after the stick. However, as long as you develop your divine kingdoms well, your strength in the main world will increase rapidly. Toppling mountains and overturning seas, shrinking the earth to a mere stride, will all be within your grasp. If you gain the opportunity to become true gods, then so long as your divine kingdoms do not perish, your youth will be eternal, and you will never die. Her words immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the entire class, and they could not help but indulge in vivid fantasies. Even Lu Sheng's heart surged. To topple mountains and overturn seas, to live forever. That day will not be far off. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, eyes shining. On the podium, Sue Weiner's address was not yet over. Today's lesson is mainly to remind you that the citizens of your divine kingdoms are closely tied to you. You must guard against arrogance and impatience. Do not give up effort because your talent is poor, and do not grow conceited and neglect your citizens because your talent is high. Considering that many of you come from impoverished families, the Ministry of Education has introduced corresponding subsidy policies. Students with different evaluations can obtain varying levels of interest-free student loans, which you may check at any time. In addition, there is one more crucial piece of news: the upcoming monthly exam to be held at our Linhai No. 1 high school. Sue Weiner tapped the desk, and the students immediately straightened their backs, their expressions turning serious. You all know that the maximum score for the college entrance examination is 1,000 points. 100 for theory, 300 for divine kingdom prosperity, and 600 for combat. Thus, the combat strength of your citizens is especially critical. From now on, you can prioritize elevating the ranks and equipment of your citizens in your development plans. The higher your ranking, the more subsidies you will receive from the Ministry of Education. The top 100 in this monthly exam will each receive 1 million faith points awarded by the Ministry of Education. The top 30 in the entire school may choose one class building, and the top 10 will even receive a selectable class building. Boom. The mood in the classroom was instantly ignited. Even Li Yang's eyes burned with heat, and at last some expression appeared on his face. Even the worst class building was worth several million faith points, while those with truly astounding effects were valued in the tens of millions and were practically unobtainable on the market. All right, that is nearly everything I wish to say. If there is anything about your divine kingdoms you do not understand, any questions you wish to ask, come to me now, and I will provide you with solutions one by one. Most students of class 31 in their third year of high school came from ordinary families and lacked the funds to hire deities for world planning and guidance, while Sue Weiner was the only demigod they had any chance of approaching. Thus, even when class ended, many still gathered around Sue Weiner, eagerly waiting for her advice. Lu Sheng, however, appeared rather uninterested and listless. One day in the main world equaled a full year in his divine kingdom, the flow of time far too swift. Thus, even minor oversights could easily cause the already fragile ecosystem of his small world to collapse. Yet he had purchased 10 ecological packages the day before. Even if accidents occurred, the sheer variety and quantity within them would be enough to compensate and recalibrate on their own, leaving little cause for concern. Moreover, with tenfold crop acceleration at his disposal, he had no fear of any food shortage. Noticing Li Yang's gaze on him, Lu Sheng simply nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the classroom. He had once had a few idle troublemaking friends in Class 31, but ever since Li Yang awakened his great talent, those friends, afraid of being dragged into any disaster, had never sought him out again. Lu Sheng, for his part, was quite content with the solitude. Once home, he immediately immersed his mind into the small world to inspect it. By now time there had already advanced by nearly half a year. A record appeared. Record: your subject Long has broken through the first layer of the refining body realm and become a first-tier life form. Record: your subject Long has been chosen as the leader of the tribe, becoming the first-generation leader of the Giba tribe. With ample spiritual rice and red rice to improve their physiques, the emergence of a first-tier life form came earlier than Lu Sheng had anticipated. Near the spring of the spirit eye, the tribe's appearance had already changed somewhat. A ring of half-meter-high sharp wooden stakes now encircled their houses, clearly showing that its subjects had developed a sense of territorial awareness. The red rice and spiritual rice bestowed by the god ripened so quickly this year, it's already the 5th harvest, isn't it? We simply cannot finish it all. The granaries are completely packed. In a couple of days we will probably have to expand and build another grain storehouse. Lord Long has gone hunting again. There will be meat to eat tonight. Within the tribe, men tilled the fields while women wove and worked, each woman accompanied by 1 or 2 children at her side or cradling an infant in her arms. Lu Sheng focused his divine sight upon the subject named Long, who was leading a team of several dozen into the forest to hunt wild cattle, his muscles powerful and his movements lithe and agile. Using preset traps, and with Long at the first layer of the refining body realm charging at the forefront, the group could kill a full-grown wild bull within just over 10 minutes. Afterward, they carried the carcasses back to their territory one by one. At the tribe's current stage of development, the strength of the subjects is only slightly above that of ordinary folk. Transportation is still far too slow, Lu Sheng observed. He realized that while Long and his hunting party spent 3 hours in the actual hunt, they needed triple that time to haul the animal corpses back home. With that thought, he opened his smart wristwatch and began searching the mall interface. He selected tags: vassal race, low food requirements, hardy and able to endure hardship. A soft chime sounded. A message appeared: suitable vassal race found. Vassal race: stonefolk, tier 1st tier life form. Description: the stonefolk possess immense strength, work tirelessly, without complaint, and have tough skins that suffer no damage from wind or sun, even over 100 years. Their lifespan is long, and after death, they split into small stone beings. Their food is simply soil. As long as they are not overworked or starved for extended periods, they are very easy to rear. However, they are lacking in intelligence and cannot handle complex tasks. Price: 1 individual 1,000 faith points. Reminder: as a first-tier life form, the stonefolk are meek in temperament and not adept at combat, but possess tremendous strength. If the strength of your small world subjects is too low, they may be easily injured by accident. Please choose with caution. Reading the information about the stonefolk, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He had seen such creatures before at his mother Wang Ning's side, used specifically for mining and hauling goods. They were extremely convenient, simple-minded, and posed no risk of rebellion. A single first-tier stonefolk could match the strength of 10 ordinary martial artists in the refining body realm. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng spent 100,000 faith points to purchase 100 stonefolk, released them into his small world, and entrusted command over them to Long. Within the small world, just as Long was directing the hunting party to carry the remaining beast carcasses, he saw a streak of flowing light shoot across the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor. From the crater emerged 100 stonefolk, each more than 3 meters tall, their entire bodies assembled from rugged rock. At the same time, a divine oracle leafed into his ears. These are stonefolk, slaves endowed with immense strength. They may be used to accelerate transportation and carve out roads. You must make good use of them. Long immediately knelt, his forehead pressed to the ground. Praise be to the god. He then rose swiftly and addressed the hunting party behind him. These are stonefolk, slaves specially bestowed by the god out of compassion for our hardship and toil. Quick, place those beast carcasses upon them. Praise be to the god. Praise be to the god. The other men of the hunting party, hearing Long's words, immediately adopted respectful expressions, shouted their praise once, and then lifted the burdens from their backs and from the ground, piling the beast corpses onto the towering stonefolk. What had weighed heavily upon the hunters was as light as paper to the stonefolk. Any one stonefolk could casually carry 7 or 8 wild bulls. Moreover, the stonefolk were heavy, and the paths they traversed were pressed flat beneath their feet. Pebbles shaking loose from their bodies fell onto the road, forming a distinct trail that made it easier for the tribe to recognize directions. With the stonefolk's assistance, transportation efficiency increased dramatically, and many members of the tribe were freed up to either join the childbearing efforts or the hunting teams. The tribe began to expand at a rapid pace. Lu Sheng understood that this was not only the result of spending several million faith points. The tenfold crop growth played the crucial role within it. Without spiritual rice and red rice, the tribe's subjects would never have improved their physiques, nor produced martial practitioners in the refining body realm. They simply would not be able to control the stone folk. At this stage in the ordinary class, aside from Li Yang, nearly no one could keep pace with him. In the days that followed after attending a single theoretical lesson at school, Lu Sheng would immediately return home to study how to enhance the strength of his subjects. For him, the value of subjects lay in their quality rather than sheer numbers. Besides, with homeland of proliferation, the population of his subjects was increasing rapidly enough. There was no need to rush that aspect. What he needed to do now was continuously improve the environment of the small world and gradually enhance the aptitude of his subjects, laying a solid foundation for the next generation and the generation after that. Conversely, if the population were to suddenly explode, food, housing, and even conflicts between tribes would all become serious problems. 10 days passed in the main world. In the small world, that equated to 10 full years. During this period, Lu Sheng purchased over 1 million earthworms, ladybugs, beetles, springtails, and other beneficial insects suitable for turning and enriching the soil, and introduced more than 1,000 foxes, 100,000 wild rabbits, and dozens of eagles and other ordinary beasts to broaden the food chain. Another 100,000 faith points were invested. By now, compared to the day of his awakening, the small world had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Deity, Lu Sheng. Divine rank, pseudo-god. Small world area, 30,000 square kilometers. Environment, dominated by plains and hills. Subjects, human race. Subject population, 1,782. 37 first-tier life forms, 1,745 non-tiered life forms. Vassals, stonefolk, 100 first-tier life forms. Talents, grade homeland of proliferations, grade lord of entries, grade rapid excavation, grade maniac of infrastructure, a grade growth of all things, grade crafty carpenter, grade tender meat, grade healthy, grade steel bones. Assets, grade building spring of the spirit, I1, grade spirit plant, stone milk, bamboo 1, various non-tiered flora and fauna. Faith points 1. 69 million subjects provide 21. 15 per day. The figures and records continued unfolding the full state of his domain. In just 10 days, the population of the tribe grew from over 600 to more than 1,700, although most of the newcomers were children under 10 years old. The outer perimeter of the tribe has expanded several miles, enclosing the great spiritual plant, the stone bamboo, and a separate area has been designated for its cultivation. On the edge of the tribe, a tall black stone wall was rising, with stone men swiftly moving soil and rocks, exhibiting none of the usual sluggishness associated with stone beings. This was thanks to Lu Sheng acquiring a new attribute on the 5th day. Grade attribute, infrastructure. Infrastructure maniac consumes faith points, increasing the construction speed of all buildings in your small world tenfold, enhancing material utilization by 100 and significantly increasing the durability of structures. The understanding of construction projects among all citizens and their affiliated kin gradually rises. With the help of the stone men, this small city was gradually being perfected, and it was expected to be fully constructed in 2 weeks. If it weren't for the limited manpower, the pace would be even faster. Of course, this was not without his guidance. The practical assessment of the monthly exam tests the combat abilities of the citizens, similar to a tower defense game. The more waves of monsters they fend off, and the longer they hold out, the higher their score. If he could fight within the city, wouldn't that give him a natural advantage? To date, 36 individuals with slightly better talents have broken through their bottlenecks, becoming body refining realm warriors, but the highest was only at the 3rd level of body refinement. Only Long has become the only mid-stage body refining realm warrior. Thanks to the effects of the Crade talent Steel Bones, his tribal citizens were significantly stronger compared to ordinary warriors of the same tier. Now the esteemed leader of the tribe, Long, could even take down a group of adult tigers with his bare hands. In these 10 days he had acquired many talents, but most had little effect at this stage. Only Infrastructure Maniac and Steel Bones could rapidly enhance the tribe's combat power. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that among the newborns in the 7th year, there was a child born by the river named Yuzu, who possessed a spiritual root. His citizens could finally cultivate immortality. Citizen Yuzu. Race human. Gender male. Age 3 years. Spiritual root water, fire, earth, wood. Cultivation method none. Realm none. Talent none. Root bone ordinary. Compared to warriors, cultivators far surpass in both means and lifespan, with a much brighter future ahead. Although he only had a 4 spiritual roots, Lu Sheng decided to invest heavily in his training. Within the small world, the stone bamboo, guarded by several citizens for 11 years, finally condensed a drop of milky liquid this year, falling into the recess of a green leaf. Seeing this, the nearby citizens hurriedly approached, carefully preserving it in a jade bottle. The leader had said that this drop of spiritual milk was more important than their lives. This scene certainly caught Lu Sheng's attention. He was overjoyed, All things grow not only shorten the maturation cycle of the stone bamboo by 10 times, but also reduce the gestation time of the bell spirit stone milk by tenfold. Ordinary deities require 110 years to condense a drop of spiritual milk, whereas he only needed 11. Just right for enhancing Yuzu's qualifications and refining his body. So not long after the spiritual milk was birthed, Long personally arrived at the location of the stone bamboo to collect that drop of bell spirit stone milk. He then went to a stone house and knocked on the door. Lord Long, I didn't expect your esteemed self to visit. Is there something you require of my daughter? A woman holding Yuzu stepped out, her eyes filled with deep respect for Long. As the first leader of the tribe who led them to plenty and built a city, every citizen in the tribe held Long in great esteem and dared not disobey. The deity has given a divine decree informing that your son, Yuzu, possesses the potential of an immortal. I shall transmit the cultivation method along with the spiritual liquid from the stone bamboo. Praise the deity. Naturally, the woman had no doubts about Long's words and immediately handed over the infant in her arms, who then drank the spiritual milk. A few minutes later, Yuzu let out a cry and began to struggle in the woman's arms. A layer of dark muck seeped from his pores, and before long, he had completely transformed into a black child. This terrified his mother, but Long reassured her that it was a normal occurrence. He took Yuzu to the river and washed him off, revealing a completely transformed child before them. With skin as white as snow and eyes holding the stars, he looked entirely different from other children. Thus, 3-year-old Yuzu officially began the practice of the chi refining method. Currently, the tribe's population has nearly doubled, and there are quite a few body refining realm warriors. Simply consuming ordinary meat has already become insufficient for their nutritional needs. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment and decided to introduce first-tier creatures that could be consumed into the small world. With the current strength of the Giba tribe, they were fully capable of hunting first-tier creatures. Search for tags first-tier creatures edible for humans, moderate aggression. With the great talent delicious meat, as long as it can be eaten it is good food. This was only with 11 talents. Once more talents are acquired, wouldn't they cover all aspects and be comprehensive? The holographic display on his smartwatch quickly retrieved what Lu Sheng wanted. Ding. Suitable first-tier creatures found. Crimson blood hedgehog first-tier creature, a mutated species of wild boar. Its blood has been modified to possess energy dozens of times greater than that of ordinary wild boars. Its muscles are well developed, able to easily crush a small tree trunk. It has a strong territorial instinct and prefers to move in packs, yet it generally does not attack creatures outside its territory. The nutritional value of its flesh is extremely high, making it very suitable for warriors to replenish chi and blood with a moderate breeding speed, requiring reasonable hunting. Price 1 for 100 faith points. Although both are first-tier creatures, the role of the crimson blood hedgehog, a carnivorous animal, is vastly different from that of a stone man, a functional slave, thus their prices are equally disparate. Lu Sheng directly purchased 5,000 of them, placing 3,000 in a nearby small forest, and the other 2,000 in a large forest 50 miles to the east of the city. One was for providing food, while the other was for breeding. His talent hometown of breeding applies not only to citizens, but to all living beings in the small world. As first-tier creatures, their formidable strength allowed them to quickly overpower tigers, wolf packs, and other ferocious beasts, making them the apex of the food chain in this forest in less than a month. Then they were discovered by Long and other tribal citizens who had come to hunt. Lord Long, it seems there is a wild boar we have never seen before over there. It looks quite fierce. Having just entered the forest, the scouts of the hunting team spotted over a dozen wild boars 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 3 meters long, lying on the ground sleeping. Really? Let me take a look. Long climbed to the treetop and gazed in the direction of the scout, indeed spotting those plump figures, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Such delectable meat, if they could capture and consume, it would surely accelerate the training of the savage bull body refining technique. Yet he did not act recklessly. As the leader of the tribe, the hunting team he led consisted of the most elite warriors responsible for the majority of the tribe's meat supply. Their lives were tied to the rise and fall of the entire tribe. No mistakes could be made. Do not startle the prey. Xiao Wu, Xiao Shu, and Xiao Kong each take 2 people and scout the situation within a mile of the wild boar group. Give me a thorough report. The rest of you surround this area with me and set up stone spike traps 1 mile away from this group of beasts. As long as there are no other settlements of wild boars nearby, we can make a big score today. 10 years ago, the wisdom of the tribe's people has clearly improved. Watching the hunting team in the small world carry out their tasks with coordination and order, Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This is a good omen, indicating that both cultivation and the cultivation of daily crops will see significant improvements. Just as his consciousness was immersed in the small world, observing how Long and the others hunted the crimson blood hedgehog, he heard his mother Wang Ning's voice outside the main world door. Son, come out for a moment. Your father and I have something to discuss with you. Coming. Lu Sheng replied as he exited the development of the small world had already entered the right track. Even if he didn't keep a close eye on it for a while, it wouldn't matter much. Upon arriving outside the door, he saw Lu Tiansheng and Wang Ning sitting on the sofa with a pile of cards on the table in front of them. "Dad, Mom, what's the matter? Are you going to give your son some subsidies again?" Lu Sheng sat down beside them grinning. "You little rascal." Lu Tiansheng chuckled and scolded lightly, then picked out 4 cards from the pile on the table first, handing one to Lu Sheng. "You're about to have a monthly test, right? I heard the rewards for the exam rankings are quite good and your performance will affect your midterm exam. Your mother and I discussed it and decided to invest a bit in you. 30 crate buildings refining pools. In 10 years, they can produce 30 blood refinement pills. Since you don't have citizens with spiritual roots, enhancing the strength of your warriors is of utmost importance. The 30 crate buildings will also increase your divine kingdom's prosperity rating. 30 refining pools amount to 3 million faith points, a sum that ordinary families could never gather in a lifetime. But for demigod families, it can be readily allocated to support their children." Lu Sheng felt fortunate to have been born into a demigod family in this life. At least his starting point was much higher than those who couldn't even afford food. He didn't have to rely on others or sign a divine contract for development funds. Lu Sheng cheerfully accepted the cards. Then Lu Tiansheng took out the second and third cards. 1,000 first-tier Greystone Goblin dependents. "I heard you say last night that your tribe has developed into a 1,000-person tribe, and even a mid-stage warrior has appeared. This should be enough to manage these Greystone Goblins. And this isn't a grade fine iron vein. Pair it with the Greystone Goblins, their forging talent is quite high. Then you can buy some stone golems for mining, and in a short time you'll be able to produce a batch of grade and a grade weapons. And a grade fine iron vein." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng was completely stunned. Although this vein is only a grade, it is far more precious than the refining pools or the Greystone Goblin dependents. It's definitely a lucrative tool. It's worth noting that the lowest grade weapons can sell for a high price of 100 faith points on the in-brain, while a grade weapons can go for a staggering 10,000 faith points. The combat power of citizens without weapons and those equipped with weapons is worlds apart and cannot be. Thus the value of the mine is immeasurable. It will essentially be kept for personal development once obtained and will not circulate in the market. This is truly a massive investment. Mom and Dad, this is too valuable, isn't it? Shouldn't you take it and develop it for potentially greater profits? Lu Sheng questioned. "Of course we could earn more, but mines are different from other resource cards. Once transplanted, they cannot be moved. Such things are rare and can significantly boost your scores in college entrance exams. Just trust that you can take it, son. Your talent is exceptional, and your small world develops much better than those with ordinary crate talents. You might even become a true deity in the future. At that time, we'll be relying on you to prosper." Lu Sheng patted his chest, saying, "Just wait, you'll enjoy a good life in the future." Alright, this fourth card is a grade building spiritual herb garden. The spiritual herbs planted inside will grow at double speed with abundant spiritual energy, and there's a chance for great herbs to be born. Additionally, I'll transfer 5 million faith points to you. Perform well in this month's test. Got it. After receiving the 4 resource cards and chatting for a while, Lu Sheng returned to his room and directed his consciousness back into the small world. In just that short while, a week had already passed in the small world, and the hunting team had mastered the habits of the crimson blood hedgehogs, starting to hunt in a disciplined and organized manner. Lu Sheng waved his hand and 30 refining pools appeared in the empty space within the city. Then with another wave, the grade building spiritual herb garden emerged beside the stone bamboo, directly covering it. Boom. The grade fine iron mine also appeared simultaneously in the northern mountains of the city, accompanied by 1,000 Greystone Goblin dependents. Receiving Lu Sheng's divine command, they skillfully began to mine the fine iron as soon as they were born. However, compared to stone golems, Greystone Goblins are smaller and much weaker. They are decent at forging weapons, but fall short when it comes to mining. Lu Sheng activated his smart wristwatch and spent 1 million faith points to purchase 1,000 stone golem dependents, all designated for mining. Before long, all human citizens could hear the voice of the deity. In the open space south of the city, I have placed 30 refining pools. Each pool must be watered with 100 pounds of animal blood daily, and after 10 years, it will produce a blood refinement pill. At the stone bamboo location, I have established a medicinal garden where precious medicinal materials will be planted, allowing their growth speed to double. Careful cultivation and constant monitoring are required. 70 miles north of the city, there is a fine iron vein. I have commanded my dependents to mine it and forge weapons. You must send a team every year to collect weapons. In 20 years, alien monsters will invade. You must be prepared and stand ready to fight to the death. Otherwise, your race will be annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. All the working human citizens bowed deeply, responding in unison, "We comply with the divine command." Lu Sheng thought for a moment, and conveyed the news of the impending monster invasion in 20 days during the monthly test to his citizens. The reason being that he discovered, due to the overly stable and peaceful development of the tribe with ample food, the number of accidental deaths being nearly zero, some individuals had begun to indulge in comfort and seek pleasure. The best way to counter this phenomenon is to create a significant threat. With a goal, there will naturally be motivation. And the monster invasion during the monthly test is a naturally exploitable threat. With the grade-building spiritual herb garden along with my universal growth talent, the growth speed of the plants in the garden can be increased to 20 times. It's time to purchase a new batch of spiritual plants. Lu Xing opened his smart wristwatch and began to rapidly search online. Tags extremely difficult to cultivate, long development cycle, juvenile. He currently had over 6 million faith points left. Although it wasn't enough to purchase a large number of adult high-level spiritual plants, those that grow extremely slowly have a long effective cycle and are often disliked, as juveniles would prove very useful. Searching for you. Great spirit plant, stone milk bamboo. The great spirit plant, mirror flower water moon, an aquatic plant that upon maturity naturally emits a fragrance capable of improving the terrestrial environment. This scent also clears the mind and sharpens the eyes. Prolonged exposure to such a high concentration can slightly enhance one's comprehension. However, it grows exceedingly slowly, taking 50 years for a seedling to mature. During its growth, it absorbs oxygen from the water, often leading to the death of aquatic life. Mature plant price 1000 faith points per blossom. Seed price 10 faith points per blossom. Crate spirit plant, flame fruit tree. Matures in a century, bears fruit annually. The flame fruit it yields strengthens the heart and lungs, soothes chi and blood, greatly benefiting low-level martial artists. Mature tree price 1000 faith points each. Seed price 1000 faith points each. Great spirit plant, flesh and blood mushroom, watered Y. But alas, his purse was light. Even if he sold everything he owned, he could only afford 3 stone milk bamboo saplings, as they had no seeds. Only young plants were available for purchase. However, the flame fruit tree and the flesh and blood mushroom were different. Due to their long, even exaggerated growth cycles, the prices of their seeds were absurdly low. The price difference between a mature flesh and blood mushroom and its seed was a staggering 90 times. With a 3,000-year growth cycle, even if accelerated 20-fold, it would still take 150 years, 150 days in the real world. But if he used the blood of the crimson blood boar, it might be shortened to 50 years. Without the power of all things flourish, Lu Xing would never have considered buying this. But there was no if. Of these 2 spirit plants, the flame fruit tree suited the current stage of the Guibao tribe, while the flesh and blood mushroom could be cultivated first, waiting for the next generation, and the one after that to see a population explosion, prioritizing supply to high-level martial artists. Purchase 100 flame fruit tree saplings and 300 flesh and blood mushroom seeds. Calculating the planting area of the spirit herb garden, Lu Xing directly made the purchase. The cards transformed into hundreds of streams of light, descending like shooting stars upon the newly established spirit herb garden. Boom! The spirit herb garden trembled as green roots began to extend through the fertile soil within rapidly. A miracle! This is a miracle! Praise our God! Praise our God! The deity has bestowed spirit seeds. We must nurture them well and not dare to be negligent or blaspheme against divine grace. Appointed by Long to oversee the spirit herb garden, the 70-year-old elder was moved to tears upon witnessing this sight, frantically kowtowing on the ground. The young apprentices behind him followed the elder's example, kneeling in gratitude for the divine favor. Subsequently, Lu Xing purchased 10,000 mirror flower water moon seeds, scattering them across parts of the small world's waters, and reminded Long to control the planting of these flowers, lest they leave no water to drink. After absorbing a wave of resources, the small world entered a phase of rapid development. In the 17th year of the small world's calendar, the tribe's population surpassed 3,000. There were over 100 martial artists at the body refining stage, 13 at the mid-body refining stage, and the tribal leader Long had reached the peak of mid-body refining, just one step away from becoming a latest-stage body refining powerhouse. The children of yesteryear had grown, showing significantly greater talent in martial arts cultivation than the previous generation. That year, Yuzhou had just turned 10. Record, your tribe member, Yuzhou has achieved success in cultivating the qi refining art, breaking through to the first layer of qi refining. Little Yuzhou was curious about everything in the tribe. As the tribe's first cultivator, he had displayed remarkable intelligence and talent from a young age. In class, while other children of the same age struggled with basic knowledge, he not only answered with ease, but could also draw inferences. The title of child prodigy began to spread throughout the tribe. That same year, in the small forest nearest to the city, the crimson blood boars, hunted relentlessly by the Guibao tribe, began to decline, their numbers dropping below 1,000. The following year, after discussions among the tribe members, they decided to embark on an expedition to a large forest 50 li away. After 7 years of reproduction in a forest devoid of natural predators, the crimson blood boar population had soared from 2,000 to 15,000, then, due to food shortages and territorial disputes, dropped to around 10,000, where it finally stabilized. When Long led the hunting party there, he was startled by the sheer number of crimson blood boars. However, having learned from the mistakes in the small forest, he did not engage in mass slaughter this time. Instead, he maintained the boar population at half the forest's carrying capacity. That is around 5,000 heads. In this way, the crimson blood boar's reproduction rate could be kept at its maximum at all times. The small world gained 3 new grade traits: innate intelligence. Newborn babies develop cognitive abilities faster, allowing them to learn knowledge earlier and use tools and cultivation methods more adeptly. Teamwork. When working together, the efficiency of completing tasks increases by 50%, and it slightly enhances the collective sense of fulfillment among the people. Boiling beast blood. An active trait that causes the blood of the small world's creatures' beast types to boil, temporarily doubling their explosive power. 2 grade traits: armor piercing and accelerated metabolism. A grade trait: fighting spirit. The longer the battle, the higher the people's combat awareness and the more intense their fighting state, increasing by up to 100. Additionally, even in the face of mass casualties, they will not waver or flee. Upgrade trait: toxin immunity. Grants immunity to most toxins and significantly reduces disease rates. Individually, these traits might seem of limited use, but combined they bring about a transformative change to the tribe. Except for boiling beast blood, which was practically useless, the others provided considerable boosts to both the sustainable development of the people and their immediate combat effectiveness. The iron mine is now being exploited proficiently. The Guebao tribe collects weapons annually, and now, with over 100 martial artists at the body refining stage, each wields a grade weapon. The remaining non-martial artists are equipped with grade bows and arrows crafted from refined iron. Lu Sheng was confident that once the city was built with refined iron arrows and the armor-piercing trait, they might be able to handle the first few waves of monsters in the monthly assessment without any casualties. If the invading monsters relied on venom attacks, he would be in an invincible position. Fighting spirit would ensure his people fought to the very last. However, he was not about to cripple his divine kingdom during this early developmental phase, just to score points. The mirror flower water moon matured, beginning to cover large areas of the waters. When the people woke up to the fragrance, they felt their aches and pains vanish as if they had drunk a cup of black coffee. The small world developed in an orderly fashion. 10-meter-high black walls rose on all sides of the city, enclosing the entire tribe and its vital resources. With the help of teamwork and the newly added stone men, the city's construction progressed faster than Lu Sheng had anticipated. He estimated it would be fully completed in another 2 or 3 years. Long officially named it Blackstone City. Lu Sheng watched for a while longer, then noticing it was already 6 in the evening, withdrew his consciousness from the small world. An important guest was coming to his house today. Zhao Ding, an old classmate of his father Lu Tianxing, was a true deity, a first-rank true god. "Hello, uncle and aunt." As soon as the door opened, a youthful voice rang out. In the living room, Lu Tianxing and Wang Ning were getting up to open the door, while at the entrance stood a robust man dressed in black, exuding an extraordinary aura. Without a doubt, this man was the important divine guest, the first-tier true god Zhao Ding. Beside him stood a plain-looking, yet well-proportioned young boy, seemingly of similar age to himself. "Zhao Sheng, you're out. Come, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Zhao, the one I often mentioned to you, who was the best among our class back in the day." Lu Tianxing also noticed his son emerging from the house, and proactively introduced him, then turned to the boy beside Zhao Ding, saying, "This is your Uncle Zhao's son, Zhao Mingjian, a student from your school Linghai No. 1 high school in the elite class of the 3rd year, and he has awakened a great talent. If you have any questions regarding your training in the Divine Kingdom, feel free to ask your older brother Zhao. Your Uncle Zhao and I have matters to discuss, so you 2 peers can chat first." As he spoke, Lu Tianxing led Zhao Ding aside, chatting and laughing, appearing quite close, not distant, due to their status difference. Although Zhao Ding was merely a first-tier true god, he was undoubtedly 2 ranks above a demigod. He once heard his father mention that they had played together since childhood, and after entering university, he saved Zhao Ding's life during a conflict with a foreign demigod. Thus, they shared a bond of life-saving gratitude. Zhao Ding was also a man of deep loyalty. Over the years after becoming a true god, he had helped Lu Tianxing significantly, always bringing him good fortune. At this moment, Zhao Ding turned back and said, "Mingjian, get along well and teach Zhao Sheng a lot." In his view, although Lu Sheng had awakened a grade talent and possessed a grade building the Spirit Eye Spring, making him one of the best in the ordinary class, he still fell short compared to Zhao Mingjian, who was in the elite class and had a divine father. After all, a Spirit Eye Spring was worth only 500,000 belief points, while the initial resources given to Zhao Mingjian were valued at over 100 million belief points. Not to mention the resource cards and other aids provided. Alright, Zhao Mingjian replied obediently. Once the adults moved to the other side, Zhao Mingjian relaxed and casually put his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulders. Lu, my younger brother, I heard from my dad that you awakened a Kraid talent, but your initial race is human. If it had been beast or insect races, you might have quickly amassed troops and had a chance to enter the elite class during the midterm exam. But it's okay, your older brother awakened a Kraid talent, and if you encounter any issues at school, just mention my name, and it will definitely impress a lot of people. Then I'll have to thank Brother Zhao for helping out my little brother. Lu Sheng chuckled, thinking Zhao Mingjian was a good person, and he complimented him appropriately. After all, calling him brother didn't cost anything. Haha, that's right. Upon hearing Lu Sheng call him Brother Zhao, Zhao Mingjian instantly felt refreshed and sat up straight, then thought for a moment and seriously offered a piece of advice. Lu, my younger brother, during this monthly exam, it would be best to invest all your resources in increasing your citizens' combat strength to aim for the top 10 in the school. If you can secure a grade building, it won't matter if your citizens drop to just dozens, it'll be alright. This was quite interesting. You see, Ling Hai, no. One high school has 3 elite classes, each with 30 students, all backed by divine families, and most possess talents of Kraid or higher. With such substantial financial backing, how could a mere Kraid talent like him hope to stand out among these individuals without the talent of the Word Master? Even with the talent of the Word Master, Lu Sheng didn't think he could surpass them in the early stages. His initial expectation for this monthly exam was just to place within the top 100 of the entire school. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he hurriedly asked Brother Zhao, is there any way around this? Zhao Mingjian said mysteriously, you ordinary class students don't know this, thinking the rewards for this monthly exam are quite generous, but for elite class students, of grade building is merely an added bonus. Right now, it's the early stages of the small world's development. Population and high-end combat power are both extremely scarce, including myself. During the monthly exam, we won't exert full strength. If there are any small-scale casualties or monsters approach high-resource areas, the exam will end immediately. Only during the midterm exam, when classes are divided, will elite class students unleash their full potential. So that's how it is, Lu Sheng realized. What ordinary class students eagerly sought after seemed just mediocre in the eyes of elite students, not worth risking their future for. Moreover, ordinary individuals like himself did not possess the Kraid talent of the infrastructure maniac, making it impossible to establish effective defenses in high-resource zones. Once high-level spiritual plants and buildings were destroyed, the losses would outweigh the gains. But if they don't go all out, am I just going to let my citizens die? Lu Sheng thought to himself. If there was a risk of the Blackstone City being breached, he would immediately halt the exam, as he could not allow even the slightest threat to the spiritual fields and medicinal gardens within the city. Compared to elite class students, he only had the advantage of city walls and slightly higher thresholds. By the way, how is your citizen development going? What's your population, and how many first-year beings are in your tribe? In my elite class too, even the last student has over 100 first-year beings, each equipped within a grade weapon. Zhao Mingjian casually asked while sitting on a stool. The tribe has a population of 3,000 with over 100 first-year beings, but they are relatively weak, mostly just low-level warriors who have just broken through. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and picked a more moderate answer. Over 100 first-year beings. Zhao Mingjian first looked puzzled, then suddenly enlightened, and generously praised, not bad, Lu, my younger brother. In a race as physically fragile and slow to reproduce as humans, to have over 100 first-year beings in just half a month, it seems you're doing quite well. I have a classmate who is also human, but due to illness half of them died. It was only thanks to the grade building, the healing tower provided by his father, that things improved. So if you work hard this half month, putting all resources into boosting your citizen's strength, and get your uncle and aunt to buy you a batch of a grade weapons, you might really have a chance to break into the top 10 in the monthly exam. Just a stroke of luck. Lu Sheng rubbed his head, appearing shy on the surface, but internally marveling at how great it was to be wealthy. Ordinary people encountering a highly contagious disease in the early stages could only watch helplessly as their citizens died one by one, waiting for them to develop antibodies. But the wealthy were different. With billions worth of grade buildings invested, any ailment could be cured swiftly. Afterward, Lu Sheng chatted with Zhao Ding for a while, inquiring about training in the Divine Kingdom and ecological cycles, and Zhao Mingjian shared his insights one by one. At the same time, Lu Sheng also learned more about this elite class student. His initial race was Merman, with a great talent of bloodline reversion. He had currently developed over 200 first-year beings and had a bunch of high-level buildings, even establishing several ecological cycles, which was considered above average among elite classes. Although he was the descendant of a true god in front of Lu Sheng, a demigod descendant, he was only slightly proud, but did not look down on him. In the 21st year of the small world, the master of entries radiated a brilliant light, giving rise to the Shrank Talent tenfold spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy concentration in all places of the small world to increase tenfold. Your world's spiritual energy has increased tenfold, increasing the probability of descendants possessing spiritual roots. That same year, the Giba tribe experienced a baby boom, surpassing a population of 4,000, though unfortunately no more children with spiritual roots appeared. All 100 flame fruit trees that had been planted matured, and due to the 20-fold increase, the flame fruit trees that would normally bear fruit once a year now bore fruit within less than a month. Hundreds of flame fruits could be produced each month. Subsequently, under the dragon's orders, the flame fruits were first consumed by the most respected and powerful members of the tribe, followed by the young talents of the next generation. Finally, they were given to the citizens on the brink of the body refinement stage. The stone milk bamboo condensed 10 drops of spirit milk, one of which was consumed by the dragon, instantly transforming it, and after years of accumulation, it successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the body refinement stage. The elder in charge of the spirit medicine garden passed away, but a disciple named Yao Chun who had followed him displayed great talent in planting and caring for spirit medicine, becoming the new master of the medicine garden. The loss rate of spirit medicine significantly decreased. As for the refining pool, Lu Sheng found it unsatisfactory as it could not benefit from the everything grows boost. The time taken to produce a refining pill was too long, and he had already sold 30 of them for 3 million faith points. Yuzo broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, mastering the basic spells from the Qi refinement technique, able to summon wind and rain in a small area and control objects briefly. In the 23rd year of the small world, Blackstone City was established. Your citizens have established a city, elevating their cultural level, slightly increasing the wisdom of all citizens. The dragon was unanimously elected as the Lord of Blackstone City, and the entire city fell into celebration. Thanks to the effects of a large number of flame fruits, along with the prolonged consumption of red rice and the significant increase in worldly spiritual energy, a surge of low-level warriors emerged in Blackstone City, with the number of first-level beings officially surpassing 300. However, with the increasing population and number of warriors in the tribe, although there was red rice and spirit rice, relying solely on one first-level being, the blood-red porcupine, could no longer satisfy their tastes. Lu Sheng spent another 10,000 faith points to purchase seeds for tomatoes, cabbages, and corn, adding a variety of food combinations. He also spent 300,000 faith points to buy 1,000 crimson rock sheep, 1,000 blueback cattle, and 1,000 reed rabbits, all first-level beings. In these 7 years, the Master of Entries also revealed 2 new keywords: innate wisdom and civilization acceleration. The culture within the Giba tribe advanced, no longer resembling the primitive tribes that randomly mated and reproduced. Instead, they began establishing clans and developed the concept of family. The probability of deformities and stillbirths decreased. In the following time, Lu Sheng did not interfere much, instead allowing Blackstone City to self-regulate, promoting the survival of the fittest. In the 30th year of the small world, Blackstone City's population surpassed 5,000, with 759 warriors in the body refinement stage, 73 in the mid-stage, and 3 in the late stage. Moreover, most people in Blackstone City had cultivated the mighty bull body refinement technique and possessed the talent entry strengthening, resulting in good physical fitness. To prepare for the monster invasion warned by the deities, the dragon ordered the gray stone goblin followers to forge over 1,000 heavy bows, selecting over 1,000 strong citizens from among the populace as archers to begin training the army. Coincidentally, in the 27th year of the small world, the brank entry perfect accuracy was born, and the training of the archery unit had already yielded some results. Hunting the first-level beings became increasingly proficient, transitioning from frequent accidents and occasional deaths to now being familiar with the habits of these beings, allowing for orderly actions during hunts, resulting in virtually 0 casualties. On the other side, under the boost of tenfold spiritual energy, even though Yuzo had 4 spiritual roots, his cultivation advanced, as if on a cheap, breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. 2 more infants with spiritual roots were born in the tribe, though their talents were inferior to Yuzo's, both possessing waste spiritual roots. Chief, you mentioned that there would be a catastrophe in Blackstone City next year. What does that mean? Yuzo's progress over the years has been rapid. Although he is only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, relying on the wonders of spells, he can easily defeat warriors in the late body refinement stage. Even the strongest in Blackstone City, the dragon at the 9th layer of body refinement, found himself at a disadvantage during their first battle. One could say that Yuzo is now the second in command of Blackstone City, the designated next lord, being trained closely by the dragon. However, he was relatively young 20 years ago. He was only 3 years old and unaware of the deity's warning. The deities instructed us believers 20 years ago that next year a group of ferocious monsters would invade our homeland, at which time there is a risk of extinction. The dragon spoke these words with great seriousness, causing Yuzo, who had not been very concerned, to become serious as well. With the strength of Blackstone City, we should be able to withstand it, right? I don't know. The dragon shook his head and continued. The deities only mentioned that the Giba tribe would face a calamity next year, but did not specify what it would be or how to confront it. I think perhaps this is the test from the deities. Don't worry, City Lord. Upon hearing this, Yuzo appeared confident. With a casual gesture, several sharp iron swords flew up from the ground beside him and performed several dazzling moves in the air, exuding great prowess. With so many formal warriors in Blackstone City and an archery unit along with such large and thick city walls, no monster would be able to break in. Besides, don't you have me, your nephew? When the time comes, I will use my spells to slay them all. Good, good, good. The dragon looked at the youthful boy before him, a gentle smile appearing on his weathered face. I am getting old. Once the monster invasion is over, I should retire and enjoy my old age. The future of Blackstone City will rest in your hands. In the lofty skies of the small world, Lu Sheng looked down at everything. Before him, an illusory light screen quietly emerged. Deity Lu Sheng, divinity, pseudo-god, small world area, 300 square kilometers, environment, mainly plains and hills, citizens, human race, number of citizens 5622, 760, first level beings 4532, non-level beings, followers, stone men 100, first level beings, gray stone goblins 1103, first level beings, talents, rank master of entries, rank tenfold, spiritual energy, rank infrastructure, maniac, a rank, everything grows, rank perfect, accuracy, rank poison immunity, crank breeding paradise, crank civilization acceleration. Assets, rank building spirit eye spring X1, rank building spirit medicine garden X1, a rank refined iron mine X1, rank spirit plant stone milk bamboo X1, rank spirit plant flesh mushroom X 300 flame fruit trees X 100 blood red porcupines X 6000 crimson rock sheep X 3659. Techniques: chi refinement technique, mighty bull body refinement technique, faith points 5. 1 million citizens generate 121 faith points daily. In less than half a month since talking with Zhao Mingjin, Blackstone City underwent earth-shaking changes. With my current strength, is it possible for me to rank in the top 10 in the monthly exam? Lu Sheng exited the small world, and a new message popped up on his smart wristwatch from the class group of the regular class at Linhai No. 1 High School, Class 31. Suwainer, all members, all students, please note tomorrow is the monthly exam starting at 10 o'clock in the morning with the theoretical test. Rest early today, do not stay up late, and conserve your energy for tomorrow's exam. Zhang Yang received. Wang Ping received. On October 2nd, it was the day of the first monthly exam for the senior class at Linhai No. 1 High. As Lu Sheng entered the classroom, he noticed that most of his classmates had gloomy expressions, frantically sharing the tragic experiences they encountered while cultivating their small worlds over the past few days. Damn it. My centaur was developing nicely, and I even had a first-tier creature, but after taking a nap, these fools actually started killing each other, and now I have lost half my subjects. You're better off than me. My initial race is human, and those martial arts and skills are too expensive. Even a grade skill costs millions of belief points. I can't even afford it with a loan. Now my small world doesn't even have a single first-tier creature. My subjects have starved to just a few dozen, and I've already applied for crisis assistance. You guys are too useless. My number of serpent people has developed to 3,000, and I even have a serpent queen. Didn't you ridicule my small world as being barren and my initial race as trash? This time my goal is to be in the top 100 of the grade. At that moment, a boy sitting in the front row turned around, looking disdainfully at the few who were discussing, laughing. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows, recognizing the person. It was Wang Ping, who had only 5,000 square kilometers in his small world at the time of awakening. In such a small world, resources and habitable land are scarce. I didn't expect him to develop the serpent tribe to 3,000. Heroes in this world are indeed as numerous as carp crossing the river. What a joke. If it weren't for you marrying into the Lin family, could your small world have developed like this? You're just a sausage god. The person who was retorted was quite displeased and immediately fired back. The Lin family is one of the 4 major families in Linhai City. Becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family, even as a collateral descendant, grants resources that ordinary families cannot aspire to. No wonder Wang Ping could develop to this extent in just 1 month. The support from the Lin family was indispensable. Who are you calling a sausage god? Upon hearing this title, Wang Ping was instantly furious, slamming the table and rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. I'm talking about you. Sausage god. The parents of the leader of the others are also demigods, so they weren't afraid and stood up as well. Liang is. At this moment someone yelled, and all the students in the class turned to look at the door, where Liang walked in wearing a brand new outfit. Everyone's attention turned to this boy who awakened in great talent and joined the Nangong family, eagerly asking, Li Gu, after a month of development, how many people are in your dragon tribe? With the support of the Nangong family, your subject count must be at least over 10,000. Li Gu, do you hope to become the top scorer in this monthly exam? Li Gu awakened this great talent Qi, Sea martial body, and possesses the powerful dragon race, making his subjects nearly invincible at the same level. However, it is said that some students in the elite class have already cultivated second-tier creatures. This monthly exam is like child's play for them. Surrounded by stars, Li Yang, however, maintained a calm expression. The betrayal of his childhood friend and the bullying from classmates had matured his mindset. He did not become arrogant just because he awakened in great talent. On the contrary, he understood how hard-won everything was. Although dragons are a top-tier race with formidable individual combat power, their fertility is extremely poor. In just 30 years, how could I possibly have over 10,000 subjects? As for being first in the grade, you underestimate the students in the elite class and the resources of true gods too much. Li Yang calmly replied to the questions from his classmates, his attitude indifferent towards everyone except those. However, in the end, he shifted his gaze to Lu Sheng with a strong sense of battle igniting in his eyes. In the past, whether in theoretical grades or social connections, he had always been overshadowed by Lu Sheng, and even the girl he liked had become Lu Sheng's admirer. In his heart, Lu Sheng had become more than just a rival in love. He was an inner demon buried deep. Surpassing Lu Sheng and defeating him had become his obsession. This monthly exam was the best opportunity. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was not weaker than Lu Sheng. As it approached 10 o'clock, Su Weiner slowly walked into the classroom, distributing an assessment wristband to everyone, displaying different numbers. The assessment wristband will show your randomly assigned examination room. Now head for your theory exam. Remember, the examination rooms are monitored by divine teachers, so don't look around or cheat. Once caught, your score will be voided. Following the wristband number, Lu Sheng arrived at classroom 404. With the cheerful ringing of the bell, the monthly exam officially began. The questions in the theory exam were quite simple. They merely asked questions like, what is the food for an XX first-tier creature? Which types of crop seeds are most suitable for planting in XX environment, and which are the least suitable? How to prevent XX infectious disease in a small world? And what are the conditions for converting initial subject races? The last major question was to write what one considers to be the most suitable development plan for a divine nation based on the conditions given. As a perennial top student in class 31, Lu Sheng was naturally very familiar with these topics and quickly finished all the questions. Ding! The exam is over. Please stop writing immediately. If any candidate continues to answer, the invigilator should stop them in time and give a public warning. The next part was the prosperity assessment of the divine nation. Candidates needed to enter a special cultivation pod connecting their consciousness to the chief examiner, who was a true god, to evaluate the prosperity of the small world together with an intelligent life form. Recording an unknown will is peering into your world. Recording, you have open permissions. Lu Sheng's consciousness hovered high above the small world, feeling a wave of mental power crashing like a tsunami, making him feel a bit nervous. The prosperity of the divine nation was scored out of 300 points, which included factors like the area of the small world, the quantity and level of resources, the population count and quality, as well as the future development potential of the world. Up until now, he only had a rough understanding of Zhao Mingjian's level, still unaware of whether the other party was hiding their strength. If he scored low in this aspect, even if he achieved high scores in the subsequent practical assessments, it would likely be impossible to enter the top 10 of the grade. While Lu Sheng was anxious, on the other side of the world, a majestic and enormous figure was observing the small worlds of thousands of senior students in Linhai City through countless spaces. This person was the chief examiner for the monthly exam at Linhai No. One high school of first-tier divine being, conducting assessments together with intelligent life forms to prevent favoritism and cheating. Hung Nangong Wenxue truly lives up to her great talent, managing to cultivate even low-intelligence races like goblins to such an extent. In just a month, her subject count is 130,000, along with the high priest, goblin giants, goblin assassins. It's simply terrifying. The quality in the ordinary class is quite uneven, as some students still have their subjects fishing for a living without even a single resource building. Who is this? They have even built a city. The spiritual energy concentration in this small world is so high, 5,000 population, almost 800 first-tier creatures, and the warrior ratio is so high. And there is even a Qi refining grandmaster, my goodness. Suddenly the chief examiner's gaze landed on Lu Sheng's small world, and his expression showed some surprise. Although 800 first-tier creatures are not a surprising feat for a true god, for a student who has just awakened for 30 days, it is quite extraordinary. In the ordinary class, only a student named Li Yong managed to develop to this extent, but he awakened in great talent and received investments from a prominent family. As for this boy named Lu Sheng, the data showed that although he had two demigod parents behind him, his talent was only. However, it has been thousands of years since the divine era began. There are many examples of gods who started with low-level talents, but eventually became high-tier gods, which is within a reasonable range. It seems that this student named Lu Sheng has quite a talent for cultivating subjects. The younger generation is formidable. The younger generation is formidable. As the chief examiner praised, he had already inputted a considerable score. The assessment of prosperity has concluded. You have 10 minutes of rest. After 10 minutes, the first wave of monsters will invade. Please prepare your people. Once the assessment begins, students can communicate with the chief examiner in their minds at any time and express the desire to give up to immediately terminate the assessment. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion emanated from the sea of consciousness. In this world, it was never the deities themselves that determined the battles and killings between gods, but rather their divine realms. Divine realms invade each other. The victors live, gaining all the resources and faith of the defeated, while the losers perish. Not only do the small worlds gradually face destruction, but even the deities themselves will dissolve into cosmic dust. This month's examination simulates the invasion of a small world. Of course, this is just one of many examination modes in the college entrance examination. It is not fixed. At this moment in the small world, men farm and women weave. The hunting teams orderly enter the nearby forest to hunt on the designated date, while the apprentices in the herbal garden differentiate the spiritual herbs and teach how to water them. Everything appeared to be thriving. In a small forest outside Haishi City, a battalion of 300 archers armed with heavy bows made from greystone goblins loaded with fine iron arrows bent down to draw their bows towards a target 100 meters away. Loose. With a command from Long, 300 arrows shot through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, and then pierced through thick tree trunks, creating a visible hole. With the talent trait of perfect accuracy, everyone's training results were remarkable. After several years, nearly everyone had become sharpshooters comparable to Lu Bu. Very good. Continue training. After inspecting, Long returned to Haishi City. On the city walls, over 100 stationed soldiers were equipped with a grade armor and wielded a grade weapons, each one poised and energized. For tall watchtowers rose at each corner of the city walls, always manned by keen sentries. Surrounding Haishi City, a moat 7 to 8 meters wide and over 10 meters deep encircled the city, guarding its safety. Boom. At that moment, a sound not loud, yet filled with authority and penetrating power, descended upon the small world, causing everyone to halt their actions. At that moment, from the Lord of Haishi City down to the 3-year-old children, everyone received a message in their minds, an instruction from the deity. In 2 days, monsters will invade. Their task is to exterminate these invaders and protect their homeland. Quickly summon all tribesmen back and cancel all hunting and training activities. The types of monsters are unknown. Set traps, the more the better. Distribute the flame fruits and bell spirit milk to those tribesmen who are about to break through. Check the city walls and weapons. No mistakes are allowed. In 2 days, all the people of Haishi City, regardless of age or gender, who were able to move sprang into action. They knew that only by holding the city walls and exterminating the invaders could they survive, protect their families, and secure a bright future. On the last night before the assessment, Long stood atop the highest city wall of Haishi City with thousands of Giba tribe members below. The rain fell in a drizzle, but no one looked down. Residents of Haishi City, I am the Lord of Haishi City and the first-generation leader of the Giba tribe. The reason I have gathered you here today is for an extremely important matter. I believe everyone is aware that tomorrow, or even in the next moment, invaders from afar will attack our homeland through unknown means. They may be ugly, strong, or powerful, but their purpose is singular: to break through our city walls, destroy our homeland, and take our lives. Long's voice was passionate and stirring, inciting the tribe members below to burn with anger, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, eager to tear those unknown invaders to pieces. But we are not afraid of them. The Giba tribe started with nothing, living in straw houses, eating wild vegetables, and now we have built a city and a home feasting on soft and glutinous spirit rice, residing in sturdy and warm wooden houses. What is this all based on? It is the blessing of the deity. It is the effort of every member of the Giba tribe. This is the first disaster the Giba tribe faces. I know you may be worried, fearing the monsters are too strong and that we may not withstand them. However, look at our bountiful harvest in Haishi City. Over the years, we have enough food, meat, vegetables, and all kinds of sustenance, as well as a year's supply of water stored. At this point, Long opened his right hand, pointing to a direction where 8 granaries of Haishi City stood piled high with food. On the city walls of Haishi City, there is our archery battalion that has trained for many years. Every soldier wields weapons forged from fine iron. The crowd's gaze followed Long's hand, seeing the soldiers lined up neatly on the city walls, exuding a strong aura and the glint of their weapons. A sense of inexplicable confidence arose. Behind you stand your families, your children, and the friends you have spent countless years with. Tell me, do you wish to watch them cruelly die before your eyes, or will you take up arms, fight for the tribe, for Haishi City, and battle those despicable invaders until the last moment? Take up your weapons and exterminate the invaders. The roar of 1,000 voices shook the air, aiming to tear through the heavens. For the tribe, for Haishi City. Record your tribesman Long delivered a grand speech, significantly boosting the morale of the tribe. The dawn of the next day did not bring the sun, but a massive rift that spanned the entire sky, from which 303-meter-long reed crawling monsters emerged swiftly, heading towards Haishi City. The first wave of monsters has arrived. Lu Sheng recognized them at first sight. 300 non-tiered creatures belonging to the monster species known as the earth-crawling lizard. They have undergone minor mutations, gaining enhanced strength, but becoming more frenzied and bloodthirsty. However, they are still non-tiered beings. Ordinary stones can pierce their skin, let alone tiered weapons. As long as the small world was developed seriously during this month, and adequate preparations were made, 99% of people could pass this hurdle. Monsters are coming. Shortly after the earth-crawling lizards appeared, a huge commotion reached Haishi City. The sentinels first noticed the anomaly and immediately beat the drums to inform the entire city. Teams of tribesmen armed with heavy bows climbed the city walls, taking positions at various spots. Long stood at the top of the wall, watching the approaching giant lizards with his hand raised straight. First and second teams prepare to shoot. Release. As the ground-crawling lizards reached the edge of the moat, Long sharply swung his hand down. Behind him, the 200 archers of the squad loosed their arrows in unison, 200 fine iron arrows soaring into the sky. Whoosh. Each arrow tore through the air, tracing elegant arcs before precisely striking the heads of the ground-crawling lizards, shattering their skulls, piercing through flesh and hide, and embedding themselves inches deep into the ground. The lizard monsters struck by the arrows let out agonized howls, their limbs twitching instinctively, yet their bodies were pinned firmly in place by the projectiles. Moments later, they fell completely still. Thanks to years of training and the enhancement of the bullseye blessing, all 200 arrows found their marks, some hitting vital spots, others striking bodies and limbs. With this volley, over half of the ground-crawling lizards were incapacitated. Third and fourth squads continue loosing arrows. Seeing the effectiveness of the fine iron arrows, Long immediately rotated the first and second squads out, ordering the prepared third and fourth squads to take their place. Release. Swish. Another rain of arrows descended, leaving the remaining half of the ground-crawling lizards dead or wounded. Only a scant few recklessly charged into the moat, attempting to swim across. Long raised his hand for another volley. Hold, Lord City Lord, and witness my move. At that moment, Yuzo stepped forward, fingers forming a seal. An aggrade long sword shot from its sheath, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the battlefield. Thwack, thwack. Like slicing through melons and vegetables, the remaining few ground-crawling lizards were decapitated, their blood spilling across the ground. With another gesture from Yuzo, the bloodstained sword flew back, twirling in an elegant flourish before he sheathed it. Lord City Lord, I told you that you were worrying too much, weren't you? This monster invasion doesn't seem so tough after all. I could wipe them out single-handedly, no problem. Yuzo had initially been nervous about the monster invasion foretold by the divine omen, but seeing these mere unranked beasts, he spoke with nonchalant confidence. It's not over yet. Despite the overwhelming victory, Long's expression remained tense. His voice was stern as he pointed into the distance. That rift is still there. If it were merely this level of threat, it would never breach our walls. The great deity would not have sent a warning. These monsters might be nothing more than vanguard forces. More dangerous and powerful ones are yet to come. We must not let our guard down. Hearing this, the people on the wall noticed that the rift spanning the heavens and earth still loomed in the distance, its depths flickering with a perilous, eerie light. Everyone pay attention. Monitor the rift at all times. Report any anomalies immediately. All martial artists above the third level of body refinement, follow me outside the city to clear the battlefield and recover arrows. After issuing orders, Long turned to the grinning Yuzo, smacking him on the head. Conserve your mana. Don't act rashly. Save your strength for the stronger monsters. Don't be so careless. That childish attitude is a fatal flaw on the battlefield. Got it. Yuzo replied, dismissively, making a funny face behind Long's back. Their exchange did not escape loot, as expected of the first leader chosen by the tribe. Even with the enhancements of innate wisdom, civilization, acceleration, and natural intelligence, Long's acumen and capability are unparalleled. It's a pity he's advanced in age. Long, as a first-generation member of the tribe, was already 35 when the small world was created. 30 years later, he had reached the age of 65. In the context of ancient times, this was considered an advanced age. Had he not cultivated martial arts to become a 9th-level body refinement master, he would likely be frail and unable to walk by now. Unless he could become a second-tier being, Long had few years left. However, the path of body refinement offers diminishing chances of breakthrough with age, and given his talent, he had likely reached his peak. As for Yuzo, he grew up hailed as a prodigy, surrounded by praise and accolades, never facing real setbacks. He seems a bit impetuous. The monthly assessment was not just a test, but also an opportunity to temper his people. Lu Sheng hoped this battle would help hone Yuzo's character. Amid his thoughts, the second wave of monsters arrived. Rumble. 500 giant black bears, 3 meters tall and piled with fat, charged out of the rift with thunderous roars, their footsteps pounding the ground like drums. Leading them were 30 colossal bears, their bodies encased in thick rock armor, covering most of their forms like natural plate. First tier being stone armor bears. Behind them, 470 unranked demon bears were more agile and robust than the previous ground-crawling lizards, exuding a menacing aura. If an ordinary unranked human race encountered them, they would likely be crushed into meat patties with a single. However, the fine iron arrows were forged from a grade or veins, and with the armor pierce trait adding a 50% penetration effect against all defenses, they could easily breach the rock armor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another rain of arrows descended. The 30 stone armor bears at the front were riddled with holes, blood gushing from multiple wounds. Then with a thunderous crash, they collapsed. The third and fourth squads rotated and followed by the fourth and fifth, then back to the first and second. After 5 or 6 volleys, the second wave of demon bears was completely annihilated just as they crossed the moat. 10 minutes later, the third wave arrived. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted sharply. The difficulty skyrocketed. From the depths of the distant rift emerged 300 Dark Knight griffins, all first-tier beings. This third wave would likely stop 90% of the examinees in their tracks. Facing the volleys of arrows from the Giba tribe's archers, these griffins dodged with apparent awareness. Though the bullseye trait took effect, most arrows missed vital spots. Moreover, as flying creatures, the traps set earlier were rendered useless. As they neared the wall, over 100 bloodied griffins swooped down, clawing at the defenders. An unranked citizen was caught off guard, seized by the shoulders by a Dark Knight griffin, lifted high into the air, and dropped, smashing to death at the base of the wall. Archers fall back and find openings. Melee units protect the bowmen. Amidst the chaos, Long stepped forward, cleaving a diving griffin with his blade, and shouting. Hearing this, the body refinement martial artists drew their swords and guarded the archers, creating a safe environment for their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cries of pain echoed from the wall, but the griffin's mournful screeches were more numerous. With the protection of the body refinement warriors, the Dark Knight griffins, though first-tier beasts, were still flesh and blood. Wounds from a grade weapons could injure or even kill them. It was not until dusk that the last of these beasts were slain. Blackstone City paid a heavy price: 17 dead, 139 wounded, with 32 of the injured, 2 severely hurt, to continue fighting. Take the wounded to Elder Yao Chun for treatment. Bury the fallen soldiers. They are heroes of Blackstone. Clear the battlefield. We're running low on fine iron arrows. Recover them quickly. Before Blackstone City could rest, the fourth wave emerged from the rift 2 days later. 300 first-tier frost deer, 300 first-tier stone armor bears, 300 first-tier Dark Knight griffins. A tripartite assault from land, sea, and air. Seeing the fourth wave, Lu Sheng's eyes widened. He began communicating with his sea of consciousness, ready to signal the chief examiner for surrender at any moment. If losses exceeded expectations, he would terminate the test immediately. Elsewhere, Liang faced the same fourth wave of beast invasion with remarkable ease. With a thought, a towering muscular dragon man leader with jet black hair and purple golden dragon horns in his small world received the command and began directing the 1,000 first-tier dragon men behind him. Form ranks. Defend. Roar. 900 first-tier beasts roared as they rushed out, leaving a trail of frost in their wake, sending ice shards flying and freezing nearby rivers. The stone-armored bear charged at the forefront, shielding against the ranged attacks of the dragonmen, while the Night Griffin soared high above, constantly surveying the dragonmen, tribe below, ready to snatch a lone target at any moment. Form the formation, repel the enemies. At that moment, the dragonman leader roared, and over 1,000 first-tier dragonmen struck their poses with waves of pale, yellow energy, rising from their bodies, extending into chains that connected everyone. Although these dragon men were generally at the early stage of first-tier cultivation, the momentum they unleashed at that moment far exceeded the typical first-tier level. A night griffin that swooped down to seize a dragon man by the shoulders felt as if it was grasping a mountain's weight. It was as if it were not grasping a single dragonman, but rather thousands of them, and despite straining with all its might, it could not lift them. Beast, die for me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the captured Dragon Man threw a punch, sending a pale yellow wave of energy that shattered the air and pierced through the Night Griffin's skull. With a loud bang, crimson blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, a Dragon Man, facing an ambush from the stone-armored bear, was struck fiercely in the waist, yet he merely grunted, quickly adjusted his stance, and retaliated with a punch that crushed the stone-armored bear's chest. From 10,000 meters high, Liang witnessed this scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Great Army Formation, Thousand Mountains Linking Formation. At least 1,000 first-tier beings through cultivation were able to link their energy together, collectively enduring damage, their weights and defenses stacking. As long as the damage they received was not enough to instantly overwhelm 1,000 individuals, they would continue to persist. The more individuals there were in the formation, the more formidable it became. Even if some could not hold on and fell, it would not affect the operation of the entire formation. On the market, such a formation would cost billions of belief points. As a top genius with great talent, the Nangong family naturally spared no expense, even offering the Great Army Formation for free. 900 first-tier beings attacked in unison, their might tremendous, yet they could not stir a wave against the formation of these 1,000 dragon men. It's a pity that the training time is too short, otherwise once the Thousand Mountains Linking Formation reaches a minor success, it could probably withstand the fourth wave without injury. With the battle situation leaning heavily in one direction, Li Yang reflected and considered optimization strategies. I wonder how things are on Lu Sheng's side. After all, with semi-divine parents, if they have spent their resources and ignore the lives of their people, perhaps there is still a chance to pass the fourth wave. But surpassing me is impossible. A powerful confidence flickered in Li Yang's eyes. He was no longer the worthless person that everyone looked down upon. At this moment, Lu Sheng's situation was indeed grim. Previously dealing with 300 night griffins had been somewhat tricky, not to mention now facing 300 icebound deer and 300 stone-armored bears. To his surprise, the icebound deer, upon nearing the city moat, froze the river's surface, leading the simple-minded stone-armored bears to believe they could cross safely. However, when the stone-armored bears stepped onto the ice, their massive weight shattered the surface, plunging them into the water and turning them into live targets. Iron arrows shot out instantly, piercing the skulls of these stone-armored bears, killing them. As for the icebound deer behind, even if they crossed the moat, how to scale the 10-meter-high wall into the city became a new dilemma. Races with low intelligence are like this, they can't cooperate, and it even backfires. Lu Sheng sighed in relief. This way the pressure of the fourth wave was not much greater than the third wave, mainly because the night griffins could fly and were far too troublesome. As an aerial unit, the means available to the Guaba tribe were limited, relying mainly on trained archers for counterattacks within the small world. No. With a piercing cry, yet another archer was seized by the night griffin, lifted into the air, while nearby warriors attempted to grasp his legs, but were deftly shaken off by the griffin. On the city wall, only the desperate screams of the archers remained. Damn it! Having watched this scene from the back, Yuzhou could no longer remain silent. Ignoring Long's warnings, he leaped forward, his flying sword unsheathing itself from his waist, resembling a swimming dragon, as it aimed for the fleeing night griffin. Whoosh! A flash of cold light shot across the flying sword, pierced through the night griffin's skull at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. The flying sword then turned in midair, catching the falling archer and flying back towards the city wall. The surrounding night griffins, upon seeing this, flared their fierce eyes, letting out a screech as they lunged for the man on the flying sword. However, Yuzhou merely snorted, coldly forming hand seals with his fingers, his spiritual energy surging, and two more great flying swords shot out, slashing down all the surrounding night griffins. To a body-refining realm warrior, the dark flying beasts were difficult to deal with, but before Yuzhou, a great master of chi refining, they were like sheep awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. One after another night griffins fell from the sky, significantly boosting the morale of the Guaba tribe, leading to a new wave of counterattacks. 2 hours later, on Blackstone City, the ground was littered with the severed limbs and broken wings of night griffins, and pools of blood nearly stained the black walls, a sight both shocking and ghastly. Finally, it's over. A weary tribesman lay on the wall, looking at the now quiet battlefield, heaved a sigh of relief. No, it is far from over. Long pointed towards a distant crack, his expression darkening. He had already sensed that with each monster invasion the enemies grew stronger. This was already the fourth time 900 beasts comparable to body-refining realm warriors. If not for Yuzhou and the city walls, the Guaba tribe would have suffered heavy losses. The next wave would only be stronger, but they had no way to retreat. Heal the wounded, recover the arrows, reset the traps, and prepare for the next wave of defense. The fifth wave of attacks soon arrived. Tens of thousands of first-tier beasts, the Inferno Firebull herd. From above, a fiery red color swiftly spread from the cracks, surging towards Blackstone City in a massive wave, accompanied by a tremendous momentum, seemingly ready to crush the earth. Although there were no aerial units, the number of first-tier beings had increased tenfold. Moreover, this was a race with extreme discipline. Their bodies covered in flames, ordinary wooden arrows would melt upon nearing. The difficulty of this wave would likely be something even the elite class might not be able to overcome. The dragons on Blackstone City widened their eyes, suppressing their shock as the bull herd approached shooting range, shouting shoot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense rain of arrows shot out, striking the herd below, taking only 100 lives, unable to halt their formation. By the time the Inferno firebulls approached the city moat, their losses were still less than 3,000. Boom. As they neared the river's edge, these towering firebulls leaped with powerful strides, jumping neatly over the moat that spanned several meters, crashing violently against Blackstone City. As they neared the river's edge, these towering firebulls leaped with powerful strides, jumping neatly over. Unfortunately, they were merely first-tier beings lacking the strength to breach 10-meter-thick walls, enhanced by the infrastructure maniac attribute. The first batch of Inferno fireballs that struck the walls created some small pits, but were also knocked out by the tremendous backlash. As the front bulls fell unconscious, the rear ones crashed into them, knocking themselves out as well. Long and the other tribesmen, initially in a panic, turned to confusion and then to joy. Iron arrows shot out swiftly, reaping the lives of the beasts below. The seemingly desperate fifth wave of beast invasion was thus easily resolved. One can only imagine that without the protection of the city walls, even if the tribe birthed a second-tier being, they would absolutely be unable to withstand this wave of Inferno firebulls. Beautiful. Lu Sheng clenched his fist tightly. Perhaps even the examiner who set the questions would not have expected someone to successfully establish a city within the first month after awakening the small world. I forfeit. A beast tide composed of tens of thousands of blazing firebulls. What the hell? I forfeit, I forfeit. Damn it, over 100 first-tier beings from my tribe were sent flying like they were nothing. I forfeit. Isn't the gap between each wave a bit too large? I forfeit. After barely passing the fourth wave of elite students, upon seeing the fifth wave consisting of over 10,000 blazing firebulls, he immediately erupted in curses. They do not possess this grade trait infrastructure maniac. They have spent a month developing resources and strengthening their people, leaving no time to build cities. Most of their tribe is established on plains, and facing a beast tide of first-tier monsters, they have no defense, and all choose to forfeit. Even Liang, who has over 1,000 first-tier dragonmen and military formations, upon seeing his people die by the hundreds in mere moments, immediately halted the examination. Having passed the fourth wave and holding on for a while in the fifth wave should be enough to rank in the top 30 or even the top 10 of the grade. Liang calculated within his heart. Although his theoretical scores were not as high as Lu Sheng's, the prosperity of his divine kingdom and practical assessments would surely be much higher, easily crushing the competition. After all, according to his expectations, it would be good if Lu Sheng could make it into the top 100 of the grade. In examination room 404, aside from Lu Sheng, all other candidates had already left. That kid has quite the luck. Watching Lu Sheng pass the fifth wave without injury, the chief examiner's consciousness chuckled slightly, having already anticipated all of this. His original intention was to use the fifth wave to create a watershed, but he didn't expect it to become an opportunity. However, being able to build such a large city in such a short time is also a reflection of the candidate's personal strength and is not considered a violation. I can already imagine the expressions of those elite students when they see their results. The chief examiner thought with a hint of malicious amusement. At this moment in Lu Sheng's small world, the sixth wave of monsters had already invaded. 100,000 unranked monsters, 10,000 first-tier monsters, and 10 second-tier monsters. Suddenly a mass of black dots spewed forth from the crack, led by 10 massive wolf demons, with agile limbs running as fast as lightning. The speed was too fast. The archers on the city wall had just aimed when the wolf demons had already leaped several hundred meters, completely unable to keep up with their pace. Even if they managed to shoot arrows, they would miss. Oh whoa! The 10 second-tier wolf demons easily jumped over the moat, and when faced with the tall city wall, they merely dug their claws into the crevices and began to climb vertically like monkeys. Die! Yuzo shouted, unleashing 3 flying swords that transformed into 3 streaks of light, attacking the climbing wolf demons. One wolf demon at the front was struck in the eyes, howling as it fell. But the remaining wolf demons seized the opportunity to quickly reach the top of the wall and swiftly locked onto Yuzo, the only one who could harm them, and pounced together. However, the archers on the wall had already drawn their bows, and hundreds of iron arrows were released simultaneously, enhanced by the armor break trait, instantly turning 7 giant wolves into a sieve. The remaining 3 wolf demons also sustained light injuries. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Yuzo's eyes lit up as he controlled the 3 flying swords to return from midair, attacking from the blind spot of a giant wolf that was howling in pain from the arrow wound. Splash! Another wolf demon fell. These mere demon wolves are nothing. Seeing himself easily take down a wolf demon, Yuzo instantly felt confident stepping on the flying sword towards the other two wolf demons. Yuzo no! A shout came from behind. But Yuzo showed no signs of stopping, forming hand seals and aiming for the vital points of the wolf demon. The three grade flying swords easily pierced into a wolf demon's body, tearing apart a large swath of flesh and blood. Yuzo's face brightened, thinking he had killed this monster. The wolf demon, pierced by the three flying swords, suddenly erupted, its eyes glowing with a savage crimson light, and with a backhand strike Yuzo was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a wall. Yuzo's face instantly turned pale. With one blow his ribcage was shattered, and he fell into heavy injury. The pain nearly rendered him immobile, but the enraged wolf demon would not give him time to recover. The distance was too close, and the archers on the wall could not shoot. Whoosh! The wolf demon's charge stirred up a gale, its massive body blocking the light, ready to crush. Just when Yuzo felt despair in his heart, believing he was about to die, a familiar figure stood in front of him, taking the blow for him. It was Long. Bang! Faced with the overwhelming power of a second-tier being, Long had no power to resist, and was directly slapped several dozen meters away, crashing into a wooden house within the city. Life or death unknown. No! Yuzo's eyes widened, his heart filled with extreme sorrow, yet he felt powerless. The members of the Gueba tribe fell into despair. 10 vanguard monsters could easily crush their 2 top fighters, not to mention the countless monsters behind. Was Blackstone City destined to perish today? Boom. However, just as the 3 wolf demons were about to continue their slaughter, a vast hand suddenly emerged from the sky, sweeping down and clearing all the monsters as if they had never existed. The crack extending across the heavens gradually closed, returning to nothingness. What is this? A deity. A deity has intervened. Blackstone City is saved. Praise our God. Praise our God. After a brief moment of shock, the people of Blackstone City were overjoyed, kneeling down to worship and cheering loudly. Indeed, Lu Xing chose to forfeit. He could not bear to watch the sole cultivator of his tribe die, especially since Yuzo was only 23 years old with the potential to break through Foundation establishment. He even had a glimpse of the Golden Core realm. As for why he did not forfeit when Long intervened, that was also intentional. Long had already grown old. Some people are leaders when alive and faith when dead. Rather than slowly aging to death, a glorious sacrifice is better. If his sacrifice could lead to Yuzo's growth and the prosperity of the tribe, then it would all be worth it. Sure enough, after worshipping the deity, Yuzo, dragging his severely injured body, was about to check on Long's condition, but Yao Chen beside him stopped him. Lord Yuzo, your injuries are serious. We have already sent someone to assist Lord City Master. Please hurry and receive treatment. When Yao Chen said this, there was a tone of undeniable sorrow. All right. Yuzo hesitated for a moment, but chose to follow Yao Chen. The power of the second-tier monster was immense, and since he primarily practiced cultivation, his physical quality was not high at all. Even a casual blow had displaced his internal organs. If it weren't for the enhancement of the steel bones trait and the spiritual energy stabilizing his body, he probably wouldn't even be able to move now. The examination is over. Please leave the examination room. When Lu Shang returned to the classroom of Class 31, he found that all his classmates had already gathered, and as he entered, everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Even Su Weiner on stage was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, Lu Shang, I'm curious, how far did you advance in the practical assessment to return so late? I was quite lucky and managed to pass the 5th round, but I gave up during the 6th. Lu Shang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You passed the 5th round. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Su Weiner but all the students in Class 31 of the senior year, including Li Yang, were stunned. All present were ordinary students with E and F level talents, most of whom didn't even have a first-tier creature and had basically fallen during the second wave. Some students with a bit of family assets who had planned their development well also collapsed under the attack of 300 first-tier Dark Knight Griffins in the third wave, choosing to forfeit directly. Among those present, except for Li Yang, who possessed level talent and received support from the Nangong family, others didn't even know what the 4th wave's monsters were. You passed the 5th wave? Are you kidding? Li Yang only made it to the 5th wave and chose to forfeit. I have level talent. My family even bought me 10 clevel buildings, and there are 50 first-tier creatures in the tribe, yet I couldn't even get past the 3rd wave. Lu Shang is only clevel. Stop bragging without a draft. Lu Shang's initial race is human. How could he possibly be better than Li Yang when he is so weak at the beginning? Is Jiahao coming? The faces of the students in Class 31 were full of disbelief, thinking Lu Shang was boasting, except for Li Yang, who furrowed his brows slightly from the back row by the window. Is it true? Did he really get through the 5th round? With his personality, he shouldn't be lying just to show off. But this doesn't make sense. Liang couldn't figure out how Lu Sheng managed to withstand the onslaught of 10,000 first-tier flame bull creatures, and even counterattack. Unless Lu Sheng's demigod parents transferred all the high-level resources and high-level dependence from their divine realm into Lu Sheng's divine realm. But such actions would directly lead to the collapse of the ecological balance in their divine realm. No one with any sense would do such a thing. What exactly is going on? Liang felt very anxious inside. If what Lu Sheng said was true, then didn't that mean he was once again overshadowed by the other party? Alright, everyone stop discussing, let's hear what Lu Sheng has to say. Compared to the students' restlessness, Su Weiner as a demigod appeared much more composed, and directly handed the question to Lu Sheng. Although she wasn't the one setting the questions, she was aware of the content of the practical assessment as soon as all the examinees began. The difficulty of the fifth wave of beasts was such that even geniuses with true god support from elite classes found it extremely challenging to pass, let alone Lu Sheng. She was very curious about how this was achieved. The wisdom of my tribe's citizens is quite high. Shortly after awakening their small world, they underwent cultural advancement and even gave birth to a few citizens with architectural talents building cities around the tribe. With the support of my parents who provided thousands of stone people and greystone goblins along with the hard work of construction, we successfully built the city just yesterday. Without the city walls, there is no way I could have resisted the invasion of the fifth wave of monsters. Lu Sheng's words were half true and half false, yet they sounded quite credible as the expressions of his classmates shifted from disbelief to skepticism. Su Weiner on stage nodded after hearing this, acknowledging his statement. Lu Sheng, your luck is indeed quite good. Choosing to prioritize the establishment of cities for your citizens during the early development of your divine realm shows that you were well prepared for this monthly exam. As far as the teacher knows, currently no more than 5 people in our school have passed the fifth wave, and with your nearly perfect theoretical scores you are likely to enter the top 10 in your grade this time. The classmates below clasped their heads in disbelief. Lu Sheng, top 10 in the whole school. The combination of these two nearly unrelated phrases made their brains nearly malfunction. If this name were Liang, perhaps they wouldn't be so shocked. But this person is Lu Sheng, an ordinary class student with only clever talent. Is this really reasonable? Just luck, just luck. Lu Sheng did not deny it, merely smiling faintly. This is just the beginning. As level master of entries becomes increasingly powerful as time goes on, you will have plenty to be shocked by. As Lu Sheng explained, everyone's gaze toward him changed again, with only a few still holding skeptical looks, seemingly still unconvinced. But Lu Sheng was too lazy to care about them. Once the monthly exam results come out, it will naturally silence all. Today, after the monthly exam ends, everyone must have encountered many problems during the practical assessment. The divine realm has also suffered some losses, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. I believe many of you, when training the citizens of your divine realm, simply give them whatever they lack, and the creatures you leave idle are also low-aggression species. However, teachers must tell you that while this may be acceptable in the short term, in the long run, citizens will definitely develop lethargy and even a tendency to be lazy and unproductive. This would be absolutely fatal for the development of a divine realm. Shifting the topic away from Lu Sheng, Su Weiner began to summarize today's exam, giving everyone another reminder. Therefore, as long as there is no impact on the core of the divine realm, you must create suitable pressure for your citizens in your future development. You can introduce suitable dangerous creatures and also formulate appropriate reward and punishment schemes. After today's exam, we won't have a class. Everyone should go home and absorb the experiences and lessons from this assessment and summarize them. The results of the monthly exam will be released tonight. Everyone should pay attention to the class group and the school bulletin board. Since this is the first exam after awakening the divine realm, the scores may be lower than usual, which is normal. What you should mainly look at is the ranking. Class dismissed. Back at home, the first thing that greeted him was his parents' concerned gaze. Son, how was it? How did you feel about the monthly exam? Lu Tiansheng and Wang Ning looked expectantly. It felt pretty good. Maybe I can make it into the top 10 of the whole school. Lu Sheng casually placed his backpack aside, picked up an apple from the table, wiped it, and took a bite. Top 10. If you really made it into the top 10, I could shout for your dad. Lu Tiansheng's face clearly showed disbelief. Wang Ning rolled her eyes. Isn't that a bit too much? Lu Sheng scratched his chin, feeling a bit embarrassed. Come on, you little rascal. Talk about being fat, and you're still puffing up. Lu Tiansheng scolded with a smile, raising his hand as if to hit him, but Lu Sheng quickly dodged to the side, then swiftly escaped into his room. This kid's so disrespectful. Although it's certain he can't make it into the top 10, I think our son's expression seems to indicate he did indeed do quite well. Of course, my son can't be that bad. Back in his room, Lu Sheng's consciousness immediately immersed itself in his small world. Record, your citizen, the first-generation leader of the Giba tribe, the first-generation lord of Blackstone City Dragon, has fallen. Record, the Giba tribe held a prayer ceremony for Dragon. Record your citizen fishing walk has been elected as the second-generation Lord of Blackstone City. Although only a few hours had passed in the real world, more than a month had gone by in the small world since the crack opened and the beast invasion began. The dragon who took the hit from the second-tier wolf for Yuzo was gravely injured and was barely clinging to life while being treated. The only reason he was holding on was to say his last two words to Yuzo. Yuzo, you are a good child, ambitious and exceptionally talented, but cough cough. You are too young and your actions lack caution. When you take charge of Haishi City in the future, you must listen more to your Uncle Zu's advice. The future of Haishi City is entrusted to your hands. After imparting his last wishes, the 65-year-old man finally breathed his last quietly, closing his eyes never to open them again. Meanwhile, Yuzo had already burst into tears. Don't worry, I will make the Giba tribe better and better. From that day on, Yuzo seemed like a changed person, shedding his former childishness and becoming more mature and steady, leading the tribe to steady development. Witnessing all this, Lu Sheng nodded. This was the growth he desired. When the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first harden their mind and toil their body. As the leader of the tribe, this was a necessary trial. After inspecting the small world for a while, Lu Sheng stepped out, opened his smart wristwatch, and began to search. He had gained quite a bit from this practical assessment, discovering many of his shortcomings. The first flaw was in the techniques. Although there were many body-refining warriors among the Giba tribe, and their realms were generally high, they relied solely on brute force, lacking skill, making it difficult to unleash their full potential. This was particularly evident when facing the ambush of the Night Griffin. If they had martial arts skills for movement, they wouldn't have been caught off guard, allowing so many archers to be taken out. Furthermore, first-tier latest-stage beings had already begun to appear in the Giba tribe. The warriors were fine. Although the Manu body refining technique had average effects, it could be practiced continuously. However, in terms of cultivation, without suitable techniques, there would be no progress at all. Yuzo had already cultivated to the 7th layer of the Qi refining technique and would soon hit the bottleneck of the first tier. He needed to quickly prepare techniques suitable for reaching the second tier. I can ask Dad about this first, Lu Sheng thought. Techniques and martial arts were incredibly expensive. Even the most basic fire techniques cost hundreds of thousands, and slightly better ones range from tens of millions to billions, which was simply unaffordable. The second flaw lay in medical care. Currently, the Giba tribe had no proper medics, and there were hardly any doctors. Treating the injured mainly relied on low-level herbs made by the caretaker of the Spirit Herb Garden. This was also Lu Sheng's oversight. Due to effects like body-strengthening health and accelerated metabolism, along with practicing the Manu body refining technique, there were almost no sick individuals in the Giba tribe. Even if someone had a minor ailment, they would recover in a day or two without needing treatment. This led to the perception that the Giba tribe did not seem to need doctors. However, this was fine in times of peace, but once war broke out, this deficiency would become fatal. Therefore, Lu Sheng decided to purchase some medicinal formulas, ideally including, but not limited to, revitalizing pill, bone cleansing pill, and other treatments and enhancement formulas to cultivate his people. This would imitate the healing methods of the cultivation world. He would also buy some related herbs and spirit plants for cultivation. With the tenfold growth speed from the universal growth attribute, this approach was undoubtedly the most cost-effective and yielded results the fastest. Additionally, the tenfold spiritual energy attribute greatly improved the environment of the small world, enhancing the growth speed of real crops even beyond tenfold. Let's check out the formulas and herbs first. I'll ask Dad for techniques once the results are out. By then, seeing my achievements, he won't dare refuse, right? After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng decided to first open the Duan now on his wrist and began searching. Tags such as formulas, treatment, enhancement, herb pairing. After a few flashes on the electronic screen, related products were displayed. Beep. Etir formula revitalizing pill. After consuming the revitalizing pill, it transforms into a pure medicinal power, stopping bleeding, treating injuries, accelerating healing, alleviating fatigue and pain, and restoring a small amount of vitality and stamina. However, excessive short-term use may lead to drug resistance. The formula requires revitalizing grass, blood moon, orchid, and 100 spirit fruit. Formula price 1 million faith points. Tire formula bone cleansing pill. The bone cleansing pill can refine the warrior's body, eliminate impurities, and achieve a slight increase in root bone quality, but only the first dose is effective. It requires spirit spring water, cold jade essence, 100-year bone essence, and 100-year ginseng for refinement. Note: formulas are proprietary. Buyers only have the right to use them. Any illegal distribution will be subject to legal penalties from the Great Xia. Intellectual property is indeed expensive. Lu Sheng pouted and purchased both formulas, while also buying 10,000 of each of the 7 herbs. However, the Spirit Herb Garden was already full, so he had to plant them outside the city, setting aside a separate piece of land for the herbs. Additionally, he spent 1 million faith points to buy an Atir alchemy furnace, draining his account balance to... Meanwhile, inside the small world, Yao Chun, who was patiently watering the flame fruit tree and caring for the flesh mushroom, suddenly froze in place as a tremor ran through his mind. In his mind, the refining process for the revitalizing pill and bone-cleansing pill suddenly appeared, detailing the timing, the order of adding materials, and the required refining time, among other specifics. He also learned the effects of these two pills. These two formulas, the former can save the Giba tribe from illness and suffering, while the latter can improve their quality and accelerate cultivation speed. There is fertile land 5 miles west of Haishi City where the materials for making these two pills grow. Once they mature, you may go harvest them. I grant you a refining furnace, but do not disappoint my expectations. The voice came from the endless distance, fading into the horizon. Yao Chun knelt on the ground and shouted, I will heed the divine's teachings, I will study diligently and live up to your intentions. It soon proved that Yao Chun indeed had some talent in this regard, quickly mastering the methods for refining pills and beginning to experiment. With ample opportunities for trial and error using the abundant herbs, Yao Chun finally produced his first batch of revitalizing pills 2 weeks after receiving the formulas. Following that, he gradually became proficient in the process, significantly increasing his success rate, and began refining bone-cleansing pills, teaching apprentices how to refine pills and distributing them in large quantities to the Giba tribe's people. Lu Sheng watched with great interest. Beep, beep, beep. His smart wristwatch signaled that a large number of messages had come in a short time. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and exited the small world to check. He saw that the chat software indicated over 99 messages in the top right corner, coming from the class group, the senior year group of Linhai No. 1 high school, and private chats from Zhao Mingjian and homeroom teacher Su Weiner. The discussion revolved around just one topic, the monthly exam results. Lu Sheng first opened the private chat channel with his homeroom teacher Su Weiner. Lu Sheng, congratulations. In this month's exam for the senior year, your theoretical score is 99, Divine Kingdom Prosperity is 107, Practical Assessment is 383, and your total score is 589, ranking 4th in the entire school. Not 4th in the regular class, but 4th among all senior students of Linhai No. 1 high school, including the 90 descendants of deities in the elite class. Lu Sheng, you have truly amazed your teacher. Su Weiner was evidently exhilarated as she typed these words. As a teacher of the regular class, she had been educating students for decades, yet never before had a student from her class broken into the top 4 of the grade. Although it was only a routine monthly exam, it was enough to make her want to leap with excitement. 4th place. Lu Sheng was also taken aback when he saw his ranking, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that entering the top 10 would be a great achievement, never expecting to secure such a high position within it. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a good thing. The higher the ranking, the more attention he would receive, and the better the rewards from the Ministry of Education. Lu Sheng typed humbly, it's still thanks to the teacher's excellent instruction. No sooner had the message been sent than Su Weiner replied instantly, Lu Sheng, your performance in this exam was exceptionally outstanding, and even the chief examiner held you in high regard, drawing significant attention from the school's upper management. Therefore, aside from the 5 million faith points and a self-selected grade building that the Education Bureau will award to the top 10, the school has decided to provide you with additional exclusive subsidies based on your circumstances. You'll find out the specifics when you come to school tomorrow. Lu Sheng was puzzled. Exclusive subsidies. In this world where interest reigned supreme, he didn't believe in any free lunch. Although Linhai No. 1 high school would certainly not deliberately harm its students, receiving extra subsidies likely required agreeing to certain conditions. Perhaps it would be a demand that he return to teach at Linhai No. 1 high school once he became a deity. Su Weiner, perhaps noticing his delayed response, sent another explanation. Lu Sheng, you might not be aware, but besides you, the other 9 students in the top 10 all have backing from deities. The school sees this as an excellent promotional opportunity and wants to craft an image of you as a commoner prodigy for advertising purposes, hence the decision to provide additional funding. Understood, Lu Sheng typed back. If it were other requests he might need to consider, but merely cooperating with Linhai No. 1 high school for an advertisement was something he was more than willing to do. This extra subsidy would essentially serve as advertising fees. Furthermore, as the most exceptional student I have ever taught, I personally have decided to sponsor you with something. Su Weiner's chat continued to flicker, and a pale blue item illustration appeared alongside the text. Crade Technique Beast Taming Manual. When cultivated to minor mastery, the cultivator uses spiritual energy to tame and bind a beast, fully subduing it as a pet. After reaching minor mastery, the tamed beast will not rebel against its master as long as it does not exceed 1 major realm above the cultivator. The deeper the cultivation of the manual, the higher the bond between master and pet, and the more beasts can be controlled. When I purchased it, it had 3 transmission opportunities. Now only the last one remains, and it can be given to A grade technique. Lu Sheng was flattered and quickly accepted the item that had been sent, then rapidly typed. Teacher, this is too precious. I can't accept it. On the other side of the screen, Sue Weiner, seeing that the technique had already been claimed just seconds after she sent it, twitched her lips slightly and chose to skip past the topic. The 5 million faith points have been transferred, but the school's exclusive reward and the self-selected grade building need to be collected in person tomorrow. Here is the list of grade buildings available in the school's inventory. You can think it over or discuss it with your family. Once you've decided, send me a message and I'll reserve it for you. After sending the final message, Sue Weiner forwarded an image featuring over a dozen different types of grade buildings with their specific functions listed below. Grade building Ingenious Workshop. When forging in the workshop, efficiency increases by 100, forging quality increases by 100, oil and material consumption decreases by 50. Remaining quantity 1. Grade building Blood Furnace. By feeding it a large amount of fresh blood, the furnace condenses into blood pills. Consuming them greatly enhances the cultivation speed and talent of subjects, but the source of blood and the race of the subject consuming the blood pill must be identical. Remaining quantity 1. Grade building Death Watchtower. After placement, the souls of living beings that die within a 10-mile radius will not dissipate, but instead gather around the watchtower, forming undead warriors. Remaining quantity 1. Grade building Spirit Eye Spring. Remaining quantity 3. Grade building Flesh Processing. Plant processes flesh into more delicious and nutritious forms. Long-term consumption enhances talent. The higher the grade of flesh input, the more pronounced the effect. Remaining quantity 1. After examining for a long time, Lu Sheng hesitated among 3 buildings: Ingenious Workshop, Spirit Eye Spring, and Flesh Processing Plant. He owned a grade fine iron mine. If he could obtain the Ingenious Workshop, he could mass-produce a grade weapons and sell them. At a price of tens of thousands of faith points per a grade weapon, this would be a substantial income. Meanwhile, Spirit Eye Spring and Flesh Processing Plant were buildings that could slowly enhance the talents of his subjects, something no one would ever have too much of. Sigh, why can I only choose one? What if I want all of them? Lu Sheng sighed. After much deliberation, he finally chose the Ingenious Workshop. His current avenues for obtaining faith points were limited. Aside from school rewards and support from his parents, his income was nearly zero. And in the early stages of development, there were too many places that required faith points. He needed a self-sustaining industry to generate income. Previously, Lu Sheng had considered focusing on spiritual plants, but the consumption within his tribe was too high, not enough even for themselves. In fact, as the population grew, he would need to plant even more. Thus, he had to consider other options. As for weapons, a single piece could last a long time. Even if he sold the surplus, it would not affect the tribe's strength. With this in mind, Lu Sheng immediately typed in the chat box, "Teacher Sue, please reserve the Ingenious Work." Alright. Exiting the chat with Sue Weiner, Lu Sheng then opened Zhao Mingjian's profile, and a dozen messages instantly popped up. Damn, brother Lu, I was just joking with you before. How did you actually make it into the top 10 of the grade? 383 points in the practical assessment. Did you pass the 5th wave? 10,000 first-tier flame fire oxen. How the hell is that passable for a human? There's a guy in our class whose small world subjects include several second-tier beings, and even he didn't dare to take that wave. And you passed. Tell me, did you use a cheat? This is just too damn insane. Hey, reply when you get this. Looking at the message sent by Zhao Mingjian, Lu Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ever since Zhao Ding visited last time, Zhao Mingjian had been in contact with him, occasionally discussing the development plans of the Divine Kingdom. As the child of a true god, Zhao Mingjian indeed possessed unique insights, and the development of the Fishman tribe was quite impressive, boasting nearly 1,000 first-tier beings during the monthly examination. Moreover, there was a level building, the Crescent Bay, which could enhance the 6-dimensional attributes of its inhabitants through prolonged immersion. Coupled with clever armor and weapons, each soldier's combat power was astonishingly formidable. It is said that they have also cultivated a high-level formation, making the overall combat strength of their true citizens stronger than his own. However, even so, under the fierce onslaught of 10,000 first-tier flame bull, they could only retreat in regret. Lu Sheng leisurely sent a message, "Just lucky." What luck are you talking about? Stop pretending, just tell me with a clever talent, and starting as a human race, how did you get through the 5th wave? Or are you actually one of those rare twin talents, one being clever and the other slevel? Within seconds, Zhao Mingjian replied with several messages. Lu Sheng was astonished. Zhao Mingjian really could guess, and he hit the nail on the head. However, his other talent was not slevel, but zlevel. Lu Sheng replied, "I was able to establish a city around the tribe due to a genius architect, and although the flame bulls are fierce, they are not enough to break the city walls." Is it really that simple, eh? Yes, it's that simple. Damn, that's impressive. I thought it was a bit tricky before, but now I feel confident that after the midterm exam, we will definitely be classmates. That's hard to say. Or what if I get assigned to the elite class? Lu, I think you've had too much fake wine. Our elite class hasn't even shown its true power in this monthly exam. If you get into the first class, you'll be my brother. After finishing the conversation with Zhao Mingjin, Lu Sheng opened the class group chat again and was met with compliments and congratulations directed at him. He was not interested in these people and did not want to join this hypocritical discussion. He directly closed the class group's chat interface and opened the general chat for the third-year students. The discussion inside was about his sudden rise from the ordinary class to the top 10 in the grade, but the tone seemed somewhat off. Lu Xiaohui, who is this Lu Sheng? Why haven't I heard of him in the elite class before? 18-year-old pure little handsome, are you stupid? He's from the ordinary class. King, from the ordinary class. Could it be that he awakened a high-level talent? 18-year-old pure little handsome, he only has a clever talent, and his initial race is still human. Lu Xiaohui, are you kidding me, bro? If it's really as you said, I'll eat a pound of shit. Little Xiao also wants to strive to be strong one dragon AOT on one. Initially, there weren't many discussions, but after Lu Xiaohui's outrageous statement, the subsequent replies were all one, expressing disbelief and tagging Lu Sheng's account wanting him to explain. Thus, amidst a sea of one replies, Lu Sheng said nothing but sent the image of his awakening information from the Ministry of Education. Deity Lu Sheng, area of small world, 3.0 square kilometers, citizens, human race, talent, clever, breeding homeland. Without caring about the intense reactions in the group, he decisively exited the chat screen, leaving without a word. In the living room, Lu Tiansheng and Wang Ning were tapping away on their smart watches, seemingly selling something. In this world, everything can be produced from the divine kingdom, so most gods' work is to cultivate resources within their divine realms and then sell them for profit. Naturally, Lu Sheng's parents were no different. Mom and Dad, the monthly exam results are out, and I lived up to expectations coming in fourth in the grade. Lu Sheng walked up waving the chat records of Su Weiner in front of them, his face glowing with pride. The two who were selling resources paused, and upon seeing the light displayed before them, they were left stunned. Lu Tianxing widened his eyes. Really truly fourth in the grade. Wang Ning opened her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought her son was boasting and never expected this to be true. I say, old Lu, what should I call you now? Lu Sheng slung an arm around Lu Tianxing's shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he brought up something from earlier today. Lu Tianxing glared at him and slapped his hand away. You little brat, taking advantage and acting coy. I'll transfer you 10 million faith points as a reward for your exam. All right. After that, Lu Sheng also inquired about the cultivation methods, but the response was that Lu Tianxing did not have any either, as the cultivation methods for the citizens of the small world were under patent protection and could not be transferred. However, Lu Tianxing indicated that if it was really urgent, he would think of a way. In the end, Lu Sheng could only return to his room with his tail between his legs, but just as he closed the door, he seemed to hear a faint phone ring from the living room. Hello? Old Zhao, this is Lu Tianxing. No, just fourth in the grade, still need to work hard, Not at all. My son Lu Sheng has the potential of a true god. In the room, Lu Sheng looked at the over 15 million faith points lying in his account, his heart surging with excitement. He immediately thought of buying a suitable foundation establishment technique. But just as he opened the smartwatch, Lu Sheng's hand paused. No, I don't know what the school's separate subsidy reward will be. What if there's a cultivation technique I can choose? Wouldn't I be at a loss? After much contemplation, Lu Sheng decided to wait for a while. If it didn't work out, he would buy a low-level foundation establishment technique as a temporary measure. Then he entered the small world, crushing the card for the beast mastery technique, and in an instant vast memories and knowledge flowed into Yuzo's mind. Yuzo froze in place. Yuzo, this is the beast mastery technique. Cultivating to a high level can strengthen the spirit and enhance control over myriad beasts. I want you to diligently cultivate, enclosing a 10-mile area for the purpose of raising carnivorous monsters. With the passage of 30 years, the Giba tribe had already passed the most difficult developmental period, with a population exceeding 5,000, and the new generation had grown up experiencing explosive population growth. Not long after the monthly exam had passed, the number of body refinement realm warriors increased rather than decreased, exceeding 800. 13 citizens of the tribe who were at the 6th level of body refinement had experienced a great battle, and inspired by it broke through their bottlenecks to become latest elites. The demand for meat surged. Relying solely on daily hunting, even increasing the number and variety of first-tier beings, could not meet the Giba tribe's consumption. A stable source of meat had to be established. Perhaps Su Weiner never expected that Lu Sheng would use cultivation techniques to develop animal husbandry. For rapid breeding with plenty of meat, it's unnecessary to consider too much as long as it has the descriptor of delicious meat. Soon Lu Sheng found 3 first-tier beings with rapid reproduction traits on the Duan Neo blood pigs, Red Bulls, and breeding goblins. Blood pig large in size with astonishing blood quantity. Each normal adult blood pig can release 100 kilograms of blood, and they have a docile temperament, not picky about food, making them suitable for mass farming. Red Bull, its skin is as red as blood with firm muscles. Consuming it can invigorate the spirit and relieve fatigue in a short time. Its food is ordinary fodder, but its temperament is irritable and fearless of death. Breeding goblin, a mutated variant of the ordinary goblin, ugly in appearance, can reproduce asexually, with at least 8 offspring per litter, capable of being born in 3 days and maturing in 10 days with tender meat. If one can overlook its extremely ugly appearance and psychological burden, it is an excellent food source. With a casual glance, Lu Sheng felt that these 3 types of first-tier creatures were quite suitable for breeding. The blood pig not only can be consumed, but its abundant blood can also be used to nourish blood meat mushrooms, while the flesh of the Red Bull can invigorate the mind and enhance the work efficiency of the populace. As for breeding the ugly goblins, in his past life, he had seen humans consume food, with unsightly appearances, relishing every bite, leaving nothing behind, such as live pearls. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng purchased 100,000 blood pigs, 100,000 Red Bulls, and 100,000 breeding goblins respectively, placing them in the 3 enclosures built outside Haishi City. With the help of the stone people's kin, the construction was swift. Within merely 2.5 weeks, 3 enclosures spanning 10 miles each were established, surrounded by tall, sharp stone fences. Inside, various sizes of farmhouses were arranged to house them. Lu Sheng's idea was to experiment with these 3 types of creatures, ultimately observing which one the Giba tribe's people preferred, and then making reasonable plans. Of course, with such a large number of first-tier creatures, it was extremely easy for unrest to arise, especially with the presence of the hot-tempered Red Bulls. At this point, the effects of the beast taming manual became evident. Lu Sheng barely mastered this method, and then controlled the leaders of the 3 groups, subjugating the entire populace through them. Moreover, with their low intelligence coupled with the provision of food and shelter, by midnight all these beasts had already settled down. It was at this moment that the level talent master of entries trembled slightly, and a new entry appeared. A level entry, old, yet strong as age, increases the vitality, strength, physique, and spirit attributes of the populace will not decline, maintaining their peak state, and their potential will gradually improve with age. Another practical entry. Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. It is important to note that once a martial artist ages, their vitality will inevitably decline, and their control over their body will weaken. This is why the probability of breakthroughs diminishes with age. The previous lord of Haishi City, Long, at 65 years old, if not for a tremendous opportunity, would still face challenges in surviving the monthly assessment due to his advanced age halting at the body refinement stage. However, with old yet strong, the situation changes. It can lock vitality, ensuring that the older the populace gets, the stronger they become, without worrying about hindering breakthroughs. If that's the case, didn't Long die in vain? The next day, after completing the daily classes, Lu Sheng followed Su Weiner to a beautifully decorated office where a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting. Furthermore, the school's additional subsidy for you was also proposed by Principal Su. As soon as they entered, Su Weiner took on the role of intermediary, introducing Lu Sheng. Furthermore, the school's additional subsidy for you was also proposed by Principal Su. As soon as they entered, Su Weiner took on the role of intermediary, introducing Lu Sheng. Hello, Principal. Hello, Lu Sheng. Su Zheng spoke steadily, revealing a slight smile upon seeing Lu Sheng. Your name has spread throughout the entire Linhai No. One high school in the past few days, and even other schools have begun to hear rumors about you. It's just luck, Lu Sheng humbly replied. In truth, he didn't care much about his reputation. On the contrary, he was more concerned about what the school's additional reward was, hoping it wouldn't be a casual clever building to appease him. You're being modest. Su Zheng waved his hand and directly took out a gilded card. Lu Sheng, I won't say much more. This is the level building Baichao workshop as a school reward, and giving it to you now. There's also another matter which Su Laosher should have mentioned to you. Your achievement as a non-divine descendant has had a significant impact on the school's reputation. The school higher-ups are very concerned and have decided to provide you with additional rewards. As he spoke, Su Zheng waved his hand, and a large light screen appeared in front of the office displaying 3 options. Based on your situation, you can choose one from the level technique, Yunhai Xianlu 30 level Yuehua grasses, or in a level building Fengling Yueying. Gulp. Lu Sheng couldn't help but swallow. He knew about Yuehua grass. Although it wasn't as precious as spirit milk bamboo, its market price was still 5 million per stalk. The value of the level building need not be overstated. It would not be less than 100 million. Unfortunately, what he needed most right now was still the inheritance of a technique. With a high-level technique combined with the tenfold density of spiritual energy in the small world and the nourishment from spiritual rice and beast meat, even the most useless spiritual root could cultivate at an astonishing rate. Struggling to shift his gaze from the latter 2 options, Lu Sheng looked at the first option, I choose level technique. Su Zheng nodded and directly handed the gilded card representing Yunhai Xianlu to Lu Sheng. A day has passed since the monthly assessment results were released. With your grades and background, I believe a major force will contact you soon with generous offers. Although we at Linhai know, one high school cannot dictate your thoughts, we still hope you can decline those invitations. Su Zheng said this with a hint of personal desire. If Lu Sheng accepted sponsorship from outside forces and signed a divine contract, it would no longer align with the standard of a commoner genius, and the school would lose its reason for promotion. Of course, the school would not provide additional rewards next time either. I will consider it carefully. Back home, Lu Sheng casually ate a few bites before heading to his room. Opening his smartwatch, he found that Su Zheng's predictions were correct. His inbox was already filled with new envelopes, all invitations from major forces in Linhai City, including information from the 4 great families. Without exception, they all sought to invest in him. Unfortunately, I don't want to work for others. Lu Sheng glanced at them and cleared all the emails. Though these forces offered very generous conditions, they all had one basic requirement, that he serve them unconditionally for 30 to 50 years after graduating from university. Moreover, the resources within the divine realm would also have to be contributed proportionally each year. He could never agree to such conditions. Discarding the distractions in his mind, Lu Sheng immersed his consciousness in the small world. The harvest from the monthly assessment was immense. He needed to quickly convert these resources into the strength of the divine nation to prepare for the upcoming midterm evaluation. A day passed, and the changes in the small world were immense. Firstly, the 3 enclosures outside Haishi City had been arranged by Yu Zhuo, with hundreds of people to work on the daily feeding and slaughtering. Then they were to be transported into Haishi City by the Stone People's kin. The issue of meat supply was thorough. In the 2 forests within the divine realm, the frequency of hunting decreased due to the emergence of livestock farming by the Giba tribe, leading to a notable increase in reproduction. Inside Haishi City, due to the effect of old age strength, most martial artists who had once been unable to break through due to aging began to train again and quickly surpassed their bottlenecks. In the 32nd year of the small world, the population of the Giba tribe soared to 7,000, with over 1,000 martial artists in the body refinement realm and hundreds in the late stage of body refinement. Among them, the most powerful was Uncle Su, a figure from the same era as Dragon, who had spoken with Yu Zhuo before Dragon passed away. He had reached the peak of the body refinement realm and was just one step away from becoming a second-tier being. Lu Sheng took out the resource card of Hundredcraft's workshop and placed it near the agreed mirror iron. With a loud rumble, a gigantic structure covering several kilometers suddenly appeared, startling the Greystone gnomes who were crafting. However, they soon discovered that inside this massive building were brand new forging tools, and an indescribable aura helped them focus and hone their crafting skills. Realizing the tremendous benefits, the leader of the Greystone tribe immediately ordered the forging site to be moved from a cave to Hundredcraft's workshop. From then on, the forging efficiency of the Greystone tribe soared. Previously, only the oldest members of the tribe had a chance to forge grade weapons, but now even younger members had a small chance of success. The success rate for forging grade weapons had more than doubled. Of course, as a diligent deity, Lu Sheng would not allow his subjects to be lazy, so even with increased efficiency, he did not reduce their forging hours. Under ideal circumstances, the Greystone tribe can forge 3,000 grade weapons and 100 grade weapons in a year, which could sell for 130,000. Lu Sheng roughly calculated and couldn't help but lick his dry lips. A year in the small world equated to a day in the main world. One could say that with Hundredcraft's workshop, as long as the Agrade vein remained active for a day, his daily income would exceed 130,000 faith points. If he increased the number of stone people and Greystone gnomes, this figure would rise even further. No wonder people say the weapon trading business is a lucrative industry. The profits are terrifying. Although in reality Greystone gnomes would fail at forging and the Giba tribe's members would inevitably incur some losses using the weapons, there would still be plenty left. Next was the grade technique, Cloud Sea Immortal Record. Compared to the lowest level Chi refining technique, this was a high-level technique capable of training all the way to the peak of the nascent soul realm, worth at least $1 billion in the market. With a casual wave, the card for Cloud Sea Immortal Record turned into a streak of light, plunging into the small world and directly pouring into Yu Zhuo's mind. Having learned from prior experience, Yu Zhuo quickly adapted and understood that this technique, unlike Beast Mastery Manual, was a cultivation method derived from the same root as Qi refining technique. He also realized that the path of Qi refinement was not the highest level of cultivation. Beyond it lay foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Thank you, deity, for bestowing this technique. Yu Zhuo respectfully bowed 3 times and immediately returned to the secret chamber to fully comprehend Cloud Sea Immortal Record. With the cultivation techniques sorted out, Lu Sheng opened his smartwatch and selected a movement technique and a combat skill. The grade technique, flying body technique description, utilizing the power of blood and Qi to significantly increase speed and agility for a short time, achieving a brief state of suspension. Price 1 million faith points. The grade technique, chaotic king fist description, channels blood and chi to concentrate all physical strength at a single point, unleashing a strike far exceeding ordinary power. Price 5,000,000 faith points. With Lu Sheng's current finances, he bought both techniques without a second thought, and with a swish they were sent into the small world. With abundant resources and new techniques, the tribe entered a phase of rapid development. Affected by the invasion of moon exam beasts and the fall of the first-generation leader dragon, the members of the Giba tribe had developed a strong sense of crisis and began entering a phase of universal martial training. Moreover, having long consumed red rice, spirit rice, and the flesh and blood of first-tier beings, the physical fitness of the tribe members was excellent, allowing them to quickly grasp martial arts. In the 38th year of the small world, new entries included grade 1000 miles, IF grade hunger resistance, grade rapid healing, a grade growth acceleration, grade insight, and grade water element affinity. The population of the Giba tribe exceeded 10,000, with 3,000 martial artists in the body refinement realm, among which 1,000 had just recently entered the body refinement realm. In human martial cultivation, the first realm is called the body refinement realm, also known as martial artists. Following martial artists are martial masters, martial spirits, and martial kings, corresponding to the cultivation paths of Chi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. So far, 500 elderly members have reached the peak of the martial artist stage, just one step away from becoming martial masters. However, due to the emergence of the grade entry insight in the 35th year, many have successfully trained in flying body technique and chaotic king fist to a small degree. On the other hand, among Yu's was 4 elemental roots. He happened to have a water attribute. With the bonus from water element affinity, he smoothly adapted to Cloud Sea immortal record, and his cultivation speed surged, achieving the realm of great perfection in Chi refinement. Now he could control 12 flying swords simultaneously, stirring up a tremendous wave, and with some minor spells, ordinary martial artists in the late stage of body refinement were no match for him. Moreover, standing on a flying sword, he could fly for extended periods, remaining invincible. In these days, aside from keeping backup weapons, I've produced 14,300 grade weapons and 470 A-grade weapons. Lu Sheng opened his smartwatch and sold all these weapons at once. Thanks to the student tax exemption policy, his account instantly surged by 13 million faith points, bringing the total to 73 million. With such a substantial fund, it was time for him to make some investments. Naturally, the first priority was the spirit plant industry. Just 2 days ago, Lu Sheng learned from his chat with Zhao Mingjian that pairing flame fruit with another spirit plant called ice flower, which is also a crade plant, has a remarkable effect on cultivation. Moreover, crossbreeding the two spirit plants has a tiny chance of producing a seed called ice fire fruit core in the next generation, which is in a great spirit plant, even the seeds of which are worth over 1 million faith points. Lu Sheng possessed a 10-fold growth acceleration bonus from the A-grade all things growth, combined with a 30 boost from the newly acquired A-grade growth acceleration, increasing the odds significantly. Lu Sheng bought 1,000 flame fruit trees and 1,000 ice flower seeds, planting them in a 2-to-1 ratio in the most spiritually abundant area outside Haishi City. This was right near where the medicinal materials for revival pills and marrow cleansing pills were planted. This directly consumed 20 million faith points, and Lu Sheng spent another 1 million faith points to buy 1,000 stone people's kin to enhance mining and transportation speed. This brought his balance down to 73 million faith points. However, Lu Sheng did not mind. Like flame fruit trees, ice flowers also have a century-long growth cycle, but ice flowers do not need to bear fruit. They can be harvested after maturing with a chance of leaving 1 to 2 new seeds. Flame fruit trees bear fruit once a year, and with the entry bonus, they produce fruit every month. With such a massive new seed quantity, it would be hard not to produce ice fire fruit cores. Moreover, the mature ice flowers can be sold directly, priced at 200 each, which means 1,000 would yield 20 million faith points. Most importantly, due to the drastically shortened growth cycle, the error rate during the cultivation process among the citizens would be significantly lower, leading to actual efficiency surpassing the surface data. If luck is on his side, he might even multiply his principal several times in the first month. Brother Lu, I have a tremendous opportunity for you. If you play your cards right, you could earn at least 1 billion faith points. Are you in? As Lu Sheng prepared to sleep in the early morning, he received a message from Zhao Mingjian. A tremendous opportunity. Even though the two were good friends and enjoyed chatting, wouldn't you think of me first if such a good thing came up, rather than keeping it all to yourself? If it weren't for knowing Zhao Mingjian's character and their parents' long-standing friendship, Lu Sheng would have thought this kid was trying to trick him. What good thing could possibly make our great elite Zhao come looking for me in the middle of the night? This matter needs to be discussed in person. After class tomorrow, we'll meet at room 307 on the 3rd floor of the Xing'e Hotel. My friends and I will be waiting for you to explain the details. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, deciding to go see what it was about and assess the risks then. His current income from the divine realm was considerable, and stabilizing his development was crucial. If the risks did not match the potential rewards, he absolutely would not participate even if Zhao Mingjian personally invited him. The next day, Lu Sheng arrived at school, and as soon as he took his seat, several classmates greeted him. Brother Lu, several girls from the class next door are asking about you. They asked me for your contact information, and they're quite good-looking. What do you think? Lu God. Since the monthly exam, those who had distanced themselves from him because of Li Yang had come back together, seemingly choosing to forget their previous actions. Lu Sheng scoffed inwardly at their flattery, but responded calmly on the surface, neither warm nor cold. What puzzled him was that Li Yang, who seemed to have a deep-seated grudge against him, had not come looking for trouble even after gaining power, and so much time had passed. Before long, Su Weiner entered the classroom and began her lecture. Hello, students. A week had passed since the monthly exam, and I believe everyone has learned from this experience and replanned their divine realm development. The teacher hopes you will continue to work hard, not become arrogant or despondent due to the exam results, and prepare early for the upcoming midterm exam. The midterm is the most important exam for third-year students besides the college entrance examination, so you must take it seriously. Apart from the elite class of the top 90 in the grade, the rankings of regular classes also represent the school's various resource allocations. Soon class ended. Due to Zhao Mingjian's invitation, Lu Sheng did not choose to go straight home, but took a taxi to the Xinghe Hotel. Upon finding room 307, Lu Sheng opened the door and saw Zhao Mingjian, who was currently talking with 3 other people of similar age. Brother Lu, you're finally here. Upon hearing the noise, Zhao Mingjian looked towards the door and immediately smiled. He quickly walked over and placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, introducing him to the other 3. This is Lu Sheng, who has recently gained fame at Linhaino, one high school, the one from a commoner background, who ranked 4th in the grade. Brother Lu, these 3 are our teammates for this operation. They are all students from the elite class 2 of Linhaino, one high school, my classmates Su Yunlin He and Li Jiesen. I've long admired Brother Lu's name. I've heard our old teacher mention it so often lately that my ears are about to develop calluses. Su Yun said cheerfully. Yes, I heard from Brother Zhao that you built the wall in the first month and even managed to fend off the 5th wave of monster invasions. That's truly terrifying. The other 2 also looked at him with friendly eyes. Although Lu Sheng's background was different from theirs, making it into the top 4 meant he was at least a genius of their caliber. Having more friends means more paths to take. As children from prominent families, they were not foolish enough to look down on others due to their backgrounds. The development of the divine realm cannot solely rely on seclusion of friends, and social circles are a crucial aspect. Hello, everyone. Lu Sheng also greeted them with a smile, but quickly turned to Zhao Mingjian, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Brother Zhao, I'm mainly here to take a look today. I'm not sure if he'll agree to join. Su Yun and the others urged. I say, old Zhao, you were so mysterious when we chatted yesterday, saying we had to talk in person. What is it about? They had all been called over by him yesterday, and were curious about what could be so secretive. Now that everyone is here, I won't keep you in suspense. Yesterday, I discovered a coordinate for a wild small world that is over 10 million square kilometers in size. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 present widened their eyes. A wild small world coordinate over 10 million square kilometers. Is that true? You're not joking, are you? Su Yun immediately stood up, his face filled with disbelief. It was no wonder he was so shocked. A normal semi-deity could only create a small world of a few 100,000 kilometers at most, and even if they enhanced it later, it wouldn't exceed 1 million square kilometers. Only a being above demigod status could have a small world that large, reaching over 10 million square, and at this level the resources within such a small world were countless. Just encountering one high-level building would mean immense profit. Though they had families, it did not mean that resources were inexhaustible. On the contrary, prominent families had very strict boundaries regarding resource allocation. The better your talent and performance, the more support your family would naturally provide. But if your performance was too poor, the family would also reduce assistance. Since it's a wild world, Brother Zhao, why not just let Uncle Zhao handle the development? Why look for us a bunch of recently awakened semi-deities? Lu Sheng was not blinded by this enormous benefit, and asked the question he had in mind. A wild small world over 10 million square kilometers in size, even if it was quite barren, would be worth at least billions. It was practically a money-printing machine. Something so precious could not possibly be shared, even among. If it were an intact wild world, I would never offer it. But unfortunately this one is damaged, and the world's core has been polluted with a risk of collapse at any moment. Zhao Mingjian revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Damaged? That's right. Although this wild world is vast, more than 2/3 of the land is shrouded in thick toxic miasma devoid of life. Only in the very core of the world is there a special structure called the source of life, which slightly reduces the toxicity in the core region. Normally, any deity could enter a wild world as long as they knew the coordinates, but the world I discovered is different. The core of the world has been contaminated by some toxin, making it extremely sensitive. My father almost caused this divine realm to collapse just by opening the world passage. Later tests revealed that only we recently awakened semi-deities, beings with very weak divine nature, could enter the world passage without causing rejection. And with my current small world strength, I am not capable of purging the pollution from the world's core, which is why I need to find a few trustworthy people to help. With Zhao Mingjian's explanation, the others understood why he couldn't develop it himself and wanted to take out this wild small world. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. I can provide the coordinates of this small world, but I have one condition: the special structure at the core source of life must belong to me. All other resources from the small world will be yours once you obtain them. Zhao Mingjian's words were shocking. Inside the private room 307 of the Starry River Hotel, everyone fell into deep contemplation. As the provider of world coordinates, Zhao Mingjian didn't mind taking the brunt of the losses, but they needed to clarify one thing: whether the remaining resources were worth opening the world passage and sending their people to search. In a world shrouded in toxic miasma, the visibility was greatly reduced, making it incredibly difficult for the populace to explore. Ordinary, unranked citizens would likely succumb to poisoning within just a few minutes of exposure. Only those who had undergone Foundation establishment boasting strong physical attributes could traverse the areas engulfed in miasma. However, prolonged exposure would still lead to their demise due to toxin accumulation. At this early stage of development, the number of ranked citizens was crucial. Brother Zhao, what is the toxicity level in this wild world? If a first-tier being consumes a grade detox pill, how long can they last? After a brief moment of thought, Su Yun was the first to pose the question. In the core area, a first-tier being can last about a month with a daily dose of a detox pill, but in the outskirts they can only endure for 3 days at most. If they don't retreat by then, they will be poisoned to death. Zhao Mingjian answered swiftly, clearly having sent his citizens to test it before. A month? That's not too bad. After all, most of the high-level resources of the small world are concentrated in the core area. If we send in citizens in batches, we might finish exploring the core area in 10 days to half a month if we work together. Li Jiasin pondered for a moment and felt it was acceptable. Aside from the special building Fountain of Life, a newly discovered wild world of this size would surely have resources valued at no less than 10 billion. Moreover, looking at it from another perspective, being shrouded in toxic miasma wasn't entirely a bad thing. With prolonged toxin exposure, the land in this world would undoubtedly be permeated with toxins. Ordinary spiritual plants would struggle to survive, but toxic medicinal herbs and spiritual plants could thrive and even grow extensively. It's important to note that due to the pollution of the land, few would plant toxic spiritual plants in the divine realm, making them quite valuable. Beyond these natural structures, rare species, and so on, even if the 3 of them split the profits, they would still gain a substantial return. Furthermore, her initial citizens were monkeys whose intelligence was not much lower than that of humans, and their physical prowess was exceptionally strong, with agile limbs providing a significant advantage in exploration. Of course, she was referring to the time frame of 10 days to half a month in the real world. After all, this was a small world comparable in size to a demigod's realm. Even if it was only 1/3 of that, it was immensely vast for them, the pseudo-deities, and it would be impossible to explore it all in a short time. Lin He also asked Brother Zhao, if I remember correctly, your small world should have already birthed second-tier beings. If they can't penetrate the world's core, the polluted beings lurking nearby can't possibly be third-tier, right? That's not the case. Zhao Mingjian shook his head, a hint of anger on his face. Those polluted beings were originally ordinary zombies, but after being infected by toxins, they mutated, carrying deadly poison. Coupled with the miasma, my fishman's strength has been severely diminished. Otherwise, I would have torn those ghastly things apart long ago. Zombies are a type among the myriad races with tough skin and extremely low intelligence, thus they are scarcely affected by the miasma, but rather their strength increases. It's no wonder Zhao Mingjian was so furious. His citizens were all debuffed in combat, while others enjoyed significant boosts. Who could tolerate that? Don't worry, since we are classmates, I definitely won't intentionally let you down. Those zombies, aside from being tough-skinned and slightly toxic, consist of only over 100 second-tier iron-armored flying zombies, over 10,000 first-tier flying zombies, and 300,000 ordinary zombies. If you help me eliminate that group of zombies, I can wait for you to finish exploring the core area before taking the... Having said it to this extent, the few of them being old friends naturally understood that Zhao Mingjian was already being very fair. I think that's feasible. Su Yan nodded and chose to agree. I agree too. Lin He and Li Jiasin also decided to join. Seeing that everyone had agreed, a smile appeared on Zhao Mingjian's face. He then turned to Lu Sheng, who seemed to be deep in thought, and asked, Brother Lu, what are your thoughts? Brother Lu, join us. You haven't aligned with any major powers and your resources acquisition channels are limited. This is a rare opportunity. Exactly, we've known each other for a while. We will help each other out, so you definitely won't suffer too much loss. In their view, Lu Sheng lacked family support, so the development level of his small world was surely weaker than theirs, and he was likely worried about losing too many citizens. However, what they didn't know was that Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was filled with ecstatic joy. What a coincidence, what a perfect coincidence. Lu Sheng struggled to suppress his inner excitement. Originally, he was merely curious after Zhao Mingjian's words, wanting to take a look and get in touch with the elite student circle as one of his channels for understanding advanced information. For example, before knowing Zhao Mingjian, he had no idea that the flame tree and ice fruit could hybridize to produce a great spiritual plant seeds. Moreover, the insights and perspectives that students from prominent families had on the development of the divine realm were far beyond what ordinary students could reach, and Lu Sheng had greatly benefited from his exchanges with Zhao Mingjian. But now he was genuinely struggling to contain his excitement. A shroud of toxic miasma, limited visibility, and even requiring detox pills for first-tier beings to barely explore. But don't forget, long ago Lu Sheng had already birthed a grade trait toxin immunity, which immunized him against most toxin disturbances. Without the interference of negative effects, his exploration speed would be several times, even dozens of times faster than others. Moreover, while others could only search in the core area, Lu Sheng could venture deep into the outskirts. Even if the resources in the outskirts weren't as rich as those in the core area, the sheer size of it would still fill him abundantly. In fact, just yesterday he awakened another grade trait purification. Purification, consuming a small amount of faith points, can purify small world products including, but not limited to, citizens, dependents, buildings, spiritual plants, etc. that have been contaminated, abyssal erosion, toxin disturbance, dark matter corrosion, etc. eliminating negative effects and restoring them to normal state. At that time he thought this trait would gather dust like feral blood boiling, but to his surprise, just a day later, he had an opportunity to utilize it. When the time comes, he could purify those contaminated buildings outside the core area, transforming them into normal structures without any negative impacts. This world was practically a printing press tailored for him. Lu Sheng nearly laughed out loud, but thinking of the people beside him, he forcibly suppressed the smile. He then turned his head, hesitated for a moment, his eyes wavering, and finally seemed to have made a certain decision. No problem. Great. Seeing everyone had agreed, Zhao Mingjian immediately clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, I will send the coordinates to you tonight. Everyone can eat freely, all expenses will be covered by me. Brother Zhao is generous. Then I won't hold back. After having their fill, Lu Sheng and the others gradually returned home. However, while walking along the road, Lu Sheng suddenly felt a tingling sensation rising from the soles of his feet, followed by a rush through his calves and limbs until it reached his brain. Boom. At this moment, an indescribable powerful energy seemed to emerge rapidly and terrifyingly, transforming his body. A sharp wave of pain surged, forcing Lu Sheng to stop and lean against the railing to rest. Gasping for breath, Lu Sheng felt veins bulging on his forehead due to the pain. At the same time, it seemed his heart sensed something, and his consciousness instantly entered a small world where he saw a line of illusory light and shadow, a special prompt that appeared only during significant events in the divine realm. Record: your subjects Yuzhou have successfully broken through the foundation establishment stage, becoming the first second-tier beings of the Giba tribe. Deity Lu Sheng, divine rank, pseudo-god, small world area, 5 square kilometers, environment, primarily plains and hills, subjects, human race, number of subjects 10932. 1 second-tier being 3918, first-tier beings 7013, non-tier beings, dependent stone man 2231, first-tier beings greystone goblin 2303, first-tier beings talents level master of attributes level tenfold, spiritual energy level infrastructure maniac, a level growth of all things, a level purification level perfect. Accuracy level toxin immunity level breeding homeland level civilization acceleration. Assets level building spirit ice spring x1 level building spirit herb garden x1 level building 100 crafts workshop a level fine iron vein x1 level spirit plant stone bamboo x1 level spirit plant flesh mushroom x300 level flame fruit tree x. Yuzhou actually broke through the foundation establishment stage so quickly. No wonder the changes are so significant. I thought it would take at least a few more years. Clenching his teeth, Lu Sheng merely applied light pressure with his hand, and with a snap the metal railing was crushed. He opened his hand and saw no trace of any marks on his skin. Previously, when he was breaking through the physical refining stage, Lu Sheng had a similar experience, though the increase back then was minor, only slightly enhancing his strength. Now that a second-tier being had appeared in the small world, the increase was at least 10 times greater than before. I suppose I can barely keep up with the elite class students now, right? A faint sigh appeared on Lu Sheng's face. He knew that students like Zhao Mingjian in the elite class had already birthed second-tier beings during the monthly assessments except for the less talented ones. If it weren't for the influence of the poisonous miasma, he could have easily dealt with that batch of zombies. But zombies, being soulless creatures, could be ground down slowly without much effort. Diving into the Blackstone City, Lu Sheng quickly focused on Yuzhou in the City Lord's mansion, who had just broken through the Foundation establishment stage, and looked very excited. With a step forward, the liquid mana within him formed a vortex of qi, allowing him to fly through the air, without relying on any external force, moving with a grace that far surpassed the clumsy flight of the qi refinement stage. This was one of the main differences between the Foundation establishment and qi refinement stages. Flight. Facing those land units that could not fly, Yuzhou's existence was simply a devastating blow. Regarding lifespan, the maximum lifespan of qi refinement stage beings was only about 120 years, just slightly higher than that of ordinary beings. However, once they broke through the Foundation establishment stage, their lifespan could reach 200 years, making them truly extraordinary. How the area of the world has increased by 10,000 square kilometers. At this moment, Lu Sheng noticed a rainbow-like glow rapidly spreading at the edge of the original small world. The large forest in the east used to be the edge of the world, but now at its border a mountain range began to. In just one night's time, the area of the small world grew by a third, with northern veins and western pastures. The growth in the strength of the subjects, the alterations in the world's resources and environment, and even the perfected divine laws could all lead to changes in the area of the world. Soon the Giba tribe also noticed the changes in the world, but rather than being shocked, they attributed this miracle to the blessings of their deity. A miracle, yet another miracle. The deity has granted us land, and we must toil even harder to repay the deity's grace. Expansion. The Giba tribe needs more land to reside on. The people of the Giba tribe began to busy themselves once more. Moreover, upon Lu Sheng's closer inspection, apart from Yuzhou and the previous 2 children with useless spiritual roots, 11 more children with spiritual roots had now appeared in the Giba tribe. One of them even had better talent than Yuzhou, possessing 3 spiritual roots. Tribal subject Lin Mulan, race, human, gender female, age 2 years, spiritual roots water, wood, earth, cultivation technique, cloud, sea, immortal, record realm, none, talent, blood, rune, body, active, can forcibly elevate the realm of talismans by consuming one's lifeblood, can also consume lifespan to forcibly enhance talisman levels. Passive talisman talent increases by 100, bone quality, yellow. Yuzhou took all these children with spiritual roots as disciples, beginning to teach them the essentials of cultivation during his free time. With the innate wisdom attribute, the children of the Giba tribe awaken their intelligence early, and their capacity for knowledge is quite high, typically able to engage with immortal techniques by the age of 1.5. With a Foundation establishment stage cultivator guiding them, combined with the tenfold spiritual energy enrichment, even those with poor spiritual root qualifications made rapid progress. A child with only a useless spiritual root at the age of 11 successfully broke through to the first layer of qi refinement. Returning home at night, Zhao Mingjian had already sent a message. Lu, my dear brother, coordinates 110 7778 9183. Prepare the detoxification pills and weapons. Let's gather our subjects first. All right, Lu Sheng replied, and then his consciousness sank into the small world. However, this time he did not linger at the top of the world, but instead rushed towards the outside. Crossing through the world barrier, he arrived at a place resembling a cosmic ocean, feeling incredibly small, like a drop in the ocean. The world sea. All divine realms and worlds, whether they have masters or not, float within this ocean. However, it is so vast that without specific coordinates, it is impossible to locate the corresponding world. According to the coordinates given by Zhao Mingjian, Lu Sheng focused his thoughts and quickly locked onto the target in the world sea, opening a world passage. His faith points instantly consumed 1 million, and the balance continued to diminish. Record: you have opened a world passage connecting 2 worlds. Boom. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, a crack similar to that during the monthly exam monster invasion was torn open again at the edge of the small world. Countless subjects of the Giba tribe saw this scene, memories of the past resurfacing, and their expressions turned to fear. It's a crack. The crack from 7 years ago. Monsters are coming. Stand guard. Alert the city lord. Disaster. Disaster has come. But just as the entire Giba tribe fell into panic and chaos, you walked forward. He had received the divine revelation from Lu Sheng and naturally understood the truth behind this crack. He stood once more on the city wall of Haishi City, just like the dragon of yore. Warriors of the Giba tribe, this is not a disaster. It is a gift from the divine. This crack leads to another world where countless opportunities and treasures await, capable of making the Giba tribe even more prosperous. The tribe needs these resources. The disaster from 7 years ago is still fresh in our memories. During that calamity, some lost friends, some lost children, and some lost loved ones. No one knows when such a disaster will strike again. The citizens of the Giba tribe who had experienced the invasion of the demon beasts recalled the disaster from 7 years ago, their teeth gritting in anger, their eyes filled with sorrow and rage. They would never allow the tragedy of history to repeat itself. The Giba tribe must grow stronger. We need mightier warriors, we need to conquer, we need to plunder. Yet at the same time, danger and opportunity coexist. In that world, the air is shrouded in poison, filled with swamps and wastelands alongside unknown traps and grotesque monsters. What's worse is that it is an entirely new world, and we know nothing about it. However, our great deity is compassionate, bestowing upon us infinite blessings, granting us broad vision, robust bodies, and protection from toxins. This naturally refers to the effects of the 3 attributes: toxin, immunity, farsight, and strengthening. Moreover, the deity has taken pity on us and found allies from another world. They will join us in combating the evil monsters. The citizens of the Giba tribe erupted into cheers. Praise the benevolent and kind master, praise the divine. I feel as though my entire being is filled with strength. I will protect the Giba tribe, for the tribe, for Haishi City, to fight for the deity. You shook his arms fiercely, depleting the liquid mana within him, transforming it into a vast cloud of spiritual energy that soared into the sky, illuminating the faces of all. The citizens of the Giba tribe felt refreshed, their inner gloom dissipating, and confidence surged within them. Spell: Heart Purifying Incantation. This is one of the spells from the great technique, Cloud Sea Immortal Record, utilizing immense mana to form a power that can cleanse the soul. Warriors of the body, refinement realm, aged 25 and above, follow your city lord into battle. Soon under Yes leadership, an army of over 1,000 was assembled, comprised of the tribe's strongest warriors, all possessing latest body, refinement realm strength. Of course, the majority were elderly in their 50s and 60s. This scene feels strangely familiar. Lu Sheng sighed from above, noting that Yes' current actions were beginning to resemble those of a dragon. He was slowly no longer just a boy, but was rapidly approaching the demeanor of a leader. A culture with faith is like this, passed down from generation to generation, each becoming stronger. As the expeditionary army entered the world passage, arriving at the designated world coordinates, Lu Sheng simultaneously sensed 4 other grand presences. The consciousness of Zhao Mingjian and the others slowly approached. Lu, my younger brother, you finally arrived. Let your army head to the location I marked. I've established a temporary teleportation array there. Your people will be directly transported to the core area. The world passage can only be opened at the periphery of the small world. Thus, when the Giba tribe entered, they faced the heavily poisoned outer region. The toxins here are far too concentrated. Even first-tier beings, when consuming detoxification pills, cannot reach the core area within the given time. To address this issue, Zhao Mingjian first paid a hefty price to allow a second-tier being to enter the core area, then established a temporary teleportation array, both inside and outside. Using the designated coordinates, the world passage we opened won't be too far from the teleportation array. 3 days should be sufficient for the citizens to arrive. Thank you for your patience. Lu Sheng waved his hand, and below you received the command, leading the troops swiftly towards the teleportation array. Although they possessed toxin immunity, the poison in this world was ineffective against its citizens. It was still best to avoid exposure after careful preparation. When the army of the Giba tribe arrived at the location, the massive formation at the center of the teleportation array began to vibrate rapidly. A beam of light shot skyward, enveloping all the thousands of Giba tribe members. Then with a whoosh, they collectively teleported over 1,000 kilometers away to the edge of the core area. Compared to the periphery, the toxins here were significantly lighter. The green mist in the air diminished, and visibility was ample. Surrounding vegetation, having grown wildly for countless years, was lush and vigorous, with trees towering over the landscape, creating a sinister environment. Adjacent to them were the other 4 armies: Zhao Mingjian's Fishman Army, Li Jiasen's Ape Army, Su Yun's Skeleton Army, and Lin He's Human Army, all totaling over 10,000 tiered beings currently awaiting the Divine's command. Above them, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, 5 supreme deities were in discussion. Everyone, this teleportation array is temporary and will constantly be contaminated by the poison. It will be completely destroyed in a month, at most, meaning we only have a month of time. Zhao Mingjian's expression was grave. For this special structure, the source of life, I have already spent billions of faith points. If we fail in the end, it would be a tremendous loss. Understood. Everyone nodded. The quicker they resolved the zombie hordes, the sooner they could explore and search for wild structures and spiritual plants. Then let's advance swiftly. Most of the contaminated zombies are in the center. The scattered zombie groups around are easy to deal with. Zhao Mingjian's consciousness trembled slightly, and the fisherman army below took the lead, swinging their crayed weapons, cutting through large patches of weeds and clearing a path. Subsequently, the other 4 armies followed suit, each employing their methods, pushing forward. Though the trees here were immensely large and robust, they were still ordinary plants. Under the immense strength of first and second tier beings, they proved no match. Who? After traveling several dozen miles, eerie howls echoed from deep within the forest, accompanied by dark figures swiftly lurking around. So these are zombies. Lu Xing took a closer look and saw a group of zombies with blue-black faces, shriveled and decayed skin, and dark fangs bursting forth from the weeds. They lacked intelligence, their bodies only slightly stronger than ordinary humans, and their numbers were merely in the hundreds, appearing as a small, insignificant gathering. Kill them all. At this moment, the fishman commander who had spotted the zombies muttered something, and the thousands of fishmen behind him all picked up their weapons and charged. In just a single encounter, hundreds of zombies were torn to pieces. The army continued forward. Over the next few hundred kilometers, they encountered several waves of zombie hordes. The deeper they moved, the higher the number and levels of the zombies became, and the 5 armies began to show gravity. Moreover, the corrosive power of the mutated zombies' bodily fluids was extremely potent. Even A-grade weapons would dissolve within 2 days of contact, and once stuck to the body, it would lead to immediate poisoning and death, leaving no chance for rescue. Unsurprisingly, the losses were greatest for the Fishman army at the forefront, but if one were to consider who had the smallest losses, it was none other than Lu Xing. Lu, your army is well trained. The archers hit perfectly, finishing off that entire horde of zombies from a distance. Lin He noticed that even in the overgrown environment, Lu Xing's human archers displayed an uncanny accuracy, and he couldn't help but express a bit of envy. Not having to engage in close combat with zombies meant they didn't have to worry about being contaminated by bodily fluids, naturally leading to a significantly lower casualty rate. Moreover, the losses they incurred were merely a few arrows, which were relatively low-cost materials, unlike the complete A-grade and crayed weapons that they lost, which were far more significant. Perhaps my subjects are simply more gifted in archery, Lu Xing said with an awkward smile. What training does he have after all? It was purely relying on the trait insightful understanding for his subjects to comprehend on their own, along with the level trait perfect accuracy that allowed them all to excel in archery. Lu, old brother, you are just too humble. Zhao Mingjian patted Lu Shang's shoulder, praising him. If only you had sufficient resources with a powerful force backing you, you would have long left us behind. Right, I wonder if brother Lu has a favored faction. If not, why not consider our Lin family? Lin He also smiled, extending an olive branch. Anyone from Linhai City would have heard of the 4 great families, as the dominant power of Linhai City, the resources, industries, and even the number of true gods they possess are terrifying figures. Even a small portion of their wealth could provide for an ordinary family for 10 generations. Lin He, after all, is one of the 4 families, a side descendant of the Lin family. Lu Xing, after all, was someone who had entered the top 4 of the monthly exam at Linhai First High. If he could successfully recruit into the Lin family, he would also receive some rewards as the guide. What he did not know was that after the monthly exam results were announced, the 4 great families of Linhai City had successively invited Lu Xing, but he had turned them all down. Sorry, brother Lin, I currently have no thoughts of joining any faction, Lu Xing said with a hint of regret. I heard that Lu, old brother, received special commendation from the school this time in the monthly exam. Perhaps you have already caught the attention of our school's higher-ups, Lin. You are too slow. I was being reckless. Lin He laughed, also brushing over the matter. Initially, he was merely trying his luck. If it worked out, that would be great, but if not, it wouldn't matter. After all, just mentioning it would not cost him anything. At this moment in the wild world known by Zhao Mingjian as the Toxic World, the 5 great armies were advancing steadily. Although Zhao Mingjian had sent his subjects to scout the path ahead, the vegetation in the Toxic World grew rapidly, having changed significantly since then. Coupled with the need to clear out swarms of zombies and take regular breaks, the army's progress was not fast. It was only half a month later that the 5 great armies finally reached the core depths, where a massive fountain structure covering dozens of miles appeared before them. Around it, the toxins were completely cleared, leaving only the pure spring water bubbling up. As they approached, the subjects of the small world felt invigorated and filled with strength. A special structure, the Fountain of Life. Unlike ordinary structures, special buildings exist beyond conventional levels, each priceless and boasting incredible effects. According to Lu Xing, the water of the Fountain of Life could resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones. Immersing subjects within, as long as they still had a breath of life, would allow them to heal completely. Moreover, the powerful spiritual energy it emitted could dramatically alter the environment, bringing barren wood back to life. The emitted spiritual energy was terrifying. If placed within the small world, the concentration of world spiritual energy would gradually increase, eventually leading to the natural formation of a level building spring of spiritual eyes. When used in conjunction with source of mutation, it could also stabilize the creation of mutated species. Perhaps that was why Zhao Mingjian was willing to pay a hefty price to conquer this toxic world. With his level talent bloodline reversion, the amplification would likely reach an unimaginable level. Perhaps in the next midterm exam, he would secure a spot in the elite class. The estimated value of the Fountain of Life was 100 billion belief points, but there was no stock. It could only be plundered in newly developed wild worlds or alien battlefields. We finally made it. Looking at the massive Fountain of Life, Zhao Mingjian's eyes were blazing, eager to collect it immediately. However, at this moment, a dense horde of zombies was blocking the only path to the Fountain of Life, among which were over 100 silver-armored ghostly figures, the iron-armored flying zombies. Roar! The hair-raising roars echoed, causing the 5 great armies several dozen miles away to feel unsettled. Lu, old brother, brother Lin, brother Su, sister Li, the longer our subjects stay in this toxic environment, the more their strength diminishes. We should act quickly. It's been over half a month since the 5 great armies entered the toxic world, and those with slightly lower strength have already shown mild symptoms of poisoning. Moreover, with the constant threat of zombies, even Lu Sheng, who suffered the least losses, had over 100 latest-stage body refining martial artists die. Naturally, Lu Sheng felt pained, but compared to the impending benefits, all this was worth it. Go all out. Once we deal with this horde of zombies, we can use the Fountain of Life to detoxify ourselves. Su Yin nodded, starting to issue divine orders to the skeletal army below. A dozen tall skeletal mages began to chant, and blue runes surrounded them. ZZZ, ZZZ. Dozens of fireballs, each 7 to 8 meters in diameter, materialized in the air, then crashed down like meteors, creating a massive gap in the zombie horde with a loud boom. Li Jiasin waved her hand, and the massive ape leader charged forward, wielding a level club, sweeping away hundreds of ordinary zombies with a single strike. Lin He and Zhao Mingjian struck together, and Lu Sheng was not idle either, instructing Yu Zhou to lead the team forward. Archers fire together. Damn monsters die. For the gods we will fight to the death. Yu Zhou divided the army of over 1,000 into 10 large teams, each team further divided into 10 small squads, each with a commander for battle guidance. Regarding battle command, Lu Sheng was self-aware. Rather than leave it to himself, a novice, it was better to let the experienced tribal subjects command. Yu Zhou himself soared high, his magic surging as dozens of level flying swords took to the skies, transforming into sharp arrows aimed at the horde of corpses. Puff! Puff! The cold light flashed, and rows of zombies were cut in half. Even against the iron-armored flying zombies with the enhancements of traits like armor break, steel bones, and power amplification, they could be easily overwhelmed and slain. It could be said that at the same level, Lu Sheng's subjects were definitely much stronger than those of other gods. Wow, brother Lu, does your Foundation Establishment martial artist have some sort of swordsmanship talent? How can they be this strong at just the first layer of Foundation Establishment? Lin He looked at Yu Zhou, who was crazily mowing down zombies like a harvester, in astonishment. To be fair, the Foundation Establishment martial artist cultivated in his small world struggled even with level weapons against iron-armored flying zombies. Yet Lu Sheng's Foundation Establishment martial artists wielding level weapons could effortlessly shatter the silver armor of the iron-armored flying zombies. He was very curious about how Lu Sheng had cultivated them. However, while the second-tier combat strength of their tribe may not be as exaggerated as Yu Zhou's, they still showcased their unique abilities, leading thousands of troops to form a formation, instantly increasing their combat power and crushing the obstructing zombies. Hundreds and thousands of zombies crashing into the formation only resulted in a few dozen casualties. The subjects of Zhao Mingjian and the others had seemingly all trained in the army formation technique and appeared to be quite proficient. The effects of the army formation technique are truly remarkable. If cultivated to minor success, it could increase a squad's strength by at least 50%. Observing the battle below, Lu Sheng pondered quietly. Perhaps he should also consider acquiring an army formation technique for his subjects. Before long, large piles of severed limbs and broken arms accumulated on the ground, with the rotting, foul-smelling green liquid oozing from the fractures, forming toxic puddles. The dense horde of zombies was finally torn open a gap. As time passed, when the 5 major armies began to show symptoms of poisoning in large numbers, Lu Sheng and his companions sent them back and replaced them with another batch of troops. After repeating this 4 or 5 times, they finally cleared the swarm of zombies blocking the special building, the Source of Life. Subsequently, the 5 of them issued a divine decree allowing their remaining subjects to soak in the Source of Life, swiftly healing the injuries sustained from battle and the toxins accumulated over time. It's finally over. Lin He let out a sigh of relief. He did not possess the trait of toxin immunity. As the race with the weakest physical constitution present, his losses were the greatest. Nearly 3,000 warriors in the body refinement realm perished, 13 martial masters were lost, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator fell due to a careless mistake while dealing with an armored flying zombie. Such losses were quite devastating for him, who had only been developing for a little over a month. I'm afraid I won't be able to conduct large-scale warfare for the next month. I must recuperate. Fortunately, this toxic world has plenty of good resources. Li Jiasin first looked at her monkey army with concern, then her eyes lit up with excitement. On their way here, they discovered numerous high-level buildings, including grade structures, and a large number of wild toxic spiritual plants, all of considerable age. Based on losses and contributions, Lu Sheng was allocated 10,000 grade toxic flowers, the main material for refining grade detoxification pills, with a total value of 50 million faith points. This was merely a route that had already been scavenged by Zhao Mingjian. It was still so fertile, let alone enough. Zhao Mingjian will remember the assistance provided today. If there's ever a need for my help, I will certainly do my utmost. I will send troops to guard the vicinity of the source of life. Until the teleportation array is completely destroyed, you can allow your subjects to come for healing. With the source of life, the group no longer needed to send their subjects back to their small worlds when they were heavily affected by toxins. They could simply soak there, and the toxins would be naturally dispelled. Exploration efficiency significantly increased. With the main force of the toxic world dealt with, the remaining opponents were mostly ordinary zombies that were not advanced, so Lu Sheng no longer kept a close watch and handed over the upcoming exploration tasks entirely to Yuzhou. However, he still deliberately issued a divine decree, reminding Yuzhou that the tribal subjects who entered the toxic world must soak in the source of life at least once during the month. For the first month, I'll just put on a show. Once the teleportation array is destroyed after a month, that's when I will truly invest manpower. Lu Sheng thought to himself, then withdrew his consciousness from the Sea of Worlds and returned to reality. One must not act selfishly, otherwise heaven and earth will punish them. In the previous battle, he had exerted all his strength, and a third of the 4,000 body refinement warriors from the Gui Ba tribe were lost, with the spoils shared being the least, and he had already been quite merciful. To be honest, Lu Sheng had a good impression of Lin, Su Yun and others, but the stakes involved in the toxic world were too great. Moreover, as it was still in the early stages of development, he could not afford to let go. If there were ever a need in the future, Lu Sheng would not hesitate to lend a hand. That would be enough. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days flew by. For the Gui Ba tribe, now having 1,000 body refinement warriors was not a big deal, as the total population had already reached 27,000. Thanks to the better qualifications of the next generation, coupled with the aid of countless red rice meat and spiritual fruits, and the deep-rooted ideology of universal martial arts practice, the number of body refinement warriors in the tribe accounted for half of the total population. Moreover, those old warriors who survived the battles in the toxic world finally broke through the shackles of martial arts and became martial masters or second-tier beings. Now the Gui Ba tribe boasted 87 martial masters and 1 foundation establishment cultivator, significantly enhancing their strength. During these days, Lu Sheng also gained many traits, but they were all grade and grade traits, such as effort reduction, clear senses, and beast language proficiency. Except for 1 fertility acceleration that provided a 50% increase in fertility speed, they were of little use. Additionally, the newly planted flame fruit trees and ice flowers in the western part of Haishi City had all matured, and Lu Sheng harvested all the ice flowers, leaving over 1,000 new ice flower seeds. Furthermore, among the new plantings, he discovered 13 seeds of the ice fire fruit heart. The seeds of the ice fire fruit heart were sold directly, while the matured ice flowers and flame fruits were used to enhance the strength of his subjects. Due to the exploration of the toxic world, Lu Sheng discovered a large number of toxic spiritual plants and crate buildings. After selling all these gains, his balance of faith points reached 500 million, and he was not short on money. Now that I have money, it's time to liberate the productive forces and allow my subjects more time for breeding and cultivation. Lu Sheng opened his smart wristwatch. Although the Gui Ba tribe's development speed was rapid and the population growth rate was acceptable under the influence of multiple traits, Lu Sheng still felt it was somewhat slow. He consulted his teacher and was informed that overly complex work would consume a large amount of time for the subjects. They would be too exhausted to mate naturally, leading to a decline in fertility. Currently, the Gui Ba tribe was developing livestock farming while exploring the toxic world, managing spiritual plants, and expanding housing. With a population of over 10,000, they simply could not keep up. Not to mention that Lu Sheng also intended to expand the planting area. Although the resources in the toxic world were abundant, there would ultimately come a day when they were fully explored. He needed to establish his own faith point acquisition system. The investment in spiritual plants he was currently making was the most profitable and highest return industry. I heard from my father that there is a race called flower spirits which are docile by nature and possess a talent for cultivating spiritual plants, able to nurture most spiritual plants very well, but they are somewhat expensive. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng searched for flower spirit and the tag planting talent on his smart wristwatch, and indeed found this subordinate. Subordinate Lingrui flower spirit. Rank first tier being. Description: the Lingrui flower spirit is formed from spiritual flowers over 1,000 years old that absorb moonlight and earth-vein spiritual energy, possessing intelligence comparable to primates. They are gentle, do not like conflict, and are naturally close to flora and spiritual plants possessing advanced planting talent. A typical first-tier Lingrui flower spirit can live for 300 to 500 years if, in an environment with high spiritual energy concentration, there is a chance to advance. Drawbacks: if the small world is barren with sparse vegetation and low spiritual energy concentration, or if spiritual plants cultivated by the flower spirits are excessively harvested, the flower spirits can develop a form of depression, which can reduce work efficiency or even lead to death from sadness. Price: 1 million faith points, 1 individual. Note: Lingrui flower spirits can also be born by 2 flower spirits together, but the birth rate is extremely low. As a rare species, unlike the lowly non-developing blood pigs and red bulls, the market price for a first-tier Lingrui flower spirit starts at 1 million. Higher-tier flower spirits are priced at 10-fold and 100-fold increases. However, the benefits of flower spirits are very obvious. With just one paired with a small number of humans, can properly manage thousands of acres of spiritual crops, achieving a maturation rate of up to 95. This is why most deities purchase this race for cultivating high-level spiritual plants. 100 Lingrui flower spirits along with the subjects of the Gui Ba tribe would easily manage 10 times the area of spiritual plants. With a wave of his hand, Lu Sheng deducted 100 million faith points from his account and directly introduced 100 Lingrui flower spirit subordinates into his divine kingdom, allowing them to take over the role of Yao Chun, managing the spiritual medicine garden and the planting area in the western part of Haishi City. After all, Yao Chen's main task now was to refine pills, and the pills made by him and his alchemy apprentices were the only source of pills for the Gui Ba tribe. In these 10 years, Lu Sheng also purchased 10 A-grade pill furnaces and 3 A-grade pill recipes: vitality pill, gathering chi pill, and food avoidance pill, which kept them busy. Firstly, it is no longer a month ago. The flame fruit tree is merely a crade spiritual plant and no longer qualifies to remain in the spiritual herb garden. The spiritual herb garden is paired with the attributes of all things grow and growth acceleration, providing over 20 times the growth speed bonus, which must be used for planting high-grade spiritual plants. Lu Sheng waved his hand, and the 100 flame fruit trees in the spiritual herb garden were uprooted, transforming into a streak of light reappearing in the planting area to the west of Haishi City. As for the vacant area, Lu Sheng selected carefully and ultimately chose the grade spiritual plant stone bamboo, which can enhance qualifications. Normally, it takes 100 years to mature. However, in the spiritual herb garden, it takes less than 5 years. He spent 200 million in one breath, purchasing 100 young stone bamboo plants to be planted in the spiritual herb garden, forming a grove together with the initial stone bamboo he bought. Although stone bamboo is extremely difficult to cultivate, the small world has 10 times the spiritual energy, and with the presence of the spirit flower demon, both the environment and daily care are perfect. Once the stone bamboo matures, it condenses a drop of clock spirit stone milk every 10 years, but under the 20 times acceleration with 101 stone bamboo, it can condense 2,020 drops every 10 years. At the market price of 100,000 per drop, plus the profits from the ice flower, if sold entirely, my spiritual plant income in 10 days would be around 2.5 billion belief points. Lu Sheng was astonished by this profit after a simple calculation. Not long ago, he was still frowning over a cultivation technique, but now in less than a month, he is earning over 100 million belief points per month. Moreover, with his parents supporting him with 5 million belief points each week, his current source of funds might already rival that of an ordinary elite class student. With 200 million belief points remaining, it's time to purchase some formations. After handling the spiritual plant matters, Lu Sheng recalled the performance of Zhao Mingjian and others' army during the Toxic World expedition. Their army had at least cultivated a legion formation. For instance, Zhao Mingjian's Fishman army had practiced no less than 3 types of formations, allowing them to change formations according to the situation, making them extremely formidable. In terms of individual strength, every warrior from the Giba tribe was not inferior to Zhao Mingjian's Fishman, but the combined assault of thousands of soldiers was far less effective. Among the hundreds of second-tier iron-armored flying zombies leading to the source of life, half were dealt with by Zhao Mingjian's Fishman army. It can be said that formations play a significant role in divine wars. Virtually every powerful deity possesses several advanced formations for various situations. Lu Sheng began to search on his smartwatch, but soon found himself dazzled by the numerous formations, some for defense, some for offense, and others for damage distribution. All kinds were available. Moreover, some formations have extremely strict requirements necessitating beings of corresponding strength to oversee them or corresponding races, otherwise the formation's effectiveness greatly diminishes. Ultimately, after consulting his homeroom teacher Su Weiner and his father Lu Tianqing Lu Sheng, chose to purchase 4 sets of grade formations: the Xuanwu formation for defense, the Qinglong formation for offense, the Zhuke formation for recovery, and the Baihu formation for breakthroughs. This is considered the most standard and comprehensive set of 4 formations. In addition to the formations, he also bought a complete Crade martial arts inheritance, which included the internal skill manual, Xintian 9 transformations palm technique, pushing mountain palm fist technique, breaking clouds, fist lightness skill, stepping on snow, without a trace finger techniques, leg techniques, and more, encompassing everything. Valued at 130 million belief points. The original Mighty Bull body refining technique was the most basic body refining martial art, not bad, and could be used when funds were insufficient, but now that he has money, of course, he needs to switch to something better. However, this time Lu Sheng did not directly impart these martial arts through divine decree, but purchased a Crade, building the Library Pavilion. Library Pavilion, any techniques and martial arts recorded within will remain eternally uncorrupted, insect-free, unfaded, and mold-free, and it possesses a grade formation that automatically isolates unrelated personnel from entering. Selling price 100,000 belief points. This building was recommended by Su Weiner. Since there are many types of martial arts acquired this time, along with the varying talents of the inhabitants of the small world and their different strengths, it is naturally necessary to choose different types of martial arts. For instance, focusing on leg techniques or inner strength techniques. Divine decree transmission directly floods the knowledge of these martial arts into the inhabitants' minds, which is too chaotic and disorderly, making it difficult for them to digest. The purpose of the Library Pavilion is to display techniques and martial arts for selection, allowing the inhabitants to try and naturally choose the most suitable martial arts to develop their potential to the greatest extent. With a wave of Lu Sheng's hand, a loud boom sounded as the massive pavilion descended onto the open ground of Haishi City, instantly attracting the gaze of countless onlookers. A distant and majestic voice echoed in the hearts of every inhabitant. This is the Library Pavilion, containing various techniques and martial arts manuals, which you may freely select and cultivate the most suitable methods. After a brief period of worship, the inhabitants of Haishi City began to head towards the Library Pavilion in succession to select martial arts. Even Yuzo came to take a look. However, upon discovering that it was all material for martial artists, Yuzo quickly lost interest and turned to teach Lin Mulan instead. It is worth mentioning that Lin Mulan, as the only 3-spiritrute genius, demonstrated terrifying talent in the cultivation school, having already broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement at merely 12 years old, becoming a great cultivator in the later stage of Qi refinement. This is inseparable from the supply of resources and Yuzo's guidance, and of course the most important factor is the tenfold spiritual energy boost. Upon discovering Lin Mulan's talent, Yuzo was naturally overjoyed, providing her with a drop of clock spirit stone milk every year to cleanse her physical body and personally guiding her cultivation whenever he could. Furthermore, unlike Yuzo's starting point, Lin Mulan began her cultivation with the grade technique Yunhai Xianlu, progressing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Mulan's talent for talisman arts was gradually revealed. Just relying on the basic knowledge of talisman arts recorded in Yunhai Xianlu, Lin Mulan could create first-grade talismans herself, such as fireball talismans and ice spike talismans, leaving Yuzo astounded. It seems that Lin Mulan will be the next foundation establishment cultivator of the Giba tribe. Lu Sheng nodded and casually placed a Crade manual talisman outline in the Library Pavilion before shifting his gaze. Although foundation establishment cultivators have an overwhelming advantage over martial masters, their numbers cannot develop significantly. The main military strength for the midterm examination still relies on the warriors within the Giba tribe. Thus, only 40 million belief points remain. Lu Sheng did not continue to spend maintaining the world passage, and the operation of talent attributes requires continuous consumption of belief points, and he must keep some in reserve. A few days later, the exploration of the toxic world finally came to an end. Brother Lu, there's truly no need for you to give up these Crade spirit plants. Though you suffered the least losses in the previous conquest campaign, your contributions were solid, and we all witnessed them. In the void above the miasmal world, Lin, he frowned as he looked at the tens of thousands of Crade spirit plants, red peach bamboo, that Lu Sheng had set aside. Indeed, Brother Lu, these are rightfully yours. Please keep them. Su Yun echoed from the side. Seeing the hesitation still lingering on Lu Sheng's face, Lin, he directly pushed the red peach bamboo back, feigning annoyance. Brother Lu, this isn't fair play. We've known each other for half a month now, we can be considered friends. How could I possibly take advantage of you? Do you think I lack these few spirit plants? Then I shall reluctantly accept. Lu Sheng sighed, and could only put the plants away again. This level of reluctance was just right. Any further refusal would only arouse suspicion. Zhao Mingjian then came over and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. These red peach bamboos can sell for over 100 million faith points. Use them well to strengthen your people's strength. The upcoming citywide competition has generous rewards from the Education Bureau. Citywide competition. Lu Sheng's expression immediately showed a hint of confusion upon hearing this. In his memory, after the first monthly exam, the senior third year would usually focus all their efforts on preparing for the subsequent midterm assessment. This citywide competition seemed like a last-minute addition. Brother Lu, our elite class, gets information a bit faster than your regular class. In 1 month, Lin High No, 1 High No, 3 High No, 8 High and No, 17 High will jointly hold a citywide competition. It's said to be a new regulation from the Education Bureau to rank schools within the city and reallocate educational resources. Since it concerns the schools, ranking the rewards this time will be very substantial. Lin He explained. Zhao Mingjian raised an eyebrow and took over the conversation, teasing, Brother Lu, you were quite impressive during the monthly exam, not even putting your brother Zhao in your sights. But the practical assessment mode for this citywide competition uses the Divine Kingdom Invasion War. Our elite class will also go all out. It won't be so easy for you to get such a high rank this time, Brother Lu. In the development of a small world, the strength of its people always takes precedence. Therefore, to assess a student's small world power, the practical assessment accounted for 600 points. Among them, the practical assessment had various modes. The monster invasion in the previous monthly exam simulated the scenario of a divine kingdom being invaded. The current divine kingdom invasion, however, was about taking the initiative similar to this conquest of the miasma world. But the specifics would depend on how the chief examiner set the questions. So that means my defensive advantage is gone. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Over the years, his great infrastructure mania had been working relentlessly. Coupled with the newly purchased 1,000 stoneman subjects, Blackrock City's area had doubled, and its city walls had become even harder and taller. Moreover, with the increase in wisdom, various defensive tools had been developed, such as ballistae and rolling stones. Now, if Blackrock City were to encounter the 6th wave of monsters from the last monthly exam, it could pass through with ease. However, this did not mean his strength was weak. Besides, there was still a month to develop, which would yield 30 new talent traits. He might not necessarily be weaker than these elite class students. But on the surface, Lu Sheng still feigned a sigh, alas. There's nothing to be done. Such is fate. However, Su Yun rolled her eyes from the side. Brother Xiao, how do you know Brother Lu didn't hold back during the monthly exam? Be careful, he might just surprise you all in this competition. That's right. I tell you, people like him are the craftiest. He's probably acting weak now, just waiting to ambush us during the competition. Li Jiasin said with a serious and earnest expression on her pretty face. She had recently become obsessed with storybooks. The protagonists in them were all shrewd, appearing weak and useless on the surface, while secretly building up a big move, just waiting to stun everyone and show off. Although Lu Sheng looked sunny and handsome, not like that type of person with a crade talent barely managing to keep up with their progress, one still had to be wary. Are you kidding? Do you think your brother Zhao is made of mud? Zhao Mingjian waved his hand dismissively. Wait until I retrieve this special building fountain of life into my divine kingdom and have all my fishmen undergo atavistic mutation. Then just watch me show off in this competition. Zhao Mingjian, do you know that what you just said sounds a bit like the brainless villains from the storybooks I read? Li Jiasin pursed her lips, her gaze somewhat disdainful. Ha ha ha. The group in the world, couldn't hold back their laughter, causing Zhao Mingjian's face to flush red with anger, feeling helpless. One must never try to show off in front of very close friends, or they will definitely undercut you. After chatting for a while longer, Zhao Mingjian stopped boasting. He waved his hand and issued a divine decree. In the miasma world, a second-rank fishman commander guarding the Fountain of Life began to move. It approached the Fountain of Life, touched the building, and with a whoosh, the Fountain of Life that stretched for dozens of li vanished instantly, leaving only empty air in its place. With the world core contaminated, the rule power protecting the world's buildings disappeared. Therefore, as long as one's own subject touched the building, the deity could instantly reclaim it. I was planning to retrieve it after half a month, but since we've explored the core area of the miasma world enough, they'll take it early. Zhao Mingjian gestured to the others. I got an grade building toxic transformation pool this time. I'm going back to convert all my skeleton soldiers into venom warriors. Su Yun's eyes flashed with excitement as he was the first to leave the world sea. This conquest of the miasma world had been very fruitful for all 5. After saying their goodbyes, the others left one by one, leaving only Li Jiasin and Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was about to leave too, planning to reopen the world passage later, but Li Jiasin called out to him. Brother Lu, are you interested in joining our Li medical group? So another one trying to recruit me. But before this, even Lin He, a member of one of the 4 great families, had been rejected. What confidence did she have to attract him? Lu Sheng was about to refuse when Li Jiasin spoke first. Brother Lu, don't rush to refuse. First, listen to the terms we're offering. I know that the Li family is inferior to the Lin family in terms of resources, heritage, and conditions on the outer domain battlefield. But with your performance, Brother Lu, while you stand out in the regular class, you'd be quite common within the Lin family. Even if you joined the Lin family, you'd at most get a grade contract. But our Li family can offer you the highest tiers grade contract. Not only will we immediately gift you a stock to grade building and 30 grade spirit plants, but we will also provide a fixed monthly subsidy of 100 million faith points. Furthermore, the Li family will have senior planners map out your small world's development path, calculating the optimal use of every expense. As long as you perform excellently in the midterm exam, we will increase the investment. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's frown deepened. When a deal is too good to be true, there must be a catch. Such a heavy investment likely came with demands far harsher than the indentured servitude contracts offered by the four great families. Lu Sheng remained silent, simply continuing to gaze at her. Of course, since our Li family is willing to offer its grade contract, there are naturally requirements. Saying this, Li Jiesin took a deep breath as if she had made a great decision. The Li family's only request is that Brother Lu sign a divine contract with us, join the Li family, and marry both my sister and me. What? If it weren't for the fact that this was in the world, Lu Sheng would have nearly spat out a mouthful of water. To be precise, it's to marry my sister first, and then after her passing to marry me again. Li Jiesin's expression was very serious. Wait. Miss Li, what does this mean? Lu Sheng was baffled, but greatly shocked. To be able to open a company in Linhai City, even if it isn't a behemoth like the four great families, there must definitely be several true deities overseeing it from within. Such an existence, and yet the two legitimate daughters of the family are actually vying to marry him. This truly feels like a game of Galar. Brother Lu, I don't mean to make you laugh, but although the Li family possesses four true deities, just recently two of our true deities fell in the outer battlefield, and the remaining two are heavily injured. Our small world has been tainted by dark creatures and is already at its end. Li Jiesin sighed, a hint of sadness appearing on her exquisite face. My sister failed to awaken her divine kingdom and is now just an ordinary person. Relying solely on myself, it's hard to uphold the Li family's foundation. However, through our time together, I've found that Brother Lu is a very good and outstanding person, humble, kind, generous, and cheerful. Therefore, I've already discussed with the elders in the clan. If Brother Lu agrees, the Li family will spare no effort to nurture us both. As for my sister, although she is just an ordinary person, I still want to give her a happy life. Lu Sheng fell. He understood. The Li family had encountered problems in the outer battlefield with four true deity-level beings either dead or injured, urgently needing to cultivate a trustworthy person. However, those with S-level and A-level talents had already been snatched away by the major powers. Yet someone like Lu Sheng, who was just beginning to show his potential with only a clever talent, but with significant actual potential, was precisely what the Li family needed. Sisterly competition. Lu Sheng hesitated, but quickly found an answer in his heart. Indeed, an S-level contract is not so easy to obtain. The conditions set by the Li family were no longer a mere indentured contract. They intended to bind him entirely to the Li family, betting on him as they supported a crumbling edifice. If it were someone from a normal demigod family, such conditions would surely be accepted without hesitation. A monthly subsidy of 100 million belief points, coupled with the fact that Li Jiesin is a stunning beauty with a level talent and unlimited potential, along with the full support of the entire Li family. How could this not seem like a great deal for a third-year student without any background? But the problem is for Lu Sheng, who currently earns hundreds of millions in belief points monthly. These things could only be seen as embellishments and not very attractive. Yet this cost would bind him entirely to the Li family. If the true deities of the Li family were to pass away one after another, he would likely have to bear the entire burden. Just thinking about such a scenario sent chills down his spine. With his level talent, the master of entries, Lu Sheng was confident that Linhai City and even the entire Jiangnan province was not his final destination. This paltry benefit was not enough to sway him. Miss Li, the conditions you provided are excellent, and I will consider them seriously. After some hesitation, Lu Sheng ultimately gave his response. Good. Li Jiesin forced a smile. She understood that the consideration Lu Sheng mentioned was merely a courtesy due to their friendship, a way to save face for herself. After Lu Sheng left the world, Li Jiesin's consciousness lingered in the vast, boundless void, her eyes glistening with tears, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Is he really unwilling to accept such terms? Dad, Mom, what should I do? Inside Lu Sheng's small world, a team of thousands returned through the world passage, surrounded by hundreds of members from the Giba tribe, welcoming them near a gigantic rift. It's Lord Yuzu. Lord Yuzu has returned. The Giba tribe has received the blessings of the deities with many beautiful flower spirits, helping us manage the spiritual medicine garden and plant spirit fruits. The deities have granted us unbeatable divine skills, and I must strive to train and fight for the deities. Praise Lord Yuzu. Praise the deities. Looking at the triumphant return of the expeditionary force, the people of the Giba tribe began to cheer. A petite girl with delicate features jumped out and leaped onto the front of Lord Yuzu like a little kangaroo. This girl was Lin Mulan, Lord Yuzu's most cherished student, who at the age of 15 had already reached the pinnacle of chi refining. Teacher, you finally returned. Let me show you the talisman I just drew. Lin Mulan blinked her big eyes, waved her hand, and a yellow talisman wrapped in spiritual power slowly flowed a light blue stream over Lord Yuzu's body, cleansing away the filth on him. A first-tier talisman, the cleansing talisman. Our little Mulan is truly amazing. Lord Yuzu did not hold back his praise, ruffling her hair affectionately. But what he didn't notice was that Lin Mulan's gaze toward him held not only admiration and respect for her teacher, but also a hint of different emotions. However, no matter what they thought as a deity, Lu Shang was too lazy to concern himself with so much. He was currently counting the final rewards from conquering the toxic world. Aside from the previous 500 million belief points in the last few days, he also acquired 10,000 clevel spirit plants, the red peach, 3 level buildings, the spring of spiritual eyes standing in the special architectural life source, 100,000 first-tier toxic beetles, and 30 level spirit plants, the radiant moon grass. Among them, Lu Shang placed the 3 springs of spiritual eyes around Blackstone City to balance the concentration of spiritual energy in the small world. As for the red peach and the radiant moon grass, he sold them for 250 million belief points, bringing Lu Shang's funds back up to 290 million belief points. The toxic beetles, although small and weak as first-tier insect life forms, possess a deadly venom. A single drop can poison an ordinary body refining practitioner. Lu Shang collected them mainly to manufacture lethal arrows, as with the entry of 100% accuracy, as long as he hits, he can continuously inflict debuffs on his enemies. Then Lu Shang looked toward the western part of Blackstone City. After years of natural selection, the results of the competition among the 3 major livestock districts had finally emerged. Surprisingly, due to the level spirit plant blood flesh mushroom requiring a large amount of fresh blood, the blood pig surprisingly emerged victorious first, followed by the red bull. On the other hand, the goblin livestock, due to their extremely unattractive appearance and resemblance to humans, repulsed most of the Giba tribe's members. Given the better choices apart from a small number of people with peculiar tastes, most did not even want to take a single. The final breeding ratio was blood pig 60, a red bull 39. 9. Goblin livestock 0. 1. Afterward, as resources in the small world surged, the Giba tribe once again fell into a state of prosperity and abundance, free from worries about food and clothing, with the clevel talent land of breeding and a level talent, accelerated reproduction, boosting their population significantly. In the 51st year of the small world, the population of the Giba tribe surpassed 50,000. It was on this day during class that Su Weiner announced something. Classmates, the teacher has received news that in a month our Linhai no. 1 no. 3 no. 8 no. 17 schools will jointly hold a large-scale competition in the city with officials from the Ministry of Education personally supervising it. The content of this assessment differs from the monthly exams. The chief examiner will provide a standard coordinate of an alien deity's world, and your task is to initiate a divine kingdom war attacking that alien's divine kingdom. The examiner will score based on actual performance. What? Attack the foreign divine kingdom? Just me. My goodness, sister. My little world citizens are struggling to survive, and now you want me to invade a foreign divine kingdom. Isn't that asking for my life? A divine kingdom war. What if we get counter-invaded? In planning to take a logistics route, can I opt out of the grand competition? In the classroom, some students were excited, some curious, but most were fearful, worried that if the invasion failed, their own divine kingdom would suffer significant losses. After all, when launching a divine kingdom war and invading a foreign divine kingdom, the coordinates of their small world would similarly be exposed to the eyes of the enemy's deities, allowing them to open a world passage for counter-invasion. At that time, there would be casualties. Everyone need not worry too much. The foreign divine kingdoms arranged for assessment are all captured worlds, and the deities have been restrained by the Bureau of Education's true gods, unable to counter-invade your divine kingdoms. Furthermore, similar to the practical assessments of the monthly examination, as long as you inform the chief examiner of your withdrawal, the divine kingdom war can be stopped at any time. Looking at the expressions of her classmates, Su Weiner explained. However, even if the deities are captured, it is still a complete small world with faith armies, cities, and traps, unlike the beasts in the monthly examination that only know how to charge forward without any coordination. The scoring for the grand competition assessment revolves around 3 aspects: the damage ratio, the resources plundered, and the level of conquest, so you need to pay attention. This assessment is related to the school's ranking and the reallocation of resources by the Bureau of Education, which the school takes very seriously. Therefore, every student who enters the top 100 of this grand competition will receive rewards from the school. Entering the top 100 of the grand competition rewards 1 billion faith points and a chosen grade building. The top 10 rewards 5 billion faith points and in a grade building. The third place rewards 10 billion faith points, a school stock, a grade building, and a grade spirit plant. The second place rewards 30 billion faith points and a special building, the fertile oasis. The first place rewards 50 billion faith points and a wonder, the active volcano. Upon hearing this, many students in the class gasped in shock at the school's generous rewards. If one can enter the top 100 of the grand competition, the rewards from the Bureau of Education combined with the school's rewards would amount to an extraordinarily exaggerated quantity of resources. However, soon everyone became dejected again. They were just a group of ordinary students with E and F level talents, lacking support from powerful forces, unable to even break into the top 100 of the grade in Linhai No. 1 high school. How could they hope to enter the top 100 of the 4-school grand competition? Linhai No. 3 high school No. 8 high school and No. 17 high school have historically produced numbers of students entering top universities comparable to No. 1 high school, and this year there were rumors of several S-level talent prodigies. Moreover, with such generous rewards this time and the presence of officials from the Bureau of Education, even if it meant significant losses for their divine kingdoms, everyone would fight desperately for rankings, making the competition exceedingly fierce. At least 99 of the students from the ordinary class had nothing to do with these rewards. Unless one is like Li Yong, who awakened a powerful talent, belongs to a top-tier species, and has investments from a prominent family, only then could they possibly barely enter the top 100 of the grand competition. And that's just a possibility, though most of the rewards will likely go to the prodigies from those prominent families who have been pouring resources into their development since the day they awakened their divine kingdom, making their growth rates unimaginable. In a month, even third-tier beings might emerge, and a grade building, a special building. And even a wonder. Sitting below, Lu Sheng was equally astonished by the school's lavishness. Buildings of the same level can have price fluctuations. For example, the grade building Spirit Eye Spring within his initial small world is valued at only 5 million faith points, while grade buildings like Craftsman's Workshop and Herbal Garden are priced at over 100 million faith points in the market, showing a huge disparity. And a grade building guarantees a base value of over 100 million faith points. But if chosen personally, there are many intricacies involved. Some, with incredible effects, can be worth tens of billions. Not to mention the first place, which rewards a wonder, an active volcano. Although Lu Sheng did not know the specific effects of the active volcano, he was well aware of the name of the wonder, which brings blessings for miles, and can be a benchmark building that benefits the entire small world, each one worth a fortune. Such things are coveted even by true deities. To say they don't want it would certainly be a lie. Currently my strength should be on par with students like Su Yun and Lin He from the elite class, while Zhao Mingjian is half a tier above me. The prodigies from the elite class like Nangong Wenxue are in another league. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head slightly, casting aside his distractions. As for the rewards this time, those elite class students would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Just within Linhai No. 1 high school, he was not confident of even entering the top 10 of the grade, let alone the 4-school joint examination. It would be very difficult to even reach the top 100. However, Lu Sheng was not discouraged. It was only that the master of entries had not yet made a move. In the future, he might not be unable to catch up with those prodigies. A sword is forged over 10 years, and the frost blade has yet to be tried. The days are still long enough for the seeds to bloom and bear fruit. Steps must be taken one at a time. Everything has just begun. Noticing the atmosphere in the class, Su Weiner added, at that time the citywide grand competition will also have many members from the city's powerful factions and university teachers coming to watch the competition. Everyone should prepare well for the 4-school grand competition in these days. Even if you can't make it into the top 100, if your performance is good enough, you might still attract some investments. Perhaps encouraged by this, the atmosphere among the classmates brightened a bit. After class, as Lu Sheng was about to go home, he noticed someone approaching his desk, blocking the sunlight with their body, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire desk. Liang. Lu Sheng looked up at the person, slightly surprised. Seeing this scene, the classmates around him, who were packing up to leave, involuntarily slowed down their movements. Even those walking out of the classroom began to pretend to chat, secretly observing the happenings inside. Is it finally happening? Is the plot of the waste materials counterattack finally going to unfold? The remaining students in class 31 of the 3rd year were filled with excitement, looking forward to the story developing in the way they hoped. Lu Sheng, I will definitely surpass you in this citywide grand competition. However, Liang calmly and firmly said just one sentence before turning to leave, not even waiting for Lu Sheng's response, as if he had just come to inform him. Interesting. Lu Sheng smiled, packed his things, and returned home. That night, the master of entries shimmered brightly, and a golden entry appeared on the illusory screen, startling Lu Sheng, who was checking the cultivation formations of his citizens. This level talent of the Master of Entries has activated, the talent has refreshed, and a new entry has been born, level bloodline entry body of the Berserker. The body of the Berserker, the more serious the injuries of all your citizens, the greater the increase in their three-dimensional attributes, strength, speed, and defense, with a maximum increase of 300. In a near-death state, they will directly become immune to pain. In life and death battles, there is a high probability of breaking through physical limits, surpassing current bottlenecks, and leaping into the next realm. Within the small world, all the inhabitants of the Giba tribe suddenly felt an indescribable sensation, as though a peculiar energy manifested and then vanished in an instant. The first to sense the change was a disabled person from the Giba tribe. It feels like my strength has increased. A warrior who had lost his right arm in battle was practicing sword techniques with a heavy iron sword in his left hand when he suddenly felt the sword, which weighed over 100 pounds, lighten significantly. No, it's not that the sword has become lighter, but my strength has increased. He began to swing the sword again, executing movements that he once found difficult to imitate with ease. My body has suddenly become so strong, I feel I could kill a cow with a single punch. The last time I went out to fight, I broke one of my legs, but now I can run faster than I ever could with 2 legs. It is the divine beings who pity us, granting us great blessings. Praise the divine. Witnessing this scene, Lucian couldn't help but think that if disabled people can permanently enjoy the benefits of the Berserker's body, couldn't he exploit a loophole and create a disabled tribe? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Although the disabled benefit from increased strength, speed, and physical attributes, everyday tasks, cultivation of skills, military tactics, and tool usage are still more convenient and efficient for able-bodied citizens. Most importantly, it is inconvenient for disabled individuals to reproduce. The probability of significant breakthroughs in life and death battles. Seeing this effect, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Though the toxic world has been conquered and the core area's resources have been completely plundered, with most of the polluted zombies slain, many deeper infected monsters still exist in the peripheral regions. When the Giba tribe's army first entered the toxic world, Lu Sheng had taken a glance along the way and discovered various poisonous species, such as mutated giant lizards, venomous zombies, and toxic pythons lurking inside. With the poison immunity attribute, the greatest threat posed by these monsters was eliminated, leaving only some stronger beasts perfect for training the warriors of the Giba tribe. From that day onward, the training methods in the small world no longer involved shooting at targets or sparring among soldiers, but instead it became about entering the toxic world to battle real monsters. Though there were some casualties, the speed at which citizens broke through their limits was significantly accelerated. Additionally, Lu Sheng was delighted to discover that the great spiritual plant flesh mushroom he had planted in the spiritual herb garden had matured ahead of schedule under various buffs. A total of 300 mushrooms, each worth 9.0 belief points, could fetch a staggering 270 million belief points. Such a price even now made Lu Sheng reluctant to spend. Yet just 40 days ago he had only spent 3 million belief points to acquire them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng decided not to sell these flesh mushrooms, but instead issued a divine decree directing the fishermen to select some young warriors at the peak of the body refinement realm and rewarded them. These warriors did not let him down. The next day, all 300 successfully broke through, adding 300 new second-tier beings to the tribe. It's a pity that the spiritual herb garden is only a grade building. Its planting area is far too small. Otherwise, I would fill the small world with flesh mushrooms. Lu Sheng sighed. The seeds of flesh mushrooms only require 1.0 belief points, but the mature plants can sell for 9.0 belief points. Without the acceleration boost from the spiritual herb garden, it would take at least 100 days to harvest. By then, the inter-school competition would have long concluded. In comparison, although there are similar grade buildings like the spiritual herb garden, with planting areas hundreds of times larger, whether there is stock is uncertain. Just the price alone makes it something Lu Sheng cannot afford. Ultimately, he spent 200 million belief points to purchase 100 stone milk bamboo to plant with the combination of Zhongling stone milk and medicinal dust used to refine the cleansing pill, greatly enhancing the qualifications of the tribe's citizens. Every citizen who consumed Zhongling stone milk and the cleansing pill saw their cultivation speed and comprehension of techniques increase by at least 5 times. Moreover, the next generation of medicinal dust was in good hands. The son of the medicinal dust, Yao Yan, a genius with 4 spiritual roots, has demonstrated unparalleled alchemical talent, in recent years rapidly becoming a first-tier alchemist. Compared to an ordinary person as a cultivator, Yao Yan possesses pill fire and has far superior control over the timing, significantly increasing the success rate of pill formation. In recent years, most of the alchemical supplies for the Giba tribe have been thanks to Yao Yan's efforts. Thus, the army of the Giba tribe entered the toxic world with batches of revitalizing pills and fasting pills for exploration, while the logistics personnel at home assisted the spirit flower demons in cultivating spiritual plants and occasionally went to the northern Greystone Goblin tribe to collect weapons. The tribe lived in peace and prosperity with ample food, along with the assistance of the spirit flower demons. The citizens of the Giba tribe enjoyed a very easy life, saving a great deal of time for reproduction and cultivation. Simultaneously, a new grade attribute, peaceful living, was born. Peaceful living: the more stable the environment, the higher the happiness index of the people, the higher the yield of food, reaching up to 100, with work efficiency increased by up to 100, the health rate of newborns improved by up to 100, the birth rate increased by up to 100, and the probability of multiple births increased by 30. With the addition of land of reproduction, the mortality rate of newborns was extremely low, leading to explosive population growth in the Giba tribe. In the 61st year of the small world, the population of the Giba tribe surpassed 0, with 63761 body, refinement warriors, 2591 martial masters, and only 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, even with a tenfold increase in spiritual energy, newborns with spiritual roots remained extremely rare, with most being waste roots, and the probability of even pseudo-spiritual roots was minimal. As of now, the number of students in Yujo's school had yet to exceed 100. I heard that in the 18th middle school there are those with spiritual root talents. Any citizen with spiritual roots is a top-grade celestial root. Lu Sheng felt envious to the core. If he also had citizens with celestial roots along with the tenfold enhancement of spiritual energy, he would likely have even reached the golden core stage by now. However, it was pleasantly surprising that Lin Mulan had unexpectedly risen to prominence, breaking through to the 4th layer of foundation establishment at the young age of 26, becoming a formidable mid-foundation establishment cultivator. With a full set of second-tier talismans, she could easily defeat the seasoned combatant Yujo, establishing herself as the current strongest warrior of the Giba tribe. In the real world, Lu Sheng was also not idle. He maintained a regular routine of attending school where the homeroom teacher, a demigod specializing in education, offered many insights and perspectives that were highly beneficial to him. Theoretical knowledge accounts for 100 points in the college entrance examination, and he could not afford to become. During this period, the ice flower matured again. 2,300 plants, and the great spiritual plant ice fire fruit heart were all sold, and coupled with the harvest from the toxic world, Lu Sheng's funds returned to 500 million. However, he again spent 400 million belief points to buy 200 stone milk bamboo, planting them all in the spiritual herb garden, thereby fully utilizing the planting area. The previously planted 201 stone milk bamboo also matured, capable of producing over 2,000 drops of Zhongling stone milk each year, but with the rapidly increasing population, it still seemed somewhat insufficient. At the same time, to support the Giba tribe's army in their battles in the toxic world, the consumption of A-grade and F-grade weapons had exceeded 10 times the usual, and the work efficiency of the Greystone Goblins was beginning to lag behind. The numerous issues arising from the population explosion began to gradually reveal themselves. The first issue is that of housing and resource allocation. Due to the explosive increase in population, the density has dramatically risen, and the inner city of Haishi City can no longer accommodate everyone, leading to a gradual migration towards the outer city. However, the outer city is a newly expanded area where military camps, weapon storage, cluttered heaps, and waste disposal regions are located, resulting in an environment that is significantly inferior to that of the inner city. Moreover, the allocation of high-level resources has always been controlled by the highest echelon of Haishi City. The Elder Council, initially established by Long, which consists of elders from the Giba tribe, the original witnesses of Haishi City. Relying on their seniority from following Long and their esteemed status within the tribe, they brazenly enjoy a tilted distribution of resources. However, as the overall strength of the tribe rises, more and more young people have gained formidable power, even breaking through to martial masters and becoming second-tier beings, leading to increasing discontent with the current resource distribution. Why should they? Why must they toil in their cultivation, investing vast amounts of time and energy to earn the flame fruits and cleansing pills, only for those elders' relatives to take them at will? Why should the spiritual fruits and plants they risk their lives to obtain from the toxic world be prioritized for those elders who spend their days chatting for amusement, just because they once followed Lord Long, just because of the so-called rules they speak of? Under the effects of civilization acceleration and the innate wisdom entries, the culture of the Giba tribe seems to have been pressed fast forward. Most of the tribe now understands that this is no longer the era of unity where distinctions between us and them did not exist. When faced with the divine, everyone is a collective loyal subjects, yet within Haishi City, they represent different classes and families, each a community of interests competing for limited resources. Awakening of consciousness. So soon, Lu Sheng observed the scene with great interest while sipping As the supreme deity, he would not meticulously plan the small world. He only needs to set a general direction, and the citizens within the divine realm will automatically gravitate towards it. As long as the direction is correct, the internal resource allocation of the small world will develop towards the most reasonable situation. Just like in the real world, those with talent will naturally obtain better resources, climbing step by step to become true gods who master the laws. Those with inferior talents, even those who fail to awaken in the divine realm, will naturally become the outcasts of society, becoming subservient deities to others or relegated to logistical deities forced to hand over the hard-earned resources at the lowest price. This is the unchanging law of nature. Therefore, as long as the internal conflicts among the citizens do not touch the fundamentals of the divine realm, Lu Sheng will absolutely not intervene. Thus, the first internal war of the Giba tribe began. In the small world, what do you want? This is the Elder Council. An elderly man, rosy-faced and dressed in luxurious garments, stood before the red gate, angrily shouting at the newcomer for his rudeness. To hell with the Elder Council. A robust man clad in coarse hemp clothing, his face filled with rage, struck a punch, sending the elderly speaker crashing to the ground. Then he stomped hard, and with a loud bang leaped onto the roof in front of hundreds of citizens of Haishi City, kicking the plaque on the door to smithereens. Several members of the Elder Council below shouted angrily, "Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to ruin Lord Long's legacy? The Elder Council was established by Lord Long. You are desecrating your ancestors. Truly a crime deserving of death. Disrespecting the elders and disregarding the rules. When Lord Yu returns, I will definitely report you and have your legs broken." However, the numerous accusations and curses from the elders did not intimidate the stout man. His expression remained unchanged. The stout man stomped down hard, and the solid wooden door of the residence let out a creaking scream with cracks spreading across the door panel like a spiderweb. Today I Chen Guang want just one thing. Fairness. Fairness. It's damn fairness. Chen Guang shouted, his aura as a second-tier martial master erupting, transforming into a hot wave of blood energy that frightened several elders who were still cursing, causing them to retreat in panic, their faces pale. With this kick, he shattered not just a plaque, but also the dignity of the Elder Council. All those who had been afraid due to the Elder Council's prestige and had previously suffered unfair treatment stepped forward to support Chen Guang, including several second-tier martial masters, causing the situation to tilt overwhelmingly in his favor. At that moment, they realized that fairness does not arise out of thin air, but is forged by one's own hands little by little. Once the point of contention erupted, it spread through Haishi City like a plague, with members of the Elder Council being singled out, their residences seized, and resources plundered, forcing them out of the inner city to live in the outer city. Many diehard members even lost their lives as a result. Within Haishi City, the Elder Council was abolished, and a new faction was established named the Tianxia Society. They still revered the Lord of Haishi City, Yuzhou, but demanded a complete redistribution of resources, advocating that harder work leads to greater rewards, with the capable deserving of the best resources. Not long after the expeditionary forces returned, Yuzhou was naturally aware of the situation and immediately engaged in negotiations with Chen Guang, resulting in no surprises. From now on, strength would take precedence, and the strong would be respected, with only those more beneficial to the tribe's development deserving of better resources. Without Lu Sheng's intervention, the internal conflicts were resolved by themselves. However, he still opened his smart wristwatch and began searching for items tagged with decomposer and waste cleaner. Although he did not participate in the internal strife of the Giba tribe, some issues in Haishi City had to be improved, and the immense waste generated by the increasing population needed to be addressed. Soon a building was locked onto the electronic screen. C-Class building, waste conversion pool. Description: household waste and industrial waste will be automatically converted into usable biological fertilizer. Price 100,000 faith points. This amount of money is negligible for Lu Sheng now. He directly purchased 10 of them and placed them all within Haishi City. Fortunately, due to the early development of agriculture coupled with the increase from multiple entries and the subsequent development of animal husbandry, even with a population exceeding 2,000, food in the small world remains abundant. Then Lu Sheng looked towards the Greystone tribe in the north of the world. Since the efficiency of the Greystone goblins in making weapons could not be improved, he would work on increasing their numbers. Lu Sheng spent 30 million faith points to buy 300 Greystone goblins. The location of the 100 Crafts workshop is spacious enough to accommodate them, even if their numbers were to triple or quadruple. As for the stone people dependents, Lu Sheng was not one to shy away from numbers. He directly purchased 100 and assigned them all to mining and constructing city walls. However, while the situation with weapons was manageable due to the presence of E-class fine iron veins, the matter of pills posed a much greater challenge. With a population of 2,000, the army sent into the toxic world always had over 1,000 troops, and revitalizing pills and fasting pills were basic necessities, consuming a large quantity each time. Additionally, they needed to refine cleansing pills and other elixirs. Even with Yao Yin and his hundreds of alchemy apprentices together, they still could not meet the demand. The reason lies in the scarcity of spiritual root citizens. Without fire attribute spiritual roots, they cannot produce alchemical flames, resulting in poor talent in alchemy and an inability to quickly enter the field. Without spiritual sense, they cannot control the details of pill-making, leading to an absurdly low success rate. Since the initiation of the military training project in the toxic world, to sustain the army's consumption of pills, Lu Sheng has to inject around 10 million faith points daily. In a month, that amounts to 300 million. If it weren't for the rich resources in the toxic world, he would truly be at a loss. Sigh. After thinking for a long time, Lu Sheng couldn't come up with any solutions and could only open his smart wristwatch and click on a group chat. Group name Hall of the Gods. This group chat was established by Zhao Mingjian when they initially banded together to strategize against the toxic world. It remained active after the campaign, becoming their exclusive private chat. Lu Sheng intended to ask Lin he, as both were human citizens following a cultivation path, he too would likely encounter similar issues. In the group chat, pantheon conversations were ablaze with fervor. Zhao Mingjian, oi. You've been as silent as death since getting the Fountain of Life. Have you managed to conjure up anything worthwhile? Su Yun was summoning Zhao Mingjian, intent on probing for intelligence. Don't even mention it. I'm going mad raising these mutated fishmen. These bastards are insatiably voracious. They devour a first-tier meat pig in a single bite. Now I spend every day scrambling for food, am completely swamped. Zhao Mingjian lamented in the group, though any discerning eye could see he was merely flaunting. Go to hell. You actually have a distortion fountain. 2 special structures falling into your lap. What a stroke of damned luck. Su Yun's jealousy drove him to curse. Lu Sheng was also dumbstruck. These were special structures, treasures that even beings akin to true gods could only dream of encountering. And Zhao Mingjian had obtained 2 at once. His fortune was truly heaven-defying. How do these mutated fishmen compare to the mutated goblins of Nangong Wenxue from Elite Class 1? I've heard her talent can also mutate goblins, and she's already developed dozens of variants. Truly terrible. At that moment, Lin, he also chimed in the group with a query, clearly curious about Zhao Mingjian's mutated. Her conditions and talent are leagues beyond mine, but I'll let you in on a secret. For this grand competition, I might just nurture a 3rd-tier creature. For this competition, my father went all out, securing me a distortion fountain and a fountain of life. My goal is the top 10 of the 4-school grand tournament. A 3rd-tier creature. You're incredible. Su Yun expressed astonishment once more. He now had over 1,000 2nd-tier skeletal mages, but they were all at the early 2nd-tier stage, far from evolving into 3rd-tier beings. Not to mention the 4-school grand tournament. Even by the midterm exams, it was uncertain whether his small world's denizens would produce a 3rd-tier creature. It could be said that the leap from 2nd-tier to 3rd-tier was a chasm, a powerful life form that could effortlessly crush vast numbers of 1st and 2nd-tier beings. For instance, a golden core elder with a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years wielded mana in a single drop, equivalent to the combined power of 1,000 chi refining cultivators, his divine sense spanning 10 square miles, capable of unleashing earth-shattering spells. Even the weakest golden core elder could annihilate swaths of foundation establishment cultivators. Only by forming a battle formation trained to at least minor mastery, or as a destiny-blessed child of fate paying a tremendous price, could one possibly turn the tables. Su Yun and Lin, he fell silent for a while. Their curiosity piqued further as they pressed for more details about Zhao Mingjian's small world, but their inquiries were deftly deflected. After some more banter, perhaps realizing they'd glean nothing more, Lin, he abruptly changed the subject. Zhao Mingjian, I recall you planted a batch of soul-nourishing grass and shadow fruits. I need 10,000. Since you're short on food, I can trade you meat. Zhao Mingjian hesitated. That's doable, but what do you need them for? I've recently trained a squad of nightmare griffins and want to experiment with aerial combat units, Lin, he explained. Nightmare griffins. They were among the invading beasts in last month's exam, ferocious by nature with razor-sharp claws and agile movements, capable of night vision and darkness. They excel at snatching prey, hurling them from the sky to their deaths, then ripping out their hearts with their talons. Their diet beyond meat favors great spiritual plants like shadow fruits. Long-term consumption may awaken bloodline talents, allowing them to morph into shadows, greatly enhancing both stealth and speed. As for soul-nourishing grass, it's a key ingredient for Krade's soul-nourishing pills, which boost a subject's spiritual. While Lin, that's brilliant. Having people ride tame beasts turns them into aerial units. Su Yun praised from the sidelines. Lin, reading the messages at home, rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, that was guidance from my family's elders. Unlike you with your grade structure bone burial ground awakened at birth, which can spawn bone dragons. Truly a stroke of aerial fortune. Fair enough. Zhao Mingjian agreed, and the two began manifesting resources from their small worlds, converting them into cards for exchange. Lu Sheng was no stranger to such transactions. Whether in ordinary class groups or elite student circles, this phenomenon was widespread. The only difference lay in their motives. The former sought convenience, the latter aimed for tax avoidance. Though Daxia's laws explicitly exempted pre-university students from taxes, few knew this exemption had a only students with annual transactions under 1 billion faith points enjoyed tax exemption. Any excess was taxed at a mandatory 5% like ordinary citizens. As descendants of deities Zhao Mingjian and Lin, he had monthly basic expenditures in the hundreds of millions of faith points, far exceeding the limit. For large-scale trades, direct exchange was far more economical. They were wealthy, but no fools. Why not save where possible? Yet Lu Sheng stared intently at Lin, his message lost in thought before slapping his forehead and leaping to his feet. Right, why hadn't he thought of that? For ground-based beings, dealing with aerial units was a monumental challenge. Conversely, possessing aerial combat units would grant immense advantages when invading the divine kingdoms of ground-bound alien races. I recall acquiring the Beast Tongue Mastery trait. If I have Yuzu train them, using the immortal beast taming scripture, wouldn't our synergy be maximized? Lu Sheng's heart raced with excitement. He also possessed the Aim True trait. Equipping a group of archers atop nightmare griffins with venom from poison beetles would be a devastatingly asymmetric assault on alien divine kingdoms. Indeed, these group chats were worth following. They were a goldmine of useful insights. Lu Sheng shamelessly asked Zhao Mingjian, brother, Zhao, I share Lin He's vision and want to cultivate aerial combat units. Do you have any leftovers after your trade? I can also exchange meat. Having sold all his gains from the poison swamp world in recent days, his transaction volume was nearing 10 billion. If he could dodge taxes, he'd gladly do so. Zhao Mingjian replied, sure, I've got plenty. The soul-nourishing grass stretches for miles, tens of millions of stalks. But brother Lu, I only trade for meat from first-tier or higher creatures. Lu Sheng then privately messaged Zhao Mingjian, packaging 1 million blood pigs and 300,000 red cattle, worth 13 million faith points from his small world, in exchange for 3 million soul-nourishing grass stalks and 10,000 shadow fruits. After concluding the deal, Lu Sheng returned to the group chat to ask further. Lin, brother Lin, I've been expanding my population and training my army for the competition, but the troop numbers have surged. My alchemists can't keep up with the pill consumption. Any solutions? How many people can you have? If you lack pills, just buy them. Lin, he replied innocently. In his view, considering the human race's breeding characteristic of 1 child per year, along with factors like infant mortality, genetic deformities from intermarriage, and diseases, the population could at most reach tens of thousands in 60 years. Even if everyone became a soldier, the daily consumption of pills wouldn't be too much. With Lu Sheng's harvest in the poisonous world, he could easily afford it. But Lu Sheng helplessly said, I currently have over 200,000 citizens in my small world with more than 60,000 in the army. The consumption of pills is too large, and I have to spend a lot of credit points daily to fill the gap. I want to ask brother Lin if there is a method to mass-produce alchemists. When I wrote this, I didn't even mention how many first-tier or second-tier beings my small world has. I simply stated a number. However, even so, this statement was like a meteor falling into a lake, creating a huge ripple in the group chat. As soon as it was sent, a series of messages immediately popped up. Lin, Zhao Mingjian, Su Yun, Li Jiasin. Even Li Jiasin, who had been lurking, was startled and began questioning on the screen. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Lu Sheng had rejected this class contract she offered that day. Lin, he quickly sent a new message. Not that, buddy, have you cheated? I have loaded several buildings to increase breeding speed and a bunch of food to enhance mating desire, and that's how I developed to the current 50,000. Su Yun, I have the burial ground to rapidly increase my forces, and I currently only have 200,000 citizens. Zhao Mingjian even exclaimed, Lu, you boast so well that even I am slightly inferior. Many messages were sent essentially stating that without the help of a grade or higher buildings, it was impossible for the human population to grow to 200,000 in 60 years. But at this moment, Li Jiasin said, have you all forgotten that Lu Sheng's talent is hometown of breeding? The more stable the environment of the race, the higher the birth rate, which can reach up to 100. Moreover, Lu Sheng has a solid understanding of theoretical knowledge and profound insights into cultivating citizens. Coupled with his talents, buildings, and spiritual plants, reaching a population of 200,000 in 60 years isn't impossible. Seeing this message from Li Jiasin, Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. He had rejected her that day, yet unexpectedly, she actively came to his aid now. This was quite good, saving him from crafting some unreliable excuses. After Li Jiasin's message, the group chat fell into a brief silence. But Lin He was the first to break the silence. Lin He, this actually seems quite possible. But Brother Lu, you asked the wrong person. My small world's divine nation is currently in a stable development phase. Aside from pills used for cultivation, there is almost no consumption of pills. Relying on alchemists teaching mortal apprentices is already sufficient. However, according to my observations, citizens with fire spiritual roots have quite a talent for alchemy. Brother Li, you could give it a try. Seeing this, Lu Sheng could only smile helplessly. He wanted to, but there were only so many citizens in the tribe with fire attribute spiritual roots. Would he send them all to alchemy? Unless the proportion of the spiritual root citizens was high enough, otherwise using this method the number of alchemists would never be sufficient. Messages continued to jump in the group chat. Zhao Mingjian sent a long message. Lu, I think you don't need to buy pills for your citizens. Have you considered that because you spend a lot of faith points daily to purchase pills, it creates a false impression of an abundance of pills in your divine nation, leading to a scarcity of alchemists? As a high-intelligence race, humans have a complete social system delineating classes and understanding their roles. When the demand for pills exceeds supply, the value of every pill in the divine nation will rise, and the status of alchemists will increase. Naturally, more people will learn alchemy and become alchemists due to the profits. You just need to lower the cost of learning alchemy and accelerate this process. Lu Sheng patiently read through Zhao Mingjian's messages and suddenly realized, Brother Zhao, as expected of you, you know so much. This time he genuinely felt that Zhao Mingjian was impressive. As Zhao Mingjian mentioned, resources within the divine nation would allocate themselves. Referring to the World Association and Elder Council, cultivation resources would ultimately flow toward gifted and capable citizens, while those without talent would naturally reduce their cultivation time and increase their time spent on other work. Assisting spirit flower demons in cultivating spiritual plants, clearing fields to grow spirit rice, raising carnivorous demon beasts, and learning alchemy. The human social system would naturally develop towards stability, allowing everyone to engage in areas where they excel. Even if Lu Sheng did nothing, the internal dynamics of the divine nation would actively seek methods due to demand. Of course, if he could magically create a batch of alchemists, it would naturally save a lot of time and accelerate this process. He understood this principle, but hadn't thought it through so deeply. After hearing Zhao Mingjian's words, he quickly grasped his meaning. Lin He also sighed. I had never thought of what Brother Zhao said. It truly is enlightening. It's nothing major, mainly because I have relatives who are semi-divine humans, and being influenced by them, I naturally learn a bit about it. Zhao Mingjian was just casually showing off. Afterwards, they chatted about their insights regarding the development of the divine nation, and Lu Sheng listened intently, gaining a lot from it. After exiting the group chat, Lu Sheng first spent 100 million to buy 100 grade alchemy furnaces, and then he spent 10 million faith points to purchase the recipe for Crade soul nourishing pills, which he transmitted to the library. He then bought 10,000 night lions and released them into his small world along with the soul-nourishing grass and shadow fruit. He obtained, instructing Yuzo to be responsible for training these demon beasts and creating an aerial combat army. Lu Sheng designated an experimental area to see how effective it would be. I will obey the divine decree. Yuzo knelt in reverence, pressing his forehead to the ground, displaying a very skilled action. Inside the small world, 10,000 first-tier night lions were placed in the eastern part of a large forest among the newly emerged mountains due to the world expansion, and soon they became the overlords of that area due to their aerial dominance. However, not long after they encountered their natural enemies. Roar! Several 3-meter-long massive night lions dove from the sky, preparing to catch the humans on the ground, as they usually would with their prey. Swish! With a flash of cold light, the leading night lion had its head severed by a sword. Then Yuzo soared into the air, pushing powerfully with both hands, and the overwhelming magical palm print captured the other 2 night lions, pinning them firmly to the ground. Faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, these fierce night lions had no chance of resistance, akin to a 3-year-old child battling Godzilla in a cage. Master without a true deity, containing blood to seal the sun, lunar main position, reversing the light of life, using my blood as a guide, living dual births, 1 death and 1 annihilation, I shall not backlash. Continuing with the old methods, Yuzo performed a spell from the Beastmaster Codex to tame the leader of the night lions. Subsequently, based on this, he captured large numbers of night lions, imprisoning them and beginning to attempt. Unlike those blood pigs and Red Bulls, they were truly ferocious beasts. Even when captured without Yuzo's individual spell control, they retained their wild nature and were unwilling to submit. It was not until 3 months later that an elder from the tribe who had hunted since childhood used thin ropes to bind a night lion's claws and wings, placed a blindfold on it, deprived it of food and sleep, and arranged for people to take turns to guard it. Over time, the night lion was gradually worn down and eventually became more willing to obey the elder's commands. This method quickly spread throughout the entire Blackstone city, and everyone even gave it a new name, the enduring lion. Soon the archery troops of Haishi City were divided into two groups. Those with lesser talents continued to fight on the ground, while those with greater gifts engaged in training with the griffins during their spare time. 7 years later, Haishi City had established a knightly order of griffin riders numbering 10,000. Through the proficiency of the beast language skill, their bond with the night griffins forged through daily interaction rivaled that of lifelong friends. Some night griffins, having consumed shadow fruits for an extended period, successfully awakened their bloodline powers and advanced to second-tier beings, becoming mounts for the martial masters of Haishi City. With aerial units, the army of Haishi City gained an exceptionally wide field of vision within the toxic miasma world, enabling them to detect danger zones and hostile species in advance, significantly increasing their exploration efficiency. Another decade passed, and the number of the Griffin Knight Order further expanded. Yujo integrated this force into the military formation, doubling their advancement speed once again. In the same year, the training of the four major formations, the Xuanwu Formation, Baihu Formation, Zhuke Formation, and Qinglong Formation, reached a turning point, with all four formations achieving a minor success and displaying a hint of divine charm. The overall strength had increased at least tenfold compared to before the minor success of the formations. Coupled with the newly born E-rank skill night vision, all citizens experienced visibility conditions at night equivalent to those during the day. The crank skill swift feet increased overall marching speed by 100. The E-rank skill underwater breathing allowed ordinary people to stay underwater for several hours without holding their breath. The exploration speed of the toxic miasma world was far quicker than Lu Sheng had anticipated. 3 years later, the expeditionary army struck lucky and discovered a contaminated E-rank building during their search in the toxic miasma world. Lu Sheng also found the corresponding building on his smart wristwatch, named Training Grounds. Training Grounds soldiers training inside experience a 100 increase in the speed of cultivating all martial arts skills and formations. When injured within this building, their recovery speed is also doubled. There is a small chance of breaking through during a bottleneck while training inside, and soldiers training for extended periods have a chance to develop a battle soul. Battle Soul possesses an unwavering heart for victory during combat, never retreating, slightly enhancing coordination with companions on the battlefield. Price 50 billion faith points. Note you currently do not have purchasing rights and can only view related information. An E-rank building truly lives up to its status, its effects are astonishing, and even has a chance to produce special talents. It's no wonder those elite class students with E-rank buildings develop so rapidly in the early stages. Lu Sheng was astonished by the effects of the training grounds. This single building could match the income he had gained from decades of exploration in the toxic miasma world. If he could break into the top 10 in the grand competition and obtain a self-selected E-rank building. His fingers paused momentarily as a pure, flawless light descended instantly, purging the toxin contamination of the E-rank building training grounds. It then transformed into a streak of light and fell to the outskirts of Haishi City. Moreover, what delighted Lu Sheng the most was that after more than a decade of development, Haishi City's self-regulatory capacity gradually strengthened, with the number of alchemists increasing year by year, filling the previously existing gaps. The herbs required for alchemy also flourished under the cultivation of the Lingrue flower demons, gradually forming a self-sustaining situation. In the 81st year of the minor world, the Shrank skill heavenly craftsmanship emerged, doubling the construction speed of all buildings. Citizens engaged in forging, construction, carving, and mechanisms experienced a 100 increase in efficiency, and all citizens' forging talents improved by 100. Aside from the dedicated Greystone Goblin tribe, people in Haishi City gradually began to learn forging, resulting in a significant rise in the number of blacksmiths. The production of E-rank and frank weapons began to rise, and with the expeditionary army becoming increasingly proficient in exploring the toxic miasma world, the loss rate decreased, and the stockpile of weapons began to overflow. In the 83rd year of the minor world, the S-rank skill Resurgence of Spiritual Energy was born. Resurgence of Spiritual Energy. The spiritual energy of the minor world will increase by 1 annually, with a 300 increase in the probability of citizens with spiritual root talents emerging among the offspring. The speed at which citizens absorb spiritual energy will increase by 100. That year, children with spiritual root talents began to appear in large numbers, many of whom were geniuses with 3 or even dual spiritual roots. In the same year, the number of foundation establishment stage cultivators broke into double digits, with both Yuzhou and Lin Wanlan breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, while Lin Wanlan achieved full foundation establishment, surrounded by talismans, her strength far surpassing that of her peers. In the 89th year of the minor world, the population of Haishi City surpassed 1 million. Even with the infrastructure maniac and heavenly craftsmanship skills, the expansion speed of Haishi City gradually fell behind the population growth, and the breeding rate began to decline. It was in this year that Lu Sheng halted the exploration project in the toxic miasma world, recalling all the troops back to the minor world to focus entirely on cultivation. Before him, a phantom light curtain appeared. Divine being Lu Sheng. Divine rank pseudo-god. Area of minor world 400 square kilometers. Environment primarily plains, hills, and mountains. Citizens human race. Number of citizens 10978131587 new second tier, beings 491355 first tier, beings 590586 non-tiered beings. Dependents stone men 11931 first tier beings, gray stone goblins 5903 first tier beings. Talents master of Zrank skills S-Rank resurgence of spiritual energy, Shrank tenfold spiritual energy, Shrank infrastructure, maniac, Shrank berserker body, Shrank heavenly craftsmanship, a rank universal growth, a rank purification, a rank peaceful living, a rank elderly strength. Rank perfect accuracy, rank poison immunity, rank skill, no illness, rank innate divine strength. Crank land of breeding, crank civilization acceleration, crank wisdom, crank underwater breathing, crank swift feet. Rank night vision, rank proficiency in beast language, rank breeding etc. Due to the continuous influx of faith points from the exploration of the toxic miasma world over the years, Lu Sheng chose to internally digest all resources of the minor world. After nearly 30 years of development, the strength of Haishi City had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. Currently, Haishi City boasted an army of 300,000 well-trained soldiers, with every first-tier martial artist equipped with frank weapons, and every second-tier martial master armed with the rank weapons. Among them, 50,000 elite soldiers belonged to the Griffin Knight Order with aerial combat capabilities. Gazing at such a splendid panel, Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. A month ago, the combat power of his minor world army was even inferior to Lin He, but now it seemed that even facing 3 or 4 Lin He's would be a walk in the park. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng's gaze locked onto the staggering balance of 1.36 billion faith points, and he activated his smart wristwatch. In the final stages before the grand competition, he planned to use all his funds to purchase resources and ultimately boost the strength of his citizens. Lu Sheng purchased 30 Supreme Foundation Establishment pills, distributing them among the 30 cultivators in Haishi City who had reached the peak of Qi refinement. He also bought a portion of Earth Mother Elixir Spirit Enhancing pills and 5-color Golden Core pills for Lin Mulan. Unlike the second-tier beings, such as Martial Masters, Foundation Establishment cultivators possess spells allowing them to fly freely and wield spiritual energy, making their combat capabilities vastly different. It is akin to the disparity between a second-tier goblin and a second-tier dragon. Although both belong to the same tier, their strengths are not comparable. If a new batch of Foundation Establishment cultivators could be created, or even a Golden Core cultivator, the enhancement to the fighting strength of the Divine Nation's army would be unthinkable. Under Lu Sheng's watchful gaze, the 30 peak Qi refinement cultivators in Haishi City consumed the Foundation Establishment pills, activated their techniques, and began their meditation and cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shortly after, swirling currents of energy formed around those cultivators, and the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered their bodies through their pores, cleansing their organs. As a deity presiding over a small world, as long as Lu Sheng wished, he could even see the flow of blood in the veins of these subjects, as well as the intricate details of the operation of their spiritual energy. The medicinal effects penetrated their bones, and streaks of impurities flowed out from beneath their skin. The gaseous spiritual energy within them began to compress and condense wildly, transforming into droplets of liquid. Most individuals progressed smoothly, but some, when halfway through the condensation, found that their magical power could not support the complete condensation of the spiritual energy. At the critical moment, the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment pill surged forth, filling the gap and allowing the condensation process to continue. A month later, Haishi City welcomed 30 new Foundation Establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, Lin Mulan, who was in a courtyard, also reached a critical moment for her breakthrough. In the path of immortality, breaking through to the Golden Core requires passing through the first barrier, Spirit Power Barrier, the second barrier, Core Condensation Barrier, and the third barrier, Inner Demon Barrier. Having been nourished by spiritual plants and fruits since childhood, Lin Mulan's foundation of magical power was exceptionally solid, allowing her to easily pass the first barrier. With the assistance of the 5-color Golden Core pill, the process of condensing her Golden Core went smoothly, but the Inner Demon Barrier. Boom. What is blocking Lin Mulan is that fisherman. Lu Sheng gazed at the scene in Lin Mulan's mind, feeling somewhat speechless. He hadn't noticed earlier that this silly child had fallen for the teacher who guided her into the path of immortality, wanting to ride on her teacher's coattails. Truly audacious. Fortunately, he had prepared the pills for overcoming the divine sense barrier, and ultimately Lin Mulan successfully broke through to the golden core stage. Notification: your subject Lin Mulan has broken through to become a golden core cultivator, attaining the status of a third-tier being. At the same time, in the real world, Lu Sheng also felt an indescribable surge of energy flowing through his body, and his bones emitted a series of piercing cracks. Divine nation's nurturing. My strength, perception, and physical attributes have at least increased by dozens of times. Lu Sheng marveled at the changes in his body, his eyes widening like saucers. He felt as if he could catch a speeding semi-truck with one hand. Son, what are you doing in there? It's not New Year, yet why are you setting off firecrackers? The voice of his father Lu Tianxing came from outside, clearly indicating that the commotion from his sudden surge in power was too great. It's nothing, Dad. Isn't there a grand competition coming up? I'm just watching videos to brush up on the knowledge of the divine nation. Lu Sheng concocted a casual lie to brush it off. Alright, don't tire yourself too much, go to bed early. Good night, Dad. After sending his father away, Lu Sheng slightly adapted to the changes in his body, then bought 300,000 sets of grade armor, 10,000 sets of a grade armor, and 1,000 grade flying swords to distribute to the Haishi City Army and Foundation Establishment cultivators. Additionally, he purchased a set of grade weapons specifically for Lin Mulan. Ding. Purchase successful. After deducting a 5% transaction tax, your total expenditure this time is 52 billion faith points. Faith point balance 108 billion. Lu Sheng's hands did not stop. As long as he secured a spot in the top 10 of the grand competition, just one grade building would allow him to break even, and he could profit by tens of billions. Ding. Purchase successful. 100,000 grade pill washing marrow pills have been issued, deducting. Your total expenditure is 105 million faith points. Ding. Purchase successful. 100,000 grade spiritual plant shadow fruits have been issued, deducting. Your total expenditure is 105 million faith points. Ding. Purchase successful. 3 million Qi and blood secret medicines have been issued. Ding. Purchase successful. 3 million A-grade fasting pills. Faith point balance 432 million. Bye. After a frenzy of spending, Lu Sheng invested all the resources he purchased into the small world, fully upgrading Haishi City. He then sent a message to Yuzhou warning that a war would soon occur. Having done everything necessary, it was now time to watch over his subjects. Meanwhile, within the small world, in the governor's mansion, while celebrating Lin Mulan's breakthrough to the golden core stage, Yuzhou suddenly paused his hand, preparing to drink, freezing mid-motion as he fell into a moment of distraction. Afterward, he shook his head, the joy in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a serious expression. Lin Mulan blinked her peach blossom eyes, anxiously staring at the wine glass in Yuzhou's hand, urging, "Didn't we agree to celebrate properly today?" The divine warning has come again. Yuzhou shook his head, setting down his wine glass. Warning. What warning? Mulan, you're too young to know. 60 years ago, the divine also issued a warning to us in Haishi City. Back then, the lord of Haishi City was Lord Long, but during that disaster, in order to save me. Sigh. Yuzhou's pupils flickered, the scenes from his memories resurfacing, and he sighed. Now the divine warning has come again. This time the enemy is even more terrifying. It is a nation that possesses divine beliefs. Based on my experience, only a disaster capable of toppling our entire Haishi City would prompt the divine to send a special decree, toppling the entire Haishi City. Upon hearing this, Lin Mulan also put down her wine glass, puzzled. But we have 300,000 troops along with the Griffin Knight Corps and the treasures bestowed by the divine. Shouldn't we be able to fend it off? Moreover, I'm here. I am a golden core cultivator, a figure akin to an ancestor in tales. Who could Yuzhou's expression settled as he looked at the confidently radiant girl beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, he had asked Lord Long the same question. He had been too proud and arrogant back then, which led to a tragic occurrence, and for years he had harbored a deep-seated, "This time I will protect everyone." Yuzhou drained his glass. The next day, Lu Sheng arrived at the large venue set up by the Education Bureau in advance. This major competition was organized by the Education Bureau, with thousands of colleges from the entire city participating, grouped into teams of 4 for a unified examination, accompanied by officials from the Education Bureau and representatives from various forces observing, making it a grand event. At this moment, over 10,000 students had gathered here, all from the 3rd year of high school, with excitement evident on everyone's faces as they anticipated their performances. Have you heard? This citywide competition is part of a new support plan launched by the Education Bureau, aimed at discovering true geniuses. Even the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau is personally overseeing the examination. If selected, wouldn't it mean soaring to great heights? Come on, what if you can't even make it past the outer regions of the alien divine kingdom? You'll end up failing completely. Aliens. To be honest, I've only heard of that name and never seen one. What makes them different from us? It's obvious you're from a logistics background. Aliens are all sorts of bizarre, some are crimson and eerie, some are abyssal demons, some are monstrous angels. But unlike us humans, the citizens of human races can belong to any race, while those of alien races can only be of their own kind. That's why we humans are so powerful, yet still envied by countless races. But if the citizen and the alien deity belong to the same race, wouldn't they be recognizing their ancestors directly? Are you silly? Their beliefs are different. How can they recognize their ancestors? Moreover, in the outer battlefield, there's fighting every day, and we haven't seen much harmony among our human race. Amidst the noisy discussions, Lu Sheng looked around, his terrifying perception quickly spreading out, swiftly locating the team of Class 7 from Linhai No. 1 High School. As the bottom of the ordinary class, most students in the class were following the logistics deity path, their divine kingdom's weak, and even the aura of the deities themselves was as insignificant as fireflies in the night sky. Yet amidst them a figure with a determined face and an upright posture stood out, like a bright moon distinguishing itself from the rest. Liang. This stark contrast in the formation immediately caught Lu Sheng's attention. Liang's aura is surprisingly not much weaker than mine. He should be close to reaching the third-tier life form right. Lu Sheng thought to himself, astonished. In the last monthly exam, Liang's ranking was quite high, and he must have received considerable investment from the Nangang family, leading to significant development in his divine kingdom. Lu Sheng then glanced towards the elite class, each student brimming with vitality, their auras towering, forming a stark contrast with those from the ordinary class. In just 3 months, such a vast gap had emerged, highlighting the importance of resources and talent. The planning of the deities is crucial, but it must be based on talent and resources, otherwise a barren wasteland cannot develop no matter how well it's planned. Of course, many elite class students in the venue also noticed Lu Sheng, whose aura was powerful and not inferior to theirs. Who is that guy? Did he walk into the wrong class? Lu Sheng, don't you know? He is the only one in the history of Linhai No. 1 High School who, with a commoner's background and without joining any force, broke into the top 10 of the grade. They say he built walls in the first month of awakening in the small world, effortlessly dealing with monster invasions, and reached the 6th wave in practical assessments. No wonder. Last time our elite class didn't exert themselves, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. This time the competition among the 4 schools will truly test our strengths. Lu Sheng remained calm, ignoring the discussions about himself. There was no need to argue with these people. When the exam results came out, great scholars would naturally defend him. Lu Sheng, you've arrived. How has the development in the small world been lately? Do you have confidence in entering the top 100 before the competition? At this moment, Su Weiner waved at him with a smile. In Class 31 of the 3rd year, the potential of the students was evident, but only Lu Sheng and Liang held her high hopes. Especially Lu Sheng, who had overwhelmed the descendants of the true gods in the elite class during the last monthly exam. Although luck played a part, it still gave her a tremendous surprise. The student council will do its best. Soon after, as a phantom projection suddenly appeared on the stage, the originally noisy venue fell silent. Hello, students. I am Lu Sen, the Deputy Director of the Linhai City Education Bureau and the Chief Examiner of this competition. This competition is governed by the new regulations of the Education Bureau, targeting thousands of colleges and over 100 million third-year students in the city. Your performances in this exam will be observed by the Education Bureau and representatives from all forces in the city. This is an opportunity to showcase your value. If you perform excellently, you may receive investments from various forces. As Lu San's voice echoed, projections appeared on the high platform, all featuring dignified faces and extraordinary temperament. They were all representatives of Linhai City's top forces, responsible for selecting outstanding partners for investment for their families and companies. Of course, as the official spokesperson, the Education Bureau naturally holds the highest priority in selection. If a remarkable genius appears, the Bureau will surely be the first to claim them. Furthermore, after discussions at the Jiangnan Province Education Bureau headquarters, it was decided to establish a new elite college in each prefecture city as part of a comprehensive strategy to advance tiered educational development and provide precise support. After the group assessments in this citywide competition, the Education Bureau will conduct a second evaluation of the specific performances of all students in the city, and the top 10,000 students in potential ratings will gain approval for admission to the elite college. Students entering the elite college will enjoy unlimited tax exemption privileges before the college entrance examination, as well as strategic resource allocation from the Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the venue, whether teachers or students, changed dramatically. Unlimited tax exemption privileges. Strategic resource allocation. There's no need to mention unlimited tax exemption privileges. The students experiencing rapid development have all tasted the bitterness of the 5% tax in marketplace transactions. The deductions were simply too much. As for strategic resources, they include a level buildings, level spiritual herbs, rare species, and other resources that cannot be bought in the marketplace, as well as access to special functions like the war simulator and high-intelligence life forms. Seeing the excited expressions of students in various groups below, Lu Sen smiled slightly and continued, "This competition will be assessed by me alongside high-intelligence life forms to ensure fairness and justice in the evaluations. Next, please put on the mechanical helmets beside your seats. Immediately, your consciousness will automatically connect to the alien divine kingdom for the examination." Lu Xing noticed that there was indeed a silver mechanical helmet at his right hand on the seat, which looked heavy but felt quite light when picked up. It was probably another advanced creation of the mechanical divine kingdom. "Now, let's begin." Lu Xing put on the helmet and his consciousness instantly sank into the sea of worlds. Recording an unknown will is peering into your world. Recording, you have released permissions. Recording, you have opened a world passage. 2 worlds are connecting. Boom. For the 3rd time, a world passage that spanned across the heavens appeared at the edge of the small world connecting the 2 realms. On the other side, the 300 troops of Haishi City had long been poised for action. At this moment, as the world passage opened, their morale surged, ready to die for the gods at any moment. Warriors of Haishi City, the moment to draw swords has arrived. The other world connected by the passage has been soaked in sin, and every inch of its soil must be cleansed by fire. Our God has issued a decree to eradicate all heretics who worship false gods and to plunder all usable resources. Fight for our God. Under the rallying cry, the 500 Griffin Knights were the first to enter the world passage with the 300 strong army, following closely behind, advancing in an orderly fashion. Through the eyes of his people, Lu Xing also learned about the foreign god he would face in this assessment. Goblin, a race characterized by low intelligence, low combat power, and low growth potential, yet what they are most renowned for is their terrifying reproductive ability. A normal adult female goblin can give birth to a litter of offspring every month, and the young require only half a year to fully mature. If female, they can breed again. Under such exponential growth, even if the initial number of goblins at the time of opening the small world was only a few hundred, they could grow into a 1,000,000-strong army within decades, unaffected by any disturbances. However, if it were only this, goblins would merely be a disorganized mob, not a threat. Even the weakest races can become formidable under the guidance of a god. Influenced by talent and advanced architecture, goblins can also become intelligent beings and mutate, evolving into high-growth organisms. Take for example Nangong Wenxue from the elite class, whose initial race is goblin, yet she possesses inscrayed talent Blood Feast, granting goblins a chance to mutate simply by consuming meat. Giant goblins, goblin slayers, goblin priests, goblin archers, and so on. Adding to that terrifying reproductive capacity, 3 months have passed, and their strength must have reached unimaginable levels. In the foreign world, the 500 Griffin Knights from Haishi City arrived first, greeted by a dense forest where all manner of vegetation thrived, towering 4 to 5 meters high. Deploy 1 team for every 10,000 soldiers, splitting into 5 routes to scout the enemy's strength on the ground and clarify the capabilities of these heretics. Upon discovering traps or large-scale troops, report immediately and avoid engagement. The leading captain's eyes flickered as he quickly ordered the 500 well-trained Griffin Knights to swiftly arrange their formations and advance towards 5 different directions. For a large-scale war, intelligence is the foremost element. During the competition, while the strength of each candidate invading the foreign god's realms may be similar, their racial abilities, talents, and defensive architectures can vary greatly. This also serves to test the student's adaptability, as there is no opportunity on the battlefield to choose your enemies in advance. Meanwhile, as millions of senior high school students in Linhai City took their exams, a massive light screen was displayed in front of each examination venue, broadcasting the status of every student in real time. The Long family truly deserves to be the foremost among the 4 great families, spending extravagantly on their own genius. If I'm not mistaken, that child named Long Outyin from Linhai No. 79 High School has an average of crate equipment in his army, right? This is not just wealth, this is downright excessive. Only 3 months have passed, and there are already over 1,000 third-tier beings. The first place in this citywide competition is likely already decided. On the high platform, many representatives from powerful factions had already begun congratulating the Long family, causing the Long family's representative to involuntarily lift their chin. From their perspective, Long Aocean's army consisted of only 300 troops, yet the weakest among them were second-tier beings, while the thousands at the forefront were all Golden Core practitioners. The moment they entered the foreign god's realm, a powerful divine sense rapidly spread out, and the entire army surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The beasts at the periphery of the foreign world roared as they charged in, but in an instant they were ground to a pulp, unable to even emit a scream. Is your Nangong family really that weak? This Nangong Wenxue, although her people are goblins, has managed to gather an army of millions in just 3 months. Surely she has equipped them with quite a number of advanced structures. The representative of the Long family joked. Ha ha ha, likewise. The representative of the Nangong family smiled slightly. Who is this Zhao Mingjian? It's quite interesting that someone outside the 4 great families can create so many mutant fishmen. This student, named Li Yong, is impressive, as well, having cultivated the grade formation Thousand Mountain screen to perfection. The Nangong family seems to have found a treasure. There are plenty of good talents, even among the ordinary classes. It seems our Shanghai Technology Company will be able to recruit some backbone once again. These representatives of powerful factions leisurely discussed and evaluated some outstanding performances, with some even taking notes, intending to approach the talented individuals they favored for investment after the competition concluded. Among them were not a few elite class students. As descendants of gods, there are disparities among families. A child of a first-tier true god compared to a family with dozens or even hundreds of true gods is still at a significant resource disadvantage. If they have suitable investments, elite class students from those schools would also make choices and sign divine contracts. Suddenly, a representative from a major power who was scanning countless images with divine sense exclaimed in surprise, expressing an unexpected admiration. Linhai no. One high school ordinary class Lu Sheng. An ordinary class student yet possessing a third-tier being in the army is simply astonishing. A human army of 300, this must have moved all the citizens of the small world here, right? And with 500 aerial troops, this child has evidently achieved such a level of civilizing his people, taming so many night griffins. Could it be that he has already progressed in civilization? Suddenly, within the ordinary class, a student with a third-tier being and an army of 300 entry-level beings emerged, drawing immediate attention from all the representatives present. I remember now 2 months ago, I represented the Nangong family to invite this child, but was rejected. My one family group was also turned down. I also recall. He is that student who entered the top 10 of Linhai No. One high school as a commoner. Initially, our Lin family even offered a grade contract, but it seems that was an undervaluation. Many representatives from powerful factions recalled that the student named Lu Sheng had already shown signs of rising 2 months prior. Now 2 months have passed, and it seems he has gained even more prominence. The most crucial point is that after all the major powers reconciled their accounts, they discovered that Lu Sheng had rejected all the factions that invited him after the monthly examination. This means Lu Sheng is currently not affiliated with any faction. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue became somewhat peculiar, with the eyes of representatives from various powerful factions gleaming, already calculating how to collaborate with Lu Sheng as soon as the competition concluded. In the small world of the alien race. Report. There are numerous swamp traps in the forest ahead of the world passage. We have drawn a map to mark these areas. The ground troops must avoid them at all costs. Report. 30 kilometers west of the world passage, a large number of aberrations were discovered. Their body shapes resemble that of human children, but their skin is dark green, short in stature, and ugly in appearance, strikingly similar to the farmed goblins in the livestock area of Haishi City, with an estimated number exceeding 100,000. Report. 50 kilometers north of the forest, a small city was discovered, confirmed to be a gathering place for aberrations suspected to have heavy defensive tools. Report. With the powerful flying ability of the Dark Knight Griffins, this alien deity's small world was explored thoroughly in just 2 days. The general situation of the alien world has emerged. First, directly in front of the world passage, there is a large forest filled with rudimentary traps, poisonous spiritual plants, and several clever buildings known as the swamp lands, where some low-level goblins are wandering. After exiting the large forest, 50 kilometers to the north lies a small city, which is home to a large number of goblins of varying ranks equipped with catapults, crossbows, and various other siege tools. However, this is not the core area of the Goblin God Kingdom. Further exploration revealed that there are a total of 3 such small cities surrounding a central, larger and more developed city, guarded by forces to the southeast, southwest, and northwest, with the northern side backed by a large mountain range, making it difficult for even the Dark Knight Griffins to cross. For now, let's name them Central City, East City, West City, and South City. The total number of goblins in the entire world is at least several tens of millions. It is roughly estimated that there are over 1 million first-tier beings, 100,000 second-tier beings, and over 100 third-tier beings. Surprised by the general situation, Lu Sheng was astounded. Each student invades a different alien god kingdom, but their strength is generally comparable. Such a vast force is already capable of overwhelming 99% of the senior students in the entire city. Yet Lu Sheng felt no fear. Instead, his eyes burned with a fighting spirit. This time, as long as he could obtain admission to an elite academy, even if it meant sacrificing all 35,000 troops, it would be a surefire profitable venture. Lu Sheng could develop steadily, but that did not mean he had to remain low-key, avoiding competition and ignoring immense opportunities. That was not his style. On the contrary, appropriate displays of brilliance could yield abundant resources, accelerating his development and allowing him to attain the strength for self-preservation sooner. After all, this is not a safe world. Besides the Great Xia, there are numerous human empires, and beyond that, myriad races are coveting. In this world, small worlds are invaded, god kingdoms are destroyed, and deities vanish into ashes every day. All troops advance. Spare no effort to eliminate the aberrations, plunder their resources, and destroy their cities. Lu Sheng's face hardened as he immediately issued the divine edict. He had considerable insight into the planning of small worlds and could guide the entire operation, but in the actual war of the god kingdom, his responsibility was to oversee the overall situation while leaving the specific battle plans to his subordinates. We will follow the divine edict. Yuzu replied with a serious expression and then immediately issued orders, his voice empowered by spiritual energy, resonating like a great bell in the ears of all the subjects. All Foundation establishment period cultivators step forward. As the vanguard, follow the map drawn by the Knight Regiment to clear the marked traps in the forest, paving a path for the main army. 30,000 troops heed the command. Split into 3 groups. The first group will dispatch 10,000 troops departing from the west side of the forest to circle 300 miles to attack the west city of the Goblin stronghold. I will arrange for 10,000 Griffin Knights to clear obstacles for you. The other 2 groups will be split into 19,000 and 1,000. The 19,000 will follow me through the forest and directly approach the Goblin main city, while the other 1,000 will head to the important resource plunder on the map. I will send 10,000 Griffin Knights to assist you. Your goal is not to kill enemies, but to destroy supplies and attract the attention of the Goblin City troops. Is that clear? Understood. The voices of the 30,000 troops thundered. They were all carefully selected warriors from Haishi City. Previously, Yuzu had led them on several campaigns against the poisonous world, earning their trust and admiration. Now, under Yuzu's command, they naturally had no objections. All troops advance. If you encounter aberrant goblin troops, do not report, just eliminate them. Yuzu swung his arm forcefully, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Boom, 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 roar. In an instant, tens of thousands of Dark Knight Griffins emitted sharp cries in the air, leading the charge like a dark cloud passing overhead, exuding immense pressure. On the other side, the 50 or so Foundation establishment period cultivators from Haishi City rushed into the forest, their divine sense sweeping the surroundings, dismantling traps to clear a path for the main army. The forest was also filled with scattered ordinary goblins, most of whom were small in stature and armed with wooden sticks, clearly in a state of being bred. They soon encountered the vanguard cultivators who were clearing the traps. Gore! Gore! Upon seeing living beings, the hungry goblins immediately glinted red in their eyes and rushed forward irrationally. Dirty aberrations. A female Foundation establishment cultivator's face was filled with disgust. She snorted coldly, and several level flying swords shot out, instantly crossing over 100 meters. Swish! The air was torn apart. One level flying sword, as if guided by auto-navigation, accurately pierced into the mouth of a goblin, effortlessly penetrating its skull. The remaining flying swords shimmered with spiritual light and stabbed in from the side. Before the other goblins of this goblin squad could react, they were instantly bisected, blood and entrails splattering in the air. However, this female Foundation establishment cultivator seemed very angry at the goblin's filthy gazes. Without stopping, she formed a fireball with her hand and burned the severed limbs and broken arms on the ground to ashes before ceasing her attack. All right, conserve some mana. We still need to clear the traps. A mid-Foundation establishment cultivator beside her frowned and reminded her. Understood. It's just that these aberrations' gazes are too disgusting, the female Foundation establishment cultivator said resentfully. In the gazes of those previous goblins, she saw not only a desire for flesh, but also an unabashed lust. These aberrations will ultimately be killed. Do not hinder the important affairs of the deity. The vanguard squad continued to clear forward. With their Foundation establishment period divine senses, they could cover several hundred meters. As long as a goblin approached, they could instantly detect its movements and strike first. These unranked goblin squads, even if they numbered in the hundreds or thousands, could not even delay their speed. In less than 3 days, a wide path was cleared in the forest with all the traps along the way destroyed. Yuzu received the message immediately. His expression shook and his eyes scanned the dark forest, yet it was as if it were daylight, unaffected by the darkness. The time has come, all troops advance. Under the blessing of the night vision entry, even when marching at night, the warriors of Haishi City moved, without any restrictions, swiftly advancing along the cleared path. Above 100 meters in the sky, countless griffin knights drew their bows, patrolling their territory like ferocious beasts ready to swiftly shoot down any goblins that approached the army. These griffin knights were selected from the tribe's shooting prodigies, capable of hitting moving targets hundreds of meters away with ease due to the perfect aim entry. Moreover, even if these goblin squads were fortunate enough to survive the arrows and reach the vicinity of the army, they would be instantly intimidated by the malevolent aura of the Xuanwu formation, only to be immediately torn to pieces by the warriors on the periphery. Thus, despite the continuous interference from goblins, the army did not stop to rest. In a single surge of momentum, they successfully reached the outskirts of the alien world in just over 10 days. Currently, the casualty count stood at 0. The entire army will be divided into 3 teams, taking turns to stand guard. After 1 day of rest, we will continue onward. Witnessing the last soldier emerge from the forest, Yuzhua shouted cheerfully, prompting the entire army to begin their rest right there. Most of the soldiers in Haishi City were warriors. Although they could go without sleep for extended periods, it would ultimately affect their combat power. Teacher Yuzhua, when can I make my move? I've just broken through to the Golden Core stage, and Mulan is eager to try out the new 3rd-tier talisman she drew. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly jumped out from the side, leaping onto Yuzhua's back and affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. The soldiers stationed nearby instinctively averted their eyes at this scene. You've become a Golden Core elder, yet you're still so playful. Faced with this woman whose strength far surpassed his own, Yuzhua could only helplessly smile. A year ago at Lin Mulan's celebration banquet, he had taken a drink only to find that she had drugged him, leading to the loss of his innocence. Now they had become Dao partners, and Lin Mulan had achieved her wish of becoming the city lord's wife. Hee. Lin Mulan mischievously stuck out her tongue. It's not time for you to make your move yet. The leader of the Griffin Knights has already sent me news that among the 4 goblin strongholds there are many fearsome goblin high priests and giant goblins over 10 meters tall, likely of the same level as you. At this point, Yuzhua's tone turned serious as he solemnly warned Mulan, "You are our only 3rd-tier combat force. If you encounter danger, your safety must come first. Do not act recklessly." I know. Compared to their smooth progress, the 100,000 troops taking the detour from the west encountered a bit of trouble. Under Lu Sheng's watchful eye, a troop led by Chun Guang, a latest-stage 2nd-tier warrior, collided head-on with a goblin army as they successfully navigated to the exit of the left forest. Unlike the wild goblins in the forest, this army had undoubtedly undergone professional training by deities, with 100,000 goblin shield bearers at the front, goblin warriors wielding iron rods in the middle, and goblin archers at the rear. They formed an exceedingly standard 3-layer formation. A total of over 500,000 goblins, yet only a few thousand 1st-tier goblins, and there aren't even any 2nd-tier goblins. Too weak. Is this a test? Lu Sheng pondered. As the attacking side in the Divine War, he was naturally at a disadvantage regarding intelligence, only able to observe through the eyes of his subjects. However, the deities of the original world were different. In the blink of an eye, they could observe every corner of their world, with all human army numbers, tactical arrangements, and marching routes falling under the gaze of the opposing deity. Currently, dispatching an insignificant army may just be a way to test their strength before sending the main forces of the divine nation to strike one by one. No, we must concentrate our forces. If the goblin deity sends out hundreds of 3rd-tier beings simultaneously alongside tens of millions of goblin troops, the 100,000 troops led by Chun Guang will surely not be a match. No, that won't work either. If there's only a single marching route, the goblins in the east and west cities can flank when Yuzhua and the others are attacking, and there would be no way to retreat. The 500,000 goblin army was smashed by Chun Guang's troops instantly, creating a one-sided situation, yet Lu Sheng showed no joy. He fell into hesitation. This was Lu Sheng's first time participating in a divine war. He had only learned theoretical knowledge before, and now that he was on the real battlefield, it felt somewhat cumbersome. After thinking for a long time, Lu Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Instead of ruminating here, it would be better to relay this information to Yuzhua and let him think of a solution. Yes, let's do it this way. Lu Sheng immediately delivered a divine edict. Yuzhua, you are within the realm of alien gods. Every move you make will be under the watch of the alien deities. Yuzhua, upon receiving the information, furrowed his brow tightly. He quickly picked up the map drawn ahead, began to gesture on it, and after a long time, he put it down and ordered send a message to Chun Guang to gather the troops. Dispatch 2,000-strong Griffin Knight squads to advance 50 kilometers in both the east and west flanks of the army. Once goblin forces are spotted, immediately shoot to harass and delay their movement speed, and promptly relay the message to the main army. In a situation where the alien army's paper strength is equal to, or even exceeds our own, Yuzo chose to consolidate the army, not giving the goblin deity the chance to strike one by one. At the same time, taking advantage of the Griffin Knight regiment's flying and high mobility, he quickly set up surveillance around the army. Should any goblin forces attempt to flank, they could react swiftly. They might even be able to turn the tables and counterflank the goblin army's weaker side. While the deity's comprehensive knowledge of the battlefield was an advantage, it was also a disadvantage, as the information needed time to be relayed layer by layer among the troops below, not to mention the low intelligence nature of goblins. Of course, this is only applicable to their kind of suited deities' divine nation warfare, where the overall combat power of the subjects is weak and the means of information transmission are outdated. In battles between demigods, or even true deities, this method would evidently be unfeasible. 10 days later, the various armies regrouped, with 4 formations operating simultaneously. Coupled with the fact that they had killed hundreds of thousands of goblins in these days, a dense malevolent aura surged into the sky. A Griffin Knight army of 20,000 was dispatched, flying dozens of kilometers, circling 50 kilometers on either side of the 300,000-strong army, always on the lookout for enemy movements. The army advanced straight toward the goblin stronghold. Observing this scene, the representatives of various major powers from coastal cities couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Lu Sheng has quite a talent. His theoretical knowledge from school is solid, and his adaptability is terrifying, having quickly found a suitable offensive route. Indeed, since entering the alien world, he dispatched aerial troops to explore and map the terrain, allowing high-end combat forces to pave the way in advance. Such meticulous strategic planning is hard to imagine coming from a high school senior. His comprehension is remarkable. Although he possesses only clever talent, the chances of him achieving true divinity in the future are immense. Currently still in the early awakening stage of the small world, most student subjects were still in a state of enlightenment, completely unable to devise such detailed strategic plans or make decisions in battle. Therefore, the various actions of the Haishi City army led everyone to believe that they were all the accomplishments of Lu Sheng himself. I must contend for this child. The representative of the Long family spoke confidently. Due to Lu Sheng's early purchase of 3 million grade pill of meditation, the 30,000 troops participating in the Divine Nation War saved a significant amount of logistical supplies, making the entire force exceptionally agile. Additionally, the Griffin Knights were scouting ahead, and with the grade attribute effort reduction and the grade attribute speedy, the advance speed of the 30,000 army was extremely rapid. Half a month later, the troops arrived at the Goblin South City. During this period, the army from Blackstone City encountered harassment from dozens of goblin troops, each numbering over 10,000, but they were all routed by the Griffin Knights as soon as they approached within 50 kilometers. These were low-level goblins sent out by the goblin god to delay time. They did not possess the trait of growing more courageous in battle, nor the battle soul talent. As soon as their losses exceeded one-third, their formation would collapse immediately. Many times it was unnecessary for the ground forces to engage. The goblin army would scatter in panic, utterly defenseless. After dozens of battles, Lu Sheng's army still maintained the impressive record of having no casualties. Stop! Yuzo waved his hand, and a massive magical handprint manifested in the air. The 30,000 troops behind him halted immediately. Lord Yu, the Goblin South City is just 30 kilometers ahead. According to the Griffin Knights reports, there are estimated to be close to 10 million goblins inside. Tell the soldiers not to act rashly. Let the Griffin Knights fly above the city first and destroy all their archers and defensive tools. After a moment's thought, Yuzo made a swift decision. Facing an enemy that outnumbered them by dozens of times, it would be foolish to engage head-on. Instead, it was wise to first weaken the enemy's strength using aerial units before pursuing the victory. Understood. Half an hour later, 30,000 Griffin Knights emerged, covering the sky and blocking the light, each increasing their intensity as they swiftly approached above the city. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, the goblins within the city began to scream, frantically waving their weapons. However, this South City was only 10 meters high. How could they possibly reach the Griffin Knights soaring at a height of 100 meters? Some goblin archers began to draw their bows, but most of them were ordinary goblins without mutations, at most first-tier beings lacking the strength to shoot arrows to a height of 100 meters. Even if they managed to shoot them up, their kinetic energy would have long been depleted, and in their descent they would end up hitting many of their own comrades. Fire! Shoot freely until the stock is depleted, shouted a martial artist riding on a second-tier dart. Whoosh! 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 At the command, countless Dark Knight griffins circling above the city screeched, and a barrage of shimmering silver arrows descended like a torrential rain from a height of 100 meters. The arrows accurately struck the hearts and heads of goblins. With one wave of arrows, one-third of the goblin warriors on the city wall fell instantly, and green blood flowed from the arrow shafts, quickly staining the walls. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng was overjoyed. Indeed, aerial units represent an absolute dimensionality reduction strike against ground creatures. How does the saying go? The high strike the low, beating the fools. Moreover, with the grade attribute perfect hit grade attributes steel bones and strong body, the Griffin Knights of Blackstone City were far superior to ordinary archers. They also had the eagle eye attribute, allowing them to accurately lock onto every enemy. Oh no. With several thousand comrades dead in an instant, the goblins on the city wall finally panicked desperately, trying to shoot arrows and throw stones at the sky, but it was all in vain. The Griffin Knights in the sky were already knocking their arrows, aiming again, and shooting once more. The dense rain of arrows came in waves. For every arrow shot, a goblin would fall in a pool of blood, and in no time only a few shrimp soldiers remained on the city wall. Inside the city walls there were severed limbs and broken arms everywhere. The goblin army was not without resistance, but as soon as the large crossbows and trebuchets were pushed out, they would be targeted by the dense iron arrows and turned into sieves in an instant. The goblin warriors lucky enough to survive the rain of arrows were now terrified, hiding in stone houses, occasionally peeking at the sky and trembling. Even the second-tier goblin leaders were powerless in such a situation, their eyes revealing a human-like fear. One peek, and they are dead. How can we fight? All troops heed the order, attack the city. On the other side, seeing that the defenders on the goblin city wall had been completely cleared and the troops inside were suppressed by the Griffin Knights, Yuzo immediately ordered the entire army to advance. With no defensive weapons or goblins to obstruct them, the 30,000 army charged straight, in successfully entering the city and quickly seizing the high ground to begin clearing out the goblins inside. Bang! A large gate was kicked open and the goblins inside had not yet reacted when several enormous fireballs radiating intense heat smashed into their faces, exploding with a loud bang. When the flames dissipated, only a pile of charred remains was left in the room. Such scenes were happening continuously in the goblin city at that moment. Under pressure from the Griffin Knights, the goblin army completely scattered and could not organize an effective resistance. Facing the coordinated attack of the Blackstone City army, it could hardly be called a battle, but rather a one-sided slaughter. Soon after, in the center of the goblin South City, the remaining tens of thousands of second-tier goblins formed a battle formation, intending to make a final stand. Lin Mulan waved her hand, summoning a dozen blue third-tier talismans, and a terrifying chill instantly swept over like a tsunami. With a deafening sound, the thousands of second-tier goblins at the front of the formation were frozen into ice blocks, and the formation immediately fell into disarray. The army behind Lin Mulan seized this opportunity, piercing in with a white tiger formation, quickly harvesting the last remnants of this force. In 3 days, over half of the millions of goblins in the Goblin South City were annihilated, with only a small portion fleeing the city to the deeper central city. Meanwhile, the army of Blackstone City only suffered the loss of 5,000 body refinement warriors and over 300 second-tier martial artists, with casualties being less than 1/20th. A smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face, but it quickly faded. Although the number of goblins in South City was large, the true main force of the alien god nation was still in the central city, behind, where nearly 4/5 of the entry-level beings of the god nation were located. And over 100 third-tier mutated goblins. That was the real enemy. Clean the battlefield and let the army rest. In the alien small world after the battle, Yuzo was also busy quickly starting to arrange the post-battle cleanup. Meanwhile, in the external venue, students were gradually taking off their mechanical helmets, wearing expressions of most of them had taken the route of logistical deities. The citizens in the small world couldn't even think of attacking the alien city, as the wild creatures along the marching path had already tormented them greatly. This was never their battlefield. Rather than losing some citizens in vain, it was better to surrender honestly. Sister Shui has broken the alien god nation. I don't know who shouted, and the students who had already retreated immediately looked towards the front of the venue. They saw a name rapidly climbing to the top of the leaderboard, creating a vast gap with the second place. First place, Nangong Wen Shui from Linhai No. One high school has broken the Alien God Nation practical assessment score, 561. Similar situations have been occurring in various venues across Linhai City. First place, Long Ao Tian from Linhai No. 79 Middle School has breached the Alien Gods Nation practical assessment score, 578. First place, Feng Yun Yen from Linhai No. 108 Middle School has breached the Alien Gods Nation practical assessment score, 539. First place. The four schools formed a small group, and among them were undoubtedly some extraordinarily talented geniuses whose strength had long surpassed that of ordinary students. Facing this alien world used for assessment, they were not considering how to crush the core of the enemy's nation, but rather how to resolve battles more efficiently and quickly destroy the enemy's core to achieve higher scores. Perhaps being in the same school, many students did not feel it, but in reality a sad, thick wall had already formed between the two. As expected, Long Aotian's score is the highest. Though Nangong Wen Shui's goblin army is numerous, the high casualties incurred in quickly destroying the core lowered their score significantly, otherwise they wouldn't fall short of Long Aotian by over 10 points. The young girl from the Feng family had terrible luck encountering a demon deity that countered her people, resulting in a prolonged stalemate that wasted a lot of time. This year Linhai City is teeming with talent, but what surprises me the most is Lu Sheng from the ordinary class of Linhai No. 1 high school. The first place from each small group had already been predicted by the representatives of these powers before the competition began, and indeed it turned out to be quite accurate. However, those individuals were either descendants of major families in Linhai City, or had received company investments after awakening, signing contracts with deities. Compared to them, Lu Sheng, a student without any background, is even more noteworthy. Although there are no third-tier combatants in the city, there are still over 10 million beings, and we managed to capture it with such minimal losses. It seems we have indeed underestimated him. Indeed, the Dark Knight Griffin has been trained exceptionally well. My Lin family has also attempted to train such beasts, but their compatibility is far inferior to this young man. Unfortunately, with such strength, it is still somewhat lacking to capture the Goblin main city behind. In the Goblin world, the army of Haishi City had fully recovered after a month of rest, and the casualties from the previous battles were quickly replenished from Lu Sheng's small world. They still maintained an army of 300,000 land troops and 50,000 Griffin Knights, with only a few hundred casualties. During this time, the eastern and western cities in the rear, as well as the central city, also sent troops to attack, but they were often spotted by patrolling Griffin Knights before getting close, resulting in a rain of arrows that swiftly defeated them. Even the third-tier goblin giants with their mutated genes, hard and massive bodies, could not withstand the barrage of tens of thousands of fine iron arrows. Only a third-tier goblin high priest could use magic to defend, but its magical power is limited, only covering a small area, unable to block all attacks. Thus, after sacrificing millions of goblin warriors, 3 goblin giants, and 1 goblin high priest, the goblin deity realized that they could never fight against Haishi City in the open. Therefore it chose to retreat. It recalled all goblin forces from the eastern and western cities to the central city, gathering all available strength to prepare for a final battle against the army of Haishi City. And this was exactly what Yuzo had in mind. He recalled his memories, released Lin Mulan's hand, and under the gaze of the multitude walked step by step onto the high platform overlooking the hundreds of thousands of troops below. Yuzo's voice was not loud, but every soldier present could hear him clearly. Warriors of Haishi City, before today the city we conquered has undergone several invasions by the Goblin army, but without exception we have never suffered a defeat. There were none before, there are none now, and there will never be any in the future. That group of evil heretics has abandoned the eastern and western cities, concentrating their forces to retreat to the central city, determined to make a final desperate resistance. This battle will inevitably be accompanied by sacrifice, blood, and death. Tell me, are you afraid? The soldiers below were sweating, but not a single one showed a weak expression. Their eyes gleamed with fire, as if they wanted to devour everything. They were all filled with fervor, shouting loudly, "Not afraid." Good. Yuzo's expression was serious, his tone carrying a hint of determination. Set forth immediately and eliminate the heretics. Lu Sheng watched all this, nodding in satisfaction. Since the death of Dragon, Yuzo had increasingly resembled a leader, now displaying exceptional combat intelligence. With the emergence of the S-level attribute spiritual energy revival, many descendants with spiritual roots have appeared in Haishi City, including quite a few geniuses with 3 or 2 spiritual roots. In contrast, although Yuzo was only a 4 spiritual root in terms of strategic significance, he was not inferior to these individuals. In his thoughts, the final battle had already begun. Shoot! With a roar, tens of thousands of Griffin Knights soared into the sky, just like before when they conquered the southern Goblin City, deciding to first destroy the city defenses to weaken morale. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, a rain of arrows fell. However, this time the previously successful tactic unexpectedly encountered a setback. Goo! Gah! On the massive walls of the central city, 4 or 5 dozen goblin high priests dressed in dark fabric wielding black staves screeched and waved their staves. Immediately a series of mysterious and bizarre dark golden runes rose from the ground. A dark translucent light enveloped the area above, forming an impenetrable magical net that covered the entire city wall. The first wave of the Griffin Knights, shooting tens of thousands of fine iron arrows, struck the net, only creating countless ripples like raindrops. Continue shooting. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Griffin Knights' pupils constricted, shouting to continue issuing commands. But no matter how they shot, they could not break through that magical net. After several rounds of bombardment, it only dimmed the color of the net slightly. Boom, boom, Boom. Just then several goblin giants towering 20 meters high leaped from the city and easily reached a height of 100 meters above the ground. With a wave of their massive hands, hundreds of griffin knights who were replacing arrows were directly smashed into a mist of blood. Seeing this, Lu Sheng frowned. This illustrates the difference between the two modes of monster invasion and God Nation war. The former consists of a group of monsters with the berserk attribute driven only by invasion and destruction, while the latter must face a wise nation that possesses faith and understands combat strategy. This is the true difficulty of the God Nation war. The raid by the goblin giants inflicted significant losses on the griffin knights, but it also presented an opportunity. To attack targets at a height of 100 meters, they must cross the magical net formed by the goblin high priests and leap into the air, exposing their entire bodies to the range of the griffin knights. Moreover, while the goblin giants possess great jumping ability, they cannot fly. After slaying hundreds of griffin knights, they lost their leverage and are now performing a standard free fall in the air, becoming live targets. Focus fire on the goblin giants. In the second following, the sight of hundreds of his comrades turned into mist of blood. The leader of the griffin knights, suppressing his inner sorrow, shouted commands. As the leader and commander, he was not a martial artist, but a foundation establishment cultivator. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, could penetrate several kilometers instantly. In an instant, thousands of surrounding griffin knights received the order, turning their arrows toward the goblin giants who had just reached their highest point and were now in free fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of silver arrows glinting coldly tore through the air, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, brutally piercing the goblin giant's rough skin. Uff, uff. Although the skin of the third-tier goblins was tough, it was easily pierced by the fine iron arrows, enhanced with the armor-piercing attribute embedding into flesh and causing a series of muffled sounds. Large splashes of green blood erupted into the air, and those goblin giants were soon turned into hedgehogs, yet they still endured a volley of arrows back to the central city. Upon entering, the magical net gathered again, blocking all subsequent arrows, while the goblin giants quickly healed their wounds under the high priest's magic. These healing spells could momentarily suppress even the venom of toxic beetles. Relying on this tactic, the casualty count of the griffin knights gradually rose, and it wasn't until over 3,000 were lost that they managed to slay 2 third-tier goblin giants through the accumulation of venom. Such a brutal battle scene caused a flicker of pity in the leader's eyes. He communicated with Yu Zhou through spiritual energy, inquiring whether to attack the city at a later date, only to receive a fatal order. Fight to the death without retreating, even if it means sacrificing the last man. Conduct the arrow rain in batches to exhaust the magical power of these goblin high priests. Without my orders, anyone who dares to retreat will be executed by me personally. Reluctantly, the leader continued to issue orders, dividing the remaining griffin knights into 2 groups, one to conduct a dense arrow rain suppression, and the other to return to the rear base for resupplying arrows. In this regard, Yu Zhou also felt helpless. With momentum, one would grow weaker than exhausted. Not long ago, he had conducted a pre-battle mobilization aiming to charge forward with the invincible spirit of the Blackstone City army. A retreating now would undoubtedly dampen morale significantly. Moreover, the only strategy he could think of against the magical net of the goblin high priests was simple. Since it couldn't be breached, they would exhaust the magical power of the goblin high priests until it ran out, at which point the magical net would naturally collapse without attack. However, this process would require countless lives to fill. But in war, how could there be no sacrifices? My God has said, when 2 worlds connect, if not in friendship, they are dire enemies, and one side must perish entirely before the crisis can end. Blackstone City will remember your sacrifices. Yu Zhou gazed at the figures plummeting from the sky, his eyes resolute. Thus, as time gradually passed, the casualties of the griffin knights further escalated, and soon over 10,000 archers from Blackstone City, along with their shadow griffins, were shot down. At this point, even Lu Sheng felt a twinge of pain. Being able to serve as an archer in the army already marked them as top-tier experts in Blackstone City, whose strength often surpassed that of land-based martial artists. Additionally, a qualified Dark Knight Griffin that could serve as a mount takes months of training, making these crucial assets. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't hurt. If converted to belief points, he might have already incurred losses in the hundreds of millions. But for the sake of a spot at the elite academy, everything is worth it. With that in mind, Lu Sheng's resolve strengthened, no longer dwelling on the losses of the army. The instructor had mentioned in theory classes that if the practical exam mode is Divine Nation War, then under the condition of being able to destroy the core of a foreign divine nation, the priority is to destroy the divine nation's core. This is a crucial threshold. Passing it allows the practical assessment score to reach above 500 points, and only after that is it time to consider casualties. Fortunately, with the clever attribute courage under fire and the effect of battle soul, even with such heavy casualties no soldier showed any signs of cowardice. Bang, bang, bang. 3 days and nights had passed since the commencement of the final battle, and the strikes of the Griffin Knights continued ceaselessly until the casualty count soared to 25,000 when the tide of battle finally began to turn. The magical net originally covering the entire central city wall, like an inverted bowl, suddenly cracked open numerous fine gaps under a barrage of arrows. Through the gaps one could see the third-tier goblin high priests, their grotesque and deformed faces already covered in sweat, their eyes bloodshot, gritting their teeth as they struggled to maintain their magical operation. Their magical power had already run dry. The leader of the Griffin Knights keenly sensed this phenomenon, and a wave of ecstatic joy erupted on his weary face as he immediately issued the command, "Everyone heed my orders, no need to conserve, shoot with all your strength." Boom. The next moment the magical net shattered violently, and countless arrows surged forth in fury, instantly claiming the lives of tens of thousands of goblin warriors. Even a few goblin high priests caught off guard lost their lives. Without their magical power, they were merely sturdier goblins. All troops attack. Kill these damned scum. At the same time, the 30,000 ground troops advanced forward in unison. Over these 3 days they had watched their comrades whom they had once spent day and night with perish one by one, and their anger had already reached a critical point, and now only the blood of their enemies could quell it. With clouds of dust rising under the cover and assault of the Griffin Knights, the 30,000 troops rushed to the base of the city, and rows of ladders were lowered with countless warriors sprinting up the walls. On the other side, Yuzhou signaled to Lin Mulan beside him. She gathered her magical power, activating the third-tier detonation talismans she had prepared earlier, which flew toward the grand stone gates of the city, and with a loud bang the 10-meter-high stone wall was instantly blown to smithereens. The city has fallen. Under Lu Shang's watch, hundreds of thousands of troops surged into the city, soon clashing with the goblin army, and a great battle was about to erupt. Bolstered by various attributes, the combat power of the Blackstone City army reached its peak. In the very first contact, the defensive line formed by the goblin warriors was shattered. The 30,000 human army formed a sharp point, and the beastly shadows created by formations roared in the air, plunging straight into the goblins' hearts. But there were simply too many goblins. As soon as several thousand in the front fell, countless more goblin warriors, several times, even tens of times more, filled the gaps, seemingly endless. Lives rapidly vanished, whether human or goblin. Under the brutal war, it seemed there was no difference. Heaps of corpses piled up like mountains, with the air thick with a stench of blood. At this moment, death seemed to have become a mere number. While Lu Shang was fully absorbed in the divine nation war, a sudden commotion erupted among the team from Class 2 of the elite students of the first high school in Venue 3, organized by the Education Bureau of Linhai City. "Old Su, you must look at the stage." "What's going on?" "Don't ask, just look." Zhao Ming's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the large screen ahead, simultaneously pounding on the shoulder of the person next to him. All right, stop hitting me. Are you trying to kill me?" Su Yun had just finished the Divine Nation War and was busy assessing the aftermath. He was unable to endure the relentless pounding and turned to look at the stage. However, in the next moment his body froze instantly, his expression more exaggerated than Zhao Ming's, his mouth forming an O shape. What the hell are those Lu Shang subjects? A military force formed by 300,000 advanced beings, each equipped with at least grade weaponry. And there are third-tier beings, Golden Core ancestors. What a joke. Wow, Jessen, you were right. Lu Laudi was not playing around. He was pretending to be weak, just waiting to pull a fast one on us in this competition. After hearing this news, Lin He and Li Jiasen also turned to watch the footage playing on the stage, their eyes filled. Clearly, just 2 months ago in the exploration of the toxic world, their military strength had been notably inferior, yet now they were left far behind. A grand army of 300,000 advanced beings coupled with 50,000 Griffin Knights could effortlessly crush their small world. How is this possible? Such exaggerated aerial combat units. And isn't the Knight Griffin inherently cruel? How could they be tamed to be so docile? Lin He rubbed his eyes vigorously, seeming unable to believe it. He had started taming the Night Griffins even earlier than Lu Shang, and had tried to keep their food and training facilities in the best condition. But after 60 years, his small world had barely reached 4 figures in aerial units, with battle strength still lacking, making it difficult to hit targets at high speeds. Compared to Lu Shang's archery that could accurately strike the vital points of goblin warriors from hundreds of meters away, they were worlds apart. Brother Lu, you are truly exceptional. Li Jiasen looked at the stage, biting her rosy lips, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly. She had considered that Lu Shang might be a genius, but she never imagined he would be a genius among geniuses. With the power Lu Shang displayed in this competition, even if he were to seek investment in the future, it surely would not involve her Li family. The four of them exchanged glances, their expressions complex. As time passed, one student after another could not endure any longer and ended their assessments, while more and more people began to notice this dark horse Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, the one who relied on the city walls to reach the sixth wave in the monthly exam. At first I thought he was just lucky, but it turns out he truly has the ability. How did he cultivate his subjects? Their combat power is so strong. As fellow second-tier beings, his subjects can easily take down a dozen second-tier goblins. With such strength in our school aside from Nangong Wenxue, I doubt anyone can match him. Do you think he has a chance to breach the foreign god nation? That's still too early to say. The number of subjects in the goblin god nation he is invading is simply too high. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Indeed, that goblin god has also realized that Lu Sheng's army is formidable in strength. They are already gathering third-tier beings to implement a decapitation plan. On the screen, the army of Blackstone City under the command of Yuzhou executed orders flawlessly as the four major formations rotated in turn, forcefully tearing a hole in the goblin army. Using this as a breakthrough point, they began to slaughter goblin warriors. However, the goblin god quickly recognized the issue and immediately issued a divine decree to form a raiding squad of 50 goblins. Each being among them was a genuine third-tier combatant. They used goblin giants to draw attention, while the goblin high priest used magic to conceal their formation. The entire raiding squad was extremely secretive, avoiding the direct assault of Blackstone City's frontline forces to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou's position. Quick, protect the Lord City Master. It wasn't until the raiding squad was only a kilometer away from Yuzhou that the Griffin Knight Regiment in the sky noticed the anomaly, immediately directing a rain of arrows, which were casually blocked by the goblin high priest's magic. Giggling. Once discovered, the goblin raiding squad ceased hiding their concealment magic, dissipating, replaced by a layer of blood-red light, causing the entire squad's speed to surge several times. They were fierce in expression, their gazes fixated on the plain-looking yet resolute human male not far away, their hearts filled with hatred. It was this human, invading their world with an army, attacking their cities, killing countless of their brothers and kin, and attempting to exterminate their race. A crime deserving of 1,000 deaths. He must be killed. He must be killed. They charged towards Yuzhou with all their might, while the soldiers along the way tried to block them. However, against 50 third-tier goblins, the hastily formed battle array had no chance of victory and was directly shattered by brute force. Under the dark black magic, hundreds of Blackstone City warriors fell to the ground, their organs ruptured, blood gushing from their orifices. Yuzhou also noticed the goblin raiding squad, his pupils constricting as he swiftly mobilized his spiritual energy, trying to escape towards the center of the military formation. But no matter what, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, and compared to the third-tier goblin raiding squad, enhanced by magic, his speed was still far too slow. Before long, he was caught up. Damn it! Yuzhou cursed inwardly, his face filled with anxiety. As the second-generation leader of the Gue Ba tribe, and the current lord of Blackstone City, the commander of 300,000 troops, his death would likely instantaneously reverse the previously advantageous situation. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he feared that his death would affect the morale of the troops and jeopardize the great affairs of the gods. Yet he found himself at the rear of the army, entangled with an endless stream of goblin forces in front, unable to immediately redirect a large number of soldiers to provide support, which required time. But he no longer had time left. City Master, run. Just as Yuzhou was only 100 meters away from the goblin raiding squad, a support team composed of dozens of foundation establishment cultivators finally arrived. They roared as they blocked the path of the goblin raiding squad, and then without hesitation drew upon all their liquid magic power, choosing to self-destruct. Boom! A terrifying explosion of spiritual energy erupted, creating a gale that instantly killed several goblin knights at the forefront, buying a moment of time. Lord City Master, hurry and leave. Your opponent is the 7th Army of Blackstone City Team 36 Man Xian. Don't harm the Lord City Master. I will fight you to the death. Then the elderly man, nearing his twilight years, the new recruits who had just joined the army, and the injured soldiers resting at the back, all bravely stood in front of Yuzhou without fear of death. Yuzhou heard the voices behind him, his eyes redrimmed, but he dared not look back. He could not let down the sacrifices of everyone. Fortunately, the deaths of countless Blackstone City warriors were meaningful. They had bought enough time until a golden light floated down from the sky. Teacher. It is well known that different races have distinctions of high and low status, and various cultivation systems exhibit significant disparities in combat power. For instance, when comparing goblins and dragons at the same rank, the former's combat power is evidently inferior to the latter's. While goblins do not completely fall short compared to humans under the spells of golden core cultivators, the black magic of the goblin high priest appears somewhat lacking. Therefore, with Lin Mu Lan's arrival, the battle situation underwent a complete transformation. A series of third-tier explosive talismans detonated in the air, and the goblin raiding party, which was charging forward, was suddenly struck like thunder, suffering grievous injuries and spewing blood. "Anyone daring to lay a hand on my teacher shall perish," Lin Mu Lan exclaimed fiercely, unleashing a torrent of magical power, as several crank flying swords transformed into streaks of light, instantly decapitating several injured high priests. The remaining 20 or so third-tier goblins were all trapped in place. Although Lin Mu Lan could not eliminate them all in one go, relying on talismans and spells combined with the formation of thousands of soldiers around her, she was still able to easily confine them. By the time the goblin raiding party attempted to flee, it was already too late. Ahead, reinforcements had arrived, and a formation of over 10,000 human soldiers surged forth, enveloped in a terrifying aura that pressed down upon the third-tier goblins. Activate the Azure Dragon formation. Kill. In the encirclement, the elite fighting force of the goblins was completely annihilated, while Lu Sheng suffered only a few hundred losses among his body refinement warriors. After this battle, the morale of the Blackstone City army surged, driving the goblins into a continuous contrary to the expectations of the observing teachers and students outside. For Lu Sheng, the longer this battle dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. Ultimately, it boils down to two traits: the Drank trait Rapid Healing and the Strength trait Berserker Body. Rapid Healing, a passive talent. Your subjects will automatically recover from injuries. All non-fatal external wounds can heal quickly, but severed limbs cannot regenerate. With the Berserker Body trait, whenever injured, the three-dimensional attributes of all his subjects increase, and combined with Rapid Healing, they remain in the strongest combat state of critical health during battle. From time to time, warriors broke through their limits between life and death, temporarily achieving breakthroughs. In contrast, the goblin army, though numerous, had all high-tier combatants wiped out, leaving the remaining goblins with a disorganized defense that could not heal, at will visibly declining. A month later, the war came to an end. Lu Sheng, at the cost of 19,000 first-tier beings and 5,000 second-tier beings, completely breached a divine nation that boasted tens of millions of goblin subjects. With the divine nation destroyed, the goblin deity also vanished into thin air. The examination has concluded. You have breached the divine nation of a foreign race, and the intelligent life form Xiaobao is analyzing your performance. Analysis complete. Based on the main examiner's scoring, your comprehensive score for this practical assessment is 519 points. Listening to the gentle voice of the advanced intelligent life form, Lu Sheng nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It finally came to an end. This battle was undoubtedly the most costly one in the history of Blackstone. Fortunately, the Griffin Knight Regiment suffered minimal losses. Aside from pre-battle casualties, the massive size of the goblin giants made them too conspicuous, leading to tight defenses on the front lines, preventing any opportunity for them to attack. Thus, in subsequent battles, the Griffin Knights experienced hardly any losses, remaining with just over 20,000. However, the ground forces, despite various buffs, still suffered over half of their numbers against the terrifying tide of goblins. Fortunately, with peaceful living and Homeland of Prosperity, he was not overly worried that these losses would have a significant impact. Watching the troops recuperate in the central city, Lu Sheng chose not to leave immediately, but instead issued a divine oracle for Yuzhua to head towards the rear of the central city. There, Yuzhua discovered a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a white light, within which seemed to swirl countless tiny light points resembling a living star map. Upon a slight touch, the crystal pulsed like a heartbeat, with countless forces of rules leaping within. The core of the divine nation. This is the essence of the divine nation, the lifeblood of the deity. As long as the core of the divine nation is damaged, no matter how prosperous the divine nation becomes, or how powerful the deity is, it will still be instantly obliterated. Therefore, all deities place it deep within their divine nations and deploy heavy troops to guard it. Aside from the rewards from the school, the greatest gain from this competition is likely this core of the divine nation. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with joy. With a thought, the radiant crystal automatically slipped from Yuzhua's hands and appeared before him in an instant. This is an unwritten rule of the Divine Nation War Assessment. As long as students are able to breach a foreign divine nation, the core of that divine nation belongs to the students. Once all subjects had completed their recuperation and returned to their own small world, Lu Sheng grasped the core of the foreign divine nation and immediately refined and absorbed it. Boom. At the same time, at the edge of Lu Sheng's small world, colorful streams of light surged as a massive expanse of land appeared out of thin air. Countless mountains, rivers, and forests emerged one by one. In just an instant, the area of the small world multiplied several times. Until the expansion ended, the area of the small world surged from the previous 40,000 square kilometers to 300,000 square kilometers, a staggering sevenfold increase. How could the area have expanded so much? Could it be due to the immense size of this goblin divine nation? Lu Sheng's heart trembled, and his expression showed surprise. He knew that absorbing the core of the divine nation would expand his small world. However, he never expected it to increase by a full 260,000 square kilometers after all. The foreign race he attacked was merely a pseudo-deity of the same rank as him. I didn't expect such an unexpected joy out with this. My small world's area is not inferior to those geniuses with initially vast worlds. Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The increase in the small world's area not only expanded the activity range of his subjects, but also meant more spirit plants could be cultivated, more fields could be reclaimed, and the scale of livestock farming could be expanded. Now, after several population surges, Lu Sheng's small world had large-scale livestock farming, extensive planting of spirit plants and medicinal herbs, and the remaining land had already reached its carrying capacity. This is why the population growth rate in Blackstone City was gradually declining, ultimately it boiled down to insufficient land. After all, in ancient times people mostly lived in large flat areas, not like the urban sprawl of the past life, where high-rise buildings could be built on flat ground, squeezing thousands into just 100 square meters. Although half of the newly added area consists of oceans and rivers, it is still enough to alleviate the pressing need. Finally, casting one last glance at the wilting world where everything was collapsing and perishing, Lu Sheng directly removed his mechanical helmet. In Venue 3, as Lu Sheng's assessment concluded, the scores from the high schools of Linhai No. 1 no, 3 no, 8 no, 17 were finally all released. First place Linhai No. 1 Nangong Wenshua. Practical assessment score 561. Second place Linhai No. 8 Hongqi has breached the divine nation of a foreign race. Practical assessment score 520. Third place Linhai No. 1 Lu Sheng has breached the divine nation of a foreign race. Practical assessment score 519. 37th place Linhai No. 1 Liang has not breached the divine nation of a foreign race. Practical assessment score 458. Lu Sheng just lifted his head and saw his name ranking third on the leaderboard. Is it really third place? It was much higher than he had anticipated. Aside from Nangong Wenshue, he had left the other elite class students of Linhai No. 1 far behind. Even the top genius Hongqi from Linhai No. 8 was only 1 point ahead of him. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that perhaps he had overestimated those elite class students. In just 3 months he had caught up to them, which didn't seem all that impressive. However, when he shifted his gaze away from the leaderboard and looked around, he was startled. At that moment, countless eyes were on Lu Sheng, some filled with surprise, others with doubt or curiosity, all in varying degrees of peculiarity. To them, it was unquestionable that Nangong Wenshue claimed first place in the competition among the 4 schools, and it was understandable for Hongqi, a scion of a powerful faction with a level talent, to achieve second place. But Lu Sheng, a student from an ordinary class with level talent. His talent was decent but not exceptional. Yet he managed to dominate a host of A and level talented descendants in this competition. They were curious about how he achieved this. How is this possible? How can this be? In a corner of the venue, Li Yang stared blankly at the name on the stage, struggling to accept the result. Although he appeared to dismiss Lu Sheng as a rival in class, only he knew how much effort he had exerted over the past 2 months to surpass him in this competition. For the past 2 months, he had spent every free moment in his small world constantly observing the development of his divine kingdom, promptly addressing any shortcomings, and pouring all resources into enhancing the strength of his subjects. To maximize the strength of his subjects, he even sacrificed part of the lives of elderly dragon people just to enhance the effects of the A-level, building the dragon blood pool to refine the dragon bloodline. Additionally, he did not sell any of the resources generated by the 2 A-level buildings obtained through the S-level divine contract with the Nangong family. He devoted everything to his divine kingdom. During the Divine Kingdom War, he had also sacrificed all 30,000 elite dragon people to barely secure the 37th position. But what about Lu Sheng? What gave him the right? Li Yang felt neither jealousy nor hatred. He simply couldn't understand why, despite all his hard work, he still couldn't catch up to that man. No, I haven't lost yet. I have S-level talent and the investment from the Nangong family. The college entrance examination. By the time of the exam, I will definitely surpass you. Li Yang gritted his teeth forcefully, suppressing the intense emotions that surged within him. With this thought, determination reignited in his eyes. This was merely a temporary setback. His Qi martial body was a pure combat talent that would yield greater enhancements with time. By the time of the college entrance examination, he would definitely catch up. Lu Sheng, you have truly given the teacher a tremendous surprise. At this moment, Su Weiner approached him, her face beaming with a smile. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, saying, "It was just luck. Your strength is evident to all. To cultivate such a powerful army in just 3 months is not something that can be achieved by mere luck. The previous monthly exam indeed had an element of luck, but this time in the competition among the 4 schools, every student gave their all. Under such circumstances, for Lu Sheng to break into the top 3 is a testament to his genuine strength. Seeing this humble student, Su Weiner smiled indulgently and changed the topic. By the way, Lu Sheng, you breached the alien divine kingdom. Has the core of that divine kingdom been absorbed yet? Lu Sheng nodded, saying, it's been absorbed. The area of my small world has increased significantly, and many new terrains have emerged. After I return, I'll have to reorganize the small world. He couldn't help but frown at this thought. Planning the small world is not a simple task. It involves numerous factors, including calculating new introduced species, planning the development direction of the divine kingdom based on one's own conditions, the range of activities for subjects and dependents, specialized development, etc. Just thinking about it is a headache. Perhaps sensing Lu Sheng's distress, Su Weiner suggested, Lu Sheng, since you're the 3rd in the competition, the school's rewards include an 11 building and S-level spiritual plant and 10 billion belief points. If you don't want to waste time on planning or worry about doing it poorly, you can try hiring a planner to help you chart the specific future development of your small world. A planner? Su Weiner nodded seriously. A planner is a divine being who specializes in helping others plan the development of small worlds. Each planner is well-versed in various matters and has abundant planning experience, capable of optimizing your existing resources to the fullest, filling in gaps and preventing many detours. What is the approximate cost? Lu Sheng was particularly concerned about this. Even if he needed planning, it had to be based on resources. If hiring a planner would wipe him out financially, he might as well plan it himself. The pricing for planners generally depends on their divine rank and the area and terrain of the small world that needs planning, but the cheapest starts at 30 to 40 million belief points. Moreover, this process carries certain risks. To have a planner conduct meticulous planning, you need to allow them to enter your divine kingdom to take a look. Consequently, your divine kingdom's coordinates will naturally be known to them. Of course, the Ministry of Education also has planners available. As official divine beings, each of them has signed a very stringent divine contract, ensuring that they cannot disclose a customer's divine kingdom coordinates in any form under any circumstances, thus eliminating safety risks. However, the price is several times higher, which may not be cost-effective for you. Su Weiner patiently explained. The divine contract is akin to a heavenly oath. Even the most ordinary of contracts can greatly deplete a divine being's vitality and even carry the risk of downfall. Moreover, the divine contracts signed by official personnel from the Ministry of Education have even stricter constraints. Any thoughts of breach will immediately trigger a backlash from the rules, leading to immediate annihilation. Thus, even those with limited funds tend to prefer planners from the Ministry of Education. 30 to 40 million. Lu Sheng stroked his chin deep in thought. Even hiring an official planner from the Education Bureau would only cost 1 to 200 million. Although it was expensive, it was still within his means. After all, before the competition, he had already earned over 700 million belief points in monthly income from cultivating stone, bamboo, and ice flowers through All Things Grow. Now that the area of his world has surged, once he expands the planting area again, breaking through 10 billion belief points in monthly income will not be a dream. Suddenly an idea struck Lu Sheng. Su Weiner, as a teacher in a demigod-level existence, should have considerable knowledge about small world planning, right? If Su Weiner could help him plan, wouldn't that save him several hundred million belief points? He mustered the courage to ask, Teacher Su, I'm a bit financially constrained. Would you be able to help me with the planning? P.S. The author typed this by hand, so there may be some typos or mistakes that the writing assistant did not catch, but if everyone tags me, you'll correct them as soon as I see them. Thank you all for your support. Let me help you plan. Hearing this, Su Weiner twitched her lips and immediately waved her hand, saying, You overestimate the teacher. As a high school teacher like me, I have a broad understanding of various aspects, but my expertise in each development direction is rather limited. For example, in our class of over 50 students, there are more than 30 different races represented. The teacher is aware of each race's general characteristics and knows the mainstream development directions in the market. While I can offer some suggestions if it comes to large-scale, detailed, long-term planning based on your small world, I am still far from capable. I don't want to delay you. That's quite unfortunate. Lu Sheng sighed. Since Su Weiner couldn't help him for free, he would have to find an official planner from the Education Bureau. Although wild planners are cheaper, he didn't want his divine kingdom's coordinates to be exposed out of the blue one day. Given his character, he would never make such a small-minded decision. Ahem. At that moment, the empty space on the stage flickered and Lu San reappeared, scanning the millions of senior students in Linhai City, and said calmly, The results of the various groups in the competition have all been announced, but the Education Bureau needs to analyze the scores for potential ratings internally. Students should pay attention to their emails. If you are awarded admission to elite schools, the Education Bureau will notify you promptly. I declare the competition officially over. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu San's projection vanished, instantly followed by the projections of representatives from a dozen major powers flickering and then disappearing one after another. However, Lu Sheng felt as if those people had intentionally looked at him before leaving. After all, he only had 2 demigods behind him, which couldn't compare to the descendants of those elite classes, yet he became third in this competition. Attracting some attention was quite normal. Lu Sheng wasn't worried. Even if the Education Bureau questioned the reason, he could appropriately reveal some of his other talent traits and claim they were his hidden talents. After all, while there are few people with dual talents in this world, they do exist, which is completely reasonable. Lu Sheng this time in the competition, many from Linhai know. One high school made it into the top 100, but your ranking is particularly high, giving you the privilege to select A-level buildings first. After Nangong Wenxue finishes selecting her A-level buildings, it will be your turn, so you should head back to school quickly. Once all the important figures on stage had left, Su Weiner approached with a smile to remind him. All right. Lu Sheng nodded and turned to walk out of the venue. Su Weiner then walked to the other side of the group and came to Li Yang's side, also smiling as she said, Leon, your performance this time was also quite good. Besides, Lu Sheng, your ranking is the highest among the ordinary classes in our school, which has brought the teacher quite a bit of pride. For this child from a humble background, Su Weiner had always noticed Li Yang's efforts, and she was generous with her encouragement. However, these words sounded harsh in Li Yang's ears. Okay, teacher, I understand. Li Yang took a deep breath, loosened his clenched fists, and left the venue as well. In a good mood, Lu Sheng indulged himself today by taking a floating car to school, a product of the Cyber Divine Kingdom, with a fare starting at over 10,000 faith points for a single trip. Based on the location provided by the teacher, he quickly arrived at the office where he had received the Blevel Technique subsidy last time, but this time besides Vice Principal Su Zheng there stood a tall young girl. She had an average appearance, but was not ugly, exuding a certain heroism reminiscent of the big sister aura from the previous world. Lu Sheng, you are here too. You will have to wait a moment. Nangong Wenxue came in first this time, and I need to hand over the buildings and resources to her first, Su Zheng explained personally, pulling out a chair to invite Lu Sheng to sit. Lu Sheng could clearly feel the change in her attitude. When he came to collect the Blevel Technique last time, Su Zheng's feelings towards him were clearly mixed with appreciation and a hint of utilitarianism. But now, as the vice principal of a municipal school, of being on the divine level, she personally moved the chair for him, indicating her regard for him. Lu Sheng was naturally taken aback. Thank you, Principal. I can wait patiently, it's no problem. Before long, the resources were handed over, and a smile finally appeared on Nangong Wenxue's face, softening her gaze towards Lu Sheng. As the legitimate heir of the Nangong family, one of the 4 major families in Linhai City, her 50 billion faith points were abundant, but they were merely icing on the cake. However, this wonder, the active volcano, is different. Coupled with her talents, it would elevate the goblin bloodline within her divine kingdom to a new level. Had it not been for the newly launched inter-school competition by the Education Bureau, even within the Nangong family, she wouldn't have had the qualifications to access such high-level buildings. Nangong, Lu Sheng, you too, as the top 3 in this competition, are likely to gain admission to elite schools. Elite schools gather the elite students from various schools across the city. At that time, for better resources and privileges, competition will surely be fierce. You are both students of Linhai No. One high school, so do look out for each other in the future, Su Zheng advised. Nangong Wenxue replied, nodded at Lu Sheng, and then left the office. Alright, Lu Sheng, I won't beat around the bush. The 10 billion faith points for 3rd place in this competition will be deposited into your account within an hour. Now let's select your A-level building and S-level spirit plant. With a wave of Su Zheng's hand, several light screens appeared displaying detailed descriptions of the A-level buildings from various schools' inventories in the air. A-level building, Wind, Spirit, Moon, Shadow. This building can place a citizen with a high-level talent, including, but not limited to, spiritual root, physique, talent, bloodline, alongside a citizen without any high-level talents. It can transplant talents to another person, potentially modifying innate talents postnatally. No energy consumption is required for use, and there is no limit to the number of times it can be used. However, the more talents are transplanted, the higher the likelihood of rejection reactions. Exceeding the bonus limits may lead to instant death. Market valuation 3.5 billion faith points. Inventory 1. A-level building, 9-story pill tower, a functional building that has its own geothermal fire vein connecting all 9 floors, each possessing controllable pill fire, which can be mastered with slight practice. The lower 3 floors have effects comparable to A-level alchemy furnaces. The middle 3 floors are comparable to D-level alchemy furnaces, and the upper 3 floors to C-level alchemy furnaces, with a 100 increase in pill success rate when refining inside the tower. Moreover, spending long periods inside the pill tower will gradually raise the soul level of the alchemist. Market valuation 6 billion faith points. Inventory 1. A level building plague tower, a defensive building that can continuously spread viruses to the surrounding area upon placement with a vast coverage range and rapid transmission speed. Infected bodies will have their cells dissolve instantly, and even fourth-tier beings cannot withstand it for more than a day after infection. Note must be set up in a location far from the divine kingdom, but there are also risks of transmission, so use cautiously. Suitable for purchase by necromancer-type deities. Market valuation 4 billion faith points. Inventory 1. As a strategic level resource, each a level building is unattainable on the market, thus even within the inventory of Linhai No. 1 there are only 4. Moreover, although a level buildings possess remarkably powerful effects, not every one is suitable for Lusheng. For instance, the Tower of Plague, despite Lusheng's small world citizens having the traits of toxin immunity and invulnerability to diseases, will not be infected, but other species in the small world do not benefit from these traits and can still be afflicted by the plague. Furthermore, there are large-scale breeding zones within his divine realm. Once infected by the plague, the resulting losses would be substantial. With the protection of the Education Bureau, as long as the coordinates of the divine realm are not exposed, there is no need to worry too much about safety before becoming a demigod. My primary goal now is the development of the divine realm. Choosing defensive buildings would be too wasteful. However, aside from the Tower of Plague, the remaining 3 buildings present a dilemma for him. After some thought, Lusheng turned to Su Zheng, his eyes filled with anticipation. Does Principal Su have any recommendations? As a being of true divinity, Su Zheng surely knows more than he does. If he could provide some advice, Lusheng would be able to make a better choice. Student Lusheng, I suggest you choose between the 90-year alchemy tower and the wood spirit pool. Wind Spirit, Moon Shadow, and the Tower of Plague have actually been in the school's inventory for a long time, yet no one has ever chosen them over the years. These 2 buildings have simple and obvious effects, but the drawbacks are significant. Seeing Lusheng's expression, Su Zheng smiled and shared his insights. I heard from Teacher Su that your divine realm follows the path of dual cultivation of law and body. Choosing the 90-year alchemy tower can increase the number of alchemists and the supply of medicinal pills, freeing up the combat power of cultivators. Meanwhile, placing the wood spirit pool in your divine realm will greatly increase the probability of your citizens being born with what attribute spiritual roots, which is another way to enhance their qualifications. However, I personally recommend you choose the 90-year alchemy tower. After all, you have not joined any forces and your source of funding is relatively lacking. If you have the alchemy tower, you won't need to worry about the supply of medicinal pills before you become a demigod. The surplus medicinal pills can also be sold for faith points for secondary use, while the function of the wood spirit pool is somewhat singular. Then I will choose the 90-year alchemy tower. After Su Zheng's suggestions, Lusheng pondered briefly. Currently, the exploration level of the toxic world is less than 1/3. He will certainly continue to send troops there in the future. At that time, the consumption of medicinal pills will significantly increase. In comparison, the 90-year alchemy tower is indeed an excellent choice. The A-level buildings have been selected, and the reward for 3rd place is in level spirit plant. However, there is only one such plant in the school, which saves the trouble of selection. Su Zheng reached out and pinched the air, and 2 golden cards appeared in his hand. One card depicted a tall tower surrounded by countless flames, while the other card illustrated a colorful level spirit plant, elemental divine tree. Such spirit plants produce fruits containing the 5 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. When consumed by human cultivators with corresponding spiritual roots, their cultivation speed and spiritual root talent will be enhanced. However, this elemental divine tree has only grown for 500 years. If it can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years, it may give birth to a rare affiliated being, an elementalist. These are rare species that inherently possess elemental magic, and elementalists also have a bloodline ability called elemental vision, which has tremendous utility in exploration, making them suitable for roles akin to scouts. Good stuff. Lusheng took the 2 cards, his heart ablaze with excitement. With the tenfold growth acceleration from the trait of all things grow, it would only take 50 years for the elemental fruit tree to grow from 500 to 1,000 years, making it quite suitable for him. However, after taking the cards, Lusheng did not choose to place the 90-year alchemy tower and the elemental divine tree immediately, but decided to leave them aside for now. The selection of locations for advanced buildings and high-level spirit plants is also an intricate science. The vast land required for such constructions means that proper placement can yield vastly different benefits. Since he had already decided to consult a planner, there was no need to rush at this moment. Student Lusheng, based on your performance in the grand competition, entering an elite institution is already a certainty. Do not forget your alma mater in the future. After Su Zheng engaged him in conversation for quite some time, Lusheng finally managed to leave the office. He made a reservation for a senior planner at the Education Bureau on his smartwatch and took the floating car to his next destination. During this time, Lu Sheng took a moment to glance at the small world. Although only a little over an hour had passed in reality since the grand competition ended, more than half a month had elapsed in the small world. After a long period of recuperation, Blackstone City had regained its former prosperity, with the population soaring back to over 1 million. Those elders who had survived during the attack on the Goblin Divine Nation would occasionally recount the heroic deeds from the war in the city's taverns, inspiring more young people to enlist. Just as the crisis was at its peak, when our Lord was about to be captured by those green-skinned monsters, a flash of golden light appeared. The beautiful Lady Lord descended from the heavens, tossing a talisman, causing those heretics to scatter in chaos, and it was quite thrilling. As he spoke passionately, the elders slammed the table. Humph. Then as Lady Lin performed the hand seals, a flurry of flying swords shot out, and she shouted, "Form the formation." How could those dazed heretics withstand it? In less than half an hour, they were all lying on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think this is a case of a hero rescuing a beauty, or a beauty saving a hero? Ha ha. As the elder finished his last line, the tavern erupted in applause, and countless young people looked invigorated with flames of ambition igniting in their eyes. Dear guest, you have arrived at the Education Bureau in the city center. 10913 faith points have been automatically deducted from your account. Wishing you a pleasant day. As he was engrossed in the story, the smart voice of the floating car notified him, and Lu Sheng's consciousness withdrew from the small world. I hope this renowned planner does not disappoint me. With a click, the door of the floating car opened, and Lu Sheng bent down to exit, walking towards the high-tech intelligent gate ahead. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? There is an appointment. Lu Sheng showed some information, and the front desk smiled sweetly while glancing at it, then quickly handed over a card. All right, sir, we have arranged for a gold-plated planner to wait for you in room 510. You can head over now. Lu Sheng nodded and followed a guiding lady into the smart elevator. She merely displayed her identification, and the elevator began to operate automatically. One must say the city's Education Bureau truly lives up to its reputation as an official force, indeed wealthy and extravagant. This elevator could very well be a high-end product from the mechanical divine nation. Once I have money, I also want to buy a house with such an elevator, Lu Sheng thought to himself. Soon the smart elevator opened automatically, and he followed the guidance to find room 510. Upon entering, Lu Sheng felt as if he had stepped into another realm. The external noise vanished entirely, leaving only the subtle sound of his shoes brushing against the floor. At this moment, the gold-plated planner arranged by the Education Bureau was lying on a wooden chair with his eyes closed, resting. As Lu Sheng entered the room, he slightly opened his eyes and spoke in a very calm tone. There's a contract on the table, take a look yourself. A true deity. At the first glance of this person, Lu Sheng keenly realized that the planner in front of him was absolutely a true deity, and not just any true deity. His status was at least higher than that of Su Zheng, the vice principal of Linhai No. One high school. Gulp. Lu Sheng swallowed hard. Instead of feeling displeased due to the other's cold demeanor, he obediently approached the table and began to examine the contract. The contract was quite simple. One party pays, the other party provides effort. The planner first examines the customer's divine nation and then sets a price based on the circumstances of the small world. If the customer is dissatisfied, they can choose to refuse, but the deposit is non-refundable. To book a gold-plated planner, Lu Sheng had spent a deposit of 30 million belief points, which was certainly not cheap. Senior, I am ready. After carefully reading each word on the contract, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and respectfully addressed the planner. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Sheng didn't even see what happened, feeling a tremendous pulling force come over him, his consciousness instantly sinking into the sea of worlds, arriving above his own small world. Beside him was the planner, who wore an expressionless face. The power of a true deity is terrifying. Lu Sheng was immensely surprised in his heart. The area of the divine nation is 300,000 square kilometers, with land accounting for 58 and ocean for 42. The terrain mainly consists of plains, mountains, and hills inhabited by humans and greystone gnomes. With just a glance, the planner stated his quote, excluding the deposit, you will need to pay an additional 3.5 billion belief points for a complete planning of your divine nation, covering all aspects and ensuring your small world undergoes a complete transformation. Of course, you need not fear that my planning will be ineffective. As an official planner of the Education Bureau, we are required to meet performance standards. If you are not satisfied later, we also provide after-sales service. A true deity actually has performance requirements. Lu Sheng silently lamented, immediately signing the contract, and the planner officially entered work mode. This gentleman, judging by your face, you should be a high school student, right? I will tell you in the simplest, most straightforward, and most accurate terms that the environment of your small world is the best I have seen among all the pseudo-deities, but the planning is a complete mess, akin to a 3-year-old playing with building blocks, utterly lacking in structure. You have completely wasted such excellent conditions. If your resources are at 100 your current utilization rate, is less than 1%. It's hard to imagine that a small world of only 300,000 square kilometers, which possesses such abundant spiritual energy, can be managed so poorly. Is the current education level regressing? At this point, Lu Sheng was already bewildered by the planner's scolding. To be honest, before this, he thought his planning talent was quite good since he was a student in the regular class of the third year, where some students hadn't even established a complete ecosystem and couldn't afford food. However, he quickly thought of a problem. Those elite class students backed by major families and powerful forces all had their own planners who could help them plan their small worlds for free. His planning ability was comparatively good among his peers, but his opponents were never his age mates, but a group of true deities with hundreds or even thousands of years of experience. No wonder there are so few instances of regular class students surpassing elite class students in previous years. In addition to talent and resources, the planning of a small world is also an extremely important aspect. Lu Sheng suddenly realized. With the same resources, students with the help of planners could utilize them to 100 or even 200, 300, while regular students without planner assistance could only manage a pitiful 2010. In simple terms, it would be like comparing cephalosporins and alcohol. Both have certain benefits when used alone, but together they can produce negative effects. Lu Sheng was currently in such a situation. His ability to surpass so many elite class students in the interschool competition and rise to third place was not due to how well he planned. It was purely the accumulation of countless talent attributes that forced the small world to develop on its own. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, his small world had been trudging along for 90 years. So that's how it is. The light in Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled as he finally understood why those elite class students developed so quickly. He hurriedly bowed to the planner beside him. I truly lack ability in planning. I hope Senior can provide guidance. Rest assured, since I have taken your money, I will certainly do my best to assist in your planning. Seeing Lu Sheng's good attitude, the planner's expression softened considerably, and he calmly continued, do you have any other resources that you haven't placed yet? If so, please take them all out. Also your liquid assets. Your small world is too small. I need to account for all your resources to make the optimal plan. I do have some. I have about 1.3 billion belief points, as well as an engrade building and inscribed spiritual plant. Lu Sheng quickly took out 2 gilded cards, and a massive 9-story tower and a colorful towering tree appeared within the divine nation. However, they were both floating high in the sky, not placed on the ground. The 9-story pill tower and elemental divine tree. You possess such valuable buildings and spiritual plants. Why didn't you hire a planner earlier? The planner was quite. The total value of the 9-story pill tower and the elemental divine tree exceeds 10 billion, but it was evident that this student's small world had not undergone even a single systematic planning process. You already have assets exceeding 100 billion. Why didn't you hire a planner costing only a few tens of millions of belief points? However, since this was the customer's personal matter, the planner did not want to pry too much, and after expressing his surprise, he continued, your small world has too many problems. We need to tackle them one by one. First is the issue of spiritual plants and planting area. If I'm not mistaken, your talent should be related to accelerating crop growth, right? The rejuvenating grass, blood moon, orchid, ice, spirit bone. Planting these low-level medicinal materials can help your alchemists in the divine nation save on losses, but how large is your small world? 300,000 square kilometers, with only half of that as land, leaving even less suitable for farming. Every inch of land is precious, and these medicinal materials you are planting not only yield low profits, but also occupy vast areas, hindering the development of your citizens. This portion of medicinal materials needs to be sold off completely. Moreover, those ice flowers and flame fruit trees should all be sold off as well. The scrayed elemental divine tree can completely replace the efficacy of these spiritual plants, and even better, it can help save a significant amount of space. The planner provided the first step of the plan. And the illusory flowers and moons in the river, what a worthless spiritual plant. Even if there were 10 times more, the spiritual energy provided would still be less than 1/10th of your small world. Sell them all. The aquaculture industry is utterly useless. Without your talent enhancement, it occupies a large area with little profit, wasting your people's time and effort. Just buy 10 gray buildings, wine pool, and meat forest. With the level of spiritual energy in your small world, it can sustain the meat consumption of over 1 million people. Place the elemental divine tree in the northern part of Haishi City, guiding the leaders within the divine realm to expand the city around the divine tree as a center. With enough land, the population of your small world will naturally increase. When it reaches the critical point, wars will erupt over the divine tree's fruit, accelerating the advancement of civilization and selecting quality genes. Sell all the alchemy furnaces purchased in the small world. Having the 90-year alchemy tower is more than sufficient. Your pills will definitely overflow later, using this as a base to sell a large quantity of pills, even comparable to the stone milk bamboo's spirit stone milk, which can serve as your primary source of profit. Moreover, the oceans and rivers in your small world are primarily located at the easternmost end, where freshwater sources are severely lacking for human settlements, not to mention irrigating farmlands and spiritual plants. You should buy another 30,000 stone. People now divert water from the east to the west and build a grand canal. One can only say that the planner is indeed professional. Oh, every point they made struck at the root of the small world, and Lucian quickly clarified a route. Sell all miscellaneous buildings and spiritual plants, focusing on constructing 2 investment systems around the 90-year alchemy tower, and your talent all things grow. One is to sell pills, and the other is to cultivate and sell spiritual plants. Lu Sheng calculated, when the 90-year alchemy tower is full, if all grade pills, cleansing essence pills, are refined, the small world can produce over 10,000 pills annually. At a value of 10,000 faith points per pill after deducting the cost of medicinal materials, the daily profit from just the pills exceeds 100 million faith points. The remaining funds will be fully invested in spiritual plants. Unfortunately, even though the spiritual herb garden is of grade, building its effectiveness is perfect for investment, essentially guaranteeing profit, and there is no stock on the market. As for the ecology within the small world, the almost inflated spiritual energy has been subtly improving the environment of the entire world, and he can completely leave it unattended. Good. Lu Sheng nodded, quickly began to take action. He directly sold a pile of spiritual plants, medicinal materials, the raised blood pigs, red cows, and various other items, and after deducting taxes, he sold a total of 162 billion faith points. Faith points balance to 901 billion. Then Lu Sheng locked onto the grade building wine pool and meat forest, buying 10 all at once, placing them around the city. Wine pool and meat forest. The core is an inexhaustible meat spring that can continually produce blood meat. The more abundant the surrounding spiritual energy, the more and higher quality meat it produces. In price, 100 million faith points. Subsequently, Lu Sheng bought another 30,000 stone, people, leaving him with 137 billion faith points. Ultimately, the habitable land for humans lies on solid ground. Your small world's ocean area is so vast that developing marine spiritual plants is necessary, even driving the enhancement of marine combat power. The planner reminded. He tapped on his smart wristwatch and information about a spiritual plant popped up. A great spiritual plant, Xian iron sea vine seedling, grows in all ocean environments, very easy to cultivate, and can be harvested after 100 years for its skin to weave into one of the primary materials for the grade armor Xian vine armor. In price, 1,000 faith points. The planner said, this Xian iron sea vine is one of the conventional materials. The seedling costs 1,000, but the mature plant is worth 2,000 faith points. The key point is that it grows in the sea, occupying no land space, and does not require the care of your people. Lu Sheng nodded and directly bought 1 million Xian iron sea vine seedlings, placing them all into the ocean to the east of the world. 1 million seedlings in 10 days will yield 20 billion faith points, netting 10 billion faith points. Coupled with the profits from stone milk bamboo and pills, if he chooses to sell everything, his monthly income will exceed 1 billion faith points. This is an extremely terrifying number. Even Lu Sheng's parents, semi-divine beings, have a monthly income of barely 10 billion faith points, with most being used to maintain the divine realm. In other words, this mere pseudo-god who has just awakened a small world for 3 months has income that has already surpassed that of a semi-divine being. In the following time, as Lu Sheng continually transformed under the planner's guidance, the small world underwent tremendous changes in a short period. Divinity Lu Sheng in divine rank, pseudo-god in small world area, 300,000 square kilometers in environment, primarily plains, hills, mountains, and oceans. In people, human race in number of people, 11351. Third stage beings, 109. Second stage beings, 3910. First stage beings, 351356. Non-ranked beings, 63146. Independent stone people, a first stage beings, 43931. Gray stone gnomes. First stage beings, 1653. In talent grade, breeding homelands, grade master of terms. Omitted in assets, grade spiritual plant, elemental divine tree X1. A grade building 90-year alchemy tower X1. A grade building training ground X1. Grade building spirit, iSpring X4. Grade building spiritual herb garden X1. Grade building 100 crafts workshop X1. A grade building wine pool and meat forest X10. Grade library X5. A grade fine iron or vein X1. Grade spiritual plant stone milk bamboo X401. Grade spiritual plant Xian iron sea vine X100. First stage spirit pet flower. Demon X101. Second stage night gree. Although this citywide competition caused Lu Sheng to lose many first and second stage beings, many also broke through their limits between life and death, achieving breakthroughs to higher realms on the spot. Less than a year has passed since the Divine Realm War, and the number of third-stage beings has exceeded 100, among which, for our golden core cultivators, this is still just a secondary matter. After eliminating the aquaculture and a large number of spiritual plant medicinal materials, the small world has freed up a significant area and productivity has been liberated. The spiritual plants in the spiritual herb garden can be fully taken care of by those spiritual pet flower demons. Wine pool and meat forest has completely liberated the time consumption brought by the complex processes of aquaculture. The meat quality is influenced by the dozens of times more spiritual energy in the small world, far surpassing the previous blood pigs and red cows. With various term bonuses, the birth rate of elemental fruits is terrifying, and coupled with the nourishment of spiritual energy, the number and strength of cultivators began to rise explosively. The strength of the people changes almost daily. It is believed that it will not be long before his small world welcomes a qualitative leap. When Lu Sheng returned home, Lu Tiansheng and Wang Ning were already waiting in the living room with a table full of his favorite hot dishes and a three-tiered fruitcake. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing?" Lu Sheng looked at the excited faces of Lu Tiansheng and Wang Ning, feeling a bit suspicious. "Son, Teacher Su has already informed us that you ranked third in the citywide competition. You are amazing." Wang Ning smiled as she ran over and gave Lu Sheng a tight hug. Lu Tiansheng appeared more composed, walking over to pat Lu Sheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Third place in the four-school competition. I have raised a peerless genius. You remember Uncle Zhao, right? He personally called today to inquire about your situation because of you. You really have brought pride to your dad. Right, son? Where did you go after the competition today? You came back so late. Many companies in our city have called wanting to invest in you." Wang Ning asked with concern. Hearing this, Lu Sheng frowned, saying, "Dad, Mom, you didn't agree, right?" "How?" Lu Tiansheng waved his hand, his expression very proud. "My son is so outstanding, we should be the ones choosing them, not the other way around." "That's good." Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew his parents weren't that kind of people, he was still worried they might secretly sign a contract behind his back, which would be a disaster for him. Gulyalu Lu Sheng rubbed his empty stomach and scratched his head, saying, "Dad, Mom, let's eat first. I've been busy all day and am almost starving." Right, let's eat first." After a small celebration with his parents, Lu Sheng returned to his room. When he checked his smartwatch, he saw that the number of invitation emails had already reached 99. Besides a few group chats, nearly all the messages were contract invitations from major forces in Lehigh City, with the contract levels upgraded from the previous C and B grades to the current starting S grade. He casually clicked on one of the contract invitations. "Hello, Lu Sheng, I am a lawyer from the Long family. Congratulations on achieving third place in this citywide competition. Your performance was remarkable, and our Long family elders value your potential greatly. We are willing to offer you a grade contract. Here are the main details of the contract. Firstly, upon signing the contract, the Long family will immediately invest 3 billion belief points and provide 2 A-grade buildings from our inventory. Additionally, you will receive free planning services from our Long family planners once a week, and a fixed investment fund of 500 million will be provided each month. If your performance continues to excel, the Long family will increase the investment. The investment offered is quite generous, and the key points are the 2 A-grade buildings and the free planning services from the Long family planners, which will undoubtedly boost the development speed of Lu Sheng's small world. However, one must not only look at the surface. The Long family is a family and also an interest group. They value him mainly because of his worth. Since there is investment, there will naturally be demands." Lu Sheng continued reading until he reached the bottom of the contract. "The Long family's investment will continue until you become a demigod. At that time, if you are still studying in school, the Long family will increase the investment. However, after becoming a first-level true god, you must join the Long family and work for them as an external guest for 300 years. Moreover, all spoils obtained from battles outside the territory must be prioritized for the Long family. If you do not become a demigod during your time in school, the Long family will gradually reduce the investment. However, after becoming a demigod, you must still work for the Long family for 100 years. Subsequently, Lu Sheng looked at other emails. Unlike the previous investments from various forces during the monthly exam, this time, whether from the 4 great families or other companies in Lehigh City, the offers were almost all grade contracts. But the requirements were also more stringent. There really is no free lunch in this world." Lu Sheng sighed, understanding these demands. However, understanding does not mean he has to agree. In his past life, Lu Sheng was a mere worker, deeply resistant to such contracts that effectively sold himself. Had it been 3 months ago, he might have been intimidated by the terrifying investment amount, impulsively signing it. But now his monthly income already reaches hundreds of billions of belief points, and accepting investments would merely be icing on the cake. Moreover, due to the establishment of elite universities by the Education Bureau, the Great Xia government would undoubtedly invest a large amount of resources. Compared to that, private companies and family investments are completely incomparable. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng did not linger too long and deleted these contract invitation emails one by one, then switched to the chat group interface. Group chat Hall of Gods. Li Jessen, Lu Sheng, congratulations Lu brother, your entry into the elite school is already a sure thing. We will all have to rely on you from now on. Su Yin, Lu Sheng, Lu Ge, you are being a bit unfair. You've kept this from us for so long, third place in the four-school competition, but in our Lehigh no. One high school you are second only to one above everyone else. If I'd known earlier, I would have clung to your thigh directly. Lin He, Lu Sheng, Lu Ge, to be honest, I won your training manual for the Night Griffin. Zhao Mingjian brother. The chat records in the group had become numerous, mostly revolving around Lu Sheng. Even Zhao Mingjian, who had performed exceptionally in the exam and achieved a good ranking of 16th, was overshadowed. This left him, who had planned to show off after the competition, feeling quite frustrated as he spoke much less than usual in the group. Lu Sheng found it amusing and casually typed 4 words, just lucky. At the moment the message was sent, new messages popped up instantly. Zhao Mingjian is gone, and now there's an even more pretentious one coming in. Su Yin commented. Zhao Mingjian. Lin He, Lu Ge, how did you tame the Night Griffin? The compatibility between the subjects and the beasts is so high. Though there was now a gap between them, Lu Sheng still regarded them as friends and patiently explained the method of boiling griffins to Lin He. As for how the effects would be after conveying it to the subjects, that was no longer his concern. In the following period, due to the citywide competition, the school took a brief holiday. Lu Sheng spent these days at home focusing on the development of his small world. In the 93rd year of the small world, under the arrangement of Yuzhou Chunguang and 3 other third-tier subjects, led 100,000 people out of Blackstone City to start building 3 new cities around the elemental divine tree, which have now taken shape. Tens of thousands of stone people also crossed the forest under the guidance of human warriors, reaching the East Sea to begin digging soil and constructing dams. With the bonuses of talents like rapid excavation, effort reduction, and infrastructure maniac, the progress of the Grand Canal project has already surpassed half, just 3 years after the planner's guidance. That night the smartwatch emitted a gentle reminder sound. Ding! You have received an email from the Lehigh City Education Bureau. Please check it promptly. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and immediately opened the smartwatch to check. Lu Sheng, based on your performance in this competition and the Education Department's comprehensive assessment, you have been granted admission to Lehigh Elite High School, and after multiple evaluations in this school, your final potential ranking is 1. You have been automatically assigned to Class 1. Please arrive at Lehigh City Center at 8 a.m. tomorrow for classes at Lehigh Elite High School. Ranked first in potential. Lu Sheng paused, somewhat taken aback. He was merely an ordinary class student with a grade talent, unable to claim first place even in the joint school competition, yet in the citywide student potential assessment, he had actually topped the list. Theoretically impossible unless... Could it be that the Education Bureau guessed I possess a hidden talent and thus raised my potential rating? Lu Sheng harbored this speculation, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, by common logic, a student with a grade talent and no backing from major powers, no matter how strategic or brilliant his micromanagement, could not possibly overpower a host of descendants of true gods to seize the 3rd place in the competition within just 3 months. The only explanation was that he possessed another hidden talent. By now many outside had likely guessed as much. He wondered what grade the Education Bureau had assigned to his hidden talent, but since it could overshadow prodigies like Long Aoyan and Nangong Wenxue, it must be quite high. Beep, beep, beep. Just then Zhao Mingjian sent a flurry of messages in the group chat, brimming with Zhao Mingjian. Everyone, holy crap brothers, I freaking got into Lehigh Elite High School. Potential rank 9999, just barely made the cut. How insane is that? Lin Su Yun immediately replied, his tone dripping with envy. You of great talent deserve to get into Elite High. Heaven is unjust. Zhao Mingjian, hey, I got in mad. Hey, I barely made the cut mad. We're not on the same level anymore, so keep your head down. Behind the screen, Su Yun read the words, his mouth twitching. Forgotten your roots so soon. Zhao Mingjian said seriously, no. One high is no. One high Elite High is Elite High. They're worlds apart. And what about Lu Sheng? He's a grade talent too. Lu Sheng, hey brother Lu, if I got in you should have 2 right. What's your potential rank? Lu Sheng, call me big bro and he'll tell you. Zhao Mingjian. Bro Lu, don't keep us in suspense. Spill it to your little bro. Lu Sheng, all I can say is in Class 1. Zhao Mingjian. Su Yun. Linny. Faced with their barrage of questions, Lu Sheng merely smiled calmly, then directly left the group chat, leaving the 3 to bombard the chat with messages. Having spent so much time with Zhao Mingjian, he had gradually grasped the essence of showing off. He vanished without a trace, hiding his merit and fame. The next day, Lu Sheng took a hovercar to the newly established Lehigh Elite High School in the city center and quickly found his way to Class 1 following the signs. As soon as he entered, Lu Sheng encountered a familiar face. Nangong Wenxue. She sat in the third row beside a young girl with an oval face, adorable and with a healing smile. Since Lu Sheng entered through the main door, he met Nangong Wenxue's gaze directly. As she looked up, and a clear flicker of confusion appeared on her face. The moment she saw Lu Sheng, a huge question mark arose in Nangong Wenxue's mind. Others might not know, but she from the same school was well aware that even after breaking into the top 3 of the competition, Lu Sheng was still only a grade talent. Now the students in Class 1 were mostly grade or above talents. Even a grade was rare. But since they were from the same school, Nangong Wenxue nodded politely and greeted him with a flat tone. You're here. I'm here. Lu Sheng plopped down into a seat by the wall in the 4th row. At that moment, the girl beside him noticed they seemed acquainted and also came over to greet him. Hello there, classmate. I'm Sister Shue's little sister Nangong Wenxue. Pleased to meet you. Hello, I'm Lu Sheng from the same school as your sister. Lu Sheng replied politely. Wow, so you're that Lu Sheng. I heard my grandpa mention you just yesterday, the one who beat No. 3 high and kicked No. 17 high, the peerless genius who broke into the top 3 of the competition as a commoner. Upon hearing the name, Nangong Wenxue grew excited and showered him with praise, drawing the attention of several nearby students. It made Lu Sheng a bit embarrassed. Unlike Nangong Wenxue's somewhat aloof nature, Nangong Wenxue was very lively and had a pleasant way of speaking. Lu Sheng waved his hand modestly, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just lucky. As they chatted, the students gradually filled the classroom. By the time it reached 8 o'clock, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor walked in. Good morning, students. Since this is our first meeting, let me introduce myself. I am Lei Wanjuan, and from today onward, I will be your homeroom teacher for Class 1, responsible for your curriculum. As Lei Wanjuan spoke, his gaze swept over the rows of students, and the faint divine power pressing on them made everyone feel an immense pressure. A few students who were naturally more restless immediately sat up straight. Students as elite talents selected by countless true gods of the Education Bureau. From now until you enter university, all your transactions in the Dashao Mall will be exempt from transaction tax. This is what you deserve. Also, open your smartwatches and check your personal permissions panel. That tech permission should already be loaded onto your interface. War Simulator. Lu Sheng was surprised to find a new functional permission on his Brain Smart Panel's personal permissions. He had heard of the name. A creation of a high-level tech god that could replicate all subjects within a god's divine kingdom into a virtual battlefield for combat wanton. Even if all subjects died in the virtual battlefield, it would have no impact on the real world, making it an excellent tool for testing a divine kingdom's strength. The only drawback was that every second of maintaining the virtual battlefield consumed immense computational power, requiring a massive number of high-intelligence life forms to sustain it at all times. He hadn't expected the Education Bureau to be so generous as to grant this permission. At that moment, joy spread across the faces of all students in the classroom. Even from prominent families, such military-level permissions, like the War Simulator, were inaccessible. From now on, all resources you acquire at school will revolve around the War Simulator. The higher your rank, the more resources you get. Everything depends on strength. Remember, from the moment you entered Linhai Elite High School, your goals are different from those outside. It's not about building ecological cycles or making venture investments. That boring knowledge is already outdated. Your only goal is to do everything possible to enhance your subject's strength. Today's first lesson is actual combat. With that, Lei Wanjun waved his hand, and his vast divine power pulled the consciousness of all 100 students into the virtual battlefield, where they began randomly matching opponents. Within the virtual space, 100 streams of light moved rapidly, eventually colliding and merging together until everyone was successfully matched. This virtual battle is part of the class curriculum aimed at helping you familiarize yourselves with the War Simulator and practice with your classmates. Thus, it will not count towards the simulation war assessment rankings. You are the most talented students in Linhai City. Let me see how your practical combat abilities fare. Let the battle begin. Lei Wanjun's voice echoed through the void, and Lu Sheng quickly matched with his opponent, a rather timid-looking boy with a buzz cut. Brother, my potential ranking in the grand competition is 100, just barely making it into the first class. Please go easy on me. As soon as the match began, the boy opposite started to plead for mercy. Linhai Elite High School has 100 classes, each consisting of 100 students ranked accordingly. He ranked 100, which logically should place him at the bottom of the first class. But this was merely a potential ranking. In Lu Sheng's view, although he ranked first in potential when compared to the strength of the subjects of the Divine Kingdom, he feared he might not be able to defeat even a single person in this class. Shouldn't he be the one worried about getting beaten up compared to the boy with the buzz cut? Thus, in response to the buzz cut boy's pleas for mercy, Lu Sheng remained silent, submerging his consciousness into the Divine Kingdom, selecting 400,000 of the most powerful subjects. His consciousness connected both the divine kingdom and the virtual world. Thus, in an instant the consciousness of 100,000 subjects was transmitted over. Matching successful generating virtual battlefield. Generation successful. The random scene is a verdant grassland. Both sides have 1 minute of preparation time, and battle will commence automatically after the countdown ends. 59, 58, 57. As the countdown ended, Lu Sheng's 400,000 troops appeared on a lush green prairie. 31 Golden Core period cultivators, 451 martial spirit experts, over 100,000 martial masters, and foundation establishment cultivators, with the rest being low-level beings. Although only 3 to 4 days had passed since the grand competition ended, the strength of Lu Sheng's divine kingdom had undergone a tremendous transformation. Those subjects who survived the life and death battle under the enhancement of titles such as Body of Frenzied Battle, Age Defying, and Rapid Healing not only returned without any injuries, but each experienced significant breakthroughs in strength. Moreover, with the placement of the Elemental Divine Tree and 90-year Pill Tower, the Divine Kingdom currently lacked no resources, and every subject could receive a cleansing pill and a drop of divine essence upon reaching the appropriate age. Now, if Lu Sheng were to attack the Goblin Divine Kingdom from the grand competition again, the advance speed would definitely be at least 10 times faster. Yet upon seeing the formation of the Buzz Cut Boy's side, Lu Sheng's mood sank. A total of 100,000 elves apart from 1,000 third-tier elves, the remaining 99,000 were all second-tier beings, each equipped with crate armor and weapons. The value of just their equipment exceeds 100 billion faith points. In contrast, on his side, apart from the grade weapons equipped by the Golden Core cultivators, the rest of the second-tier beings were equipped with grade and A-grade weapons, with most of the first-tier beings only having grade weapons. If considering the individual strength of the subjects bolstered by various titles, even against the higher race of elves, Lu Sheng was confident he could crush them. However, once equipped, the outcome became uncertain. A first-tier being wielding an grade weapon would likely not even be able to breach the defense of grade armor, even with the enhancement of the armor-piercing title. The Buzz Cut Boy also noticed something was off. He found that his opponent seemed equally weak, probably ranked in the 90s as well. Thinking this, the Buzz Cut Boy grew excited, entirely shedding his previous timid demeanor, waving his hand. "My devoted followers, eliminate those heretics." Lu Sheng also issued a divine decree: kill. On the vast and boundless prairie, the two armies swiftly closed in. The long-range forces launched the first attack. All troops opened fire at will. 50,000 Griffin riders descended like a swarm of clouds, a dense rain of arrows tearing through the air, and with the perfect hit title, nearly every arrow struck its target. However, this time the opponent was not the goblins, who had no aerial defense capabilities, but elves renowned for their archery skills. Facing the assault from the Griffin riders, over 10,000 elven warriors wielding crade shields formed an extremely tight formation, shielding the elven archers behind them. Bang! 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 Thousands of arrows rained down instantly, claiming the lives of over 1,000 second-tier elites, but the opposing formation had evidently reached a level of proficiency, with new elves immediately taking their place. Moreover, the elites in the back had already drawn their bows, and terrifying magical fluctuations erupted from the arrows, which upon being shot soared towards the sky at a speed that was hard to imagine, resulting in significant casualties among the Griffin Rider unit. In the first wave of combat, both sides were evenly matched. Boom! After exchanging several volleys, the human ground forces arrived, led by several hundred third-tier beings, with the front line of 50,000 forming a Xuanwu formation to block the first wave of impact. Subsequently, two armies of 100,000 formed a White Tiger formation, launching a side assault. Seeing this, the Buzz Cut Boy had no choice but to redirect some elves to other positions, but as soon as they made any changes, Lu Sheng's forces could swiftly adapt their formation and counter accordingly. What the hell? How many military texts have you read? How can you change formations so quickly without any disorder? The Buzz Cut Boy yelled in frustration. Every tactic he attempted was suppressed. His strength felt like it was hitting cotton, unable to exert power, making it incredibly frustrating. Moreover, as the battle progressed, the buffs from Body of Frenzied Battle began to emerge, and the human army grew stronger, with morale rising as 1,000 third-tier elven warriors were suppressed by only 500 to 600 third-tier human warriors. Until the frontline defense formation was breached, the elves on the plain had no place to hide, subjected to a dimensional strike from the Griffin Riders, swiftly resulting in their annihilation. At this point, Lu Sheng had lost less than half of his forces. Battle concluded. Lu Sheng wins. As the alert from the intelligent life form sounded, the virtual battlefield shattered instantly, and everything in the verdant grassland turned to ashes, with the subjects' consciousness returning to the divine kingdom. For the subjects, this battle felt like merely a dream, with their real bodies remaining unaffected. Is this what first class is like? With the first battle victorious, Lu Sheng's previous gloom was swept away, brimming with confidence, as he immediately proceeded to the second match. Matching successful. The random scene is a frigid forest. Countdown 59, 58. In a realm of ice and snow, two armies appeared on opposite sides of the battlefield. However, when Lu Sheng fully recognized the formation of his opponents, he was left utterly dumbfounded. One nascent soul, true monarch, 3,000 golden core cultivators, 100,000 foundation establishment cultivators. Wait, all subjects are cultivators. What kind of joke is this? As expected, Lu Sheng was overwhelmed. Although the opposing faction's army of cultivators was not numerous, each one was an elite, fully armed, and practiced a high-level formation known as the slaying immortal sword formation. This large-scale cultivation sword formation centered around a nascent soul, true monarch, and composed of 3,000 golden core cultivators wielded astonishing power. In just a few breaths, 50,000 griffin knights were sliced into pieces by the multitude of flying sword shadows, and the ground's 400,000 troops were shattered in a single blow from the slaying immortal sword formation. Under the crushing force of hard power, there was no opportunity to execute tactics, and positions in the formation were forcefully breached. Blood spattered across the sky, staining the silver ground red. Lu Sheng also learned the name of the opponent. Long Aotian. Where did this guy get so many cultivators? Is his talent somehow related to the spiritual roots of his people? Lu Sheng thought to himself. The spiritual energy of his small world was several times that of an ordinary person, yet even so the number of citizens with spiritual roots was less than 1%. But Long Aotian summoned over 100,000 cultivators at once, which was simply terrifying. Relying solely on talent was not enough. This person must have invested heavily in advanced structures and crazily enhanced the strength of his citizens since the inception of his small world to reach such a level. Indeed, while ordinary students were contemplating how to construct a small world ecosystem and make investments for profit, the direct descendants of those large families had no need to worry about such issues. The small world's ecological environment collapsed and numerous flora and fauna died due to the citizens' food consumption. No problem, just buy food from the marketplace. Or like Lu Sheng purchased dozens of grade structures like the wine pool and meat forest. Even if the spiritual energy concentration was lacking, wouldn't buying a few more suffice? Citizens lack potential. So what? With a large influx of funds, every citizen could soak in medicinal baths at birth, consuming marrow-cleansing pills like candy, and after several generations their potential would show significant improvement. Buying pills, weapons, and resources. Whatever citizens lacked, they would obtain following an extreme path that ensured all their time was devoted to cultivation. In short, everything was aimed at enhancing the strength of the citizens. 3 months had passed since the establishment of the divine nation, but in reality, most people did not spend much time on enhancing their citizens' strength, with much time wasted on trivial matters. For example, Lu Sheng wasted a considerable amount of time cultivating medicinal materials and spiritual plants, as well as raising livestock, before consulting a planner for his divine nation. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Lu Sheng was not disheartened. His divine nation, after comprehensive planning, had entered a golden development phase, with its power undergoing tremendous changes daily. Even if the master of entries lacked any good talents afterward, he was confident he could catch up to the first tier within a month. Continue matching. Although he knew it was highly likely he would be abused, Lu Sheng still wanted to gauge the general level of a class of students. After all, this was a virtual battlefield, and it didn't matter if the citizens perished. Over 10 million first-tier goblins, goblin giants, goblin high priests, and lava goblins, dragon blood goblins. How many mutated bloodlines has Nangong Wenxue created? There are even demon-type creatures that can cast curses to significantly debilitate enemy states. I need to guard against this in the future. A rare mechanical deity. All citizens are intelligent life forms equipped with high-tech gear. If one lacks experience, it would be easy to suffer great losses. As expected, apart from the first match against the crew-cut brother, Lu Sheng did not win a single match thereafter, and most of the time, he was directly overwhelmed, having no power to resist. However, Lu Sheng did gain quite a bit, although he could not win. The experience was genuine, and his tactical arrangements had significantly improved. Once his strength approached their level in the future, this change would be enough to influence the battle situation. Alright students, let's come out. The practical combat course quickly reached its conclusion, and everyone returned to reality under Lei Wan. The classmates looked at each other. Compared to before entering the virtual battlefield, their relationships had visible. Lei Wanjun stood on the podium tapping the desk. Today's practical combat course is just the first step. From now on, every class in our cohort will focus on enhancing the strength of the citizens from various perspectives. The college entrance examination is scored out of 1,000. And while we can set aside the theoretical 100 points, the 300 points for divine nation prosperity may seem to involve observing the overall ecology of the small world, but it is actually closely related to your divine nation's strength. Think about it, if the citizen's strength is too weak, can it be considered prosperous? Of course, if you can break through to demigod status before the college entrance examination or rank in the top 100 in the war simulator, there is also a chance for direct admission to top universities. Teacher, is it really possible for someone to break through to demigod status in high school? A student expressed disbelief. The world is vast and wonders abound. Lei Wanjun smiled slightly. Perhaps you think your talent is remarkable, but that is limited to Linhai City. Beyond this, there are broader realms and even more astonishing geniuses. Everyone fell silent. The higher they climbed, the more they felt their own insignificance. Originally, they were absolute leaders in their respective schools, but upon arriving at the elite school, they discovered that such geniuses were plentiful. Not to mention the geniuses from other cities, or even the monsters from the provincial capital. Breaking through to demigod status. Lu Sheng pondered. In this world, to break through to demigod status, one must meet 3 conditions. First, the citizens of the small world must give birth to 5th-tier beings. Second, the faith points provided by the citizens must exceed 1 million daily. Third, one must comprehend a thread of the power of laws. Upon reaching the demigod stage, the deity can actively intervene in the divine nation through the power of laws, which not only greatly assists the small world, but also has a noticeable impact on actual combat. Lu Sheng was confident he could achieve the first 2 points, but the third, which was deeply mysterious, still left him without a clue. Alright, today's class ends here. After you return, you can focus on studying the war simulator to improve your rankings. Every month, the school distributes resources based on the simulation rankings. As an elite school approved by the Education Bureau, each reward includes strategic level resources, so make sure to grasp this opportunity well. After class, as Lu Sheng stood up to leave, a handsome boy in the front row stood up and called out to everyone. Everyone, since we are all elites from Linhai City and have gathered in the same class, isn't this a kind of fate? My name is Feng Xingyang, and I've created a group where we can share experiences and help each other out. Just after the rating, could everyone give some good reviews to boost the score? Having reached different levels naturally leads to different circles. Whether it was the class group of Senior 3 Class 11, the Pantheon chat for conquering the miasma world, or the group Feng Xingyang, had just created, the same principle applied. Before the grand competition, Zhao Mingjian and the others, as descendants of true deities, indeed knew more than Lu Sheng and shared valuable insights that benefited him greatly. But now, especially after coming into contact with the planner, Lu Sheng's gains and strength had skyrocketed, earning millions of faith points in an instant, rendering the topics discussed in the chat group virtually useless to him. Most of the time, it was Lu Sheng who contributed valuable input. Alright, Lu Sheng nodded, acknowledging that he indeed needed a new circle to broaden his horizons. Brother Feng, count me in. I was just about to ask if our class has a group chat. Add me. Since Brother Feng has spoken, I must give you face. Most of the other students in the class also agreed whether to fit in or, because of Feng Xingyang's status as a direct descendant of the Feng family, joining the group chat brought them nothing but benefits. Brother Long, what do you think? Everyone's joining. Will you? Feng Xingyang smiled, looking at the boy by the window in the back row raising his smart wristband. However, Long Outyin calmly packed his belongings without even lifting his eyelids. Beasts always walk alone, cattle and sheep travel in herds. You are nothing but a motley crowd. What use is there in gathering together? His tone was unhurried, his volume steady, as if stating a fact, showing no regard for anyone present. The air in the classroom suddenly froze. Feng Xingyang's hand paused midair, his face visibly darkened. As the leading figure of the Long family in Linhai City this generation, he had heard of Long Aoshan's reputation before, assuming his arrogance and disdain for others were mere rumors. But meeting him today, he found it to be nothing less than the truth. Damn, what's he so proud of? Just because he got first place in the city's total score once. Immediately someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Exactly. Coming in with such arrogance, I wonder if his strength matches his mouth. I lost to you once in the virtual battlefield, but that doesn't mean he'll lose forever. Just wait. Is the Long family so ill-mannered? If you're really that great, why are you in the same class as us? The students in Class 1, except for Lu Sheng, all hailed from the city's top major forces, having sailed smoothly since the early days of opening their small worlds, always hailed as prodigies by others. Naturally, they harbored pride. Being in the same class, how could they be inferior? Even if they weren't his match, now they were confident they would surpass. Thus, despite Long Aoshan's formidable strength displayed in the virtual battlefield, the others showed no fear and immediately retorted. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became tense. Lu Sheng, who had already stepped halfway out the door, came to an abrupt halt and looked back curiously. Feng Xingyang's expression soured. Brother Long, were all in the same class. Enough. But before he could finish, Long Outyin interrupted directly. You're here because this is your limit, while I'm here because this is the best place Linhai City has to offer. As for those I've defeated, I never considered you opponents. I give you time to catch up only for you to watch from afar, never reaching me. The crowd was stunned. Even Lu Sheng eavesdropping by the door couldn't help but be amazed. So arrogant. Utterly boundless arrogance. What kind of confidence must one possess to utter such words? This guy truly looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. Excuse me. Ignoring the shock of the others, Long Outyin strode past them, leaving the classroom right beside Lu Sheng. Only after a few seconds did someone break the silence. This person is far too arrogant. Feng Qingyang shook his head, regretting ever asking that question, knowing the other would be so insolent. Brother Feng, don't be upset over him. He's just a reckless fool relying on talent and family background to stay ahead. I heard from a relative working at elite high school that the later curriculum requires much teamwork. When no one teams up with Long Outyin, let's see how he fares, someone said, arms crossed, spitting in disdain. Divine Kingdom development isn't just about fighting and killing. With no understanding of social graces, I reckon Long Aotian's arrogance won't last long. Feng Qingyang nodded. Forget him. With so many in the class, missing one won't matter. Let's chat in the group. Originally, they had planned to gather at Heavenly Paradise to get acquainted, but Long Aotian's disruption had dampened everyone's spirits, so they all went home. That evening at Shangping Shujia residential area. After returning home, Lu Sheng did not immediately open the war simulator for ranked battles, but instead sank his consciousness into his small world to observe the development of his subjects. Given his current strength, entering the war simulator wouldn't yield a good rank. Since rewards were distributed based on month-end rankings, there was no hurry. Yu Zhou and Lin Mulan's child is born. Upon observing, Lu Sheng noticed that in the city lord's mansion Lin Mulan was holding an exceptionally handsome infant. He immediately opened the subject's information to examine it. Tribe subject Yu Xiaoman, race, human, gender male, age 1 year, spiritual root ice type, variant spiritual root, cultivation, method none, realm none, talent photographic memory, possesses exceptional memory, never forgetting any text read carefully, bone quality profound. It was actually an ice type variant spiritual root comparable to a top grade heavenly spiritual root. Lu Sheng was overjoyed. Over the years, nourished by spiritual energy over 10 times denser, more and more subjects in the Divine Kingdom had gained spiritual roots, but most were waste or pseudo-spiritual roots. Those with 3 or 2 spiritual roots were fewer than 1 in 1,000, and not a single subject possessed a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Mulan herself only had a triple spiritual root, yet under the baptism of over 10 times the spiritual energy density, enhanced by traits like inverse comprehension and innate intelligence, she had reached the second layer of the Golden Core realm at just 55 years old. In a cultivation novel, she would be even more formidable than the protagonist. Now Yu Zhou and Lin Mulan's child possessed a variant spiritual root, with cultivation speed comparable to a heavenly spiritual root. How fast would that be? If he cultivated an ice attribute technique, Yu Xiaoman's speed would be even greater, and reaching the nascent soul realm would be within sight. The only cultivation technique available now is the water attribute Cloud Sea Immortal Record. It's indeed a bit limited. Lu Sheng mused. Now that the Divine Kingdom was on the right track, surplus resources could be used entirely to enhance his subject's strength. He opened his smart wristband and began searching the marketplace. Level B technique, withering and thriving longevity art. Attribute wood. Description: a cycle of withering and thriving. Every year spring breeze brings new life. The cultivation time is divided into 4 thresholds: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. The longer the cultivation time, the better the longevity effect, with the ability to revive withered trees and heal injuries. 200 million faith points. Level B technique, Northern Underworld Ice Soul Art. Attribute ice. Description: after cultivating this technique, one can calm the mind, temper the soul, and gather a 9 hells cold chi that can freeze souls and seize spirits. When fully mastered, one can condense a Northern Underworld Ice Soul body, freezing vast mountains and rivers with a thought. 700 million faith points. Level B technique, Earth Restriction Art. Price: 100 million faith points. Level B technique, Flame Kindling Art. Price: 100 million faith points. Level B technique, Golden Harmony Formula. After purchasing 5 level B techniques and adding 15 level C buildings, Lu Sheng's small treasury was instantly emptied, leaving him with less than 100 million faith points. He placed the 15 libraries around the newly constructed 3 cities and transmitted all the techniques into them, announcing it to the world. My people, I have imparted the 5 elemental cultivation techniques of metal, wood, fire, earth, and ice. You may go to the libraries to select your techniques. Soon the citizens of the 4 cities heard the divine decree and hurried to the libraries to choose new techniques to practice. With the enhancement of the perceptive insight attribute, each person's process went smoothly. Most of the citizens in the divine nation had previously cultivated the Yunhai immortal record, but in reality the water attribute in their spiritual roots was not high. Now that they have cultivated more suitable techniques, their cultivation speed is sure to improve significantly. During the following time, Lu Sheng attended school every day, experiencing various practical content, including array competitions or setting fixed numbers for battles guided by Lei Wanjun. Although he still lost more than he won, the citizens of the small world were rapidly improving their experience in dealing with various races. A week passed quickly. In the 100th year of the small world, the population of the divine nation exceeded 1.7 million, and 3 new cities comparable to Haishi City were fully constructed. Centered around the elemental divine tree, there were Bailu City to the west, Tianshu City to the east, and Yin City to the north. Even with the new cities built, the human race still primarily resided in Haishi City. With elderly yet strong in effect, although many elders perished in the previous wars, those who survived largely became the strongest in the 4 major cities. For 10 years, the impact of the divine nation's wars continued to influence every generation of the human race. Even now, many cultivators had surpassed the level of Yuzhua, yet his status remained unchallenged without anyone harboring rebellious thoughts. Exploration of the toxic world was also progressing steadily. With a large number of martial spirits and golden core cultivators entering the fray, all heresies were swiftly eradicated, and the human army swept through like locusts, plundering the resources of this wild world. In just 10 days, they discovered spiritual plants worth 3.1 billion and 2 wild spiritual herb gardens. Thus, the development of the toxic world was completely concluded. At the same time, 1 million Xiantai high vines also matured, and Lu Sheng packaged and sold them along with 1 million level weapons and 50,000 level weapons. With the tax exemption privilege for elite students, his earnings soared to 2.6 billion faith points. In addition to selling surplus elixirs for 5 billion faith points, and the 401 stone bamboo that produced 1.0 drops of clock spirit stone milk, after more than 20 times acceleration over 10 years, the earnings from spiritual plants and elixirs also reached 1.5 billion faith points. In total, 7.2 billion faith points. It seems I have underestimated myself. The monthly earnings of the divine nation exceed 10 billion. Lu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. This time he directly spent 5 billion to buy 5 million Xiantai high vines, placing them all in the East Sea, completely covering the majority of the sea area. This represents a stable long-term benefit. After tenfold acceleration from everything grows, combined with various minor attributes and abundant spiritual energy concentration, the growth speed of the crops far exceeded the initial estimate of tenfold. From then on, Lu Sheng could harvest spiritual plants worth 5 billion faith points in just 7 or 8 days without occupying land or the citizens' time, which he found extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng placed 2 spiritual herb gardens in Bailu City and Tianshu City, spending 1.6 billion to fill them with young stone bamboo seedlings. After 4 to 5 years, when the stone bamboo matures, his monthly income from spiritual plants will increase by another 6 billion. Faith point balance, 600 million. On the other side, the canal being constructed by the stone people along with the eastern and western routes runs through Bailu City and Tianshu City, supplying water to the entire human gathering. Within the small world. Boom. Another stone person collapsed while transporting goods, and upon hitting the ground, its body shattered into 5 smaller stone people, each 1/5 the original size. These stone people, upon awakening, did not see familiar companions, but rather the specially processed Xiantai whips wielded by the supervising warriors. With a crack, the whip left deep marks on their stone skin. The little stone people seemed to awaken memories of their past lives, suddenly jumping up to continue moving the goods they had not yet finished. During the construction of the canal, many stone people died, turning into small stone people, but if the small stone people died, they would completely turn into stone dust. However, Lu Sheng did not care. He could simply buy more. For him, now, even if all these thousands of stone people perished, he had the funds to directly fill the gaps. Now Lu Sheng's focus remained on enhancing the strength of his citizens. In the 103rd year of the small world, after 12 years of low-level attributes and useless attributes, Lu Sheng finally ushered in his dawn. The master of Z-level attributes has taken effect, the talent has refreshed, and a new attribute has emerged, Z-level attribute array path to divinity. Finally, something good has come my way. Lu Sheng was almost moved to tears. In the past 10 days, the new attributes were either a level or F-level with minimal benefits, or they were completely unrelated to the human race, such as the Underworld River Domain attribute, which, although S-level, only affected the undead. Thus, having a high-level attribute does not necessarily mean it is beneficial. It must also be compatible with the environment of one's small world and citizens. Perhaps influenced by array path to divinity, on the second day after acquiring the attribute, Lu Sheng's citizens successively broke through 4 level arrays to great success, catching the opponents off guard. It was after class that day that Lei Wanjun did not leave immediately, but called Lu Sheng to the office. Upon entering, he felt the gaze of 4 or 5 eyes scrutinizing him, as if examining a peculiar object. However, when Lu Sheng looked back, he found he could not see their faces at all. All were true gods. Why have so many true gods gathered all of a sudden, and each one feels more powerful than Su Zheng? What are they here for? Lu Sheng swallowed hard, feeling immense anxiety. Typically elusive figures like these true gods were now gathered in one place for him, prompting him to think deeply. Lu Xiao, you do not worry, we mean no harm. Noticing Lu Sheng's nervous demeanor, a faceless female deity spoke. We called you here simply to ask you some questions. A question. Lu Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately realized that these true gods had come because of his hidden talent. Besides that, he could not think of anything about himself that would warrant the attention of several true gods. However, he had been prepared for this, so he did not appear flustered at this moment, only responding respectfully, "What questions do you seniors wish to ask? I shall answer without reservation." The woman who spoke earlier nodded slightly, and candidly stated, "Student Lu Sheng, after reviewing the footage of your performance in the city competition multiple times, as well as comparing it with your past performance, we can confirm that you awakened a hidden talent after the day of awakening. This is a document issued by the Education Bureau. You can take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, an electronic light screen appeared before Lu Sheng. Citizen Lu Sheng of the Great Xia, with clever talent, hometown of breeding, calculated by the 5th-tier advanced intelligent deduction machine of the Great Xia Education Bureau, there is a 99.9 probability that you will awaken a hidden talent in the future, most likely related to increasing spiritual energy concentration and accelerating crop growth, preliminarily assessed as level talent. According to the Great Xia Genius Protection Law, the information of Citizen Lu Sheng has been classified as top secret. Upon seeing the light screen, Lu Sheng's heart tightened, and he involuntarily slowed his breathing. He did not expect the computational power of the intelligent life form to be so precise, locking onto several of his most important attributes and their general effects just from observing his performance during the airport examination. Originally, he only intended to casually reveal its level talent, but it seemed things were beyond his expectations. Young Louis specifically came today because of your talent. Perhaps you still do not know the Great Xia government has clear regulations that any deity awakening level or above talent will be included in the Genius program. The Great Xia government will provide support and closely monitor to prevent unexpected falls. We have come to help you detect your hidden divine talent and conduct a rating assessment, the female deity explained. Detecting hidden talent. Exactly. The reason hidden talent is called hidden talent is because of its strong secrecy. Unless activated, not even the awakening pillar can detect it. Even if successfully activated, it can only be deduced by intelligent life forms. I believe you have also noticed, hasn't there been a sudden appearance of abundant spiritual energy in your divine realm from a certain day, and since then the concentration of spiritual energy has been on the rise? Hasn't the growth rate of crops in your small world also skyrocketed? The female deity stated with certainty it should have awakened on that day. In fact, what she said was indeed correct. However, this was not the effect of a single attribute, but rather the combined result of tenfold spiritual energy revival and growth of all things. However, no one could have imagined that Lu Sheng's hidden talents had already approached 100. What should I do? Lu Sheng inquired. Previously, the intelligent life form could only make inferences based on your historical data. The observable data was too sparse for a detailed deduction of your talent. Therefore, this time, we brought a corresponding 5th-tier deduction type intelligent life form. You just need to grant it access to your divine realm, and it will conduct a full-dimensional scan. The female deity waved her hand, and a spherical mechanical entity the size of a basketball, glowing with silver light, suspended in midair, with a diamond-shaped mechanical eye radiating white light at its center. Its mechanical eye rotated slightly, and then locked onto Lu Sheng, a faint white light enveloping him. Lu Sheng immediately felt an intense sense of being spied upon. Record, an unknown consciousness is spying on your world. Record, you have granted access. Lu Sheng granted access, and the spherical mechanical entity began to float above the divine realm, scanning the entire small world at almost teleportation speed. In just a few breaths, it completed a full circuit around the small world and began reporting vocally, recording air quality, comparing spiritual energy concentration, detecting biological environment. All data scanned successfully, proceeding with comparison against the large database. Detection successful. Citizen Lu Sheng of the Great Xia awakened clever talent, hometown of breeding, hidden talent awakened as S-level spiritual energy revival, classified as a 2nd-tier genius. Effect assessment of the spiritual energy revival talent. The spiritual energy in the small world has surged tenfold, and the concentration of spiritual energy increases year by year, capable of improving the world environment and accelerating crop growth. With the analysis from the intelligent life form concluding, Lu Sheng also let out a sigh of relief. Exposing just an S-level talent was not particularly shocking, and he could accept it. However, the true gods in the office were instantly unsettled upon hearing this report. S-level talent second-tier genius. Although their faces were not visible, he could sense their astonishment. Lu Sheng curiously asked, "What does second-tier genius mean?" "Young Lu, you may not be very clear, but our Great Xia's genius program is divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Throughout the entire history of Jiangnan province, the number of people who have received such an evaluation has not exceeded 10. Among your class, the only student with S-level talent was that one named Long Outyin, who was rated as a tire, while the rest are all tire geniuses." The voice of the female deity was very excited. Another tall male deity also sighed. "I originally thought young Lu would at most be a tire. I did not expect such a pleasant surprise. A genius rated as a second-tier genius, as long as there is no downfall, they can basically grow for 1,000 years and become a true god of 4th tier or above. Such beings can open up vast territories for the Great Xia, serving as absolute pillars of strength. Discovering a second-tier genius for the Great Xia will yield immense rewards for them. Little one, since you have been rated as a second tier by the 5th tier intelligent life form, according to regulations, you can choose 3 items from these second-tier rewards." He waved his hand again, and light screens rapidly appeared. Wonder Creation Immortal Pool Estimated Value 100 billion Belief Points. Wonder Yellow Springs Body Refinement Pool Estimated Value 130 billion Belief Points. Level Xuanwu Crystal Mine Estimated Value 300 billion Belief Points. A Level Building Ancestor Dragon Nest Estimated Value 195 billion Belief Points. Wonder Active Volcano Estimated Value 130 billion Belief Points. A Level Building Mechanical Heart Estimated Value 90 billion Belief Points. Wonder Pengli Wonderland Estimated Value 160 billion Belief Points. Even with Lu Sheng's current speed of making money, he couldn't help but gulp hard upon seeing the list of buildings on the light screen. There were over 100 items, each valued at over 1 trillion faith points. Moreover, all of them were strategic-level resources. In the marketplace, even someone of his lowest-tier pseudo-divine status did not have the qualification to access information about them. Yet despite the immense value of these items, he could only choose 3. At this point, Lu Sheng finally understood the true worth of these brain prodigies. "Senior, may I take a closer look?" Lu Sheng asked cautiously. The list of buildings was overwhelming, and each one had significant functions he needed sufficient time to consider carefully. "Of course, that is your right," the female deity replied gently. At some point, the mist on her face had dissipated, revealing a visage filled with intellectual beauty as she smiled at Lu Sheng. "Thank you, senior." Lu Sheng expressed his gratitude and immediately began to meticulously examine the information on each building, quickly committing their pros and cons to memory. As the strength of the Divine Kingdom grew, his memory and physical abilities underwent comprehensive upgrades, making it easy to memorize these details. After reviewing all the buildings, he first eliminated those unsuitable for human development, then began to filter them one by one based on efficacy and suitability. About an hour later, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and finally made his choice. "Senior, I choose the Xuanwu Crystal Mine, the Huangquan Body Tempering Pool, and the Pengli Wonderland." The female deity nodded and waved her hand, causing 3 gilded cards to appear in the air as if guided by a navigation system, automatically landing in Lu Sheng's hands. "As a brank prodigy of the Great Xia, to prevent assassination by alien deities, your information has been sealed in classified files. Individuals with insufficient rank cannot access your identity. Moreover, the value of these 3 buildings is not merely a simple appraisal. Even true deities would be tempted. Under normal circumstances, do not let too many outsiders know about them. Although there are laws in Great Xia for protection, one can never ensure that someone won't take risks." "I understand, senior." Lu Sheng looked at the 3 cards in his hands. No matter how much he tried to suppress it, he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. One card was jade green, depicting a pristine mountain suspended above colorful clouds with countless strands of celestial energy erupting from its peak, creating a breathtaking scene. Another card was dark gold with an image at its center of a blood pool bubbling with countless golden bubbles, ancient runes faintly visible at the pool's bottom. The last card was jet black, containing a thick and dark Xuanwu crystal exuding a soft black glow. Wonder Pengli Wonderland. Description: a fragment of the fallen fairy realm. It possesses a self-sustaining cycle of celestial energy, continuously spewing pure celestial energy, improving the world's environment. Effect 1. I constantly enhances the quality of the world's spiritual energy, raises the environmental ceiling, extracts impurities and polluted air from the world, transforming it into pure celestial energy. Effect 2. Within the Pengli Wonderland, the celestial energy envelopes rich in fragments of the laws of the Tao. Cultivating within grants a 100 increase in comprehension and cultivation speed, while reducing the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks by half subtly improving the physical condition of the populace and extending their lifespan. Effect 3. Within a tenth of sand-mile radius of the Wonderland celestial rain will periodically condense, accelerating crop growth, healing injuries, and enlightening all beings, significantly raising their intelligence levels. F. As for why he chose the Xuanwu crystal mine, naturally it was because he was lacking weapons. Lu Sheng's small world currently only had an E-rank fine iron mine, which could only produce E-rank weapons already insufficient for his people's strength. For example, in a class at the elite secondary school, he had fought against almost every student, but had never seen a weapon below crank. Yet here he was still using E-rank, or even frank weapons far behind others. With the Brank Xuanwu crystal mine, he would be able to craft Brank weapons and armor himself. The iron arrows of the Griffin Knights would transform into Xuanwu crystal arrows. Moreover, with the armor-breaking inscription, even if one were a Tier 3 or Tier 4 being, they would still be penetrated. With these three buildings, how can I not surpass them? Lu Sheng's heart was filled with ambition. Now that the rewards have been delivered, our task is complete. Young friend Lu, here is my contact information. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to leave me a message. The female deity raised her wrist, and Lu Sheng's smart wristwatch automatically displayed her information, named Li Muxue, a Tier 3 true deity from Jiangnan province. Thank you, senior. Lu Sheng was naturally eager for the goodwill of a true deity. He knew that it was his status as a Brank prodigy that earned her recognition. Although he was currently just a suited deity, his future was boundless and worthy of her attention. Upon returning home, he immediately loaded the two wonders into his small world. With a resounding boom, the breathtaking Ponlai Wonderland descended onto the open ground of his divine kingdom. As soon as the fairy mountain touched the ground, it began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, extracting energy from the earth's veins and continuously emitting higher quality spiritual energy. The life force of the entire small world instantaneously elevated to a new level, with new mountains and rivers appearing. The placement of this wonder even caused the world's area to increase. Around the Wonderland, many of his citizens began to break through their cultivation levels one after another. With the celestial energy permeating the Ponlai Wonderland and the radiant light surrounding it, countless beings were drawn to this grand spectacle, only to be instantly awed by the stunning divine mountain. A miracle! This is a miracle! Praise our God! Shouted the human citizens in excitement. At the same time, the Huangquan body tempering pool was placed next to the elemental divine tree, and a large number of martial artists received divine revelations, rushing to soak within. Commoners were advancing from first to second rank, from second to third, and from early third rank to mid-third rank. Nearly every martial artist soaking in it broke through their current bottlenecks effortlessly. The Xuanwu crystal mine was naturally arranged near the northern Greystone tribe. At this time, the Greystone tribe had undergone several generations of evolution, and under such abundant spiritual energy, many Greystone gnomes had advanced to Tier 2 beings, mastering even more powerful forging techniques. For them, forging felt like an instinct. A day without forging made them uneasy. Thus, upon seeing the Xuanwu crystal raining down from the sky, they were instantly captivated, as if they had seen a nude female Greystone gnome. Praise our God! I will forge continuously for a month to repay the grace of our God. Xuanwu crystal? This is Xuanwu crystal. Breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking. With these materials, my forging skills will reach new heights. At the same time, Lu Sheng's expression changed outside as a flash of inspiration struck him. An extraordinarily mysterious feeling surged within his heart. Instinctively, he raised his hand and waved. A green light appeared, and the potted plant on the windowsill, which had not been watered for half a month, suddenly revived its previously drooping form, slowly standing upright. The laws. I have actually touched upon the laws of life. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then immediately fell into a state of ecstatic joy. How could he easily reach what is said to be the most challenging condition to break through to the demigod stage, a hurdle that has thwarted countless top pseudo-gods? With the titles of Land of Fertility and a place of peace and prosperity, the faith points provided daily by the citizens of Lu Sheng's small world could easily reach 1 million. Once 5-tiered beings appear in the small world, he can directly break through to the demigod stage. It is both timing and fate. After the immense surprise, Lu Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He sank his consciousness into the small world, gazing towards the east of the world, where there had originally been only 2 forests, but after 3 expansions, a mountain range and an ocean had emerged further east. The mountain range was where Lu Sheng had placed the night griffins, and after years of development and the nourishment of spiritual energy, along with the release of the fairyland from the Ponlai Wonderland, a large-scale advancement had already occurred. The population of the night griffins had grown from the initial 10,000, and after several subsequent releases, it had formed nearly 500,000, reaching environmental saturation. Among them half were second-tier night griffins, their black fur glistening, and when their strength surged, both their intelligence and ferocity increased significantly. Roar. A Foundation establishment cultivator who was capturing a night griffin let his guard down, and a griffin activated by the shadow bloodline silently approached him, striking with a claw. Rip. The Foundation establishment cultivator felt a chill on his back as his clothes were shredded by the sharp claws, followed by 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes appearing. Damn beast. The Foundation establishment cultivator cried out in pain, immediately abandoning the thought of capturing it, and retaliated with a sword light that instantly shredded the night griffin into pieces. Roar. Woo. Yet the smell of blood and the commotion quickly attracted dozens of adult night griffins diving down from the sky to attack the Foundation establishment cultivator's vital points from various angles. Get away from me. The Foundation establishment cultivator roared, swallowing a rejuvenation pill while controlling his flying sword to slay the incoming night griffins frantically fleeing outwards. Originally, he just wanted to try capturing a second-tier griffin after seeing a friend tame one, feeling quite stylish. Relying on his Foundation establishment cultivation and the innate blessings granted by the divine to humanity, he had never anticipated encountering such a life-and-death crisis. As he saw his injuries worsening, the Foundation establishment cultivator grew more anxious, making mistakes in his swordplay and being continuously scratched by the night griffins, until even the rejuvenation pill could not stop his injuries. It's over. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart sank. Just then a streak of emerald green light suddenly fell from the sky. The moment the green light touched his skin, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, healing his flesh and reconnecting his fascia, and all his injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Even his nearly depleted magical power was replenished at that moment. It's a blessing from the divine. The Foundation establishment cultivator immediately realized something, and with a burst of spiritual energy, he shook off the surrounding night griffins and fled this perilous place. Not just here, many places within the small world were witnessing similar scenes. Although I have only grasped a hint of the power of the laws of life, I can instantly heal an army of tens of thousands. Lu Sheng's expression was one of shock. No wonder the gap between the ranks of the divine is so severe, and there has never been a case of fighting across ranks. It's not just the limit on the number of subjects, but also the difference in understanding of the laws. A demigod with the power of laws facing a pseudo-god is a thorough dimensional suppression. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng withdrew his consciousness from the small world, controlling his smartwatch to open a group chat named Elite Class 1. In the days since joining the elite high school, he would often come to this group chat to catch up on any latest news. Lin Powell, have you seen it? That guy Long Aotian actually broke into the top 10,000 of the Jiangnan province elite list in just half a month. How did he rise so quickly? Gu Changxing, I heard that Long Aotian got first place in the local competition, and the school rewarded him with a wondrous Punlai Wonderland, which directly boosted the quality of spiritual energy in his small world, plus he already had a wondrous sight in his own small world. Of course, his strength soared. Ouyang Ziyuan, how did he get so lucky to encounter a wondrous sight suitable for a cultivator? The wondrous sight I got for being first in the competition was completely useless. Wang Feifei, good people don't live long, disasters last a millennium. Nangong Wenya, exactly. No, top 10,000 ha. Looking at the chat records, Lu Sheng pondered. This world is not like his previous life, every planet is immensely vast. For example, the blue star where Lu Sheng currently resides is at least 1,000 times, if not 10,000 times larger than the planets of his past life. In just Jiangnan province, there are thousands of prefecture-level cities, each with an elite high school totaling tens of millions of elite students. Not to mention those great clans in provincial cities which obtain resources far better than those of prefecture-level cities. They even possess the authority to access war simulators without needing the Education Bureau's arrangement. That Long Aotian can stand out among so many geniuses and break into the top 10,000 in Jiangnan province's elite list is proof of his strength. He truly deserves to be the only crank talent from Linhai City. Messages in the chat group continued to vibrate. Feng Xingyang, although Long Aotian is arrogant, his talent is indeed remarkable. However, this is not an era of individual heroism. After this virtual battlefield ranking is settled, the school will organize a large-scale mission which will test our teamwork. Long Aotian alone is not a concern. Chen Fei, what's the specific task? Feng Xingyang, essentially, we will enter a vast divine realm for search and destroy, killing monsters to earn points. Searching for and transporting resources can also earn points, and ultimately based on the accumulated points. Lin Pa, my subjects are the nether leopard, numerous and swift, possessing night vision capabilities perfect for exploration. Who wants to team up with me? Li Feiyu, my subjects are bloodthirsty ancient worms. No need to say more, leave the traps and pathfinding to me. I'm also not lacking in combat, so if anyone needs help, just call me. For the school mission in half a month, the group chat has already begun to form teams in advance. At this time, Nangong Wenyao initiated a private chat with him. Nangong Wenyao, hello Lu Sheng, I remember you have an army of night griffins, right? How about joining us? With Sister Shui's goblin army and my magical beasts leading the way combined with your griffin army for large-scale exploration, you'll definitely have a great time in the school mission half a month from now. I will consider it seriously. Lu Sheng teamwork can complement each other's weaknesses and help each other, indeed increasing exploration efficiency, but the drawbacks are also evident. Although Nangong Wenxue and Nangong Wenyao seem quite friendly now, if they encounter something truly valuable, the two sisters will definitely align themselves. And after all, he is an outsider, so his interests are bound to be compressed. Before any conflict of interests arises, everyone is good friends, able to chat and laugh, treating each other with respect. Once interests conflict, it's not uncommon for people to turn hostile on the spot. Nangong Wenyao approaching him might also suggest that she feels he is not strong enough and is easier to control. Forget it, let's focus on developing the strength of my subjects and aim for a good ranking before the first settlement of the virtual battlefield in school. Lu Sheng shook his head, his consciousness once again sinking into the small world. Under the transformation of the wondrous Penglai immortal realm and the completion of the exploration project in the toxic world, the entire world is becoming increasingly stable. The hometown of breeding and peaceful living have begun to flourish. In the 105th year of the small world, 300,000 newborns appeared, with the total population surpassed. With 10 wine pools and meat forests in place, the 4 major cities are completely food secure, and those women without cultivation talent generally give birth to a child every year. With old but strong, the older human citizens tend to have better qualifications, making it easier for them to break through their current realms and extend their lifespans. Additionally, with the halt of the toxic world and the absence of war, the mortality rate has naturally decreased. In the face of the high birth rate, the mortality rate of the human race is negligible. Moreover, under the effects of innate wisdom, inborn intelligence, and civilization acceleration, newborns begin to display cognitive abilities early, typically starting to engage with knowledge around 7 or 8 months. By the age of 1 or 2, they can begin cultivating immortal techniques. In the 107th year of the small world, 5 million stalks of mystic iron sea vine were harvested, yielding a net profit of 5 billion belief points after deducting the 5 million purchased. The number of Greystone tribes has surpassed 300,000. With the nourishment of spiritual energy, the intelligence of these Greystone goblins has significantly increased, especially after Lu Sheng reduced their working hours, giving them more time to reproduce and learn. They even built a Greystone city at the foot of the mountains, ruled by a third-tier being named Shi-In, who created a unique hammering technique known as the chaotic cloak hammer method. Lu Sheng identified it in the Duan Now marketplace, and the system rated it as clever, with a sale value nearing 10 million belief points. Within Greystone City, classes and groups akin to early human society have emerged, giving rise to culture. At this point, if Lu Sheng were to send more of his kin inward, these suddenly born compatriots would disrupt the delicate balance, potentially leading to war. On the human side, significant changes have also occurred. Led by Yao Yin, a pill alliance of over 10,000 people was established, comprising skilled alchemists who have mastered the 90-year pill tower. In the 110th year of the small world, the population surpassed 3 million. The effect of this level talent entry master has activated refreshing talents and giving birth to a new entry, a level entry innate spiritual body. All future human citizens born in the small world will possess innate spiritual root talent. Thus, the era of universal cultivation has begun. Furthermore, as the number of citizens with spiritual roots increases, geniuses with double or single spiritual roots will emerge in growing numbers. Notably, Yu Xiaomon, a genius with an ice element spiritual root and the child of the Blackstone City Lord, began using cleansing pills at a young age and is annually nourished by the rare spiritual milk that enhances talent. In daily life, he consumes the highest quality blood and flesh from the wine pools and meat forests. Had it not been for the elemental divine tree not producing ice element fruits, he might have indulged daily. After settling in the Penglai immortal realm, Yu Xiaoman has diligently cultivated year-round, with only a few days each year for relaxation, consuming the divine liquid as if it were water. The Penglai immortal realm is vast, covering over 100 square kilometers, producing an immense amount of divine liquid annually, though collecting it is challenging and requires special jade bottles for preservation. To facilitate matters, Lu Sheng decided to send qualified citizens from his divine realm into the Penglai immortal realm to cultivate, allowing them to directly consume the divine liquid upon its production. At just under 20 years old, Yu Xiaoman's cultivation has already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Lu Sheng conveniently purchased a golden core package and sent it over. Over the years, for any cultivator with 3 spiritual roots who reached peak foundation establishment, he would purchase corresponding golden core spiritual items to ensure their successful advancement. To prepare for the future surge of cultivators, Lu Sheng also purchased a clever cultivation formation, the four-symbol Sacred Beast Array, which integrates offense and defense unpredictable in nature. Of course, the reason Lu Sheng chose it was that its formation principles are similar to the A-level formations of the Xuanwu, Qinglong Baihu, and Zhuqiu, making them easier to combine. In the 114th year of the small world, the population has increased by only a few 100,000 compared to 4 years ago. This is not due to population saturation, but rather because of the overwhelming number of newborns with children under 10 accounting for half of the total human population. Even with the enhancement of intelligence, these young children are too immature to be independent. They require adults to guide and assist them, consuming significant human resources. The city lords of the 4 major cities also recognized this issue and immediately introduced new policies for population family planning. It is not about not giving birth, but rather about spacing births, slowing down, and prioritizing quality, ensuring that capable individuals give birth first based on specific circumstances, creating a cycle of leading the younger generation, shifting from high quantity to high quality births. Meanwhile, the mystic Iron Sea Vine has also undergone another harvest, and with the sales of potions and the rare spiritual milk in recent years, Lu Sheng's total assets have already surpassed 15 billion belief points. Deity Lu Sheng, divine rank pseudo-deity. Small world area 320,000 square kilometers. Environment predominantly plains, hills, mountains, and oceans. Citizens human race. Citizen count 3,176,432. First tier beings 1, third tier beings 9,198, second tier beings 610,800, first tier beings 150,3810, non-ear beings 105,2623. Kinstone men first year beings 139,378, Greystone goblins first year beings 376,809. Law of life 0. 1. Talents level entry master level spiritual energy, revival level underworld, domains level tenfold spiritual energy, level infrastructure, maniacs level berserk body level divine, craftsmanship level array mastery, a level all things growth, a level innate spiritual body, a level peaceful living, a level purification, a level old but strong, level perfect accuracy, level poison immunity, level immunity to all diseases, level innate divine strength, level clear comprehension, level hometown of breeding, level civilization acceleration, level innate wisdom, level brave in battle, level clairvoyance, level strong body, level physical enhancement, level speedster, level underwater breathing, level innate intelligence, level teamwork, level beast blood boiling, level water element affinity, level rapid healing, a level night vision, a level reproductive acceleration, a level beast language proficiency, level reduced exertion, level keen senses, level hunger resisting. In just 10 days after loading the marvel, Lu Sheng not only saw the total population of his divine kingdom surge, but his own strength also grew at a visibly rapid pace. Having undergone several baby booms, Lu Sheng's small world now boasts over 1.5 million citizens with spiritual roots, among whom 3-rooted and 2-rooted individuals. Even those with exceptional heavenly spiritual roots are quite common. However, most of them are relatively young and are currently in the Qi refinement stage, still needing time to develop. Moreover, before placing the marvel of the Penglai immortal realm, Lin Mulan was already a peak mid-stage golden core powerhouse, and after entering the Penglai immortal realm, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the perfection of the golden core. Subsequently, Lu Sheng spent a large sum to purchase a grade pill, the Jiang Dan, worth 20 million faith points, and combined with the exquisite elixirs of the Penglai immortal realm, the process of breaking the pill and giving birth went smoothly without any accidents. Moreover, the inner demon naturally dissipated after Lin Mulan married Yuzhou. Thus, the first fourth tier, being the nascent soul, true monarch Lin Mulan, was born in the divine kingdom. However, compared to the cultivators, the growth of warriors' strength is truly terrifying, with nearly 10,000 third-tier beings in the divine kingdom, 90% of whom are warrior spirits. All of them are fully realized latest-stage warrior spirits. Over the past decade, nearly every martial citizen in the divine kingdom has soaked in the Huangquan body refining pool at least once, resulting in a significant boost in talent and strength, becoming the norm. Moreover, with the effect of old but strong, those elders over 100 years old in the divine kingdom possess terrifying strength, and their talents after undergoing the washing of marrow pills, Zhongling stone milk, and body refining pools are not much inferior to those of the younger generation. 1/4 tier being over 9,000 third tier beings, over 600,000 second tier beings. If a divine kingdom war were to commence with life and death battles, not a single student in the elite academy would stand a chance against me. Looking at the exaggerated data on the divine kingdom panel, Lu Sheng was very satisfied. Although Long Ao Tian Nangong Wen Shui and others in class 1 also have marvels and family support, and their development speed is certainly not slow compared to his own with over 100 attribute bonuses. They are on a completely different level. Not to mention that any citizen of his small world when pulled out would be the child of fortune in someone else's small world with combat power maximized, and defeating enemies beyond their level is as easy as eating and drinking. With the effects of Array Path to Divinity and Awakening Insight within just a few days, the Crate Array, the four symbols, Sacred Beast formation, had already reached minor success. The cultivators would form the vanguard army with this grand formation combined with the four grade formations cast by over 1 million warriors, and with the frenzied battle body technique, Lu Sheng saw no possibility of losing. Most importantly, in the past, Lu Sheng's equipment had always been crushed by the disciples of those big families, but now with the Xuanwu crystal or vein, this biggest gap has been smoothed out. It has been over half a month, so it's time to test my skills. Lu Sheng swiped his hand, and the permissions for the war simulator were automatically activated, plunging his consciousness into a virtual space. A huge light screen appeared before his eyes. Jiangnan Province Elite Student Rankings First. Hui Yuan points 5253, win rate 61. 3. Second, Xiaobing points 5178, win rate 57. 7. 9731st, Long Aotian points 1359, win rate 51. 7. Has Long Aotian's ranking risen again? It seems his progress over the last 10 days has been substantial. Lu Sheng continued to look down. The higher the ranking, the stronger the matched opponents. Long Aotian advancing hundreds of ranks in 10 days is already quite fast. After scrolling for a few minutes, Lu Sheng finally saw his name at the very bottom of the leaderboard. 110th Lu Sheng points 0, win rate 0, no surprises, dead last. After all, it has been almost a month since the establishment of the Elite Academy, and everyone has more or less engaged in simulated wars. The lowest score is 0, thus even if he has been losing continuously, his ranking on the points board would still be higher than his, which is quite normal. With a wave of his hand, Lu Sheng's army within the Divine Kingdom was deployed to the virtual battlefield at a 1:1 ratio, awaiting his command. 1/4 tier being 9,198, 3rd tier beings 5, 2nd tier beings 1, 1st tier beings along with a Griffin Knight Legion of 2,000. All 3rd and 4th tier troops are equipped with grade and crade weapons, while the majority of 1st and 2nd tier troops are equipped with D and A grade weapons, and core members are supplied with crade equipment. The bows and arrows of the Griffin Knights are made from Xuanwu crystals, and tests have shown that arrows of this grade can easily tear through the protective true chi of golden core cultivators, and even the nascent soul true monarchs must take them seriously. The system timely emitted a prompt sound, detecting citizen Lu Sheng's first participation in public war simulation, checking identity. Check successful. Citizen Lu Sheng Divine Rank Pseudo-God has been automatically assigned to the Pseudo-God area. Friendly reminder, all simulated wars are virtual interpretations you can fight with peace of mind without worrying about losses. Considering that this is your first simulation participation, here are the rules of the war simulator. The rules of the war simulator are quite simple. It is divided into 3 main areas: True God Zone, Demigod Zone, and Pseudo-God Zone, which are further divided into numerous leaderboards based on various regions and categories, including all gods with war simulator permissions. This means that if Lu Sheng starts a war simulation, his opponents would be all the pseudo-gods with war simulators across the entire Dahua territory. They could be newbies who have awakened their divine kingdoms only for a few months, or ancient monsters who have been stuck in the pseudo-god stage for centuries without breaking through. As for the matching mechanism of the war simulator, it naturally matches opponents based on each person's points and win rate. If someone wins too many times in a row, they might be matched against opponents with points far exceeding their own, and if they continue winning, the points gained will be substantial. Conversely, the same applies to consecutive losses. After briefly understanding the rules, Lu Sheng directly started the matching process, matching you with a fairly matched opponent. Matching successful. Virtual war generated successfully. Random scene, wilderness, forest. Both sides have 1 minute of preparation time. Countdown 59:58. Battle begins. As the voice of the intelligent life form announced, the two armies instantly appeared in a densely vegetated. One side was led by a nascent soul true monarch and 9,000 third-tier beings well-equipped with both aerial and ground units, forming a human army with astonishing numbers and imposing momentum. The other side was a fishman army led by a dozen mutated third-tier fishmen numbering only 100,000, equipped with weapons up to crate. At the same time, in a villa in Linhai City, Zhao Mingjian, who had just managed to score 3 consecutive victories and was enjoying the simulation, was startled and jumped up from the leather sofa upon seeing the matched opponent. What the hell? You matched me with a worthy opponent. This formation seems a bit familiar. Lu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then directly issued a command to Yuzo, go all out, eliminate them. Receiving the divine command, Yuzo immediately summoned the entire army. The Griffin Knights took to the skies first, the piercing cries of the night griffins echoing continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even before the two armies clashed, arrows were already drawn and shot into the sky. 200,000 arrows made of Xuanwu crystal were released. Just a wave of arrows, and the Fishman army had already suffered heavy casualties, with over a dozen third-tier mutated fishmen being particularly targeted, their massive bodies turned into sieves. Then Yuzhou waved his hand gently, and the cultivator army rushed forward, effortlessly wiping out the remaining stragglers. The battle concluded with not a single casualty among the human army. Battle concluded. Lu Xing, citizen of the Great Xia, achieved victory, earning 1 point, bringing his total to 1, with a 100 win rate. Would you like to continue matching? It seems that the opponents encountered at the beginning were just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Lu Xing thought to himself. To say that this first opponent was weak wouldn't be entirely true. Having over a dozen third-tier beings just 100 days after opening a small world exceeded 99% of high school students. However, those who qualify for the war simulator are all elites. Compared to genius-level talents, they are still far behind. Continue matching, Lu Xing said. Matching you with an equally strong opponent. Match successful. Random scene is Misty Valley. Battle begins. This time the matched opponent was similarly weak, with over 1 million goblin subjects, but aside from 100,000 second-tier beings, the rest were all first-tier or even non-tier beings. This opponent was even weaker than the last, with not a single third-tier being. How did they obtain the war simulator qualification with such strength? Lu Xing shook his head and directly issued a divine command to Yuzhou. These people were too weak, completely failing to pique his interest. After just a few breaths, over 1 million goblins were slaughtered, their blood staining the entire valley. Battle concluded. Lu Xing, citizen of the Great Xia, achieved victory, earning 1 point, bringing his total to 2, with a 100 win rate. Would you like to continue matching? Continue. Battle concluded. 1 point. Battle concluded. 1 point. After a series of battles, Lu Xing faced opponents of varying strength levels, but they generally couldn't last more than 20 breaths against him. Often, as soon as the battle began, the Griffin Knights with their sharpshooter prowess would unleash a wave of arrows, causing the opposing side to crumble and their high-end forces to suffer heavy losses. Some opponents didn't even get to see Lu Xing's ground forces being completely wiped out by the rain of arrows. Time flew by quickly, and Lu Xing's points soared. Until he won 100 consecutive matches, he prepared for his 101st match. Match successful. Random scene is Endless Desert. Battle begins. This time the opponent had transformed from just a few dozen third-tier beings and 30,000 second-tier beings to a force of 300 third-tier beings and 100,000 second-tier elves who had cultivated a certain grand formation. Fire! The leader of the Griffin Knights shouted, and immediately countless black arrows took to the skies, obscuring the last rays of the setting sun. Whoosh! 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 The 300 third-tier elven mages on the other side began chanting spells, forming a towering light green wall over 100 meters high, intending to block the arrow rain. But these arrows were all made from Xuanwu crystal, and combined with the armor-piercing and the enhanced power of the innate divine strength warriors were not so easy to block. It only held for 3 or 4 breaths before the light green magical wall cracked with numerous fissures and then exploded into fragments with a loud bang. The remaining arrow rain poured down instantly, taking the lives of over 100 third-tier elves, while the elven army suffered significant casualties, causing their morale to falter. They didn't have as many bonuses as Lu Xing, losing so many soldiers in an instant would greatly reduce their morale and cause chaos among their ranks. This was just a simulation war. Otherwise, if it were a real battle for survival in a divine nation, there would have already been deserters among the elven army. For symbols, sacred beast formation rise. Lin Mulan arrived from the rear with overwhelming force, quickly forming a grand formation with hundreds of golden core cultivators and over 10,000 foundation establishment cultivators. An enormous phantom of a sacred beast towering 100 meters suddenly appeared. Just a casual wave of its hand unleashed a terrifying force that sent thousands of elven soldiers flying, disrupting their recently formed formation. A single stomp trampled thousands of elves into a bloody mist. Behind the Griffin Knights continued their rain of arrows, while the million-strong human army split into 5 routes, surrounding and slaughtering the elves. The situation was overwhelmingly in favor of the humans. Within just a few breaths, all the elves were slain. However, this time, under the elves' desperate resistance, 1 human warrior's life was taken, marking the first loss for Lu Xing's army. Battle concluded. Lu Xing, citizen of the Great Xia, achieved victory, earning 10 points, bringing his total to 110, with a 100 win rate. Would you like to continue matching? I wondered why the strength suddenly jumped a level. It turns out I reached a winning streak, triggering the matching mechanism. Lu Xing smiled slightly. This is good, saving him from incrementally adding points. Continue matching. As Lu Sheng's voice echoed, the body of the fallen human warrior was rapidly reformed, returning to its pre-battle state, as if everything that just occurred was merely a dream. Battle concluded. 10 points. Battle concluded. 10 points. With one battle after another, Lu Sheng's opponents grew stronger, and correspondingly his points increased at an observable rate. On the elite student rankings of Jiangnan province, his rank was also rapidly ascending. Such a significant change naturally attracted the attention of the leaders at the elite high school, who monitored the leaderboard. Principal Lu, that kid Lu Sheng has started simulating wars, and his ranking has changed significantly. Currently, he is undefeated and likely to break into the top 10,000 of the elite list. Principal Lu, your vision is indeed as sharp as ever. Next to him, Lu Sen merely smiled slightly. But what others didn't know was that despite appearing calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. With only 10 days left until the Ministry of Education's genius plan reward Lu Sheng's strength had surged to such heights, this kid must be rated highly. Battle concluded. Lu Sheng, citizen of the Great Xia, achieved victory, earning 10 points, bringing his total to 1,000, with a 100 win rate. Would you like to continue matching? Having won 199 matches in a row, Lu Sheng's opponents now included many who possessed fourth-tier beings and thousands of third-tier beings capable of inflicting considerable casualties on him. However, even so, Lu Sheng's army still held a significant advantage. If I continue to win from here, will I be matched against even higher-tier opponents? Lu Sheng's expression grew serious. Come on, my subjects, let me see where your limits lie. A successful match. The random scene is the land of corruption. The battle begins. Lu Sheng's army instantly appeared in a land filled with dark marshes, and as soon as they landed, everyone's legs sank into the mire. The cultivators were the first to react. They shook their powerful bodies, and the spiritual energy within them instantly blasted away the surrounding black mud. Some soared into the air, while others used their spiritual swords. In short, within moments, all the cultivators broke free from their restraints. As for the martial artists, although they were a beat slower than the cultivators, those who practiced lightness skills also easily escaped the marsh, even using it to propel themselves forward. Lu Sheng looked towards the other side of the land of corruption, narrowing his eyes. Flying magical beasts, the fire cranes. 1 fourth-order creature, 3,000 third-order creatures, 300,000 second-order creatures, and the rest were all first-order creatures, totaling 800,000, all now charging forward with a fierce blaze. Being born to fly, they were unaffected by the marsh of the land of corruption, and quickly formed a formation in the sky, coalescing into a massive fire phoenix over 100 meters tall. With the fourth-order creature at the formation's core, its might was incomparably greater than that of the previous battle against the elven army. Wherever it passed, the heavens boiled, and not a blade of grass could survive. However, they were not the only ones who could fly in the sky. Fire at will. With the captain's shout, his voice infused with spiritual energy spread across several miles. 200,000 Griffin Knights released their fully charged bows, unleashing arrows that had already been aimed. Whoosh! The arrows flew forth, blocking out the sun. The intense heat of the fire phoenix was enough to melt steel, yet it could not melt the hard Xuanwu crystal. The arrows pierced through the phoenix formation, accurately striking the fire cranes at each formation point. Woo-woo! One fire crane's head was pierced by a black arrow, a gaping wound appearing in its skull, and before it could let out a cry, it plummeted rapidly. Following that, the second, third, and fourth ones. Lu Sheng could see that the phoenix formation created by the fire cranes was both offensive and defensive, definitely stronger than the elven army they had faced before. However, facing a rain of arrows made from high-quality materials, the effects were not even comparable to a simple defensive formation. Thus, it wasn't long before the fire cranes in the sky began to fall in droves, the formation collapsing on its own, and their low intelligence made it impossible for them to recover under the continuous assault. There was no need for the martial artist army to intervene. The cultivators swept away the enemies. The scale of the Griffin Knight army equipped with advanced arrows is simply too overwhelming in the early stages. Lu Sheng silently marveled. At the pseudo-god level, aside from those born with the ability to fly, other races had too few means to counter aerial units. From the beginning of the war simulation, his army had relied on the 20,000 Griffin Knights to blanket the area with arrows each time, gaining a significant advantage before direct confrontation. Whether it was breaching formations, conducting large-scale massacres, or accurately targeting important generals, the effects were remarkably effective. Of course, this was limited to Lu Sheng's Griffin Knight army. Perfect accuracy, innate divine strength, enhanced physique made the Griffin Knights and sharpshooters able to hit equally fast-moving enemies while in high-speed motion. Beast language proficiency allowed them to communicate with their trained Knight Griffins at any moment, maintaining high mobility and stability without affecting the archer's shooting. Keen eyesight, night vision, and sharp hearing enabled them to pinpoint enemies with precision even from hundreds or thousands of meters away. Armor breaking combined with Xuanwu crystal arrows could easily tear through enemy defenses and strike at their vital points. If any one of these factors were missing, it would fall far short of the strength of Lu Shang's Griffin Knight army. If it were any other person's trained Griffin Knight army, such as Lin He, who had trained for decades, there would now be incidents of soldiers falling off their Knight Griffins. The battle concluded and Lu Shang of the Great Xia gained victory, earning 20 points with a total score of 10-20 and a win rate of 100. Should he continue matching? Finally gain some points. This will save some time, Lu Shang said with delight. After 200 rounds of war simulation, though they ended quickly, it had gone from day to night, and he was feeling a bit hungry. He must try his father's potato braised ribs later. As a pseudo-god, he was not a true deity. He still had nutritional needs. However, compared to mortals who would starve to death after a week without food, he could survive a bit longer. Continue matching. Lu Shang retracted his thoughts and began the next battle. The battle concluded. 20 points earned currently. After winning 15 consecutive matches, Lu Shang's score reached 13-20, and his ranking surged to 10009 on the elite student list of Jiangnan province. Currently in Linghai City Elite High School, only Long Aotian's score was slightly higher than his. The rest were crawling up slowly like snails. Just one more match, and his ranking would break through the 10,000 barrier, becoming part of the elite among the third-year students in Jiangnan province. A successful match. The random scene is the blood skeletal wasteland. The battle begins. Upon seeing the opponent in this round, Lu Shang's expression became slightly serious. Goblin. However, unlike the Greystone goblins in his divine kingdom, the group of goblins on the blood-colored wasteland were all tall and robust, covered in a layer of black inky scales that gleamed with a chilling light. Lu Shang recognized this creature as it was introduced in the textbooks during the first semester of his sophomore year. This was a mutated species of goblin, the obsidian goblin. Their defense and attack power far exceed that of ordinary goblins, and they are recognized as an extremely rare and difficult to cultivate race. And there were a full 300,000 of these obsidian goblins across from him. 10 fourth-order obsidian goblin kings, 30,000 third-order, 100,000 second-order, and 170,000 first-order. Though their numbers were few, each was fully armored and astonishingly powerful. Lu Shang had a feeling that if there were no attribute bonuses in terms of physical combat power, the current third-order obsidian goblins could at least take on 3 normal human martial artists. No wonder it's the promotion match. The intensity has suddenly increased, Lu Shang thought to himself. However, he did not worry too much about the battle's outcome. Although the obsidian goblins were strong, that was only relative to ordinary humans. His divine kingdom's citizens were all excellent and extraordinary individuals, the pride of heaven. The two armies quickly closed in. Faced with the blotting out of the sky by the rain of arrows, the god on the opposing side changed countenance and suddenly raised a hand, causing a thin cicadine-like layer of rock to emerge from the bodies of the tens of thousands of obsidian goblins below. Yet such a defense allowed those arrows made of Xuanwu crystals, which had various attribute bonuses, to miraculously bounce off. Lu Shang frowned. The law of earth. The opponent, like him, was also a pseudo-god who had touched the power of the laws. However, to use the source power on such a large scale right from the start is not a wise move. Lu Shang's gaze pierced through the distance, observing the deity engaged in battle with him. Limited by the rules of the virtual battlefield, he could not clearly see the opponent's appearance, but he could ascertain their state through their movements and actions. Limited by the rules of the virtual battlefield, he could not clearly see the opponent's appearance, but he could ascertain their state through their movements and actions. Indeed, understanding the laws of power does not mean that the deity can use it infinitely, rather it must rely on something called source. It's like a pool filled with water where the water represents the source, and the size of the pool indicates the limit of the source power accumulation. Enhancing the comprehension of the laws can increase the pool size and the rate of water accumulation. The condensation of the source requires time, and using it on the battlefield means depleting it little by little, thus the timing of the deity's intervention is also very crucial. Let's observe first and strike when the time is right. Lu Shang's gaze swept downwards where the two armies had already begun their frontal clash. Kill. Lin Mulan was situated at the center of the formation, surrounded by tens of thousands of cultivators. The four symbols sacred beast formation instantly took shape, and a gigantic phantom roared out, crashing towards the goblin army. However, unlike past opponents, the black obsidian goblins showed no signs of fear. Relying on the law power granted by the deity that had yet to dissipate, they boldly charged straight into the front of the four symbols sacred beast formation. Boom, boom, boom. In just the first wave, hundreds of goblins were shattered, reduced to debris, and thousands of goblins with thick earth defenses were broken and fell heavily to the ground. Yet the four symbols sacred beast formation also faltered under the intense onslaught, as 10 black obsidian goblin kings ablaze, with black flames charged forth, like a rampaging super transport, creating a deep trench in the ground. Human cultivators attempting to intercept along the way were instantly reduced to a mist of blood upon contact, leaving not a trace behind. Then with a deafening boom, 10 fourth-grade beings led tens of thousands of third-grade goblins forcefully, tearing a hole through the corner of the formation and charging into the core. Lu Sheng realized the purpose of the deity on the opposite side. They intended to eliminate his strongest soldiers at their peak combat strength to deal with what came next. This is a good opportunity. Lin Mulan's almond-shaped eyes widened, and with a flick of her hand, dozens of prepared fourth-grade talismans were thrown out simultaneously. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman X36. Years of accumulated fourth-grade talismans were all unleashed at once, transforming into a dazzling purple thunderstorm that surged towards the 10 invading black obsidian goblin kings. A series of explosive booms erupted as the 10 goblin kings were sent flying, and the tens of thousands of goblins following them were also blasted out of the formation by the terrifying waves of spiritual energy. With the rare opportunity to charge through the formation lost, the human soldiers, numbering several times that of the goblin army, quickly surrounded them, as 4 formations composed of 200,000 troops in the Azure Dragon formation spiraled out, striking fiercely at the back of the goblin army. At this moment, the effect of the earth laws had completely dissipated, and the Griffin Knights rejoined the battlefield, quickly tipping the scales in favor of the humans. In the end, with less than 20% of their troops expended, they annihilated the hundreds of thousands of black obsidian goblins. Battle concluded. Lu Sheng of the Great Xia citizens achieved victory points 20, current total points 1340, win rate 100. Jiangnan Province Elite Student Rankings rank 9816, Lu Sheng out of 10,000. This position that countless elite students in Linhai City pursued was effortlessly attained by Lu Sheng, even leaving some room to spare. Continue. 3 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. 20 consecutive victories. 50 consecutive victories. Until the points reached 2780, Lu Sheng gradually felt a sense of pressure as the human army's casualties steadily increased, peaking at 60%. The more desperate the situation, the more pronounced the effect of this grade attribute body of the berserker. The fighting strength of my citizens increases, and this is still far from my limit. Continue. Now as the opponents grew stronger, Lu Sheng became utterly serious, ready to use his source power at any moment. Matching successful. Random scene, endless ocean. Battle begins. Then an infinite ocean appeared within the virtual battlefield, and both armies instantly found themselves submerged in the water, surrounded by only a few small islands large enough to accommodate no more than a few hundred people. Looking at the randomly generated scene, Lu Sheng nearly spat out blood. He strongly suspected that having won too many times the war simulator system had begun to target him. It would be one thing to randomly land in a scene consisting solely of an ocean, but the critical point was that the deity's citizens on the opposite side happened to be the Sharkmen, who were particularly suited for underwater combat. Was this a joke? Even with underwater breathing and water element affinity, it didn't mean that his citizens were suitable for underwater combat. In this endless ocean, Lu Sheng's strength would drop by at least 30%. Moreover, the strength of the opponents was not weak either. 57 fourth-grade beings, 30,000 third-grade beings, 300,000 second-grade beings, 300,000 first-grade beings, all fourth and third-grade equipped with grade weapons. The rest are all grade weapons. Lu Sheng's expression darkened. With such a lineup, even on land, he might not be a match, let alone in the water. The deity on the other end of the virtual battlefield was also taken aback, then burst into laughter. With the matching mechanism in place, I've lost 9 in a row, and I can finally reap the rewards. Kill for me. One by one, the Sharkmen returned to the ocean, instantly diving to the seabed at incredible speed. Before Lu Sheng could prepare, a large group of 3rd and 4th grade Sharkmen surged towards them. Some Sharkmen even formed formations, raising one tornado after another on the water. While cultivators possessed flying abilities, martial artists, even with their lightness skills, could only act on the water's surface and could not escape. In no time, over 100,000 martial artists had perished. Yet the fishermen quickly issued orders. Since escape was not an option, they would confront the enemy head-on, with cultivators providing support from above, while martial artists submerged to battle the Sharkmen. However, this could not change the situation. The scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of the shark. Although the cultivators and Griffin Knights could fly, their magical power and strength were ultimately limited, and they would eventually have to land while in the air. They could do nothing against the Sharkmen below. In this endless ocean, vast and deep, even if the cultivators could freeze a large area of the ocean for a short time, the sea whirlwinds conjured by the Sharkmen could shatter the icy surface. Under these circumstances, the Sharkmen's advantage became increasingly apparent. Go. Seeing his army being comprehensively suppressed, Lu Sheng was left with no options. He immediately waved his hand, and a green light enveloped the area below, instantly healing the 100,000 injured citizens. Yet the deity on the opposite side was equally unwilling to back down, immediately employing the water laws to assist the sharkman with a comprehension of the laws even exceeding his own. The tide had turned. There's nothing I can do, Lu Xing thought helplessly. He had tried his best, but he was truly targeted by the system. He could only watch as his army crumbled like a landslide. In the end, the opponent annihilated all his citizens at the cost of 70% of their forces. Battle failed. Lu Xing of the Great Xia citizens lost points 1, current total points 2,779, win rate 99. 7. Would you like to continue matching? No. Lu Xing sighed and exited the virtual battlefield. Although with his strength, he could have continued matching to earn more points, it was unnecessary. After all, with a score of 2,779, which was double that of Long Ao Tan during the ranking settlement for the elite school of Linhai City, he would undoubtedly be number 1. Even if he didn't touch the simulator in the following days, the opponents would absolutely not catch up. Instead, he would rather spend time developing his divine nation, preparing for the search and capture of the divine nation early next month. After all, he still had over 10 billion belief points unspent. Forget it, it is what it is. Let's eat first. Lu Xing inhaled the aroma wafting from the living room, and his previous gloom was instantly lifted. Dad, Mom, did you put fermented black beans in today's pork ribs? And did you come up with a new twist? Since our young master has joined the elite school, we have to serve you in all kinds of ways. Hurry up and wash your hands. You've kept us waiting for ages. Got it. During dinner, Lu Xing took the opportunity to glance at the group chat in the Hall of Gods, where Zhao Mingjian was frantically venting. Zhao Mingjian, all members, I'm really fed up. Can the matching mechanism of this war simulator be optimized? Can you believe it? I, who am at the bottom of the leaderboard, managed to match with an opponent possessing 4th grade beings and nearly 10,000 3rd grade beings this afternoon. I finally managed to get a 3-game winning streak. Linhai, is it really that bad? Then I won't play the war simulator anymore. Suyin, you won't play? Fine, then I won't play either. Unlike Lin, he's teasing. Suyun's comment made Lu Xing nod silently, fully agreeing with Zhao Mingjian's statements. While Lu Xing was still eating, a tremendous uproar erupted among the teachers and students of Linhai Elite High School due to a change in the rankings. Group chat: Elite Class 1. Linpa, everyone, what the heck, what the heck, what the heck? Did our classmate Lu Xing just go on a winning streak? In just a short time, he skyrocketed from over 10 millionth in the Jiangnan province elite student rankings to the 6,000th position. Shen Fei, does that mean he's even more powerful than Long Outyin? Linpa, Long Outyin is nothing. Lu Xing's score is over 2,000, which is more than double Long Aotian's. If a divine war were to break out, he would definitely crush him. Ouyang Ziyuan, what? Lu Xing. I remember when I simulated a war with him half a month ago, he only had a few hundred 3rd-year beings. Are you telling me he can now dominate Long Outyin? Wang Feifei, right now Lu Xing should undoubtedly be the number 1 in our Linhai Elite High School. What happened? At the residence of the Nangon family, a villa complex dedicated to talented outsiders. Inside Villa No. 17. Yang, what's wrong? Your face looks so pale. A simple-dressed elderly woman cautiously set down the porcelain bowl in her hands and asked the young boy sitting on the sofa with concern. Are you too tired? Yang, you come home every day and dive into the divine realm, spending several hours there, or in that so-called virtual battlefield, hardly resting at all. Why don't I help you ask the teacher for a day off tomorrow so you can rest? As she spoke, the elderly woman leaned closer to the boy, looking at the dark circles under his eyes from staying up late, her eyes filled with concern. Her name was Zhang Yi, and she was Li Yang's grandmother. Li Yang's parents had died when he was young, and his relatives believed he was a harbinger of misfortune, completely unwilling to have any association with him, hoping to avoid him at all costs. Only one elderly woman who had lost her child early on, Zhang Yi, was willing to help him. Although she was merely a failed awakened mortal, she would still take out a portion of her meager income each year to support Li Yang's education. The two relied on each other for warmth in this world filled with divine beings. Fortunately, those who persevere, heaven does not disappoint. In his 18th year, Li Yang awakened in class talent that was 1 in a million. As soon as he accepted the investment from the Nangon family, he brought Zhang Yi into a large villa where servants attended to their daily needs. Grandma, I'm fine. In a couple of days, the war simulator settlement time will come, and I want to improve my ranking and receive more rewards. Li Yang wearily lifted his head, forcing a smile. He had not yet recovered from the immense shock and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had exerted all his strength to finally defeat his opponent, getting his ranking into the top 100,000 of the Jiangnan province elite student rankings. But as soon as he exited the virtual battlefield, he saw Lu Xing ranked 6,000th, the first in the school, with a 99.7 win rate that nearly blinded him. Once upon a time, he had barely trailed a few places behind his opponent in the school's monthly exam, but in just 2 or 3 months the gap had widened to a point where he could hardly keep up. Yang, you are a good child. You were bullied as a child and suffered so much, and it's not easy to finally see some progress. Yang, you've already worked hard enough. Grandma doesn't understand the divine cultivation, nor does she know what a war simulator is. Grandma just wants you to be well. Li Yang stared blankly for a moment, then nodded seriously, saying, I will be. He then lay on his bed alone. This time, he did not observe the changes in the divine realm, nor did he care whether the ranking in the war simulator had changed. Perhaps I should never have regarded you as a competitor. Li Yang murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. That night, he slept soundly. In contrast to Li Yang's melancholy, Lu Sheng appeared quite excited. Jiangnan Province Elite Student Rankings. Rank 6009 Lu Sheng. Score 2779. Win rate 99. 7. Linghai Elite High School Rankings. Rank 1 Lu Sheng. Rank 2 Long Outyin. Score 1359. Win rate 51. 7. Rank 3 Feng Qingyang. Score 1219. Win rate 53. 9. Rank 4 Nangong Wenya. Score 1207. Win rate 51. 1. Rank 6009 in Jiangnan Province, first in the school. More than half a month ago, all those who ranked high on the school leaderboard had defeated him in the virtual battlefield, sometimes even brutally. But now they had all been left far behind. Although this is just the most ordinary end-of-month ranking settlement, it has gathered the best resources from the entire Linghai city, so the rewards shouldn't be any worse than those from the citywide competition. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel some anticipation. The minimum guarantee is a resource equivalent to a miracle. The current area of the divine realm is not large with few citizens, and the power of miracles is undoubtedly strong, even surpassing some of his own talent attributes in the early stages. However, the effectiveness of miracles is ultimately limited. As the world expands and the population surges, unless the quantity increases, the effect of a single miracle will diminish. In the long run, talent attributes provide better cost-effectiveness. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng redirected his thoughts back and began searching for suitable advanced martial arts inheritances. Although having the A-class attribute innate spiritual body means that all future citizens will possess spiritual roots, it doesn't mean that all citizens are suitable for cultivation. Even among those with 5 spiritual roots, there are varying degrees of aptitude. Some citizens might have poor cultivation aptitude, but good foundations, and if they are unsuitable for cultivation, they can only obediently practice martial arts. Moreover, even if one has good cultivation aptitude, they are not precluded from practicing martial arts. On the contrary, they can cultivate both body and technique, making them several times stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Ding. Searching for target products. Class Martial Arts Inheritance, Shanhai Martial Canon. Including internal energy techniques, Gui Yuan Gong, palm techniques, Yun Shui Chan Zhang, leg techniques, Feng Lei Tue, a finger techniques, Ling Xiao Ji, eye techniques, Pu Wang Yin, weapon techniques, Xian Bing Shi San Shi, etc. Price 1 billion belief points. 1 billion is already a considerable sum. At this price, even Nangong Wenxue and Long Outyin would think carefully before committing, but Lu Sheng didn't even bat an eye. With a wave of his hand, Shanhai Martial Canon was directly purchased. Belief point balance 14,039 billion. Casually loading the martial arts inheritance into the library, Lu Sheng continued to browse through the store. In a few days, there would be a large-scale exploration mission organized by the school requiring long-term marching in the divine realms of other races. How to maintain efficient search efficiency, preserve search materials, and maximize enemy kills, etc. All need to be carefully considered. From the moment he became the top student in the war simulator rankings, Lu Sheng had resolved not to collaborate with others. However, relying solely on himself, if he wanted to compete with those talented individuals and teams, he had to prepare in advance. Large-scale exploration around the clock, without pause. Lu Sheng scratched his head and quickly conceived a plan. He decided to directly purchase finished products from the mechanical divine kingdom for exploration. Any living being would inevitably exhaust their stamina, but mechanical creations could operate non-stop for 24 hours, maximizing efficiency. However, Lu Sheng did not impulsively buy a large number of technological creations. Instead, he selected a second-order exploratory intelligent life form worth 1 million faith points to test the waters. Second-order exploratory intelligent life form, codename Hummingbird, capable of swift flight, evading most terrain obstacles, equipped with functions such as scanning analysis and terrain data collection. It can instantly assess resource value and provide reliable collection routes. After purchase, he immediately deployed it within the Divine Kingdom. The reason for this was a lingering concern in his mind, whether the current intellect of his Divine Kingdom's subjects was sufficient to utilize intelligent life forms on a large scale, and whether there were risks he had not yet considered. Through his studies at the elite academy, his theoretical knowledge had become more rigorous and his decisions regarding the divine kingdom were far more cautious than before. Within the small world, Blackstone City Lord's Mansion, Yu Xiaoman had just broken through to the Golden Core stage. After Yu Zhou and Lin Mulan held a banquet in her honor, the mansion returned to its usual tranquility. Master, no sooner had Yu Xiaoman left than Lin Mulan stared intently at Yu Zhou's face, her fiery gaze making him feel a chill of unease. Yu Zhou's heart sank as he thought, didn't we just, yesterday, a mere Golden Core brat dares to refuse me. Lin Mulan scoffed, shoving Yu Zhou onto the bed ready to have her way. Whoosh. Just then a streak of light shot across the sky, landing precisely in the mansion's inner courtyard, abruptly freezing the once romantic atmosphere in the room. Furious at the interruption, Lin Mulan's face twisted with anger. Who dares to disturb me? Yu Zhou suddenly barked, cutting off Lin Mulan's outburst, and immediately knelt on the ground, shouting toward the heavens. We thank the divine for this blessing. We shall strive to learn and master this divine artifact as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Mulan's face turned deathly pale. Trembling with fear, she knelt and cried out loudly, begging the deity for forgiveness. Within the divine kingdom, she was a nascent soul, true lord who commanded the winds and rains, whose words became law and who stood above millions. Yet before the deity, she was merely a larger ant. Bound by the rules of the divine kingdom, all subjects, though possessing emotions like joy and anger, would unconditionally obey the deity's will. Betrayal from the subjects was absolutely impossible. Thus Lin Mulan harbored no resentment toward the deity in her heart, only endless regret and self-reproach. Let it not happen again. A majestic and solemn voice echoed from the distant void, and the two felt an immense relief. Thank you, our God, for your mercy. They knelt together, performing a grand bow. After a long while, Yu Zhou finally dared to lift his head, his tone carrying a rare note of reproach. Mulan, it's one thing to be reckless in daily matters, but today you dared to offend divine majesty. Even though our merciful God does not punish you, you shall spend a month in confinement at the cliff of contemplation. Yes. Lin Mulan bowed, her head, sweat trickling down her chin. The usually boisterous woman now spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. Only after Lin Mulan left did Yu Zhou cautiously approach the bird-shaped robot in the center of the courtyard, which stood no taller than his shin. The deity said this is an intelligent life form requiring iris recognition for ownership and voice control. A look of bewilderment crept across Yu Zhou's face. This thing called hummingbird initially seemed like a puppet technique creation, but it was fundamentally different, even surpassing any knowledge he had ever studied. It was beyond his comprehension. If not for being a divine gift, he might have found it utterly absurd. Yu Zhou swallowed hard and quickly began to study it. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters above the small world, Lu Sheng's consciousness kept a close watch on the happenings within the Lord's Mansion of Blackstone City. Under his gaze, Yu Zhou, despite receiving detailed instructions on usage, fumbled for 2 or 3 days before barely managing to operate the hummingbird. Watching Yu Zhou's clumsy attempts, Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. Even with the bonuses from traits like civilization acceleration, innate wisdom, and heavenly intelligence, his subjects were merely smarter. They could not directly break through millennia of cultural barriers. Moreover, after centuries of immersion in cultivation culture and martial arts culture, technological development within the divine kingdom was minimal, almost negligible. Related knowledge was virtually non-existent. Now faced with such technological products, even Yu Zhou, who stood at the forefront of the kingdom's intellect, struggled to get started. Unless he purchased higher-tier intelligent life forms, but that would cost an astronomical sum. Furthermore, during actual operation, Lu Sheng discovered numerous other issues, both big and small. For instance, while the hummingbird excelled at exploration and analysis, it had zero combat capability and required dedicated protection. Otherwise, it would be destroyed by monsters. Then there was the battery issue. The divine kingdom had no charging or power generation facilities. A single hummingbird was manageable, but with more he would need to purchase additional infrastructure. Additionally, according to the law of conservation of energy, mechanical use would inevitably cause wear and tear, requiring regular maintenance and systematic knowledge, conditions the current divine kingdom could not meet. There were simply too many such problems for Lu Sheng to handle. No wonder the mechanical divine kingdom is considered the most costly development path. Without massive resource investment in infrastructure and talent cultivation from the very beginning of a small world, the kingdom's strength is pitifully weak in the early stages of civilization. After a period of testing, Lu Sheng temporarily abandoned the idea of using mechanical creations for exploration. This was a simple trial and error. Given the current environment, population, intellect, culture, and even his own financial resources, the conditions for large-scale technological development were not yet in place. He would have to wait until he advanced to demigod, greatly expanding the small world, and after further development of the subject's numbers and intellect. So we'll have to fall back on Plan B. Lu Sheng sighed. Plan B naturally involved developing other military branches. The heavy loss in the war simulator had taught Lu Sheng that a thriving divine kingdom required a sufficient number of troop types. Since the path of mechanical creations was unfeasible, he would replace them with spirit beasts. For the divine kingdom's cultivators who had already extensively studied the beast-taming canon, raising spirit beasts was far easier than delving into mechanical creations beyond their cognitive reach. Due to the large-scale advancements and expansions of the Night Shadow Griffins in recent years, along with the high status of Griffin riders within the army, many cultivators have ventured into the mountains of the eastern small world to capture Night Shadow Griffins. They even dedicated time to studying the beast-taming manual. With the enhancement of the insightful comprehension and various wisdom attributes, the cultivators learned at an astonishing rate, mastering the beast-taming manual to a profound level within just a few years. Furthermore, the beast language proficiency attribute enhanced their communication abilities, making it easy for them to tame both Night Shadow Griffins and other types of spirit beasts. For short-distance rapid travel, flying spirit beasts are not a concern, and the Night Shadow Griffin has become an excellent choice. Considering that martial artists cannot cultivate the beast-taming manual, it is necessary to acquire some large spirit beasts for the cultivators to ride, thus enabling the entire army to advance swiftly. Based on the tags, Lu Sheng quickly found the corresponding products in the marketplace. Golden Feather Thunderhawk Tier 3 Spirit Being. It is extremely massive with wings that can shade the sky, capable of accommodating thousands of people standing. It possesses the power of thunder, forming a protective thunder shield that defends against external attacks, while preventing internal personnel from falling. Once tamed, it is very docile, and is a commonly used large flying spirit beast for cultivation. Merchant's kind reminder: the primary functions of the Golden Feather Thunderhawk are long-distance travel and defense. Although it appears impressive, its actual combat effectiveness is quite lacking, and it should not be trained as a combat spirit beast. Price: 1 million faith points each. With a 200,000 strong army, purchasing 2,000 is just right. Lu Sheng waved his hand, deducting 2 billion faith points from the Divine Nation's assets. There are also large spirit beasts in the ocean. Mystic Water Dragon Whale Tier 3 Spirit Being. It has dragon horns on its head and is as large as a massive island. Its back is wide and flat, with smooth, soft skin covered in countless corals. It can accommodate over 10,000 people standing simultaneously and can emit a unique sound wave to drive away lower-level spirit beasts. Merchant's kind reminder: the Mystic Water Dragon Whale swims at great speed, and its smooth back requires human martial artists to practice standing techniques to maintain stability. Price: 2 million faith points each. Silverbone Flying Fish Tier 2 Spirit Being. It is over 3 zhong in size, flat and elongated in shape, and its speed is incredibly fast, comparable to the escape speed of a golden core cultivator in the ocean. It is suitable for one person to ride, and can expel a bubble to encapsulate a spirit being, allowing it to move freely underwater for a short time. Merchant's kind reminder: the explosive period of the Silverbone Flying Fish is. However, the waters of Lu Sheng's small world are now filled with mystic iron sea vines, leaving no sufficient space to raise so many ocean spirit beasts. Therefore, he had to harvest 2 million half-grown mystic iron sea vines in advance and sell them as they were semi-finished, only exchanging for 1.5 billion faith points. Lu Sheng then immediately loaded the spirit beasts into the small world and proclaimed to the world: "My citizens, today I bestow upon you 3 types of spirit beasts: Golden Feather Thunderhawk in the valley beyond the northern Xuanwu, Crystal Mine Mystic Water Dragon Whale, and Silverbone Flying Fish in the East Sea. They will assist you in traveling thousands of miles each day. You must tame them quickly. Years from now, you will replace me in the realm of foreign deities, plundering and attacking without delay. We shall obey the divine order." At the moment the divine decree descended, the citizens within the divine realm, regardless of what they were doing, would stop and devoutly gaze towards the endless horizon. Once the divine decree was conveyed, the cultivators quickly set out, heading to the designated locations to seek out the spirit beasts. Once these spirit beasts are tamed, whether in the ocean or on land, my speed in travel will undoubtedly surpass that of my peers. Besides, I also need to purchase space rings. Lu Sheng pondered. Like the previous competition in the city, the Divine Kingdom he was about to explore also had deities, thus bound by the rules of the Divine Kingdom's power. Only the citizens could plunder. However, they cannot always hold on to those spoils. Some large structures and spirit plants are simply impossible to carry. Therefore, large portable space rings are necessary. Ding. Successfully purchased 10 large space rings. Your total expenditure for this transaction is 1 billion faith points. After completing the initial preparations for the school task, Lu Sheng continued to survey the small world. He noticed that near the Xuanwu crystal mine, due to the rapid expansion of the Greystone Gnome tribe, a workshop called Hundred Crafts Workshop could no longer accommodate so many Greystone Gnomes. At this moment, most of the Greystone gnomes were still forging within caves. To accelerate the production speed of weapons, Lu Sheng purchased 20 more. Ding. Purchased 20 Great Crafts workshops. Your total expenditure for this transaction is 467 billion faith points. Additionally, the production speed of 10 wine pools and meat forests is exceedingly rapid, along with spiritual rice and red rice yielding 10 harvests a year. Even with over 3 million people in the divine realm, there remains a significant surplus. This is originally a good thing, as war will inevitably lead to a surge in food consumption, and the divine realm must have sufficient food supplies. However, the downside is that due to the preservation conditions in the divine kingdom, food will quickly rot and spoil, necessitating buildings that can store food for a long time. However, problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Lu Sheng swiped on the end brain, purchase 40 Crade buildings granaries. Faith points balance 364 billion. The next day, as Lu Sheng walked into the classroom, he was stopped by someone. He saw Long Outyin, who usually had a stoic expression and was extremely proud, now standing in front of him like a crazed beast. His expression was agitated with bloodshot eyes. Lu Sheng, don't skip today's practical class, though I want to challenge you. Challenge me. Just you. Hearing this, Lu Sheng was taken aback, then a light smile appeared on his face. Aside from the initial week, Lei Wanjun no longer allowed students in the class to engage in random matches during practical lessons, but instead let them choose opponents of similar strength for sparring. Moreover, Lu Sheng had not participated in sparring for half a month. However, the past is the past, and the present is the present. The rankings on the war simulator do not lie. His points are double those of Long Outyin, and the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. The balance of offense and defense has already undergone a dramatic change. Even so, does he still want to challenge himself? Not to be oppressive due to weakness, nor to be afraid due to strength. Could this be the legendary will of dominance? Alright, I am always ready. Lu Sheng smiled. P.S. Extra chapter. Having read this far, could you give the author a 5-star rating? In the classroom, many students were paying attention to the commotion, their eyes on Lu Sheng, filled with curiosity, surprise, and a complex mix of emotions. Although they didn't interact much on a daily basis, having spent so much time together in the same class, they knew a bit about each other's backgrounds. From their understanding, Lu Sheng came from a demigod family, which wasn't bad, but that was only in comparison to ordinary people. After all, who among those in the elite class wasn't a true descendant of a prominent family or a major force? Yet in less than a month, he had transformed from the bottom of the class to achieving a staggering performance that crushed the competition. Everyone was exceedingly curious about how he managed to do this. Now that Long Outyin had taken the initiative to challenge him, they could finally observe closely how Lu Sheng had developed over these days. Before long, Lei Wanjun walked briskly into the classroom, and the class instantly fell silent, even Long Outyin obediently returning to his seat by the window in the back. As the homeroom teacher of the elite class, his status and strength were extraordinary. Even outside, he would be treated with utmost respect by the leaders of the 4 great families of Linghai City. No student dared to provoke this teacher. Lei Wanjun's gaze swept across the classroom, finally landing on Lu Sheng, and a rare smile appeared on his stern-faced. Students, before we begin today's lesson, I want to announce some good news. Our classmate Lu Sheng has made tremendous progress in the war simulator, moving from over 10 millionth place in the Jiangnan province elite ranking to over 6,000th, currently ranking first in the school. Let's congratulate our classmate Lu Sheng. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Although the students of Class 1 found it hard to comprehend how Lu Sheng could have improved so much in such a short time, they genuinely admired such a remarkable figure. In fact, they were rather pleased that someone had finally surpassed Long Outyin, dampening the arrogance of this divine figure of Jehua. Nangong Wenyia excitedly clapped her hands, nudging her shoulder against Nangong Wenshua, and with a wink said, "Sister, Shui, Lu Sheng is amazing." Nangong Wenshua glanced at the handsome young man in the spotlight and nodded non-committally. Indeed impressive. However, the only one truly displeased in the room seemed to be Long Outyin. Damn it. Long Outyin clenched his fists, his expression grim. During the creation of his small world, he had been tested and found to possess the powerful great talent Human Mountain and Sea, which allowed him to merge human citizens to rapidly enhance their qualifications and strength. By utilizing family resources to change his citizens' race from dragon to human, he was incorporated into the prodigy planned by the Education Bureau and was rated as a Crade genius. He even learned from the information of the Education Bureau that he was the only one in Linghai City with a Crade evaluation, which was one of the reasons he looked down on the other students in Class 1. In Long Aotian's view, although Crade and Grade were both human prodigies, their strength and potential were worlds apart, and the future gap was enormous. They were destined to be in different leagues. However, an unexpected situation arose. In the city's grand competition for potential assessment, as the only Crade prodigy, he surprisingly only achieved second place. It now seemed that the first place was none other than Lu Sheng. Could it be that he later awakened a hidden talent and was also included in the prodigy plan rated as crate? Long Outyin calmed down and thought seriously for a moment. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The citizens of the Divine Kingdom could accumulate their strength and, given the right opportunities, might experience a significant rise in power after just a few months. But even though the other's points far exceeded his own, he felt no fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. As a genius, Long Outyin had his own pride. Since everyone believes I will lose, then I will create a miracle in the impossible and show everyone I can win. As a fellow Crade, I will not fall behind. Long Outyin ignored the gazes of others and fixed his stare on Lu Sheng, truly regarding him as a worth. The progress of classmate Lu Sheng is commendable, but some of our classmates have seen a significant drop in their rankings. Lei Wanjin's tone shifted as he turned his focus to a few students in the back row with crew cuts, coldly snorting. Liao Ming, Suzy, Sun Ye, the three of you are in class 1, yet your rankings have plummeted to over 500 in the school. Are you even studying seriously? If your rankings do not improve, I will have to communicate with your parents. The three students immediately lowered their heads in shame. Lei Wanjun shook his head side and said, "Class begins. Choose your opponents freely." Just as he finished speaking, Long Outyin stood up from his seat and walked directly to Lu Sheng. "Come on, Lu Sheng. I want you to see what true power is. I look forward to your performance." Lu Sheng smiled slightly. He had long wanted to return the favor for that crushing defeat. The two immediately activated their brain ports, opened the war simulator permissions, and entered the virtual battlefield. The other students in the class stopped their actions and looked over curiously. Generating random scene. Generation successful. Random scene. Dark Valley. Battle countdown begins. 59, 58 of 57. As soon as the Dark Valley was generated, Long Outyin waved his hand, and the army from the Divine Kingdom was projected to one side of the valley. 5 nascent soul true monarchs, 8,000 golden core ancestors, and 200,000 foundation establishment grand cultivators with no chi refining cultivators or beings of lower rank. Compared to a month ago, Long Outyin had made considerable progress as well. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng summoned his own army. 1 nascent soul true monarch, 13,000 third rank beings, 700,000 second rank beings, and 1 million first rank beings, nearly 10 times the number of Long Aotians. Seeing this formation, the classmates observing the battle nearby found it somewhat strange. Why does Lu Sheng only have 1 4th rank being? Yeah, my points are only 1,000, and sometimes I encounter 4th rank opponents in the war simulator. How did he manage to score over 2,000 points with just 1 4th rank? It must be due to the sheer number of his citizens. In just 4 months, he has amassed a human army of 2 million. That's terrifying. He should have no problem taking down Long Outyin, right? I don't want to see him get overly arrogant any longer. But that's not guaranteed, is it? Have you seen the point difference? Long Outyin is going to be beaten badly. Listening to the fragmented discussions around him, Long Outyin felt no disturbance in his heart. Others' insults and ridicule had nothing to do with him. They were merely short-sighted individuals. Battle begins. As the system's prompt sounded, the two armies quickly converged, and Long Outyin immediately issued a divine decree: all foundation establishment cultivators concentrate and form the extermination sword array to break through the enemy formation, giving opportunities to the golden core and nascent soul cultivators to infiltrate the core and prioritize eliminating high-end combatants, destroying the formation's eye. He was taking the elite route. With too few citizens, once surrounded by 2 million troops, he would likely fall into an immediate disadvantage. It was better to take the initiative, break the formation, directly rely on the numerical advantage of 4th rank, high-end combatants to smash the opponent's formation core from the inside, and then take them down one by one. Buzz. With 5 nascent soul true lords at its core, Long Outyin swiftly mobilized over 200,000 cultivators to form the extermination sword array, with hundreds of thousands of flying swords swirling majestically in the air. The arrows shot from the surroundings were quickly deflected by the flying swords. In contrast, although Lu Sheng's cultivators were temporarily fewer than Long Aotian's, the assembled 4 sacred beast formation was equally formidable. Behind him, there was an army of 1 million warriors forming 4 battle formations, each gathering into the black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird arrays, with the hard black tortoise formation at the forefront, ready to withstand the first wave of attacks from Long Outyin. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated as the two armies clashed. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords struck the illusory shell of the black tortoise formation, creating countless ripples of varying sizes. The 5 nascent soul true lords charged out first, coalescing with 8,000 golden core cultivators to form a colossal sword that forcibly tore a gap in the black tortoise formation. Though the black tortoise formation was of a grade under the effects of the traits Array, Path, Transcendence, and Clear Comprehension, it had been cultivated to an extraordinary level by Lu Sheng's people. In the next breath after the breach, thousands of people surged forward to quickly fill the gap, allowing only the 5 nascent soul true lords and 3,000 golden core cultivators to barely cross. The remaining cultivators were all blocked outside. Most of the top cultivators had left the sword array, leading to a sudden drop in defense, which resulted in countless holes being shot through by the concentrated arrow rain from the Griffin Knights, with several cultivators getting hit and killed. Like dumplings, they fell one after another from the sky. Mulan catched the turtle in the jar. Yuzhuan narrowed his eyes, quickly making a decision. Excluding the Black Tortoise Formation, the White Tiger Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird formations all advanced towards the encirclement of the Great Cultivators, while Lin Mulan also led the 4 Sacred Beast Formation to charge. Kill. Taking advantage of the gap created by the 2 formations, the 5 Nascent Soul True Lords casually struck down several thousand obstructing warriors, then swiftly urged their powers to move towards Yuzhua. They had already realized that the core command of the entire army was Yuzhua, a golden core cultivator preparing to capture the thief, by seizing the king, aiming to eliminate the local commander. Presumptuous. Lin Mulan took out a talisman and crushed it, instantly radiating a dazzling golden light, with her speed skyrocketing several levels. A 4th-tier talisman, the Earth Gold Light Talisman. Just a few quick shifts had her arriving in front of them before the 5 Nascent Soul True Lords could charge. It's over. Lu Sheng was too hasty. Long Outyin thinks that with just 5 Nascent Souls, it's not easy to break the formation and kill his commander, but 5 against 1 killing a Nascent Soul cultivator is quite simple. A classmate in the back muttered that it was bad. In their view, sending a beginner Nascent Soul to block 5 beginner Nascent Souls was akin to seeking death. What an opportunity. Long Aoshin's eyes lit up as he quickly issued orders. Quickly kill this Nascent Soul, and try to break the formation to eliminate that commanding general. The 5 Nascent Soul True Lords swiftly changed direction, unleashing fire spells, giant sword spells, and confinement spells, a myriad of bizarre spells descending upon Lin Mulan. However, Lin Mulan merely waved the talisman, and all the attacks were blocked. Then with a swift motion, she conjured an grade magic sword, fearlessly charging forward to duel with the 5 Nascent Soul True Lords. 1 against 5. What shocked everyone the most was that even facing 5 opponents, one of whom was at the peak of early Nascent Soul, Lin Mulan still held the upper hand, even dominating the fight. In just a few exchanges, she easily killed 1 Nascent Soul True Lord. Classmates. Long Outyin. Only Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Did you really think that your brother Lu could maintain over 200 consecutive victories with a 99.7 win rate in the war simulator solely by relying on numerical superiority? Sorry, my people are all children of destiny. In the midst of his thoughts, Long Aoshin's 5 Nascent Soul True Lords were suppressed and slain by Lin Mulan, with even the fleeing Nascent Soul captured and crushed. The remaining Golden Core cultivators entering the formation also fell one after another under the siege, and the previously even situation collapsed in an instant. After 10 breaths, Long Aoshin's army was completely annihilated, while Lu Sheng's side had lost less than 100,000. It was evident to all that the disparity between the two was starkly apparent, whether it was the formation, the individual strength of the people, their numbers, or the proficiency of their tactics, all were not on the same level. How is this possible? Long Outyin stood dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Why was there such a huge gap between 2 top-tier talents of the same rank? From the very beginning of his small world's creation, he had loaded a spectacle that could enhance the qualities of his people and had countless resources for nourishment, wielding a grade weapon. How could he not defeat even one of the same rank? Is this reasonable? Long Outyin fell into deep self-doubt. Sorry, let me take this round first. Lu Sheng exited the virtual battlefield, smiling calmly. Although the outcome of this battle had long been predetermined, personally crushing the opponent who once overwhelmed him brought an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. Awesome, Brother Lu. The other classmates in the classroom also regained their senses and exclaimed in amazement. Wow, Brother Lu is incredible. How did he cultivate his people to be able to face 5 opponents of the same rank? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Not only that Brother Lu's 4 grade formations have been cultivated to perfection, he must have guided his people in their training regularly. Long Outyin, are you still going to be arrogant? Still thinking that fierce beasts only act alone while cattle and sheep herd together? You fierce beast doesn't seem that capable, huh? That idiot Jiahao has finally been dealt with, right? It still required Brother Lu to take action. Seeing Long Outyin, who was once arrogant and looked down upon them, being ruthlessly slapped down, this feeling was simply too satisfying, and they all jumped out to mock him, eager to metaphorically defecate on his head. Lu Sheng. Long Outyin gritted his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. As fellow top-tier talents, there will come a day when I will catch up to you. Who says you are on the same level? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, recalling what Long Outyin had said on the first day he entered the elite school. He suddenly felt something and calmly said, enemies defeated by me are never regarded as rivals. I give you time to catch up until you are out of sight. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin felt as if struck by lightning. His knees buckled as he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The classmates in the class, however, burst into laughter. Well said, Brother Lu is amazing. Brother Lu's words carry weight, unlike that Long Outyin who is nothing but a jiahao. Brother Lu, do you have a team for the upcoming large school mission in a few days? Do you need a little brother to help? Brother Lu, my people are also human. Teach me how to cultivate them to be as formidable as you. Whether male or female, all the classmates immediately disregarded Long Outyin and surrounded Lu Sheng, calling him Brother Lu with a much friendlier tone. In the third row of the classroom, two girls stood up originally, but seeing so many people around Lu Sheng, they sat back down. Sister Shui, should we go? Forget it. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the settlement day for the school's war simulation rankings. In Class 1's classroom, Lei Wanjun stood on the stage waving his hand to reveal a faint blue light curtain that floated on the blackboard behind him, displaying each student's scores. First place, Lu Sheng, 2779 points. Second place, Long Outyin, 1411 points. Third place, Nangong Wenyao, 1397 points. Fourth place, Feng Qingyang, 1346 points. Fifth place, Nangong Wenxue, 1328 points. 64th place, Lin Per, 1101 points. 251st place, Sun Yia, 1007 points. The school's first assessment officially concludes today, and the rewards have been distributed. You can check your emails now. Lu Xing opened his smartwatch and indeed found a new email notification. Jiangnan Province Education Bureau, congratulations to student Lu Sheng for ranking first in this simulation war at Linhai No. One high school awarded 10 billion faith points, a medium spirit stone vein, and a Wonder Wani Academy. Warm reminder, all rewards are distributed uniformly by the Jiangnan Province Education Bureau and are of absolute confidentiality. For your safety, please do not share them casually. Another wonder. Moreover, the medium spirit stone vein and the 10 billion faith points are considered the least valuable among these three rewards. Lu Sheng's heart stirred as he received the email and then checked the details of Wani Academy in the world's Wonder Wani Academy. Description: in ancient times, after a Taoist sage fell, his physical body was buried in the land, and everything he learned in his life transformed into nourishment for all living things. After billions of years of evolution, it gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reconstructing into a glazed palace. At the center of the academy hangs a Tao enlightenment bell. When the bell tolls, knowledge flows like a fountain and wisdom rises like a tide. Effect 1. The academy will have the phantom images of past masters teaching the art of 10,000 skills, allowing the citizens of the divine kingdom to enter the academy and learn any skill, such as martial arts, farming, alchemy, formations, etc., greatly enhancing the efficiency of skill acquisition. Effect 2. As long as one enters the academy, they automatically gain the photographic memory talent, and prolonged study in the academy can slowly increase their aptitude for enlightenment. Effect 3. The Tao enlightenment bell tolls once every 100 years. When it rings, all students in the academy automatically enter a state of perfect enlightenment, with all skill bottlenecks disappearing. Effect 4. Continuously studying in the academy will increase the probability of obtaining special skill-related talents, such as the blood rune body, by 300. What a great thing. At the moment Lu Sheng saw the effects of the wonder, his heartbeat quickened. Skills are also an extremely important aspect in the development of a small world. Take the talisman path, for example. Let's look at Lin Mulan, who possesses the blood rune body talent. She can traverse 1,000 miles daily with talismans, and wielding a 4th-tier talisman makes her invincible among her peers, easily taking on 10 opponents. Then there's the alchemy path. Although Yao Yan is merely a foundation establishment cultivator, he is a 3rd-tier alchemist whose status is comparable to that of a top golden core cultivator, able to produce a large quantity of high-quality pills for the cultivators of the 4 cities. As for the other paths like formations, tools, and puppetry, as long as they can develop the speed and strength of the divine kingdom, will elevate to a whole new level. For instance, inscribing formations like gung metal and sharpness on weapons can enhance their power, while puppetry can create puppets for scouting and handling trivial matters. No wonder it's a school directly under the Education Bureau, just a common assessment, and the rewards are so generous. Lu Sheng sighed deeply. At Linhai No. One high school, with only a clever talent, it was quite rare for him to even come into contact with some rare level buildings. But after entering the elite high school in just a month, he already had 3 wonders. Sometimes being overly low-key is not a good thing. Appropriately showcasing one's talent can lead to better resources and accelerate development. The spirit stones mined from the medium spirit stone vein are also quite useful. They not only assist cultivators in their training, but can also replenish spiritual power during battles. I need to acquire another batch of stone golems. Lu Sheng's thoughts moved and his gaze swept across the entire small world, placing Wani Academy in the area closest to the four cities, while situating the medium spirit stone vein to the north. At this moment, the grade fine iron vein, grade black tortoise crystal vein, and medium spirit stone vein were all gathered together, almost isolating the entire northern region. Tens of thousands of stone golems were working in the fine iron vein and black tortoise crystal vein. Some were mining, while others transported the or forming a very distinct assembly line. In addition to the human race directing them, there was also a group of stone golems who, influenced by the Penglai fairyland, had developed a hint of intelligence. Their status was higher than that of ordinary stone golems. They did not need to do the dirtiest and heaviest work, and only had to supervise the stone golems below. Whenever a stone golem slacked off, they would pick up specially made thorn whips and fiercely whip these fellow workers. On the other side, 21 Baijiao workshop were filled with gray stone goblins, each wielding large hammers and vigorously forging materials on the platform, creating one weapon after another. It won't be long before Lu Sheng's subjects can all wield great weapons, until the appearance of the medium spirit stone vein. Booming. All the stone golems, gray stone goblins, and humans looked at the massive mountain range that appeared out of nowhere, their eyes filled with shock, and they all knelt down. Thank you for the divine grace. We will toil day and night with our hearts devoted, not wasting a single inch of the spirit mountain's gifts. Only those stone golems with a hint of intelligence trembled slightly. They understood that this spirit stone vein granted by divine mercy would cause many of their kind to perish in labor. However, the divine does not care. The funds have reached 2 billion. Lu Sheng thought, and a light curtain that only he could see floated before. Divine being Lu Sheng. Divine rank pseudo-god. Small world area 3220 square kilometers. Environment mainly plains, hills, mountains, and oceans. Subjects human race. Number of subjects 4360373 fourth tier beings 17, third tier beings 59198 second tier, beings 119411 first tier, beings 16033838 non-tier, beings 15033319. Dependent stone golem first tier being 179371, gray stone goblin first tier being 419127. Law life law 0. 2. Talents level master of attributes a level innate spiritual body to level metal element affinity a level iron spine level flame immunity. Leave out the newly emerged ones, no need to elaborate on the rest. Methods 4 symbols sacred beast formation major achievement. Level withering and longevity technique level earth stabilization technique level north nether ice soul technique level flame ignition technique. Buildings level spiritual plant element divine tree x1 a level dynasty alchemy tower x1 a level martial arts arena, x1. Wonders Penglai Fairyland, x1. Yellow Spring Tempering Pool, x1. Wani Academy, x1. Assets Medium Spirit Stone Vein, x1. Grade Black Tortoise Crystal Vein, x1. A Grade Fine Iron Vein, x1. Grade Spirit Plant Stone Bamboo, x 1200. Grade Spirit Plant Black Iron C, Vine x Large Space. Ring, x10. First Tier Spirit Rui Flower Demon, x 119. Third Tier Golden Feather Thunder Eagle, x 2000. Third tier Black Water Dragon Whale X200 second tier Silverbone Flying Fish X1 second tier Night Lion Griffin X410616 first tier Night Lion Griffin X1903 grade Weapons X36911 Faith Points 213 91 billion subjects generate 10000 faith points daily. After years of population planning and birth control, the total population of the Divine Kingdom has steadily risen to 4,300,000. The previous wave of over 1 million spiritual root citizens born has gradually embarked on the path of cultivation, with many talented individuals becoming foundation establishment cultivators. Notably, many seasoned martial spirit powerhouses aged over 200 after entering the Yellow Springs body refining pool have shattered human limits, becoming martial kings. The number of fourth-tier beings in the Divine Kingdom has reached 17. The number of third-tier beings is close to 60,000. Even the Crade formation, the 4 symbols sacred beast formation, has been cultivated to great success. 3 practical new attributes have been added: Grade Gold Element Affinity. A Grade Iron Spine, which increases carrying capacity by 50% without affecting movement speed. Grade Flame Immunity, which grants immunity to most flame damage. Compared to 5 days ago, Lu Sheng's strength has surged several tiers. Those golden-feathered thunder eagles, mysterious water dragon whales, and silver-boned flying fish have all been tamed under the expertise of Divine Kingdom cultivators using the Beast Mastery Tome, enhancing the kingdom's strength. Undoubtedly, if he were to face the previous deity with merfolk citizens in the Endless Sea within 100 breaths, Lu Sheng would be able to annihilate their entire army. The faith generated from citizens on a daily basis has already reached the limit of the pseudo-divine stage. 2 of the 3 conditions for ascending to demigod have been met. He only awaits the emergence of a fifth-tier being in the divine kingdom to ascend on the spot. Returning to reality, he heard Lei Wanjun say, "Students, the first phase of the school's assessment has concluded. In the upcoming period, your teaching will no longer be about sparring on a virtual battlefield, but rather on the real battlefield of the divine kingdom. First, the teacher wants to ask you a question. Is the true purpose of launching a divine kingdom war to conquer the... No, if it were merely about slaughter, it would bring no benefit to the deities. Would you engage in such a fruitless..." The class members shook their heads firmly. Currently, the school's arrangements involve imprisoned foreign deities, but once outside, launching a divine kingdom war would inevitably come with risks. If the sole purpose were to breach the enemy's kingdom, it would only deplete the divine kingdom's strength. Such self-destructive actions would only be taken by fools. At its core, the purpose of launching a divine kingdom war is to seize resources from their kingdom and devour its core, thereby expanding one's own small world. Thus, the practical assessment content of the college entrance examination will not only involve combat, but also how to plunder resources from small worlds. In the upcoming period, the second phase of the school's assessment will involve all 10,000 students entering a true god-level foreign deity's kingdom, engaging in real combat to search, plunder, and battle. Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of the class, Lei Wanjun smiled slightly and explained, "Of course, you are not going to conquer a true god's kingdom. With your current strength, even if you combined efforts, it would be insufficient. This foreign deity's true god has been controlled by the Education Bureau's powerhouses and has had multiple restrictions placed upon him, confined in a special prison. Although the kingdom has deities, it is essentially in a leaderless state akin to a wild world. All beings of 5th tier and above have also been completely cleared out, so there is no need for excessive worry." The class breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although they had already received internal news about the general direction of the school's organized task, they still felt a bit anxious. After all, entering the world of a foreign true god is not a trivial matter. Once inside, it would initiate a divine kingdom war, and the foreign deities could instantly know your kingdom's coordinates. If they were to be counter-invaded, it would truly mean waiting for death. Next, I will provide a detailed introduction to the specific content of this school event. Lei Wanjun paused, and the war simulation leaderboard behind him disappeared, replaced by a new leaderboard where everyone's points were 0. In this school event, all of you will have a brand new real-time leaderboard monitored around the clock by intelligent life forms and true god teachers. Whether it be killing monsters or plundering resources, you will earn corresponding points. 1 point for a non-ear beast, 100 points for a first-tier beast, 1,000 points for a second-tier beast, 100 points for a third-tier beast, 100 points for a fourth-tier beast, while resources like spiritual plants and buildings will be exchanged 1 ton based on estimated faith point value. And these points can be exchanged for faith points after the event concludes, or you can use them to exchange for strategic level supplies within the school. The school will not interfere with your choices. Of course, this event has no additional requirements. You can choose to team up or go solo. The duration of the school event is 2 months. You can choose to come to the school to consult me or stay at home. The top 10 on the points leaderboard will receive special awards from the school. If there are significant casualties among citizens, you can initiate a forfeit to end the event early at any time. As he said this, Lei Wanjun scanned the classroom and saw everyone looking as if they had something to say, so he asked, "If you have any questions, you can raise them now." "Teacher, what if we encounter others in the foreign deity's kingdom? Can we plunder resources collected by others?" A student immediately asked. Many in the class turned their gazes toward him, all very concerned about this question. You may engage in combat and seize resources from one another, but once one party concedes, the other must cease. Malicious slaughter of fellow student citizens is strictly prohibited. Lei Wanjun glanced at him and spoke sternly. "The teacher knows that you all have some thoughts in your hearts, but you are all citizens of the great Xia comrades who will fight side by side to defend our homeland. Your opponents should be the foreign races, not your own people. Do you understand? Moreover, a true god-level kingdom is immensely vast. Even with 2 months' time, you may not necessarily explore the core area of the kingdom, and the chances of encountering one another are extremely low. That is all I have to say. Do take care of yourselves." Class dismissed. With that, Lei Wanjun's figure disappeared from the classroom. Meanwhile, thousands of students at Linghai Elite School received a private email from the Education Bureau on their smart wristwatches. Divine Kingdom coordinates 749-1008 E6571 marked by the Great Xia Education Bureau, private disclosure prohibited. After the teacher left, Lu Sheng initially intended to leave as well, but Nangong Wanya turned around and playfully said, "Lu Sheng, are you really not considering teaming up with us?" Feng Xingyang and his group have gathered a team of dozens of people. Long Outyin appears to act alone, but in reality, he has the support of his family. To secure a place in the top 10 for this event, nearly all capable students will choose to team up and pool their resources into one person. Although your strength is formidable, being alone makes it difficult to compete against a team of dozens. Why not collaborate with our Nangong family? You can take first place, we can enter the top 10, and then we can split the points evenly afterward. How about that? As she spoke, Nangong Wanya gazed at Lu Sheng with her watery eyes appearing quite pitiful. He'll pass. Lu Sheng shook his head. Initially, everyone was just exploring the periphery. While he might not be as efficient as those small teams, this school event lasts 2 months, allowing him to develop while exploring. Once he reaches the core area, his batch of immortal seedlings will have fully matured. At that time, with his strength, wouldn't he be able to secure first place? Lu Sheng's competitors were no longer just his classmates. He needed to consider how to maximize his points in the shortest amount of time to exchange for strategic resources from the school. Upon hearing this, the Nangong sisters felt a bit disappointed and proposed several conditions, all of which were rejected by Lu Sheng, who ultimately had to let it go. After returning home, Lu Sheng was preparing to check for any gaps and see if there was anything else he needed to purchase when his smartwatch received a private message from Zhao Mingjian. Bro, are you there? Since Lu Sheng won 3rd place in the city competition last time, Zhao Mingjian no longer dared to show off in front of him, which also reduced some fun. Now reaching out to him was probably about the school event. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and typed, "Isn't this Zhao Ge? What brings you to look for Lu Laodi?" The reply came quickly. "Bro, Lu Ge, don't tease me. I can't compare to you. I didn't expect to just win 3rd place and then become the top of the Lehigh Elite High School. You're not cheating, are you?" "Cheating? What nonsense, just tell me what you want." Lu Sheng felt that Zhao Mingjian always guessed correctly and quickly changed the subject. You know, I was lucky to get into the elite school, and I don't know anyone here." After sending this message, the chat box displayed typing at the top, but it quickly disappeared and then popped back up. "This guy is so shy." Lu Sheng chuckled internally and typed decisively, "Alright, you can join me. I'll send a team to the periphery, and you can just follow along." Zhao Mingjian had helped him a lot before, even providing a channel to acquire resources in the toxic world and revealing an upgrade building, which was a significant assistance. Lu Sheng was not an ungrateful person. He thought that since it was a simple matter, he might as well help him out. "Really? Lu Ge, I love you." Zhao Mingjian, who was sitting on the sofa and scratching his head, immediately jumped up in excitement upon seeing this message. With Lu Sheng's strength as the top student, even a fraction of his military strength would be enough for him to roam the periphery. "Go away. I'm not gay." After resolving Zhao Mingjian's matters, Lu Sheng opened the terminal and searched for a new item. Large temporary teleportation station. This teleportation station consists of a main station and a substation, which can be set up in different locations. It requires a large number of spirit stones to be placed before use, with the consumption determined by the teleportation distance, capable of teleporting up to thousands of miles. Price 5 billion faith points. He almost forgot about this item. Fortunately, while chatting with the Nangong sisters, they inadvertently discussed the teleportation device, which a true god-level existence, even if it's just the weakest first-tier true god, would have a small world covering over 100 million square kilometers. Thankfully, Lu Sheng felt a sense of relief. If he had forgotten to purchase the temporary teleportation station, even if his strength dramatically increased later, he would not have enough time to reach the core of the foreign god kingdom. Subsequently, Lu Sheng spent 300 million to buy 300,000 stone golems, all sent to mine medium spirit stone veins. He spent 1 billion faith points to buy 1 million spirit beast bags, enough to hold all the spirit beasts in the god kingdom. Half an hour later at the World Sea. With a thought, Lu Sheng quickly locked onto a world countless light years away using the coordinates provided by the Education Bureau and contacted Zhao Mingjian to open up 2 very similar world passages. Record: you have opened a world passage and the 2 worlds are connecting. With Lu Sheng's prior warning, the people from the 4 major cities were not as fearful as in previous instances. Instead, they gathered their teams early and plunged into the rift. He gathered most of the strength in the God Kingdom, including 17 fourth year, 63 third year, 100,000 second year, and 700,000 first year, totaling 1,760,000 ground troops, as well as 400,000 Griffin legions. Lu Sheng then divided this batch of troops into 2 teams, one led by a martial king and 10,000 martial spirit experts, followed by 70,000 first-tier warriors and 100,000 Griffin knights responsible for sweeping the area on the periphery. The remaining beings formed an elite army directly entering the core area of the foreign god kingdom to compete for high-value resources. Before long, Lu Sheng and Zhao Mingjian's people arrived at the demon race world, where the periphery was an extremely vast wilderness forest, occasionally filled with the roars of demon beasts. "Brother Zhao, just explore the periphery with my army. Competing for resources is fine, but with the entrance exams approaching, please be cautious not to harm the foundation of the God Kingdom," Lu Sheng reminded him. Zhao Mingjian nodded seriously, understood. Inside the demon beast world, with the influx of resources, even a 4 spiritual root like Yuzhou has reached the pinnacle of golden core in cultivation and is considered a top expert among the 4 major cities. However, aside from his strength, he had also experienced 3 critical battles: the monster invasion, the attack on the toxic world, and the Goblin God Kingdom war, along with a wife who was the strongest in the God Kingdom, making his authority unmatched. He was also the core commander of the God Kingdom army. As soon as all the troops exited the world passage, Yuzo quickly issued orders, his voice resonating through the spiritual energy to the 3 armies. Uncle Wu, Uncle Shu, Uncle Kong, take 10,000 men to set up the main teleportation station. Always keep watch to ensure the teleportation station is secure. If any anomalies arise, report immediately. Shun Guang, lead the 2nd Legion to sweep the periphery, killing every demon beast in sight, leaving no resources behind, and slowly advance north. The rest ride the Golden Feather Thunder Eagles and follow me into the core area. Yes. More than 1,000 Golden Feather Thunder Eagles were released from the spirit beast bags, gently lying down on the ground, waiting for one person after another to step onto their backs. Once 1,000 people were on board, the Golden Feather Thunder Eagles shook their shiny feathers, releasing arcs of lightning from their bodies, forming a massive azure shield. Then, with a flap of their wings, they swiftly disappeared into the horizon. On the other side, Zhao Mingjian watched Lu Sheng's consciousness and his people leave, feeling a myriad of emotions. 2 months ago, Lan He and Lu Sheng were both trying to tame first-tier demon beasts, the Night Shadow Griffin, and had even exchanged resources with him. But 2 months later, Lan He was still struggling to tame a first-tier Night Shadow Griffin, while Lu Sheng had already tamed batches of 3rd-tier demon beasts as mounts. You have to wonder, why is the gap between people so vast? Garlic bird, can't compare. Zhao Mingjian muttered, then sent a message to his fishmen to follow Lu Sheng's 2nd army into the dense forest. Due to Lu Sheng's main elite forces rushing towards the core area, only the 2nd army is steadily advancing on the periphery, resulting in a slower efficiency in gaining points compared to those small groups. There's no hurry. Lu Sheng's gaze followed his subjects as the surrounding flowers and trees whizzed by, his expression seemingly calm and unperturbed. What value do these peripheral monsters and resources hold for points? Unless it's an unclaimed wild world, which fool would place their core resources and buildings on the outskirts of their divine domain? Once they reach the core area, the value of any building or spiritual plant could be worth billions, far exceeding the effort of collecting some D and C grade spiritual plants in the periphery. The reason Lu Sheng sent the 2nd army to the periphery for hunting was primarily for military training. After a month of recuperation, most of his subjects were stuck at a bottleneck, needing a vigorous battle to break. As expected, only a few hours have passed. Although hundreds of subjects have died, hundreds more have broken through themselves in the face of life and death, becoming 2nd-tier beings. The area of the true God world is too vast. Lu Sheng sighed as he gazed at the seemingly boundless mountains and forests. He estimated that just to travel straight, it would take more than half a month to reach the core area, and that is under favorable conditions. The deeper they go into the core area, the stronger the monsters they encounter will be. The Golden Feather Thunder Eagle is merely a 3rd-tier mount spirit beast. The protective shield formed by the thunder power has limited defensive capabilities, and when they are fished out, they will have to handle the trouble themselves. The speed of their deepening will inevitably decrease. By the time they reach the core area, it is estimated to be a month later. There shouldn't be any significant issues in the short term. Lu Sheng stared for a while longer, and his consciousness exited the demon world, returning to his own small world. With nearly half of the population dispatched, the once slightly crowded for major cities seemed much more spacious, now appearing somewhat empty. However, perhaps due to the knowledge that this battle would last a long time outside the world passage opened in the north, the human race spontaneously built a road connecting north and south for the transportation of supplies. The means of transporting supplies were varied and strange, including ordinary horse-drawn carts, gigantic mechanical puppets, magical flying boats, and stone men. Seeing these things, Lu Sheng couldn't help but frown. It's too chaotic, too disordered. In the early days of the small world, the main method of transporting goods was through stone men, but as the strength of his subjects grew, these stone men, whether in speed or strength, could not match them, and were gradually phased out. Most of the current stone men are engaged in hard labor, such as mining in the northern mountains, barely getting enough to eat, and if they fail to complete their tasks, they are beaten. The mainstream method of transporting goods now mainly uses mechanical puppets, but there are too few talents for such things in the divine domain, and in Lu Sheng's view, it's not particularly fast either. On the contrary, those refined creations, flying boats, move at an astonishing speed, but the condition is that they require real-time control by cultivators and consume a large amount of spirit stones. And this is just for small magical flying boats. If it were large flying boats, the consumption of spirit stones would likely reach an extremely astonishing number. But now I have a great trait, innate spirit body, and in the future everyone in the small world will undoubtedly become cultivators, and there are also medium-sized spirit stone veins, both of which are not lacking. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. This method, as long as one does not count the spirit stone consumption, is far more efficient than taming large-mount spirit beasts. And he just happens to have a mine at home. No, even with the mine, we cannot spend so extravagantly. Extracting and refining spirit stones requires time. It is impossible for everyone to control flying boats. It can only be used during wartime. On normal days, we still need to rely on spirit beasts. After thinking for a while, Lu Sheng decided to adopt a combined transportation method of spirit beasts and refined creations. He then searched on his smart wristwatch, and immediately several flying boat products popped up with prices ranging from low to high. The Grade Flying Boat. Divine Wind Boat made from the tails and fins of the monster Immortal. It can accommodate 4 to 5 people. When fully powered, it can match the speed of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator and has excellent stability, making it a highly cost-effective small flying boat. Price 1 million faith points. Crave Flying Boat. Iron spine camel boat shaped like a giant beetle. It is specifically designed for long-distance material transport, not pursuing speed, but comparable to ordinary golden core cultivators with extremely high load capacity and minimal spirit stone consumption. Price 10 million faith points. Grade Flying Boat. Sky Pillar giant ship stretching hundreds of feet. It can carry tens of thousands of cultivators. Made from a millennium of spiritual wood and meteorite iron, engraved with the Great Defense Formation, Mystic Turtle Transformation Array, which can block most attacks below the 5th tier, and equipped with 7 spiritual energy C. But Lu Sheng simply didn't have the time to wait. 500 iron spine camel boats for transporting supplies to ensure logistics, and 10 Sky Pillar giant ships for deployment on the battlefield, quickly reaching the core area to establish teleportation subplatforms. With grade defense formations and spiritual energy cannons, as well as speeds comparable to nascent soul tier, his time to reach the core area would be shortened significantly. Ding. Successfully purchased 500 iron spine camel boats. Ding. Successfully purchased 10 Sky Pillar giant ships. You have spent 15 billion faith points. This time balance 91 billion. The remaining funds were all used to purchase spirit stones. Lu Sheng waved his hand, and 510 flying boats materialized in the small world, quickly receiving orders. 500 iron spine camel boats were to transport food and supplies. Meanwhile, the 10 Sky Pillar giant ships were piloted by golden core cultivators heading to the demon battlefield, not forgetting to bring a large amount of spirit stones with them. Before long, the 10 Sky Pillar giant ships were handed over to Yu Zhou and the others. Most of them returned the same way they came, while the remaining elites swiftly commanded the 10 flying boats forward. Boom. The enormous noise from the flying boats attracted countless low-tier monsters nearby, yet no matter how they charged or bit, they could not cause a ripple in the defense formation of the Sky Pillar giant ships. Rather, many monsters were turned into blood mist by the rapidly moving giant ships. At this rate, within a week at most, Yu Zhou and the others will reach the core area and set up the teleportation subplatform. Lu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Although his wallet was about to be emptied, as long as his subjects could enter the core area in large numbers, what does 15 billion faith points matter? Points can be exchanged for strategic level resources. Not to mention the subsequent utility of these flying boats. Even using faith points to exchange for points is undoubtedly a profitable deal.